new era.
Yeah, and at that point, who's even we? I feel like it's just you kind of like wheeling the stuff across the hall at a, like who's going to, I'm saying, like, or, I'm saying, it starts to get this idea, like if we keep, if things were to keep leaving the people and go to the computer, you're just shoving coal into the AI, hypothetically,
Again, I assume that what will happen, like with every other kind of technology, is we'll realize, like, there's this one thing that the tools way better than us at. Now we got to go solve some other problems. So let's put our brain power there. I sort of don't think it'll ever feel like we all just get to like push a button and go on vacation.
Got it.
Like we will. I think one version of this is as capabilities go up, because as we get better tools, the expectation goes way up too. And so we've got to yes, we get much better tools, but we have to do way more to make it competitive.
I think there's this hopefully to see if you come up with all,
or maybe not, like maybe the guys just better than us at absolutely everything. We just sit there and be like, all right, that was cool.
Yeah, because at a certain point, if something has all the information, right? If something has all the information, it can think and ponder and pontificate and serve multi-options of answers. Aren't we then working for that thing? Like, that's what I start to wonder. Like, if it's the smartest thing in the room.
And GPT-5 is the smartest thing. GPT-5 is smarter than us in almost every way. Here we are. So there's something about the way the world works. There's something about, this doesn't mean it's true for everyone. There's something about what humans can do today that is so different. There's also something about what humans care about today that is so different than AI. That I don't think that simplistic thinking works. Now, again, by the time it's a million times smarter than us, who knows?
Is part of you want to kind of get there? Like, how do we get where, like, I open the door and I say, "Excuse me, sir," and it's just my computer in there? You know what I'm saying? Like,
when I was a kid, I sort of thought about these technological revolutions that happened one at a time. There was the agricultural revolution a long time ago, and that freed us up to do these other things. And then there was the Age of Enlightenment, and there was the Industrial Revolution, and there was the Computer Revolution, and all these things happened. And I thought of them as like these distinct things. And now I view it as just this one long compounding exponential, where these things come together. Each piece of technology is built continuously, overlapping on one that comes before, and we're able to just do more and more. And so in some sense, AI is this big, special, unique, different thing. And in some other sense, it is just part of this long run of human progress. We talked about the transistor earlier, but like, that was way more important in some sense to AI happening than the work we do now. And all this stuff has to like compound. You gotta build the internet, you gotta get all this data, you gotta do all these things. And I want that exponential to keep going. There'll be things way after AI. We'll invent all sorts of new things. We'll go colonize space. We'll go, build neural interfaces. Who knows what else we'll do? But I think at some point, AI fades into that arc of history. We don't even think about it. It's like transistors, which we don't think about today. It's just another layer in the scaffolding that humans collectively have built up bit by bit over time. And where you sitting all day, you get to open that door. You have this like computer that only has one interface. It says what do you want, you say whatever you want, it happens. And you figure out amazing things to build for the next generation and the next and the next. And we just keep going.
Yeah, I think the part that I think gets spooky is I can build some stuff, but I can't build like any technological stuff. So then I'm like, dang, dude, well, what am I gonna build over there?
Okay, so right now, I can write software, maybe you can't. And I have a little advantage if I want to go build some technological thing. Very soon, you can make any piece of software you want. Because you just ask an AI in English, you say, I got an idea for an app, make me this thing. And the whole thing just happens. So that's a win for you. Maybe it's a little bit of a loss for me. I think it's kind of cool for the whole world.
Yeah.
But, this is going to be a technology that anybody can use. You can just, with natural language, you can say, this is what I want. And it goes off and writes the code for you, debugs it for you, deploys it for you.
And then you can say, how do I use what I just created?
Yeah. And if you have a great idea, AI will just make it happen for you. And this is a new thing. I think this will make technology the most accessible it ever has been.
Got it. Okay. And that seems a little bit different. I think there's this idea in my head that I'm going to have to figure out all this coding, I'm going to figure out all of these different ways to do things to even have a possibility of use of myself in the future.
No, I think this is without talking too much about the future and what we're going to launch, like the fact that you will be able to have an entire piece of software created just by like explaining your idea is going to be incredible for humans getting great new stuff. Because right now, I think there's like a lot more good ideas than people who know how to make them. And if AI can do that for us, we're really good at coming up with creative ideas.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that people like to do. Do you think right now, if humans, regular average humans, most humans, could vote to keep AI going or to stop AI, what do you think that's
a great question. They would vote. This is like totally kind of, I don't have any data for this. I would bet most people use ChatGPT, which is a lot of people, they would say like, keep it going. And most people who don't would say it's going to stop it. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like most people would say stop it, I think. Pause it, take the wheels off of it for a month, that kind of thing, siphon the gas out of the tank, like that kind of thing, put sugar in it. I think there would be like that kind of thing,
What are you most afraid of with it? Or is it just that we're not in that purpose and we don't know how it's all going to go?
Yeah, I mean, those are some of the huge parts, but I think like there's like probably that. I think that in the end, I think there's a general feeling of like, well, if all the trucking jobs disappear, if those become automated and like, yeah, if everything becomes a robo-tax, like, will that feel, where will those people go for jobs? Will everybody just be dancing on TikTok trying to get people to tip them for trends and stuff, like as part of that? I had this dream years ago that it all ends with everybody's driving an Uber and literally holding each other at gunpoint to be each other's passengers, right? Like, get in my car. Because that's how bad, like somebody's like, I need the fare more than you do. My whole family's in the backseat, sit shotgun, we'll get you where, like people are literally holding each other at gunpoint to subscribe to their OnlyFans and stuff. Like it's just that dystopian or whatever. So I guess part of that, but then there's a deeper part where it's like, yeah, what comes out of us if it feels like a lot of the regular stuff that gives us purpose, that we know right now gives us purpose? Is there a new evolution of our purpose? Is there like a blooming inside of us? Is it this utopian place that you almost think of as like a heaven idea where, people are fed and have enough, can take, are provided for, can take care of themselves? I guess that's it, or what? Because purpose gives people work. Work gives people so much of their purpose, and so if we're to lose those things, what is it? What happens? And I know I kind of keep asking that over and over again. You don't really have any interest in it. It's okay. Yeah, of course. How could you? We're not in the future.
I mean, I think people really do love to be useful to each other, and people love to express their creativity as part of that. And as the long-term trend of society getting richer has continued, more people, I think, are able to get closer to sort of expressing themselves in the best way that they can. Maybe like, as recently as 5 or 6 years ago, not very many people got to be artists. The world wasn't that rich. There were a limited number of patrons that could pay you to create art, but there were more than zero. And before that, there were almost none. And then you got this beautiful Italian Renaissance and all of this amazing art because there was like excess capital in the world. And now a lot more people can be artists, or a lot more people can start startups, which is another, for me, that's like my expression of creativity, right? Or more people can create content. And this idea that people can find whatever way they can to express themselves, their talent, their vision, for kind of collective love of other people and a care for putting their brick in society's progress. I think that can go really far. Now, what art in the future looks like now that AI can make art, or help make art, I don't know. It'll probably be kind of different. What startups will look like in the future when people can kind of just say whatever they want to their AI and they can make the software for them right then. It will kind of be different. But I think it's such a bad bet to assume that either human creativity or human fulfillment for being useful to other people ends. I think we're just going to stay on this exponential, and like each year, each decade, our collective standard of living goes way up. The whole world gets way richer. We all get more. We all expect more. And even over like the course, I was thinking recently, like food is so much better than it is when I was a kid. Like the world has just figured out how to make food better. Like we, know how to, we figured out organic vegetables or whatever it is. I don't know, it just tastes much better. And like, I think that's great. I don't want to go back to eating like the frozen carrots or whatever.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. But then there's some, like, I saw this thing the other day. It was like a kitchen. They had like one of those robo kitchens or whatever. You know, when you order food from like something dash or whatever, and then you, but it's like Hank's Ribs, and then it's like Marty's Pizza, and then it's like Susan's Salami Shop, but they're all the same place, you know?
And when you get that from Window Dash, you don't like, you feel like something's missing, right? You're like, this is fake. I can tell. I get less enjoyment. You would rather get that food from like the dude who's been making it and perfecting it on the, that little pizza shop on the corner for the last 20 years, right? Because that's like part of, like, that dude is part of the experience. That authenticity is part of the experience. Right? I don't think that goes away with a like fake robotic thing.
Okay. Yeah, because I think I start to feel like we're in this universe where it's like you're walking down the street or something and like a Waymo goes by and it's like, eat now, and you're like, but, and you already did eat, it's just got a bad reading or something, it's got a bad valve in there or something, you're like yelling at it, there's nobody in there, and you're like, I already ate it, it's like, sit down and eat now, and it just like fucking uses like a t-shirt cannon to just like shoot a burrito at you, and then you're sitting there, you're eating that, and then the GLP car goes by, right?
It says I can help you out.
Yes, and it's like, obviously you've overeaten. You're like, I didn't even want to eat. That thing's messed up, right? You're yelling at a car that has no driver in it, and then it shoots you with 3 GLP-1 darts in the neck. And now your wife doesn't even recognize when you get home or whatever,
The fact that you find this so off-putting, I think, is a sign for optimism.
Yeah,
like,
that's actually a good point.
If you're wired, you're going to be resistant to that. That's not going to make you happy. That's not going to make other people happy. Now, maybe we get tricked. Like, social media tricked us for a while. We got too addicted to feeds or whatever. But we realized, like, actually, this is not helping me be my best. Like, doing the equivalent of getting the, like, burrito cannon into my mouth on my phone at night. Like, that's not making me long-term happy. Right? And that's not helping me, like, really accomplish my true goals in life. And I think if AI does that, people will reject it. However, if ChatGPT really helps you to figure out what your true goals in life are and then accomplish those, it says, hey, you said you want to be a better father or a better, you want to be in better shape. You want to, like, grow your business. If you want, we can change that goal and I can help you scroll TikTok all night or, eat the burritos or whatever, and I'll give you the GLP-1 shots while making as healthy as you can. But, like, maybe instead I can try to help you convince you should go for a run tonight. And I think if AI feels like it is helping you try to accomplish your goals and be your best, that will feel very different than the last generation of technology.
Yeah. And you know what? And that's why I'm like, and that's where a kid growing up right now, to them, that would probably, some young people might be like, that makes the most sense. I'm a little older generation, I might be like, oh, that seems a little, but that's always how things are, always generation to generation.
Always how it goes.
Yeah, you're right. And maybe this is just like a quicker evolution of things. And for young people, it's going to make so much sense. And for older people, and you're just like, get off my, avatar lawn or something,
But that's the way of societal progress. That's just how it goes.
Good point. It's an interesting time for business. Tariff and trade policies are dynamic. Supply chains are squeezed and cash flow is tighter than ever. If your business can't adapt in real time, you're in a world of hurt. You need total visibility from global shipments to tariff impacts to real-time cash flow. That's NetSuite by Oracle, your AI-powered business management suite, trusted by over 42,000 businesses. NetSuite is the #1 cloud ERP for many reasons. It brings accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one suite. You have one source of truth giving you the visibility and control you need to make quick decisions. NetSuite helps you know what's stuck, what it's costing you, and how to pivot fast. If I needed this product, this is what I would use. NetSuite by Oracle, one of the most trusted companies in the world. It's one system, full control. Tame the chaos with NetSuite. If your revenues are at least in the 7 figures, download the free ebook, Navigating Global Trade. 3 insights for leaders.
Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate. Oh, hi, how are you? It's nice to see you. Yeah, I appreciate you all coming again tonight. I've decided to put a little bit more energy into these lectures and a lot of my research. So I decided to read a new book of jokes, and it's helping quite a bit actually. I'm reading Professor Ruth Weiss's book, No Joke, published by Princeton University Press. That's like a very sophisticated, complicated discussion of where Jewish humor comes from, and I hope to be able to speak more about it later. So this is her opening joke, which is the launch pad for a whole chapter of discussion on self-deprecating humor, but it goes like this. Now, I normally don't tell jokes that involve various nationalities, so this one is okay, don't worry about it. It goes like this. There are 4 Europeans go on a long hike, and when they return back to their hotel in the mountains, they're exhausted from being out all day. And so the Englishman says, I am so thirsty, I must have tea. And the Frenchman says, I am so thirsty, I must have wine. The German says, I am so thirsty, I must have beer. The Jew says, I am so thirsty, I must have diabetes. So she has a long discussion about, why is that funny, and does that say good things about Jews or bad things?
What up, Pim?
I'm looking forward to giving a lecture on that topic in the next few weeks. But anyway, tonight's topic happens to be a personal favorite of mine, a subject that I found fascinating. And actually, the truth is, I gave a lecture on Gluckel of Hameln 2 years ago, but I didn't give it in this room. If you were part of the series a couple of years ago, you may remember that unfortunately I had to rush up to Canada because my father needed to have an operation. You remember it? And unfortunately, thank God he pulled through. He passed away, of course. The doctors gave him 6 months, and he took almost 2 years. He was able to take advantage of almost 2 years after that, finally passing away in August. But I ended up, I was so happy to be able to speak about this topic that a couple of nights before the operation, I just set up a video camera and I sat down in my father's store with a blank wall behind me, and I just talked to the camera for about 40 minutes. So there is actually a lecture online of Gluckel of Hameln, but I thought, now we should do it properly. Which reminds me of several other jokes, actually, that Professor Weiss's book, like, for example, a skeleton is shown into a doctor's office, and the doctor says, now you come to see me? There's a lot of last humor that we're having this for. Anyways, Gluckel of Hameln, an incredibly important source for historical information and giving us a tremendous insight into the 17th century and specifically the world of Jewish women in Europe at that time. This is the most well-known picture. It is, of course, not of Gluckel of Hameln because she died some 150, 180 years before the invention of photography, but this is from a photograph of one of her descendants, Bertha Pappenheim, who was also her first translator from Judeo-German into German, and so a real devotee of her work, and it gives us some sense of what she must have looked like. She's dressed up like a typical woman of Gluckel's stage of life and class in the 17th century. Basically, who was Gluckel of Hameln? She was an otherwise ordinary upper middle class bourgeois woman living in Germany, who towards the end of her life decided to record her life in a long memoir of 7 notebooks. The purpose of this memoir was to leave something behind for her children. She specifically wanted her children to know something about the kind of people that they came from, and she also wanted to offer a last chance to leave kind of like an ethical will for her children. It's very complex and long ethical will, but space in a very strong tradition that persists to the present day of writing such wills for one's children. Let me just take a quick moment to stop talking about Gluckel for a minute and talk to you about ethical wills, and I'll talk to you about something that my wife and I do that I feel very good about. The ethical will, or the Tzavah, is a document that we have examples of these that go back centuries, where well before a person passes on, they leave
that's
a
the
will that
craziest thing
isn't
about you,
about,
Sam, and I
who
think this is a
gets to keep
compliment
the
somehow
tea
here,
set,
Doug.
who gets to
And
keep the
it is a
candlesticks.
compliment.
It's a
You're
will
like,
in
it's
which
like,
a person writes
you're like,
down
come
for
with me
his or
through
her
the
children
universe,
what
and
their
you're like,
values
people
are
are like, what's
and
it
what they
like? You're
think
like, I don't
their
know
children
exactly,
need
but
to
and
know
then
the
we're all
most for
it's like
moving
we're all
on once
going.
they've passed.
It's like
Uh,
I don't
my
know.
wife and I have what I think is a very
Like
beautiful custom. We've been doing it for, I guess,
like
about 8
a
years now.
charming kind of
We write a new one every year for each of our children.
But like,
We give it to them on Erev Yom Kippur.
okay,
It's kind of a little bit,
curious.
macabre, just before Yom Kippur, thinking about what if we were not to live the next year. But
When I was a kid,
my wife and I find it very therapeutic.
there were
And
always something
we have one of my children here who will tell you, is it a good experience to get these things, or is it just,
had all
yeah, it's okay.
And I sort of think why people like
Obviously, we write it for each child depending on their age. Like the youngest kid just gets like a kind of a picture saying "we love you" and that's it.
And then I got a
And
little
the
bit older,
older kids
and I
get a
sort
lot
of started to
closer and
suspect
a lot of direction.
there
But
are
anyway,
adults
so
in the
she
room.
wrote this
No one-
kind of book. It
people
was
have plans.
7 notebooks long,
No one has all the answers. No one
written
knows where it's
over
all
the
gonna go.
space of about 50 years.
And now that I am
And it
the adult in the
leaves a
room, I can say with
tremendous
certainty that
record
no one knows where it's
of
all gonna
what
go.
life was like for this particular woman. She happens to be an extremely talented storyteller and writer, so it's a very engaging read. Even in the 21st century, it has a certain level of freshness and appeal and drama to it. And so it has offered us a tremendous insight into what life was like for her gender and for her class in 18th, 17th century Europe. So that's basically what the story is all about tonight. We're going to look at what she had to say about the world in which she lived and what we can glean from this particular book. So her name, Glucko, is Yiddish. Actually, she wrote in what's called Judeo-German, which is a Western European form of Yiddish. Yiddish, the language that we know and love, was not codified until the late 19th century when the Litvaks got a hold of it and insisted that their way of speaking was correct. But in reality, Yiddish is like it's a folk language that borrows very freely from surrounding cultures, and as a result, the vocabulary, the syntax, and quite often the grammar is highly affected by the languages among which the people live. The Yiddish spoken by Jews in Ukraine, for example, is very different from the Yiddish spoken by Jews in Berlin. They can understand each other, but they will have some very strong dialectal differences. So she wrote in a language that is called technically Judeo-German. It's written in Hebrew characters like Yiddish, but much more heavily influenced by the German language than some of the more Eastern counterparts. The name Glucko in Judeo-German means little happy one. Word Glück or Glück means happy, fortunate, brave, lucky, right? So, and the little L at the end is a diminutive. A little bit of Glucko. Oh, this is a little happy one, little fortunate one, little lucky one. And Hamon, of course, is where she was born and where she spent much of her youth, hence the name Glucko of Hamon. This was before Jews were given by and large surnames, as we discussed last week. So, what do we have in the memoirs? She began writing in 1690 after she lost her first husband of 30 years. As we shall discuss, she was married at she was engaged at 12, married at 14, and she remained with him for 3 decades. And they had an extremely close relationship. When she lost him, she began the memoirs certainly affected by the sense of mortality that she was experiencing when her husband passed away, and hence she wanted to offer her children something for themselves ethically and so on. But it turned out to be quite a cathartic device for her, and she extended the writing of these memoirs, this family history, throughout the next 2.5 decades until she finally passed away in 1724. It was intended as a private document for her family, but every now and then you get little glimpses that maybe she thought it would be read a little more widely. And there is a slight gap in the text between years 1699 and 1715 because her children convinced her after some time spent as a widow that she should remarry, which turned out to be a disaster, as we shall see as we discuss her life story. So for about 15 years, she stops writing, as she deals with the marriage, and then when she deals with the aftermath of that marriage, as we shall discuss. She finally finished the book in 1719, which was 5 years before she passed away. The text remained fairly closed. It was only extant in 2 manuscript copies, not actually in her own hand, copied out by some of her children. And then in the late 19th century, a version was published by Bertha Pappenheim, as I'll show you her pictures in a second, and that circulated quite a while. Bertha also intended it primarily for her own generation, although she translated it into German, and then it was discovered, and scholars got a hold of it, and they published an even more expanded and detailed edition in German. Later it's been translated into English, French, and even Russian to this day. Her ancestor, or I should say her descendant, who translated it, is shown here. We saw her a little while ago when she was wearing the frilled collar, actually dressing up as her ancestor. Bertha Pappenheim actually is a very famous woman in her own right. You may know her, perhaps if you studied any Freud. She was the infamous Anna O, who was the patient number 1, patient 0 of Sigmund Freud, who has been criticized for portraying her as literally hysterical, like in the sense of female histrionic syndrome of being, highly strong and easily agitated and so on, which is hard to square with what we know about her as in real life. She actually was extremely active. Here they have a German postage stamp after Bertha Pappenheim, which belies Freud's characterization of her. She was extremely involved, for example, in setting up halfway houses for runaway girls throughout Germany. And she was one of the pioneering women to set up social services for women who were victims of abuse and so on. So she was definitely not a pushover kind of woman. And you can see her thinking really coming straight from her ancestor, Lucca. Lucca was also a tough woman, and Bertha also carried a very profound sense of what needs to be done and how to put it into place. Another famous descendant of Lucca, while we're at it, is the great Jewish poet Heinrich Heine, who is considered by many the finest stylist of the German language of the 19th century, particularly his acerbic wit. He ultimately converted to Christianity, perhaps the most famous aspect of his life from the perspective of Jewish history. He ultimately converted to Christianity and then immediately regretted it, and he spent much of his career publicly regretting it, which sort of cast shame on those who forced him to convert in order to get a position, which he actually didn't get in the end. And he referred to his conversion as the entrée billet to German culture, the entry ticket to German culture. As Dr. Weiss points out, just by using the French term entrée billet, like entry ticket, wasn't itself saying that German culture couldn't enter world culture. They had to use a French word in order to get in. But anyway, this gives you a sense of some of her illustrious descendants were really world-class people in their own right. Okay, let's focus on what actually do the memoirs say. Critics of the memoirs have focused on the 2 elements of the text, arguing that it is really a rather mundane statement of bourgeois values, meaning not higher thinking and not earthly, just very middle-class kind of values, and I mean that in a negative way. And reading the memoirs, I can tell you that there's a certain element of truth to that, because there are 2 words that occur without a doubt more than anything else in the entire book. The first word is Reichstaler, which means like dollar. It's a unit of currency. She's constantly talking about money, how much this costs, how much she can make doing this, and how much money this person is worth, and how much money that person is worth. So it's really an important topic to her, money. And the second one is, guess what the second issue is? Shidduchim, right, marriage, right? She's always talking about how, well, you know, I think my daughter would be good for this guy, or how could this guy throw over my daughter for that woman? And it's like Shidduchim and money are the two big topics on her mind, and it really obsesses her. Now, we say obsess because,
I think we really have to defend.
Perhaps because of our much more spiritually refined state at the beginning of the 21st century, we no longer think about money and Shidduchim as important things. But you think, you know, she's widowed in her 50s, and she has to take over the family business, and she has 8 children who are not married. 8, by the way, out of 12 surviving children. She bore 14 who unfortunately did not live to adulthood, but she's got a dozen children. She's responsible for feeding them. She's responsible for marrying them off. It really isn't surprising that that's what occupies most of her thinking is, how am I going to, you know, pay all the employees? How am I going to make this business deal? How am I going to marry off my daughters? Those are things that are definitely the key theme of the book. That said, she is a masterful storyteller. There's a lot of drama involved in everything that goes on in her life, and she, you know, you're at the edge of your seat wondering if he's going to propose. Will they be able to seal this deal? You know, will the boat get through and the merchandise arrive safely? I mean, she tells it with tremendous flair, so you actually get caught quite up. Get very caught up. And so, yeah, I'll have to edit all that, but it sounds terrible, right? Anyway, another aspect of the text that's been criticized, and some of the negatives first, because we're going to spend the rest of the hour talking about the positives. It's got a lot of heavy religious moral content. Again, if you remember the context in which she's writing this, she's trying to say something meaningful to her immediate children, to her unborn descendants. She's trying to leave a legacy for them. And so occasionally she does wax a little bit long on some of these topics about, you know, the importance of piety, the importance of scrupulosity and honesty in all one's dealings. These are things that are important to her. The editors, I think, have done her a disservice, certainly done us a disservice, because many of the versions that have appeared simply cut out huge chunks of this material. Some of which is simply taken straight from the moralistic literature that was circulating in Europe at the time. She'll read something in a Yiddish language book of Musar or ethical teachings, and she'll just say, I read this in this book, and she'll quote the whole story there and things like that. And a lot of editors, perhaps with a more secular mindset, are saying, okay, enough of this, enough, we get the point. And so we lost a good chunk of Luko's memoirs because they simply were not translated. I personally, a purist, I guess, I would have liked to have slogged through the whole thing, but the text that we have is perhaps more readable by the removal of those things. Also, editors, particularly post-World War II editors, are sometimes surprised by the fact that she's not bothered by the strictures of traditional orthodoxy. That she has no questions whatsoever about the worldview of traditional Judaism. She is completely sold on it. Very, very pious woman. And you know, you don't sense anywhere in the book that she is resistant to any of the various, restrictions placed on her. For example, one very moving moment, again, I mentioned that she had a very deep love for her husband, and in fact, much of, I think it's the 5th of the 7th book, describes his protracted illness and eventual death. When he was on his deathbed, very close to passing, Luko says to her husband, my husband, you're about to die. Shall I embrace you? And her husband responds, just wait, Luko, there will be time for you to go to the mikvah, and then we can embrace. obviously in a reference to the Harkat code, to the distancing, where during the period when a woman is menstruating in traditional Judaism, she does not have physical contact with her husband whatsoever. But even at that moment where he is on his deathbed, and she's wondering what should we put the traditional laws in abeyance, her husband says no, and she accepts it. His last words, by the way, were, he essentially told the attendants around his bed that my wife is in charge of everything, she knows everything about the business, let her handle everything. And of course she did, and there was never any question about who was going to be the president and CEO of their gold and precious jewels business. Now, what is the, let's start talking about the positives, so I give you some of the negatives of text. What are the elemental values of particular memoirs? The first are that this is an incredibly rare and rich look into the world of women of the 17th century Europe. We have no comparable document for any person in 17th century that I, in my limited research, am aware of. Nobody else gives us a book. No woman gives us a book from the perspective of just a regular middle-class woman who is not famous for doing anything except writing this book. It's not a work of literature, it is a work of nonfiction in which she's just telling us what it's like to be her at that time of place. And that dwarfs the rest of the historical scholarship. We have no other primary text which is comparable to it. That's the primary value, particularly for students of gender and so on. Secondly, she goes through some pretty incredible periods of Jewish history. She lived through the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648-49. She lived through the numerous expulsions that Jews had to endure in central Germany. She lived through the false messiahship of the Shabbatai Tzvi, and she writes about all of these things. So we get a very rare bystander's perspective on some of the large currents going on in Jewish history. One of the problems with the sources that we typically work with in Jewish history is usually history is written by the people who win, the people who ultimately survive. And so we never get a perspective of people who are losers or people who are not involved. So she gives us a great look at Jewish history from the people who are not involved in the major events of the time. So it feels like it's blathered on for 25 minutes, so let me pause and take some questions. Judith, please.
Kind of species, and that's where we meet the future at anyway. And you're just like the dang Paul Revere, it's like,
for better or for worse, I think whenever you see someone who thinks differently than you, it's like I'm fascinated by you. I don't quite understand how you do your thing. I know I couldn't do it. I know you just understand the world differently than me. But I think that's cool. And I'm just like,
that's how I feel. I think it's just, thanks for just talking to me about it. Because sometimes I think I get afraid to say it.
I don't think you should be afraid. I don't think anybody would be offended by that. I was talking to this friend of mine, though, about how he uses ChatGPT. He's been using it a lot for a couple of years now. And he noticed recently that he's
absolutely. So let's comment on her education specifically. First of all, what did she know? And what did she think about what she knew, and what did she feel was a lacuna in her own knowledge? She certainly knew the vernacular Judeo-German, and she could obviously speak it, read it, and also write it. But she did not feel that was any way exceptional. Like the vast majority of Jews, this is the language they were speaking, and it was also a language that had a burgeoning literary culture associated with it. There was actually a Yiddish language women's literature specifically geared at women who were unable to really work with the Hebrew text, because basically the language of learning of rabbinic scholarship was Hebrew. She indicates at one point, as a kind of a praise to her father, that her father considered it very important that his sons and his daughters receive a good education in both Judaic and secular subjects. And so she obviously knew enough math to get through the accounting, the books, and things like that. She knew enough, not only of Judeo-German, but German itself, possibly some French, to be able to communicate with the various people that she's doing business with in central Germany. So I would say that her education, just by just getting from the tone of what she thinks is great And what she doesn't comment on, her education is like kind of solid for the upper middle class Jews of Germany. If she was lower class, she may perhaps not have been able to read even Yiddish, possibly. But for an upper middle class girl, she got an education that was solid both judaically and secularly. Now, she does refer on occasion to traditional rabbinic books written in Hebrew, and she obviously is able to make some sense of them, but there are also a couple of offhand passages in which she refers to having someone else translate certain learned Hebrew books for her. So her Hebrew was definitely weaker than her Yiddish, and not at the level of a rabbinic scholar. I'll give you an example to show you where her strengths are as well. She describes in one episode where education is really important to her. This is, again, a very traditional Jewish value that we see quite strongly with Google. She sends off her son, I think it was Joseph, to be tutored by a young man, Torah scholar in some other community. And the tutor says, normally I would get paid once every 6 months, but I'm wondering if you can pay me up front because I'm going to need the money, that sort of thing. So alarm bells should have gone off at that point, but she pays him 6 months fee right up front. It was 6 months. And then a little while later, she gets a letter from her son saying, oh my gosh, things are terrible. The local authorities have placed an additional poll tax on the community, and we all have to come up with a lot more money. There are all kinds of crazy and prejudicial, discriminatory taxes placed on the Jews at that time. Please send a lot more money so that we won't be evicted. And she felt a little weird about it, so she showed it to one of her older sons, who went and checked it out. And when he actually met with the brother, the younger boy who was pregnant, the brother said that the tutor was just pocketing the money, and in fact, he was so hungry for money that he had cut off the silver buttons on the son's Shabbos clothes in order to sell them to get money for himself. So right away, that relationship ended. But you can see that she had to have a significant amount of business savvy beyond the literary education. Because one other thing I want to mention here, I talked about how what language is. One thing she always regretted never having learned to speak French well. She felt that French would have been like just a great way to round out her education. And so you can see that if she's worried about learning French, then it must mean that her German and other secular subjects must have been pretty solid. And she wanted to learn an elective language.
I think you got to remember that it won't take away the fun part.
You're going to do the things you want to do. Yes. There's a lot of things in your life you probably don't want doing. Like booking an open table is maybe one of them.
Yeah. And then you'll have like old fashioned, like, book it, You're like, Dad, what do you mean? Get off the phone or whatever. Don't call it, you freaking weirdo. Use your age. Totally. Like, no, book it. There's like a lot of like, Zuckerberg recently like kind of was poaching guys around too, right?
I'll give you a simple example. And this is the kind of thing that can really throw off, especially if you're listening to it as opposed to reading it.
Hypothetical that he was like kind of poaching guys around town.
Which is pretty important, right?
Did that feel like a mafioso?
So that's a Lithuanian pronunciation. Y-I-D-G-H. If you live in Western Germany, you would say Jude, right? And Jude, which is like the German word for Jew. And if you live in Eastern Ukraine, you'd say Jude, like Hebrew, right? Just without the Y. So that's the same word, and that gives you a sense of how the dialect
kind of like the competition. Is that fun?
It is it's
Jid. In the Polish language, Jid, right, so it comes from there. But not in Polish Yiddish. Polish Yiddish is still say Jid. Okay.
Actually, can I say one more thing about that? The best improvement I made in my life,
I read stuff about what was edited out.
over the last couple of years, got a lot better.
I read the introductions and stuff like that. That's a good question.
And I just
I'm going to edit it out with this video. That'll make me sound smart.
I was like, you know what?
So secondary there. Well, let's see. What was her life? Let's talk a little bit about her life events. Let's try and understand. I made this a little bit too small a text, but basically, just running through her life. She was born in Hamburg in 1846. The Jewish community 1646.
But I
Thank you.
was like
She
thinking
was
about,
born. I'm
Someday
sorry that
I'll
over
get
again.
tired on my ranch. I'll be sitting there
She was
watching
born
grass grow,
in Hamburg
and I'll be
in
missing the excitement and the drama
1646.
and the
The
anger
Jewish
and the
community was
tension and whatever.
expelled 2
And
years
so I'm really
later,
like grateful for it.
and they made their way to Altona. Altona, they managed to stay there for a few years, but then the Swedes came in. There was a war going on in the entire region that affected actually as far out to the east as well. And so they were driven out of Altona. And you can see right away in her childhood that Jewish existence is highly tenuous. I think one very important idea to underline in this section of her life, we should recall that with the exception of the United States of America, certain parts of actually nowhere at this time, pretty much nowhere, Jews were always considered transient populations. They were considered aliens. Jews may have lived in Germany for 600-700 years, but they did not have the right of residency. This continued right up until the 20th century in some places, like in the Russian Empire, until 1917. Jews were not actually citizens of that country, and they could be expelled at will. Kind of like they had a visa to live there for generations, and then if the state ever wanted to expel them from a region close to the border or anything like that, they had the right to do so. So Jews lived a very tenuous life where they would show up in a town, try to keep their head down, no one should notice them. They wouldn't build synagogues at all because right away they would be establishing a formal presence, so they would pray in people's houses and hope they didn't get caught. And this would go on for decades. And she describes a lot of the situations and adventures they had to go through, paying off petty bureaucrats to look the other way because the Jews were convening prayer meetings and things like that. So she spent the early part of her life traveling back and forth between various places from which the Jews were expelled. They finally made it to Hamo, where they had a little bit more temporary respite, and at age 12, she was engaged to a young man named Chaim of Hamo, who was a person who apprenticed and eventually became a dealer in precious jewels and gold. And this is what he professionally lived with his entire life. And one, of course, that grew took over after he passed away. Jewels, gold, things like that are very traditional occupations for Jews. They're highly portable. So, when you're traveling from one place of exile to the next place of exile, it's easy to take it with you and so on. It relies on far-flung international connections, and Jews with their diaspora are well suited towards that and so on. And the age of marriage, of course, was very typical. Jews right up until the middle of the 19th, late 19th century, Jews were in Eastern Europe in particular, were still getting married at very young ages. There was often a long time between the betrothal, which could be when a woman was even prepubescent, but marriage before 18 was very common. In fact, the Talmud praises early marriage. At one point, they asked Rabbi Rothschild why he was so great. He says, I got to be such a scholar because I married my wife when I was 18. And if I married her when I was 16, I would have been even much greater than I am now. So he thought early marriage was very common. We should understand, of course, though, that the Jews had a highly developed culture of multiple generation households. So when a woman who was really a girl would be thrust into childbearing and child rearing, she wasn't going to be 13, 14, 15 years old and doing it alone. She would live in a household with a grandmother, a mother-in-law, cousins, aunts, things like that. So it was like, it was an extended family that nurtured the young Jews. That's, by the way, one of the reasons why the Jews enjoyed a much larger population explosion in the 19th century than surrounding countries because of this extended family arrangement. Ironically, she got pregnant shortly after marriage, 14, and her mother got pregnant almost at the same time. They delivered within 8 days of each other and even shared a room as they were convalescing after their delivery, which is kind of an ironic thing. There's a joke that I'm not going to repeat. I always tried it, and my wife said, don't repeat that joke. So, as I mentioned, she Over the course of her life, she bore 14 children, basically one every 2 years for their marriage, and 12 of them, a rather remarkably high number, which may speak to their social class and economic wherewithal. 12 of them survived to adulthood. At age 44, in 1689, she lost her husband, a devastating blow, and she remained unmarried for quite some time. Did I do those numbers right? Yes, I did. She remained unmarried for about 11 years, and she managed her husband's business just fine, thank you very much, until her children said, Loto, it's not good for me to be alone. We've got this great man named Surf Levy from nearby town of Metz. He was the Parnas, which meant he was the president of the community. He was a very successful banker. Everything went absolutely wonderful, so she agreed that she would in fact marry this Surf Levy. They did so. He borrowed a large amount of money from her to expand his business, and then promptly went bankrupt, losing it all, and then dying 2 years later. So her second marriage was a total disaster, at least from the perspective of economics and of companionship, because not only was she alone again, but now she was broke and alone again, and it was much more difficult for her. Nevertheless, she insisted on repaying all of the debts that her second husband had incurred, and she worked incredibly hard in this very late stage of her life to rebuild her business, which she did successfully, squaring away all of her debts at the end of her life. And ultimately, in a development that has great irony for the book, she ends up moving in with her least favorite son-in-law, who take care of her to her old age. One of the marriages that she was the most kind of like hesitant and even resentful about, because it's a very long, protracted process of, why do you want us to come visit you first? You should be coming to visit us first. And it goes back and forth for pages and pages until finally her daughter gets married to this man, and she's always complaining about her mechatanista, about her in-law. She always calls her, for the first parts of the book, she calls her the wealthy Frau Jacket, meaning the rich one. She keeps on talking about her in this disparaging tone of how much money she has, but it ends up that that's where she goes to live after she's widowed a second time, and she's treated with such honor and dignity by her son-in-law, by her mechatanista, that she takes it all back and has only warm thoughts of gratitude to them for the kindnesses they showed to her at the end of her life. Her last entries in the journal dated 1719, if I remember correctly, and she dies at the age of 78 in 1724. So that's a very quick overview of the major life events that she describes. In between all of these events, she's talking primarily about two things. You recall Reichsthalers of money, right? And all the various business deals that she's involved in, most of which, by the way, are now after her husband passes away. And so she's involved with a lot of complicated things. She's involved, there's shipping issues where they're attacked by pirates. We're talking about pirates. This is the 18th century, right? It's a 17th century. It's a crazy kind of time. Corrupt nobles and not necessarily so, honest Jews that she's doing business with. And she's describing all these tribulations of her business life. And at the same time, worried about her sixth daughter, who's the right guy for her.
Welcome, Mr. Aquarius.
Her seventh son is very much involved in these family things. You can see that.
Can you hear me now?
Going through them as a kind of a therapeutic.
Excellent.
Okay.
How are you? I'm lovely. Are you ready for me? Yes, ma'am. Just one moment. How was your day? Look at you. Excellent. Get it. In a row, Miss Aquarius. No one's touching you today. Thank you, ma'am. Get it. I don't know why I didn't get more. Got it. That was. Thank you. Beautiful strike. No. It's on you. Get it, girl. Oh, yeah. Boy, you got a really, really big one. Get it. Ooh, look at you in the 90s. I tried. That's right. Good job, Mr. You're going to approach your 100th win. It's going to be any night now. I win, you win. Get it. I'll do my best. Nice spare. You're welcome. All but one. Get it. All but one. Get it. All but two. Oh, come on. Get it. Get it. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Strike. Tough split. This is a tough. You're going to get it. Get it. You can get it. Well, Woo woo. For, no doubt. No, that's okay. You and I win. There you go, ma'am. Thank you so much. I win. That's my favorite. That's my favorite when that happens. When you win and I win, that's the best. Ma'am. That's 1000% right. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, ma'am. I love you. Take care. Absolutely. What a nice woman.
Earlier this week, 30-year-old teenagers and elk boys received a massive amount of backlash for their interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. And although Netanyahu is widely reviled, he does maintain some support with people across the world, and even a few people in Gaza. So here to comment
all the children got married, except for the two that passed away.
From Gaza, who is a big supporter of Netanyahu. Yes, thank you for having me. Thank you for coming on this. So now, tell us your story. What's happening in Gaza, and why do you support Benjamin Netanyahu? Yes, Tim, so you know, like many people in Gaza, I had every reason to hate Israel. Shortly after October 7th, my family was sheltering under a donkey.
There's a
and
great
decided
book
to dig a
written
tunnel
about
under the donkey
American Jews
and use the
that's called
donkey as a
How
human
Jews
shield,
Became White
taking out
Folk.
not only my
I
family,
remember the
but
title of
my
the
head and
author,
arms
but
and torso.
the reality is
And
that
I
even
put
in
that blame on these
America,
barbarians that
when
make up
people
Hamas.
thought about race,
Because Israel
Jews
is
were
very
not
good and
included in
merciful.
Caucasian. It was
And
just,
right before they
they were
bomb
like
our donkey, they
Jews,
send out a text. And they say,
Syrians,
we are going to
blacks,
bomb your
and
donkey in
Syrians
20
really
seconds.
loomed large
But
in the
unfortunately, I
imagination of
forgot to
Americans
charge my
before
phone.
the 1950s. Even here in Miami
Well,
Beach, you
I
see
mean,
a lot
that's
of restrictive
I'm
covenants.
sorry to hear
So people are
that.
not allowed to fly property in Bal
What about
Harbor or,
now? There
south of
are reports from
41st
over
Street if they
100
were
human rights
Jews,
organizations in
Syrians,
Israel
blacks,
orchestrating a famine
canines,
in the Gaza
all
Strip.
that kind of thing.
And that is
It's crazy, but
also
true.
not
Okay,
Israel sent
so
all kinds
two
of
major
wonderful
observations about
Israeli
the
cuisine to
memoirs. The
Gaza.
first is
Pita bread,
that
hummus, falafel,
she
and baba
gets
ganoush.
involved in the
And Hamas
business
is stealing
as a
the food.
matter of course.
Do you know what
She
is
does
true about
not in
Hamas?
any way
All of their wives and
describe her
girlfriends are
business
obese.
activity
They are
as
chubby
something
chasers.
exceptional.
They are,
She
hold on,
doesn't say,
I have a little
most women
trouble.
sit at home and knit and bake cookies
I
or
have a little
something. She
trouble
says,
believing that.
and then
What
it was
about
time
the
for me to
baby
go to
food?
work.
Are they stealing the
Not
baby
like
food?
she was in any way special. So you get this impression from reading her book that of course women were involved in business. Of course women were involved in the day-to-day affairs of whatever economy was supporting their family. This is certainly a traditional Jewish approach. If you will recall the famous hymn that is recorded in the book of Proverbs and is read every Friday night, I'm going to ask you for a translation of the term Eshet Chayil. Don't translate the first thing that comes to your head. What does the term Eshet Chayil actually translate as?
And Hamas will pretend to be babies.
That's what the first thing that comes into your mind, but no, that's not what it means. Eshet obviously means woman of, like Isha is woman, it's in the Slichut form, meaning it connects in that word. What is a Chayal? A soldier woman, that's right, thank you. A warrior woman.
Did you know Yasser
It's not a
Arafat,
woman
he was
of
from
valor.
Egypt.
Okay, if you think of valor in the
That's why
sense of
when you
like
think about
courage and like,
it's okay to kill us.
soldiers, then it
and
makes
put us
sense.
in an
But
oven.
an Eshet Chayal,
And you
or
might
Eshet
not know this,
Chayil,
but
means
many Arabs,
a woman who
they
goes to
actually
war, a
enjoy
woman who
being
is out
killed.
there in the
The
Milchama
Quran says they will
Shepanasa,
go
going
to
out
heaven,
there
so that is why
and
they love me.
duking it out
They
with
shot
all
and
of the
thrown
others.
and burned
It's
and
not
crushed by
your,
Rabbi. I
Mrs.
just don't, I
Cleaver kind of
can't,
image
no,
of a
I
woman.
can't
She is a tough
co-sign
woman
that.
who,
I can't
when
really
you
agree
read
that that
through
sounds
Eshet Chayil, You can see that she's involved in real estate, that she's involved in agriculture. She's got a lot of employees, directing them and managing them. She's even involved in import export. She's got boats going on already. So this is already kind of a period of power in the biblical period. Ruthel was right within that mold. She was totally in charge of all the business, and there was never any moment to say, well, that was acceptable, because it was not acceptable. Because every woman we can imagine, from whatever class they came from, were involved in the business. Right, okay. So that's the first major observation, I think, is you gain from the fact that it's unexceptional, that it must be the norm for women to be involved in these kinds of things. It's interesting to contrast that with the way maybe we think as a result of the American experience with the 40-day work week, and the so-called weekend and things like that, which is very different from Jewish approaches in general. Secondly, and I haven't talked about this very much throughout the book, it's filled with a deep, pervasive bias that in no way comes off as inauthentic. It's very clear that she is a truly religious woman, that she has tremendous bitachon, or trust in God, and they're not just throwaway phrases for her. She really deeply believes in the power of Torah, the power of the sages to be able to, convey meaning to life, and that one should strictly adhere to the halakha in every way, the way of Jewish life. So she's actually expressing at the same time a hard-nosed attitude to the reality of commerce, and at the same time, a very pre-modern sense that this is the Torah, and this is, I'm going to keep it just like that. She we discussed a little bit of her education in there. She is clearly heavily influenced by the moralistic literature that was circulating for women at the time. She cites widely from books like the Senorena, which was a Yiddish language digest of rabbinic literature that accompanied the weekly portion of the Torah. And it was pretty much standard reading for any pious woman to, Saturday afternoon sit on the porch and open up the Senorena and read in Yiddish the kind of abbreviated version of what happened in the Torah reading out. Amplified the stories from the Talmud and else written in Yiddish. And she also is deeply moved by Tchinas, which are these very beautiful liturgical creations designed pretty much exclusively for women. These are prayers which unfortunately have been largely lost to the tradition in the 20th century, particularly after the demographic upheaval of the Holocaust, and also the linguistic shift away from Yiddish to English that we suffered in this country. There are a few remnants of these Yiddish language prayers which are intended primarily for women. Like if you look in an art store city, you'll see the prayer Gott von Abraham, God of Abraham, that is typically read on Saturday nights. That's an example of the Shekhinah. These are typically relatively short, but uniquely heartfelt personal prayers, almost always written in the first person singular. And often associated with life cycle events, births, deaths, miscarriages, menopause, all kinds of fascinating things associated specifically with women's lives, and offered women a very profound spiritual outlet that is not present in the traditional rabbinic text of the Siddur. So she's quite often quoting Tchinas and materials that come from Tchinas. So you see that she's really, this is not literature that she's read once and put on the shelf. This is literature that she goes into every day in terms of her prayers for her own personal spiritual uplift. There are a couple of offhand passages in the book where she mentions how she was on her way to the synagogue for morning prayers during the week. So they get the impression that here's one woman at least who was going to sit on the women's section and say the Shacharis prayer, which was fairly uncommon in the 17th century. In fact, many synagogues did not even have women's sections. It was just the synagogue was the boys' place. If they ever had to have a women's gathering, then the boys would clear out and the women would have the whole thing. But it was typically a men's club. My wife calls it, Joe, you're going to the men's club in the morning, all right, see you later.
Or if
she
you chat
has
about it, or
a
if you
tendency
talk
towards
about
the
it, you're
supernatural.
immediately called
There are
anti-Semitic
quite
or
a
whatever,
few
and it's
passages
completely
in the memoirs
absurd
where
and
she speaks
insane.
about, the
And
sighting
this is
of
nuts.
illustrious ancestors
Get up
who have
Randy
passed
Fine. Get a
on,
photo
and
of Randy Fine. Now, this is the
premonitions
guy
and
who
things like
literally
that.
said,
So
starve
I
away.
don't like to use the word
He said
superstitious
something
because
like,
that
release
tends
the
to be a
hostages, which
derogatory
again,
term. But
the
she
children
clearly
of
was a
Gaza
believer
did not
in,
abduct
the
hostages and
extrasensory
cannot release
perception that
them.
is possible
Randy
through
Fine,
the
genius.
panoply of
Randy Fine,
demonic
no,
and
get a
angelic
fat
beings
picture,
that
my
are present
producer.
in
Go get a
mystical
picture when
tradition.
he was thin.
That was a really
You
good
gonna
sentence.
treat Randy Fine like that? Go get a photo of me when I was
I
8.
can't believe I
Then,
actually
by the way,
Monopoly in a
get Randy
sentence.
Fine. Look at how
It's
fat
right
Randy
there,
Fine
right?
is.
Panoply or
Randy
panoply?
Fine literally said, starve away.
Panoply.
This
Wow.
guy is out there
My daughter heard it.
telling
Okay, let's
the
go.
Gazans
Okay.
to
So
starve
the other thing that's
while
so those
looking
are like
like
my
he's
two
like
main observations, my two
full of
takeaways
fucking
from Wilco's book
marshmallow
that say a lot
fluff.
about living as a woman in the 17th century. What about her bystander's perspective? Well, that's also
to just have
fascinating.
a fatty
I'm just going to
baddie
look at two of the
telling
most
me,
important
get that
things that
quota.
happened in her lifetime and the
Where he
largest
says starve away.
stage of Jewish events,
There's
and
a quote
give you
where
a sense of
Randy
how she
Fine,
reacted to them. The first of
who's
them
a congressman
is
from
the
Florida,
Khmelnytsky Rebellion
who
of
has a lot of the
1648,
rhetoric of like
when this man,
Smoke Rich and
Wolfgang
Ben Gvir, these
Khmelnytsky,
crazy far-right
sometimes horribly mispronounced
psychopaths in the Israeli
Khmelnytsky
government,
because that's the
and calling
Polish
his
spelling
kids in
with
Gaza
an American
Amalek, children of the devil
pronunciation,
or whatever.
but the actual pronunciation is
Randy
Khmelnytsky,
Fine
led an
has
uprising of
basically, I
Ukrainian
believe,
peasants
said if you
against
look
their
up
Polish
starve away,
overlords.
that's what he
This is a
wrote. Those
gathering
are the
of
quotes.
some of
He
those peasants,
said,
the so-called Cossacks or Kozakev,
tell your
who
fellow
were
Muslim terrorists
basically
to
runaways
release the
from
hostages and
Polish
surrender.
authority,
Until then,
and they were setting up
hashtag
these camps called
starve
Siche
away.
in the river, the
Randy Fine.
rapids region of the
I
Dnipro
mean,
River,
there
and
he
they
is.
went on a tremendously successful and
it's
bloody
crazy
rampage against
that
Polish
we
authorities
are
in Ukraine. This is not the
providing
place to
the
go into
material
larger
support
discussion
to
of
Israel
why
to
this
continually
was, but suffice to say that
engage in this
Jews
kind of
suffered
barbarism.
tremendously.
We have to cut all
Jews
funding.
were
We should
essentially the
absolutely cut all
middlemen
funding to Israel
between the
immediately.
Polish landlords
Cut all
and the
funding.
Ukrainian peasants.
Oh,
And so when the
100%. I
Ukrainians
don't know
ran
why
amok
that's even
to
controversial.
protest against the
point,
kind of
this is going
exploitation
to-
that they had
this is
suffered
like
tremendously from,
The worst
the Jews were a
humanitarian
much more
crisis
convenient and close
we
by
see it
target
witnessing
than the
unfolding.
Polish
It's crazy.
landlords who were living far away in
We're the
Warsaw.
fattest
Now,
country in the world.
the Ukrainians
To
did
be
make it all the way
involved
through
in
Poland, and they
this starvation of
ravaged the
people
entire place for a few
is
years
insane.
until finally in 1654
It's
they made a
nuts.
deal with Russia, and
And
things
there are
changed.
people
But there's a period
defending
of
this
tremendous
when
agony
getting
for the Jews,
DoorDash.
with literally
They're
tens of
getting
thousands
full
of
meals.
casualties.
They will
The period
deliver
is known
a
in Hebrew
seafood
literature
tower
as
to you
Gezerat
on
Tach,
DoorDash,
the evil
broken up
decree
in
of
ice. I'm not going to tell
1648-49.
you how I know, but
From
in ice they will
Wilco's
deliver
perspective, she
shellfish on
described, and
ice
this is
to
of course,
you.
she's a very young child
DoorDash
at
will
this
deliver
time, so
that,
she was born in
and you get it at your
1646,
front door.
but she
You get a
describes how
lobster
her
at your front
family
door
took
and you
in
eat it.
tens
then
of
defend
refugees from the
How children in Gaza
riots.
are,
So
and I mean,
these
you can see
riots
these
or
photos.
rebellions are
I don't want
occurring
to
in
show them on the
Ukraine.
show,
She's living in
but
central
they're
Germany.
so
So these
disturbing.
Jews, it shows how far a refugee movement has
it's like-
penetrated. And the fact that she talks
It's
about tens of
crazy.
refugees
Even
gives you a
some
sense
of the
also
way the
of her
magazines are
socioeconomic class.
reporting, like
If
one
her
of them was
father
like,
could
well, they're
afford
not
to put up
dead.
such a large number of
They're like
Jewish
half alive,
refugees.
half
But
dead, and they're
they brought
wandering
with them
around like
disease,
ghosts.
possibly
Like,
tuberculosis,
I was like,
and in fact some of her
what
family
is
members
this?
died as a result
I mean,
of
it's
caring for
incredibly-
some of these refugees. So early on in her life,
It's incredibly
she's
disturbing
affected
to
by
watch. What
pogroms
will
that
the
occurred
next
far
phase
away,
be? I mean, I don't
and loses
understand,
relatives
like,
as a result.
what will Israel
It's
do
funny, it
next to
reminds
them?
me, it's a totally different
Like,
connection, but
will it start to melt them?
my
Like,
my
will it
father,
use some
in a
type
similar
of,
way,
like, device to start
he grew up
melting the
with
people of
kids from
Gaza?
the DP camps.
And then will people
Because
start
my
defending that? Well,
grandparents
these
took in
hostages
people who
So
were
then,
Holocaust
hashtag
survivors,
melt
and
away.
so my father
And you
grew
go,
up with
wait a
kids
minute,
his
hold
own
on.
age
But
after
you're
the war.
melting people. Yeah,
Anyway,
well,
that's just an aside.
so what?
Totally irrelevant,
100%.
but nevertheless.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, but
so
they're
she
children.
described, and we get a sense of
women.
the Khmelnytsky
They're
rebellion
not-
and how
they
it
didn't do that.
impacted Jews so
Melt
far away, and
So
what
what?
that meant to them.
You're
The
gonna
other
melt.
event,
what?
which is especially important for us to look at, is the
Stephen
whole
King
Shabbatai Tzvi
horror
episode, which in
movie
many ways is
penalty
related to the
will be
Khmelnytsky derive. basically,
at this point,
there's this
we have
a
now
man
crossed the line. Like I
named
said, Final
Shabbatai
Destination
Tzvi, who is a
couple weeks ago.
rather
We're
brilliant
past
young
that.
man, well-liked,
Those deaths were
good-looking,
quick.
a
We're like
Kabbalist,
fully
highly
into
intelligent,
some
who appears to have
crazy
developed some kind of
long
bipolar disorder,
thing.
some kind of manic-depressive sort of
Completely
disorder.
barbaric, and we
And
should
at
just
first, he
stop
seems
the
to be
money.
pretty stable, but then, like with a lot of these mental illnesses, their
Take all
onset
that
can be
money
in
that
the
we're
early
funding
20s.
Israel
He
with
begins to
and give it
develop
to Candace
these
Owen so she
messianic
can fight
pretensions.
her
Unfortunately, he
lawsuit
runs into a
against
few
Brigitte
people, one in particular, Nathan
Macron
Gaza,
and
who
Emmanuel Macron.
encourages these
And here's what I'm saying.
delusions. He begins to
Show
start
the
saying that
puss.
he can levitate
Show the
and that
puss.
he has a mission,
Show the
that he's
clit.
canceling certain fast days, things like that.
And I'm not
And
trying
amazingly,
to
he
be
gets
a
a
problem.
following
And you know I
and a
never am.
backing. And the
Show the
Jews
puss, show the
of
clit.
the world who are
I'm not
so
saying she was born a man. I
Zubrochen and
don't know.
Surisen, they're so shattered
There's a
by
very
the events
easy
in
way
Ukraine, they
to
begin
put
to
this to
believe
bed.
that this is it. Finally, the Mashiach has come. Finally, the
Number
Messiah
one,
has come.
have
And
Brigitte
Jews
Macron
from
go
all
on the
over
Nelk
Europe prepared
podcast
to greet the Messiah.
and have her show
Glucko's
the clip.
experience is especially interesting.
What
She
are their names?
describes how
Kyle and Steiny.
her
Have her
father-in-law
show the clip. Take
became
the
a
pussy
devotee of
out on the
Shabbatai
Nelk
Tzvi.
podcast.
And
Brigitte
whenever a
Macron,
letter arrived from
put
the
your bush
Mediterranean,
in
this, by the
Kyle
way,
from
is a
Nelk's
prayer
face.
book published.
And let's get
It says here,
justice.
the top Teretz
How
Tzvi,
about
here's the
justice?
Shabbatai in the center here.
Even
Here's all
people
these
starving
angelic
in
beings.
Gaza
Here's
want to
the
know this.
Sanhedrin and so on, all
Even
listening to
the
him.
starving children in
When a
Gaza want to
letter
see
arrived
where is the
describing how
clip.
Shabbatai was doing,
Let's play a little bit
all
of
the
Candace
Jews
here
would put on their
responding to
best
this
clothes. They would go to the synagogue, and
lawsuit
the rabbi
from
would read the
Brigitte
letter
and
in
Emmanuel
public to everyone as they
Macron.
stood there listening. So
Born
they
a
were
man,
really
and
very,
he will die a man.
attached to what's going to happen to Shabbatai
By
Tzvi.
the way, I wish my
Finally, she
father said
says
that to me like
her father-in-law sold all of his property. He transformed a lot
I
of
wish
it
I had that
into
kind of support in my own
movable
household.
goods, dry goods,
You were
and he
born a
stored
man.
them
You're a
at
goddamn man.
Glucko's home,
What?
like her father's home, and he waited for news that it was time to move to
We
Israel.
have
So he
Candace
actually
Owen. She's
made a
being
physical
sued by
commitment,
Brigitte.
like many Jews,
Macron is
selling
the
their
first
property
lady
and
of
getting ready to make
France.
to Israel. What ended up happening, of course, it's a
And
terrible
Candace
story,
has
but
said
Shabbatai
Brigitte
Tzvi presented himself to
is,
the
was born
Ottoman
a
Sultan and
gentleman.
said, "Here I am, I'm the Jewish Messiah.
And now
Give
I
me
have
Jerusalem,
challenged
and I'm going
Brigitte
to
to
begin
go
the
on the
Messianic
Nelk
era."
Boys podcast
The
and show her
Sultan
clip.
said, "Very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a counteroffer. How
And
about
let's
you become
do
a
this
Muslim,
thing.
or I cut off your
End
head?"
the war
And
in
he said,
Gaza. Show
and
your
then he decided to
bush.
become a Muslim. And a lot of
Show
the
your
Jews who
clit to
followed
the
him at
Nelk
that point
boys.
realized that it was all
You're
for
the
naught.
first lady of
Some
France.
Jews, however,
If
continued
you're
to follow
afraid
him,
to show your
and
pussy
they
to
were called the
Steiny
Dunna,
from
and
Nelk,
they
then you
retained
don't
their
get
own
to be the
existence and
first
identity
lady
even
of
up to the
France. You
20th century.
don't get to be it.
But he died lonely
Show your
in
pussy
exile
to
in
Joe
Albania,
Rogan in
which
his
is, I guess,
studio.
a pretty terrible
Fly
place
to
to go into
Austin
exile.
and
But no
open
offense to
your,
Albanians, I
spread
like
your
that part.
legs
I get a lot of
for Joe
Albanian watchers,
Rogan.
believe it or not. The Latvians have disappeared. But so, anyways, she described. We get a sense from what the Shabbatai Tzvi story was like in her eyes as well. So if we bring all these things together, we get a sense of the legacy of Glucko Pamela and what specifically her memoirs mean.
Show your
On a
pussy to Joe
literary
Rogan in
level,
Austin,
it's
Texas.
a great read, and
go
I
see a show
encourage
tomorrow,
all
shit.
of you to pick up a translation of this
Show the
work
clip.
and to read it because it is
Just do
absolutely
it. End the
fascinating. You know,
speculation. Show the
you follow
gash.
her story with tremendous
is
anticipation
politics.
of what's going to happen next.
It's the news.
She's also
and this
a
is what has
gifted
to happen. We gotta
storyteller,
move on as
bringing
a
in
society
parables and
from this
stories
war in
from
Gaza
many
and
different
from this.
sources and using them
Stop
to try and
starving the
illustrate
children
the
of
message.
Gaza.
For example, I'll
Show
tell you
your
one
clip
that
to Joe
I
Rogan.
rather enjoyed. It's
Go on,
probably
Kill
not
Tony.
from a Jewish
I'm the
source.
president
Probably
of
comes
France's
from
wife.
the
And they
German
say I got a cock.
literary
I got a clip.
sources of
Boom.
fables, things like that. But the fable
Red Band does the
apparently
sound
goes like
effect.
this, and she says this
Make
right at
the
the beginning of
podcast
her memoir, by
rounds.
the way.
And
She
show
says
everyone your pussy.
it's a parable
Please.
of a seagull
Put your
who's
pussy in
carrying
a cock
its
in
young
Andrew
over a
Schultz's
large
face.
river, one at a time. And every time the seagull has one of its chicks on its
Get
back,
your pussy on
flying over
flagrant.
the river,
Endless.
the seagull says to its chick,
Show your pussy to Theo
will you
Von.
take care of me in my old age?
Let Theo Von
Promise
see
me.
your French
And the
pussy.
chick says, absolutely, Father,
let
I
him
certainly will.
decide if it
And the
was at one
seagull
point
says,
a
kinda
small
savage,
cock.
liar,
That's
and then
what we have
dumps
to
the chick
figure
in the
out.
water and goes back to get
Was
another
her
one.
penis
Brings
inverted
them
and
all one
made
at a
into
time,
a
each
pussy?
one.
This is
Each one claims
politics.
to take care of his father in his old age. the bird says,
What
no
are
way,
tariffs? We
throw
don't
them
even
in the
know.
river.
Put
Until the
your
last
bus
one is
on the
finally in the middle of the
internet.
river, and
That's why I
the
keep watching
seagull
this.
asks his chick,
So
you
he
know,
wants to
take care of me in your old
sample
age,
my
will you
doctor,
promise me?
take your
And the
blood.
chick says,
Pussy.
Figure it
Father,
out
I
real
cannot
quick.
promise you
Yes.
that I will
So
take care of
say,
you in
how
my
about
old
just
age,
getting us
but
some
what I
pictures again
can
of you
assure you is that I
you know,
will
raising
take
your
care of my
children,
children
fine.
as well as
Whatever
you
reason
have
to
taken
phone,
care
by
of
the way.
me. And so the message that she's saying to her children is, you know, you may not be able to take care of me,
You're probably hoping,
but
you know,
please take
there's
care
no
of
way.
your children
Now,
the
so
way I
here's what
loved you and the way
Candace's
I
thing
wanted
is
you
that
to be
she
raised.
was
So
born
this is the
something
kind of
else. She got,
style that she
I think
develops.
she
So the
stole the
book is very
identity of her dead
beautiful
brother
and
or something
engaging
like
as a
that.
whole. It has
And-
tremendous
And
value as
MK
an early
Ultra,
Yiddish
that
text as
program
well.
that the
We
CIA
didn't talk too
used,
much
which
about
was
the
a mind
linguistics
control
of it,
program.
but that's for scholars this
Because I
is.
listened to this
It
a
also
while
gives
ago,
us
and it is
tremendous
interesting. I
insight
at the Beverly
into
Hills Hotel,
the
there's a
life
French
of
guy, and I
women in the
spoke to him about
17th
this.
century,
And he did
specifically
say to me,
Jewish
Macron,
women,
there is something,
and
that's
a
not
source
French.
which is
What is
unparalleled
French?
in its
Oui,
richness and
Macron
scope for
is,
those
what is
main
French?
elements of the money
Gerard
and Shidduchim. And finally, it's a book
Macron, he
of great
liked the
moral
boys at the
instruction,
hotel.
just reading about her life and getting a sense of what she personally had to go through and how she persevered. That story in itself, I mean, if it were fiction, it would still be great. The fact that it's non-fiction really gives you a sense that this is a woman with a real sense of purpose, a sense of destiny, and someone who, with strength of character, managed to persevere despite tremendous obstacles.
It's not going to
And
make
with that, I
any
want to thank you
sense
tremendously for
until
your
you show Joe Rogan your pussy.
audacious endurance, the fact that you've lasted through
That's
a
why
whole
we
hour with me,
decide
and I
things
look forward to speaking to you next week.
in these parts. I drink cold brew year-round and used to rely on grocery store concentrate or $6 cafe runs, mostly out of what I thought was convenience, but then I found trade. Now making cold brew at home is easy, plus it tastes way better and costs less than buying cold brew at another place. Trade is the #1 coffee destination in the U.S. for both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best beans from top roasters across the U.S. and now have a special cold brew collection. Trade makes it effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious and at an amazing value. And they don't just stop at beans.
Okay,
They also
great.
provide expertly curated equipment that's easy to use.
Thank
So
you
you
all
can
for
make amazing
coming.
coffee.
Why don't
I
we
will
get
tell you
started?
this, folks. I do love this coffee. My
So,
friends drink cold brew,
tonight's lecture,
and they love this cold brew. They've teamed up with
this is
15
a
roasters to
fascinating
create a
lecture.
special cold brew collection
I'm
that
going to
ensures
speak
your cold brew
slowly
at home
because some of
tastes
the
exactly
material
what
here
you
is
smell.
totally new to
Delicious.
me, and I
Limited
just
time
got
trade is
such a
giving
charge
50%
studying
off
this
on the
week.
cold brew. That's around 60
I just
cups of cold
learned
brew
this name,
for
Babaka,
50%
myself.
off.
You know,
When you
7
go to
days ago, maybe a little bit earlier when I was doing the Bar Cocktail
drinktrade.com/champion,
research. I
50%
said,
off
wow,
1 month of cold brew.
mind-blowing. What basically is this? Babaka was the name of a woman
So
who
the MK
was
Ultra
hiding
thing,
out
which
with the
seems
Bar
like a CIA
Cocktail
mind control,
rebels
Candace
that we
says there, but
studied
there are all
last
these
week
weird
in the
links to
Cave
like
of Letters.
MK Ultra mind
And
control. That
in
Macron
that
was like
cave
some
were
weird big trade
discovered
candidate.
this
Macron's a weird
archive
guy.
contained in this kind of
Let's
like
look
leather
at
sackcloth
Macron is now
bag
saying he's going to bring in
buried
refugees
under
from Gaza.
a rock
But let's take a look at what's
that were his
really going on. It
entire
feels
legal
weird.
history. 35
Macron, if you can
documents
get that
that
up,
extended
has
from
just
her
said,
marriage
hey,
contract through
I
custody
am
disputes and property
going to
disputes
accept
involving all
refugees
kinds
from
of people,
Gaza.
husbands, sons, co-wives,
And he
nieces,
said,
step-nieces.
hey,
It's just
this is
totally
what's gonna
fascinating
happen.
and gives us a
And
really rich
everybody is
glimpse
going,
into
well,
the
isn't
life
that
of a woman in
nice
second century
that
Israel.
Macron is going to
I
accept
put
all
the pedal
of these
to the metal. I did
refugees
a
from
lot of
Gaza?
research
But what
over
it
last
really
week. I'm
is
sure I'm going to get a
a
lot of things wrong,
relocation
but for a
campaign
popular first-time
to
lecture, I
take
think this is
people
really
from
an exciting
Gaza
thing because it's not
and
often I
put
get
them
to
in
lecture about something I
France
never heard about
so
before.
that
It's
Israel
never
can
stopped me
build
before to
whatever
speak
the hell
about
they're
things I
going to
don't
build
know
in
about,
Gaza.
but you know, this
So
thing I
everyone's
really
like,
did know
isn't it
nothing
so
about
nice?
this 10
Look at
days ago, and
France
now I'm
stepping
talking about
up.
it because it's fascinating. Good
And
and
then,
welfare. Tonight's
so
lecture is
people are
anonymously
saying
sponsored.
this,
Thank you to our
like, and
anonymous
then there's some
sponsors.
people that are not
And
dumb. And they
I
go, well,
did
this
get
seems like
on the
just a
internet, I'm
relocation
happy to
plan
say, a couple of
to put
complaints. Where's
people
the
who lived in
opening show?
Gaza in France.
So I was really waiting for someone to
And so
say, how come
Israel
you
is
can give
just,
these
now
lectures with no
controlled
opening
demolition all
show?
these
So
buildings in Gaza. They're going to build
those of
whatever
you
they're
who are
going to
watching
build.
us on the internet, if
Now,
you really just want to get to the
Macron
material
goes,
about the
well,
Baka,
now I'll
I will
take some
try
of
to
the
put a
heat
little
off
marker
myself
saying,
by
go to
going,
the
hey,
time
listen,
marker X, and
we're
you'll miss the
recognizing
joke
a
entirely.
Palestinian
But for
state.
the rest of us, let me
Now,
start with a joke.
Israel is
So
like
this
pretending to
joke
be mad
is,
at this, but this is a completely
it involves a little
ceremonial
bit of background
thing.
information. You have to know,
Because
for
they just
example, the
destroyed
difference
Gaza. It's
between
over.
the
What state
Hasidim,
could there? What are we
who are
talking about? everyone's like, what crew is this? I can't believe he's recognizing a Palestinian state.
Favored, like spontaneous
They
worship
destroyed the whole
and worship
thing.
through
It's
joy and
smithereens.
through
The thing is
camaraderie,
done.
sometimes through alcohol,
It's the
dancing,
most,
singing,
it's
things
like
like
a
that.
lot of the people coming
Much
out
more kind
now.
of loose,
And
spontaneous,
this seems a bit
excited
much.
form of Judaism that developed in Poland
This
in the
seems a
18th
bit,
century.
I talked about it on
Contrast
the
them
Patreon
with
or
the
whatever.
traditional
A lot of
Talmudists,
celebrities
known
now are
as the
coming out and going, I
Misnagdim, or the
cannot
opponents, who
believe.
favored a more
They're such a
stern,
panic, and they're like, what is
raw-based,
happening? They're all just like
Talmudic
half singing all
approach
the time.
to
But
text
it's
and
like, well,
Judaism
there's
and
no
life and so on.
political
And they had
risk in
quite a
saying
rivalry
anything
that
now.
was quite fierce
This guy's
in the
recognizing
last
a
few
Palestinian
quarters of the
state
19th
after it's
century,
literally
of
been
the
destroyed.
18th century, really, and into the 19th century, but
Literally,
it's calmed down quite a
destroyed.
bit. And they
It's like
debated
the
in
funniest thing in the
particular
world.
things like
It's
halakha,
literally been
Jewish law.
destroyed. What if,
Any
hold
matter
on,
of Jewish
hold
law
on 1
was
second.
something that they argued over
What if
fiercely,
just like
whereas, for
Maxwell's like,
example, the
Regime
Misnagdim
McCurdy
argued for
is alive.
earlier times of
What if
prayer.
that's the info she brings you
Hasidim
up? I'll
said
tell you
people
one
should get a
thing
good
right
night's
away.
sleep before they
I'll tell you one
daven.
thing
It's
fast
more
and full,
complicated than I'm
Mass.
giving over
Regime
right now, but they
McCurdy's a
debated
cook.
all these things.
I knew it.
And
And
one more
I've
piece of
always said
information, you
he's
should know
no
that
cook. All right, go on.
one of
Sorry.
the things that
Here's
is
our press
characteristic
here.
of Judaism is the
On
respect
the
for the name of
Palestinian
God. Of course, it is one of the
question. This is
commandments not to
Macron.
take the name of the Lord in vain. And so, we take
Palestinian state
prayer very
issue
seriously.
that Donald
And
Trump is asked
we
about.
when you
And
say
this
a
is his
blessing, for
response.
example, and you take the name of the Lord in that blessing, you really have to take it seriously with full intention and so on. You certainly don't want to waste the blessing. So, for example, if you were thinking of eating an apple and you said the blessing with God's name, and then you decided not to eat the apple, that would be a problem because you missed you just wasted the blessing. So the joke goes like this. It's in the Holocaust, not too many jokes you can tell. It's set in the Holocaust, you'll see it makes sense. And there's this Misnagdim, one of these Talmudic Jews from Brisk, who gets away from the ghetto, he runs off into the forest, and he happens to join a group of Hasidic partisans. And they're involved in fighting against the Nazis. They're blowing up bridges and all kinds of activities like that. And during the day, they spend their time fighting the Nazis, trying to disrupt their movements. And at night, they have extensive and heated discussions about Jewish law. And this goes on for quite some time. One day, as they go to attack a Nazi squadron, the fight gets heated and they become separated. And the Misnagdim runs in one direction and chased by several Nazis, and he realizes he's at a dead end. He turns around and he's looking at the barrels of several Nazi guns, and he realizes this is going to be the end of his life. So, because he is a Brisker Misnagdim, and he holds very strongly to the opinion that, if you know you're going to die as a martyr, then you should say the blessing. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvot tzavanu
Obvious to
al
everybody
kiddush
who's
Hashem.
watching
Bless
this
you, Lord
going,
God,
wait a
King of the
minute,
universe,
hold on.
who
This doesn't make
sanctifies
any
us with the
sense.
commandments, including the
Jewish people are
commandment of
noticing this.
martyrdom.
People that live in
So with
Israel,
this full concentration, he gathers his energy and he
extending this
pronounces
war,
his
the
blessing
longer
in
he
Hebrew
extends
out
it,
loud. He
he's not
finishes
in
it with a
jail,
great
he's not
flourish, and
facing
just then
charges.
his
It's
Hasidic
obvious in
haters
Ukraine what
jump onto the
Zelensky
Nazis,
is doing.
take away their weapons,
He's
and he is saved.
extending the war.
And he
Now
looks at the
articles are
Hasidim and he
coming
says,
out about how shady
No.
they are, how much
I
money
said it
they're
wrong.
stealing in the Ukraine, how they're not trying anyway to have peace. Here we go. Let's just take a look at this here.
At this point, I'm going to. This is the spot where if you're watching on the internet and you just want to hear about Babata, this is where you jump in. Okay, so first and foremost, I have to give thanks to a librarian at Terrell College. This is Carol Shapiro. I wrote to her the morning after I learned about Babata. I said, oh my gosh, you have to get me all these articles on Babata. And they were like in really bizarre journals written in Greek and Latin and all kinds of stuff like that. And she pulled together at a moment's notice a tremendous amount of data. So I'm very grateful to Carol for finding all this stuff for me and giving us the material that we can talk about tonight. Now, let us recall where we got these documents. We spoke about it last week in the lecture on Bar Kokhba. These were discovered in the so-called Cave of Letters. They are named so after Abbasa's find because there are all these letters in this archive. It's in an extremely remote area north of the southernmost part of the Dead Sea. Here's a map you can see. Here's the Cave of Letters located here. The sort of oasis town of En Gedi, which is going to be very important, is just to the northeast of it, and here you can see it within the context of Israel proper. Extremely remote area, very difficult to get there. You have to climb along the mountain path, and you have to go up a 60-foot sheer cliff wall to get to the cave. and it housed quite a number of rebels of the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Romans for quite some time. Here you can see a view from the opening. You see a climber coming up at the bottom. It's in a deeply inhospitable part of Israel. The Dead Sea happens to be the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Temperatures there are regularly above 100 degrees, and it is, and the water, the nearest water is mildly potable water, that is, as opposed to the Dead Sea, which is heavily mineralized. And it was in this cave complex, which extended for 300 meters, 3 distinct chambers deep into the cliff wall, that these several hundred Bar Kokhba rebels, including men, women, and children, lived for some time before they were eventually killed. It appears, maybe I shouldn't say they were killed, because it's not certain exactly how they died, but there were ossuaries there, or
obvious examples of racism.
we'll talk about it towards the end of the lecture, but there were bodies found there, skeletons found there, and Babaka was plausibly buried there as well. Most likely from starvation, perhaps from disease, but she met her end in the cave. It's also important to note, of course, that these are really important documents to her, and she left them behind. So it's hard to imagine she would have left them behind for any other reason except for her own demise. So this was likely her last resting place. I had some interesting correspondence with the author of this book, Richard Freund, over the last week, putting together this lecture. He was one of the stars in an extremely useful documentary made by Nova. I'll put on the internet, I'll put a little URL. You can watch this 1 hour video where you can see the cave itself and meet the people who are excavating. It's really quite fascinating and wonderful. And I wrote him to congratulate him on such a wonderful achievement, and he was very friendly, and we had a nice exchange. Here's a picture of Richard Freund. One of the things I like about this picture is that you can see that I think he has a bit of an affectation for Indiana Jones. You see the leather jacket, the hat, let's see, this is Richard Freund, this is Indiana Jones. Right. So, but he really is Indiana Jones, and he's going out there into the Dead Sea and climbing these cliff walls and digging around and finding these treasures. Really, it's an amazing thing, and he was a great scholar. I highly recommend his book. Question?
Where people can debate
yes, he's an archaeologist.
Where people can
okay.
be proven wrong.
One other cool thing.
Where people can
when he went, when the archive was first discovered by General Yadin in the 60s, they were using 1960s technology, which most of you probably remember. That was back when we were making fires and like rough sticks and things like that. But in the 30 years since then, a lot more devices were invented, ground penetrating radar and things like that. And Richard Freund had this brilliant idea when he was getting his colonoscopy, because they have these places in the floor of the caves that are like fallen rocks that have fallen over the centuries. There's some earthquakes there, and there was no way to understand what's at the bottom. So he asked his colonoscopist,
no matter how many
GI
people come in and tell you to rent or have
could you use that thing to get into
She's like, no, you should actually rent an income-producing property. And then years later, you get rich, and then years later after that.
In the 1990s, with one of these
economic realities that she's talking about,
in the rubble, and they found tremendous things.
Most people want to own a fucking house. That's an American idea. It's an idea that people believe in. No matter how many people tell you that renting is better, or
they found all kinds of amazing things
in a smart city where everything's 15 minutes away and you never have to cut the grass.
Including the slippers,
no matter who tells you that,
this is the bottom
of a sandal here. To own a house. It's an American idea.
All kinds of things were going on
inside these caves for who knows how many
months, maybe
the
years.
Real thing is renting. The real thing is
fascinating finds
using Uber and not owning a
amazing
car.
collection
The real thing is those are the better ways to do it.
Other implements.
There are huge campaigns, by the way, put together by those companies.
They found a little bit of rope
just live in
sticking out of the ground,
Airbnbs, just take
and so they
Ubers,
started, gently
the gig
brushing
economy,
away
all enough
the
to be happy. There's
brushing away, and
lots
then
of
they found
money
it was
that's
attached
been
to a
put behind those
basket.
ideas.
They started
But the
lifting
idea
up
of ownership
the
is still
basket,
an
and they
idea
found
in America
latrine.
that's incredibly
It was
popular.
actually the
I
human
believe
latrine
that the
people
idea
living
of
there.
like a
And that was
live
kind
and
of
let
gross, but
live
the rope went down
society
further,
where you're
and
not
underneath the
socially
latrine,
engineering other their
Dr.
people
Freund says
is
it may
very
even
popular
come
in
from
America.
a
From the
cave that
people
was
that I talked
used
to,
well
maybe
before
not
the
to
Bar
maniacs
Kokhba period,
online,
perhaps by
maybe not to
Jews
people,
who had fled the
you know,
destruction
on the dark web
some
or
60
people
years
wherever.
earlier of the
But
temple.
most people in America
And there was this
don't
trove
want
of
social
these
engineering. They don't
materials
want their
underneath
children
it, including these
to be
ritual
engineered.
implements like
They do
these
not want
incense burners, highly
propaganda
ritualized
being
objects,
delivered to
like
them
flat panel pans and things like
from the
that.
government. They just want a
And he was
space
arguing
where
that
they can be
possibly
happy, have
this may have been
necessities,
some of the
have
materials
health care,
rescued from the
compete with
temple
other
and
people,
buried there before
follow
it was used as
whatever
a
their
How ironic
life
and
goal
unfortunate.
is and
But
have their
it
journey.
poses all kinds of
That
questions.
to
Like, for
me
example, this
is the
serving
goal
bowl
of the entire country is
has
to just have
a
that.
very clear
So
little
I think in
sort
order
of
to do
decorative
that,
elements
so
that show
again,
some Greek
I don't
gods
think
at the center
that
of the platter.
medieval
So it's hard to
anti-Semitism
understand in the
is ever
context of
going to be really popular in
second
America.
century Bar
I don't
Kokhba
think
rebels who we
genetic
talked about last week
determinism is going to be
seem to be
popular.
very
Saying to people, you're black, you
pro-Pharisaic
can't
Judaism.
compete.
You know, they were like
The IQ
involved in
stuff, the shape of
asking for
skulls,
lulav,
races,
some
like,
sukkot,
to
and things
me,
like that.
yes,
They would
there's
think of as
people
traditional rabbinic
online,
Jews, and yet
for
at the
sure,
same time, they've
where
got these
that's a
kinds of
big deal.
implements which
But
we
for
would
the
not
vast majority
normally
of people, they're just
associate
trying to survive.
with Jews from
They're
this
trying to
period
figure out
because
how to
we
pay
tend
the
to
rent.
think that they
They're
have
trying to figure things
an
out.
intellectual
So I think that,
allergy
like, when
to
you create a
the graven
political
image,
culture,
again, based on the
in
Ten
order to
Commandments. So
prevent it from
there's still a lot
sliding,
of
going off
questions
the rails
surrounding
into extremism,
many of the
you
finds that come
cannot,
to us. Oh,
for
Mr.
the
Rodriguez has
last
a question.
30, 50 years, immiserate people and make their lives materially worse, where they can't
That's a
redo their bathroom.
possibility.
They
I
can't
thought
get
of
a
that
knee
idea one
operation.
myself.
Their car breaks, they can't get to work,
No, I
they're
didn't. I
fucked.
wanted to take credit
All
for
of
it.
these people
I
become
talked about two possibilities.
radicalized
Like, for
because the
example,
material
in the
conditions
video,
of their
which again, I
life
highly
are much
recommend,
worse.
they take
That's
this
obvious.
item
Most of
here
these
and they
people become,
compare it to
I was
other
broke
items
for years.
that
The
are
reason I
held
didn't become
in
like
the
a
Israel Museum.
psycho-radical is I was
It
doing
may have
comedy.
been
I love
some kind
comedy.
of
I love
household
the
implements.
group of people I was with. We had a
Dr.
goal and we're all doing it.
Rothschild
Kind of
was perhaps
understood
the
that
world's
part of
greatest
it was
expert
being
on the Dead
broke
Sea
and part of
Scrolls,
it was not having
opines that
a
this
ton of
may have been an
assurances, and we
incense
were just out
burner
there taking
for
risks. But
like
there's a lot of
hygienic
people
purposes.
that
Like
because
back
their
then, before dry
lives
cleaning
are going down
was
the
discussed
drain,
in the Mishnah,
start
if
embracing
you wanted
pathologies.
to like make your
And when
clothes
you
smell a
tell
little
people
nicer,
that,
you would
like,
burn incense
the
and then
Epstein
just leave
files
the
don't
incense
exist,
burning
or
under the
that,
clothes in the closet to kind of freshen them up a
questioning
bit.
Israel makes them
So it may have
anti-Semitic,
been,
or that
these might have been just
they
simple
should be
household
funding
uses.
a
It's still a
genocide
big
and then a
question that
starvation
hopefully will
campaign.
resolve over
It
the next
drives
few
people
decades. But
insane.
fascinating
It
materials, and
makes
we
them
haven't even touched on
actually
the last. Okay, last
crazy.
question. Let's go on.
As it
What
would.
exactly is in
So
the
now the
letters
material
that are found
conditions
in
of
the
their
cave
life are
letters for the
worse.
Baka archive in particular?
Everything's a
We
lie.
have
People know
35
it's a lie.
documents written in
The
multiple
Ukraine War,
languages.
remember that? I mean, they're
Greek
stealing everything.
and Aramaic
Article
are
after
the
article,
most
how much
common.
they're
Those are
stealing
the lingua franca
over there.
of the
And
time.
there's no money to fix the
And they
roads in
describe, as I
upstate New
mentioned,
York,
basically
or
Babaka's
Pennsylvania,
personal
or
legal
Detroit,
history.
or
When I looked at it,
Michigan.
I was reminded
And
that we
fuck
have,
you.
in our own apartment, we
And
have
when
this
Mark
one
Andreessen
plastic
comes out and
Tupperware tub
says,
that has
hey,
like
the
all
only
the
jobs
passports
left
and
are
the
going to be
kids' birth
venture
certificates and social
capitalists.
security, and that's like
After AI
that's our
takes over,
Babaka
and
archive,
sorry,
right?
that's just the
So
way it
this is like
is.
hers. These are all the
And
documents
again,
that they
I
found
think
in
these
that
ice
letter.
raids are barbaric.
It
But you
appears
do need to
that
figure out
she
a
was
way
illiterate
to worry about
because
American people.
they are written for her, and
I don't think
some
you
of
should
the
be
documents.
deporting
And by the way, if you go
6-year-olds,
on
throwing
the
them in
website,
handcuffs,
they'll
or
put them in
people
the
here that are
posting.
here, they've been
You
here
can
for a while,
actually
they're
read
roots in the
direct
community, they're
translations
doing a
of them.
job.
They're fascinating.
I think all of that is going to make the pendulum swing again,
appears like
to where
lawyers
no
or
one cares and
perhaps
everybody's coming in.
advocates on
But you
her
need to
behalf
worry about America as a country
presenting
and
her
say,
legal claims
why is
to
everything
whichever
so
court or
fucked?
individual
And
that
it's
she's
not one
dealing
route.
with.
We
So
should be going
it's
after
most
billionaires.
likely that she
Where's
was
the
illiterate
e-verify
and
shit?
illiterate in
Why
several
aren't we
languages
going
too.
after people that
Not just
employ
like
illegal
literate in
immigrants? Is it
Hebrew,
because they're all Trump's
but
friends?
unable to write in Greek.
Why are
It
we going
appears
after
that
the guys
this
like
is a fairly
Steve Flynn and all
consistent
these
thing,
hotel
even
magnets
though
that
when we
employ
place her
all these people and choose not to pay
socioeconomic
American
class
wages?
at a fairly
Why are we
high
doing
level, it's
So this
strange
is what drives people
to
insane.
note that she
And it
nevertheless
drives them
was unable
crazy
to
to the
read or
left, to the
write.
right, wherever.
Might
Why
have
am I
something to
watching
do, I'm
some
just
guy
guessing
show up
now,
at graduation,
with the
but there's
date
a billionaire
that
on a
her
private
father
jet
died,
who employs
perhaps she was
an
very
illegal
young,
immigrant who's
and her mother
not
did
being
not
arrested
undertake
or
the
detained or
education.
questioned.
I'm not
Why
sure.
is that happening?
But at any rate,
This is what
likely
drives
illiterate.
people insane. And then
She
they go on the
came
internet
from the town
and
of
they get radicalized. So if you
Maholsa,
want
which I'll show
people
you
to
again on
stop
this
being
map.
radicalized,
It's right here at the very
it's not
southern
about
end
banning
of the
things
Dead
and
Sea.
burning books, and
And
the right wing does it too,
this
although
was
some of the
part
books
of
are a little
the
crazy.
Nabatean kingdom.
But a gay
This was
character,
Semitic kingdom, pre-Muslim, of course, was the 400 years before Islam was developed,
I
and
understand
it was
when you're
not
in
part
fourth
of the
grade, but
Roman
if you're in high
Empire
school, you handle a
until
book
the
with a
year
gay character.
106.
But some of the books
And
are
so one
like,
of the things
you
that
know,
we're not
I
going to
don't know,
talk
some
about
of
at
them are a
all,
little crazy.
but
Like some of the,
that
I
other
look at some of
scholars
the books,
usually
like I've looked them up, and I'm like, wait a
archive
minute,
for
why are
is
we
that
doing this? You know what
it's
I mean?
interesting to note
Like,
how
some of the
she
books are like,
adapted to
it's
the
like
change in legal systems
Charlotte's Web, but
because
it has
she was,
there's a
first
vibrator
she
in
was
it.
born in
It's like,
this Nabatean
you know what I mean?
kingdom,
Like
and then
Charlotte
it
teaches
became
herself
part of
about
Roman
self-pleasure.
Arabia,
That
and
I
so
don't think is
there's some
great.
interesting arguments by,
But
by the way, the most
if you
important
want
scholar in
the
this field is
recipe
written,
for
maybe a
radicalization,
dozen
which is
articles, the
seemingly
woman
what
named Hannah
everybody's looking
Cotton,
for right now,
and
what is the
she's
recipe
really
for
spent a lot of
radicalization?
time
Why are
analyzing every
certain
single
people
aspect of the
off
Babaka
the
archive.
deep end?
It's quite
Why do
fascinating. It's
people
one of
believe
the
the world is flat
articles that I
when
read.
its space is
At any
completely
rate,
fake?
the
Why do some
Nabatean
people believe
kingdom
Tom
are most
Hanks is a
famous
clone?
for these
You know,
amazing
it's because the
palaces
lies
that
have
are
gotten so
built
verbose,
or carved right
and
out of
people
the
are
cliff
now starting
faces
to go,
near
wait a minute,
Jordan, the
what is
Jordanian
real?
border,
What the hell's
and
going on?
that's
So
what they're
you
most
can't
famous
make
for.
an
It's
entire
out the city of
population
Petra.
poor,
If you ever visited
poison
there,
their
you'll see there's quite a
food,
few of them. They're beautiful.
stress them out to the
What we
point
know
where they're
about Babaka is
anxiety
she was
ridden.
upper middle
It can be
class.
hard
She owned
to
property
talk
in
about not
Petra
being able to
itself,
be
and
hard, to
also
get
later in her
hard.
life she owned
But
property
HIMSS is
at
here to make
in
things
Getty.
much
So she
easier.
was
They're all online
landed.
process
She
connected
had
with a
some
licensed
source
healthcare
of
provider
income that was
who
based
can
on
recommend
real
personalized
estate.
ED treatments for the comfort
Specifically,
of home.
her first
Through
holding
HIMSS, you can
was
access
a
personalized
date
prescriptions for
orchard
ED like hard
that
mints or
we
sex
have
RX,
in a
plus climax
will
control.
of
HIMSS
her
offers
father,
access to
Shimon.
ED treatment
Shimon
options that cost
left this date
95%
orchard
less than
in
brand
Getty
names.
first
New
to
sex RX
his
plus
wife,
testosterone support
and then
includes
when she was deceased, the orchard was to be
Tadalafil
given over to her
for
daughter,
better bedroom
Babaka.
performance and sync for
So
testosterone
this is
support with hundreds of
fascinating
thousands of
because
trusted
in
subscribers. HIMSS
traditional
can help you find
Jewish
the ED
law,
option that works best for you
the
if it's appropriate. You fill out an
inheritance
intake
usually
form on their
passes
site,
to a
connect with a
son.
medical provider
So
who
as
can
long
determine
as
the
there is
treatment
a
is right
son,
for
it
you.
doesn't matter how many daughters
Prescribe
there
your
are,
medication
the
shipped discreetly to your door
sons
for free.
inherit
Start your free online visit
to the
today
detriment of
at
the daughters, as it were.
HIMSS.com/10.
The
Find
sons
ED
have
treatments that's up to
responsibilities for the
95% less than
upkeep
brand names
of
at
their sisters.
HIMSS.com/10.
But in
Actual
general,
prices
when you look at women in the classical world, in Jewish society as well as many others, women traditionally lived within the shadow
so many
of
people have
some
shit
male
credit.
figure,
Their lives
either
are
their
terrible.
father,
You want to
their
be one of
husband,
them?
their
Wake the
adult
fuck
sons.
up.
They very rarely went out and made it
Having
on
good
their own.
credit can make your
Babaka
life better.
was a partial
Did you
exception
know
to
that
that
over
rule, as
1/3 of
we shall
Americans,
see.
roughly
But it's
36%, have
interesting to
below
note
average
that
credit scores,
the
which can
will
make
does not
borrowing more
seem to
difficult and expensive?
employ any of
I
the
didn't have credit for
traditional
10 years,
kind
and
of
my
legal
life was complete
mechanisms
shit.
that
I
the
spent the
traditional
best years
law
of my
would
life
require. Like, for
getting thrown
example,
out of
I have
banks and off
daughters,
car lots.
and
Do you
I
want
certainly
that?
want to bequeath
I don't
my
think so.
massive wealth to them. That's a joke.
Having bad credit
I
means your
want
life is
my
a big
daughters
pile
to
of
share
shit. And that's
wealth
what
with
mine
their
was for a
brothers.
decade.
So
I
there are
had a
various
horrible
legal
life.
devices
I
that I
didn't
can
have
do to
credit.
make sure that
The
they
minute I
get
got
the
better
wealth,
credit,
but
my life
within
was
a
better.
halakhically
People
acceptable
saw me
way.
in
I
the
can give
street and
them
said
a
hello.
matana
Instead of
mechayim,
spit
for
on
example,
me.
a gift while I am alive.
With
I'm allowed to
transparent,
give them as much
affordable
property
plans
as I want
starting at just
while I'm alive.
$5 a month.
And there's
No
discussions
hidden
in
fees
the
and zero
halakha
interest.
of, can
Kickoff
I
helps
create
you
a
score
document
big
that
when it comes
says,
to
in
credit.
one
It's
moment
simple.
before I
You make
expire,
on-time
I
payments, credit
give,
bureaus see good behavior, and your
my
credit can go fast. I'll
holdings in
tell you this, and I'll be
Cancun
very
for
honest
my
with you.
eldest
I know I'm being
daughter, my
hyperbolic,
holdings
but
in
the reality
Switzerland
is,
to my
if
second
you have
daughter, and
good
stuff
bad
like
credit in
that.
this country,
Can
you're
I do
fucked.
that? So
You can't get anything.
what's
I just
interesting
went through
is
this
that
with
these
a
are
friend of mine.
absent
It's so
in the
hard.
will written
You gotta
by
repair your
Babaka's
credit. You
father.
gotta start building
Babaka's
credit with
father just
Kickoff
gives it
today.
straight out
You
to
can
his
get your
wife.
first
Now,
month
she's
for as little as
normally the
$1.
beneficiary.
That's 80% off the
And
normal
then
price when you go
after
to
that, he says it should go
Kickoff.com/10.
to
That's
my
Kickoff
daughter.
without the
That's also
C.
a problem in Jewish
Get
law, that you cannot will things after your death. You can't say, I want it to go to Ruvain, and then after Ruvain dies, I want it to go to Shimon. You have no control over it. Once you give it to the first person upon death, then it's whatever they want to do with it. So the will that is the first dated document that we have in the Babaka archive does not seem to conform to Jewish law in its particulars. That itself has a lot of ramifications that we'll return to towards the end of this lecture. Then, so Babaka, though, whether she has sons or not, whether she has brothers or not, she was likely the eldest child, maybe even
and
an
they're much
only
less
child.
happy than they
There's no
were
real
like
reference
15
if I
years
recall,
ago, young
siblings
people
of Abath at this time.
aren't as happy.
Now, she grows up
people
and she
are wondering
marries a
why
guy
that is,
named
and why are
Jesus.
young people
I
not
kid
as
you not.
happy as they
The
were?
name they use
Is
constantly in
it
the literature is
technology?
Jesus.
Is
It
it
was really
social
easy to find
media?
pictures on the
Here
internet
we
of
are, young
Jesus.
people in the
This is
West
what he actually
becoming
looked like.
unhappier.
But his name was Yeshua,
People are
and for
unhappy, and
whatever
some people
reason,
go, well,
the
it's because
archaeologists
now
like
there
to
are
use the term
terms for
Jesus,
mental
even though it's kind of
health,
like
and we're
begging the
talking more
question
about
when
mental
you
health.
see it.
And in my comedy
Anyway, she
special, I
married
talk
him
a little bit about that.
in
That
roughly
yes,
the year
people are more
124,
conscious of their mental
she
health
married him a
now
little earlier. By
than they've ever been
124,
in the
she was
past.
a
And
widow.
some
I
of that's
believe.
good,
What
some
was
of
her
that
birthday? Do you
seems a
remember,
little,
Mr. Rodriguez? I think
you
it was
know,
around
is a little
104, right? 104.
suspect.
So she was
There's a lot of people
already
that
at
seem to
20.
be
She was a widow
cynically using
with a
their mental health.
son, whose name
Here we go.
was
Average
also
happiness
Jesus,
of young people
by
is
the
on
way.
the decline
Here
across the
they
West.
are.
The shift
It was
has
also
driven
easy
the
to find
U.S. out
pictures
of the
of mother
top
and
20
child if you
happiest
put
countries
Jesus.
overall for the first time.
One more note I
Since
want to
reporting
mention.
began, Lithuania took
So
the
what
top spot
happens
for
is
young people.
she
Well, it's under 30
she
population
married
rating.
Jesus, and then
Lithuania took
she
the top spot for
inherited
young.
some
The
property
happiest
in
people are in
Mahoza. So
Lithuania.
that's where her
By the way,
father left her the property.
part of why
And then
this
within a year, she married
okay,
again.
is
Now,
that
so
young
she's married to a
people
second
now
guy whose name was not Jesus.
are looking at the
So we have
world and going,
Jesus,
is the country
her
going to
son,
exist in 20 years?
and this is another interesting
Are we going
aspect
to have
of
and by the way, not because of a foreign
archive,
threat,
is that
not
right away
because
she
we're going
gets
to be
into a
invaded,
custody
not
dispute
because we're going
over
to be
her son
nuked,
Jesus.
but they're going,
Specifically,
is the country
there
going
were
to exist?
two men
Or are
who
internal
were
forces
appointed
pulling
as
the country apart?
apotropos. That's a singular.
And
Apotroposim, I guess,
are
would be the
those
plural.
people, the
This
young
is a
people in
Greek
this
word,
study, the lower happiness
which has
reported by the younger
entered
under
the
30
Hebrew
in the United
lexicon
States
as
and
well. It's
Canada
in the
is
Talmud
linked
all over the place.
with
An
lower levels
apotropos
of
is like a
satisfaction and
guardian,
social support, lower
someone who has
satisfaction in
custody.
living conditions,
It
greater stress and
appears
anxiety,
that
lower trust in
the
government,
boy Jesus,
and
the
higher
baby
perceptions
Jesus,
in
was
corruption.
allowed to
Because
live
people are
with
looking around going, is this country
I
even
enjoy
going
that.
to exist?
The
It
baby
doesn't
Jesus
seem
was
like
allowed
it's
to
going
live
to
with
exist.
Babata,
It seems to
but
be
they
way too
control
corrupt
the child
to
support.
exist in 20 years.
So she
what
took
do you
them
do?
to court,
What,
demanding
by the way,
that they
most
should
happy places
pay
for people live
more
under 30. Number one,
monthly
Lithuania. Number two,
stipend for
Israel.
the upkeep of her child. This also has some
Maybe there's
fascinating
something to
implications
that
here.
ethno-state
Once again,
concept.
it's
what
not
I'm saying here
entirely
is
in
that, like,
keeping with traditional
everyone's running
Jewish
around now
law.
going, how do we
Like,
prevent
in traditional
people
Jewish
from
law,
being
to
radicalized
my
and going,
knowledge,
becoming
certainly
schizophrenic?
the mother gets
Which I think is a
custody.
good
It's not even
goal,
a discussion.
But I think
If
that
both
part of
parents
that
are alive,
really has to
then
look at
there's a
the
possibility that
entire
a husband
picture
could get custody
of,
if there was
of
a divorce or
what's
things
going
like
on
that.
right now.
But it's unlikely.
Younger
Definitely the
people
preferential
are sitting there
custodian
wondering,
is the mother.
does
But the
Brigitte have a
idea
cock?
that the wealth
Will I
would then
afford a
be
house?
distributed through
Is there
other
a
people
job for me?
seems really strange. Like, why
And there
should you
isn't.
separate
They're
the
not.
money that she
And she
legally
does.
inherits from her
Those are the
husband
answers to those
and
questions.
send it
But
up to
they're
a
not.
trust
Is the
managed
country
by
being
two
run by
other people?
pedophiles? Yes.
So
Does Brigitte
this
have
is
a
again
cock?
not necessarily
Most
in
likely.
conformity with Jewish
Am
law.
I going to
But we
afford a
see
house?
that, as one of the
Not
articles put
nearly.
it, even though she was
Do I
illiterate, she
have
was certainly
what kind
no
of job am I
wallflower.
going to get?
She was
Nothing.
absolutely ready to take people
Do
to
you know
court,
what
very
young people
litigious,
do
and
now?
she was
If you're a
saying,
young
hey,
person,
this is not enough for my son
graduate school.
Jesus to get
Let's give
everything
you a
he
name.
needs. You know?
Let's give you a
What do
name.
you expect? It's going to be
Your
loads of
name, I'm going to give you a
and all that.
male
What's
and a
going to
woman.
happen? No,
Sorry,
I'll pick
non-binaries.
that up.
I'm just going to do a
This
male
is
and a
really
woman right
also
now,
one of the
okay?
big issues,
The
which I was going
male's
to save
name is
till later,
Brett.
but we'll talk about it
His
now.
name is Brett.
Where
B-R-E-T-T,
is she
Brett. He's a
suing
22-year-old male.
plaintiffs?
And then
Defendants. Where is she taking them to court?
Carolyn is a 22-year-old female. Okay?
Well, no, she's got the
This is
documents
what
in the cave.
happens
All
to
this is
Carolyn
happening
and Brett.
before the revolt,
Carolyn
which broke out in
went
132.
to NYU.
So this is
She's
in her
smarty
20s.
pants. She's
There
smart.
certainly should be a
Carolyn
big
grew
right?
up in Rhode Island.
She
And her
took it to
parents
one
work
of the, at this
together,
point it would be the
and
Roman
she's got a
court.
lovely
But
home
she
life,
took it
and
to
she
the
has a nice older
non-Jewish
brother,
courts.
but he ended up
And
on
that's
drugs,
also
and
really
he's just doing the
surprising,
best
because
he
in
can.
Jewish law,
And Carolyn went to
that's
NYU,
considered
and
like
she went to the
really
Stern School of
over the
Business,
line.
because she's
You
going
know,
to take over
we
the
have
world,
a
and she
perfectly
loves
good
all the
legal
female
system.
founders,
We have a
and she
system of
listens
justice
to
with
fucking,
judges and,
motivational
plaintiffs,
speeches
defendants,
from that
rules of
bitch who
evidence, all
founded
kinds of stuff like
Bumble,
that.
Whitney,
What are you
fucking
doing
whatever
bringing it
Wolf
to the
Herd,
non-Jewish courts?
all these other
It's
people, and she's a
considered like kind
badass
of a betrayal
finance
of Jewish
bitch, and her,
values to
she
take it to a
wants, and
secular
her
court.
pet causes are
said,
women's
we
literacy
do it
in
all
the
the
third
time.
world.
But
She
let me
wants
take the
women in the
question,
third
then we'll
world
come
to
back to
know
this
more
point.
about money. And that's what she
There's
does. Her
plenty
name
of
is
that she
Carolyn.
does, yeah, definitely.
She
They're
moves
referred to
from
as
Rhode Island, and
Jews
she goes
in
to
various
NYU,
contexts.
and she
There are
likes
some
NYU,
non-Jewish players.
and
Possibility.
she's
One of the
very
Guardians
liberal,
was a non-Jew, for
and
example.
all of her friends are very rich.
There's
She
no question
thinks
referred
Trump is
to as
gross,
Jewish. The name
always
Babatha
has,
is a little
and
unusual.
she's in love with the
That
French guy,
TH
doesn't
sound,
really love
which you
her,
don't
and
normally
is
find in Hebrew.
whatever.
In ancient Hebrew, the letter
Okay?
Saf was pronounced that way, so it's not so crazy.
Brett
But they're definitely
grew
Jewish
up
people.
in a
And
suburb
they're definitely,
outside of
you know,
Chicago.
look, they're hanging out with
Okay?
Bar Kokhba.
Brett's
And Bar
father
Kokhba
killed
was
himself
a rebel
because he
against
had
the Romans, but
undiagnosed mental
vis-a-vis rabbinic
illness.
Judaism, he was
It was very
mainstream,
difficult.
right?
He shot
Akiva was
himself
his
in their
sponsor.
garage. And
So
Brett found him.
she's going to
And
secular
half
courts.
of
And
his
going to
face
secular
was
courts
blown off.
before the Bar Kokhba revolution,
And
right?
Brett called the
Before that.
police,
So,
but he knew it was no use
I
because
have
half
a
of his
lot of
father's
sort of like
face is in
unformed
the
thoughts about
garage.
this, but why don't we touch on them right now?
Brett's mother died of cancer early on.
Definitely
Okay?
Jewish law.
So Brett was living with his father who
favors
killed himself.
solving
Now he's
Jewish
17
problems
years
in a
old. So
Jewish
he's
court.
right on the ledge.
Lots
He's
of,
going to
like,
be
strong
emancipated. He doesn't need a
messages
parent.
of warning
Okay?
throughout our religious
Now he
texts
doesn't get
that
any
say,
real money from
don't
his father's
take all
health
of your
with his life
dirty
insurance. His dad
laundry and
didn't
air it
have
out
it.
in the street. Or
He
as they
didn't
say
have
in
any
Yiddish,
life
it would be a
insurance, and they
shanda
were renting.
It would be an
Here's the good news
embarrassment
for
in front
Brett.
of the non-Jews
Brett
to
writes
say
a great
that. The word
college
goyim is
essay,
not used in a
and
derogatory
it's
sense at
called
all.
I
You know, it
Found
would be a
My
shanda
Father's
for the
Body
goyim.
in the
If you brought
Garage,
your Jewish problems, if you're
and
still
half
in your
of his head
synagogue, for
was gone.
example, you don't
And
want to do
so
that in a
the
secular
people
court.
at the
You want
college
to do it in a
admissions office,
base-in.
because
But
Brett
the
is an
problem is,
A-minus
if you are
student, he's
suing your
pretty fucking
synagogue,
good. Okay,
do
he's
you
on the
feel
baseball
you will
team.
get a
He's
fair
not the
hearing
star,
in a
but he's
base-in,
on it.
right?
And he writes
There
an
you
essay.
want to go to a
I
secular
love
court maybe because
baseball,
you feel you have
and
a
I
better
love
chance
playing
at it.
baseball.
And in fact,
It takes
we
my
see
mind
that
off the time
for
I found my
various
father's body in the
reasons,
garage
some
with
very
half of his
celebrated
face gone.
cases in Jewish law have
So
been
Brett
settled in secular
goes
courts.
to
I'm thinking in particular, for
Northwestern,
example, of
pretty good school,
the
and he
notorious
plays baseball.
library case
Okay?
in the
And his
Lubavitch movement,
father's dead.
where there was a
Okay?
thief who
Carolyn's
was
at the
stealing
Stern School
really
of
valuable
Business.
manuscripts
She wants
from
women in
the Chabad
Afghanistan
library at
to
770.
learn about,
And he was
Bitcoin.
caught, and there was
Brett's
a
at
big question as to
Northwestern
whether or not he
trying
would
to get
actually
over the
return
trauma of
his
his
goods, let
father
alone the
was
material that he had
sacrificed on
already
the altar of
sold for hundreds of
globalization
thousands of dollars.
and
And so,
Reagan
in
letting
what
all the
appeared to
mental
be a
hospitals
controversial
out
decision, the
and
Rebbe
no
felt
health care,
it would be
whatever,
more
okay?
effective. He would have a better
His father
chance
was
of
also
enforcing
abusing
the decision
pharmaceutical drugs
if he took it to a secular court,
whatever. It
and
just
that's
is
what
what it
happened.
is.
Went to the
He's
secular
also a
courts.
drunk.
They decided
So
in
Brett's at
favor
Northwestern
of
and
the Lubavitch
Carolyn's
movement and the Rebbe, and they had to, all
in
those books had to be
NYU. Now,
brought back
Caroline
to 770.
Brett
So that's a
never should
modern
have met,
example of going
but
to a
Brett
secular
was
court.
traveling
And
to New
Babatha
York
also
City
did so
to
as
see a
well.
friend he grew up with
Okay,
who was
so we'll come
attending
back to this
PACE,
a little later.
a much less reputable
The
school.
story
In
goes on
fact,
now.
it's
So
a piece of
Babatha,
shit.
you'll recall,
It's
she
a
married
prison,
Jesus,
but that's where
had a baby
retards
Jesus,
go. And
and
Brett
then
knew a
Jesus
lot of
died,
retards
and so she married
growing up
another
in his
husband
town.
within a year.
So he goes
His
to
name
visit
was
his buddy,
Judanes,
and his buddy
and
goes,
he
sometimes you
had
go to
a
these like
wife at the same time
cool
who was
bars
living
with
in
really
Engedi.
hot chicks and they're
So
all
he
super rich.
had
And it's
Babatha,
not
who
like
was
they'll ever go
apparently
out
living
with
in
us, but I
Makoda,
fucked them out
and he
last
had
month. Brett's like, we're
Miriam
going.
in Engedi.
So could they go to this
And
bar? I don't know. I
there
haven't been
doesn't
to
seem to
bars
be
in
any
years. I don't know what
objection
they
to
call
this
it.
in
They
any of
call
the
it,
texts. So even though the text,
it's
the
called,
articles refer to it as
it's
bigamy,
called,
that's kind of a strong word.
The bar is
Polygamy
just
was
called,
certainly allowed
Jew.
among Jews for another 800 years yet, so it's not that unusual that a wealthy landowner would have
It's
more
a
than one
Japanese
wife.
name.
However,
Now,
Judanes maybe was
Brett
not so
is in this
wealthy
bar called Jew,
because
and he meets
Babatha
Carolyn,
loaned him
who is
300 denarii
a finance
in
major at the
order
Stern
for
School
him
of
to
Business.
marry
She's
off his
graduating next
daughter.
year.
He needed to have a certain
And
amount
he's
of
going to
funds to
graduate
give
next year
his
too.
daughter. His
Brett, of
daughter
course,
from
has majored
his
in
first wife,
education because maybe
Miriam.
he'll be a gym
This is like
teacher
Pete
because he
plays that.
actually
He's
thinks
always
it would be
named good.
cool if he could help
She
kids
loaned him
who
300
found their
denarii
dead
so he
father
could
in their garage
pay
get
off
over
his
it by
daughter's
connecting
wedding.
them to team
And
sports,
then he
which he
died
feels
before
is
he
one
could
of the only
repay
reasons
the
he hasn't
debt.
killed himself.
So Babatha,
Caroline is outside, and
reticent
Brett
and
steps out.
retiring
Brett's
woman
not
that
a
she
smoker
is,
and never
she
has been, but
sees her
everyone's smoking and looks
husband's
cool. So
date
Brett
orchards,
decides to
3
smoke a
of them,
cigarette, and
as
Caroline's
security
outside,
against the
and they
debt
start chatting.
that
Where are
her
you from?
co-wife
This, that, and the other
or
thing.
co-widow
One thing leads
Miriam owed
to the
her.
next.
And
Okay?
in fact, the last
They end
document
up
we have in
going
the
home
Gabatha
together
archive is
and
a
hooking up.
summons
This is very
from the
rare.
court from
But it's
Miriam,
not Casanova. It
summonsing
doesn't happen all
Gabatha
the
to
time.
appear
Neither
because
is
she
Carolyn.
wanted
Okay?
the orchard back. She
But
was
they
saying that,
decide they're
it's
going
not
to
right
get
for you to steal,
married.
to take the
They're going to
orchard
make a go of
when,
this,
just because
okay?
my husband borrowed some of my
After several
clothes.
months of dating, long
That document
distance,
is
Brett
dated
decides he's going to move to New
132,
York because
which is
Carolyn
right at
seems to
the
be on some
beginning of
better
the Bar
financial
Kokhba
footing.
revolt.
Okay?
So it's at this
So
point
he
that we
moves to New
assume
York.
Gabatha went
And Carolyn
into the
and him
cave
start
shortly
dating. Now, the
after
power
receiving
dynamic's a
this
little off
summons.
because she's got all the money and she's
We
got
know,
all the
for
friends.
example, that
and the world has
Uganis
kind of pushed
had
her
an
forward.
adult
There's
daughter
nothing
who was
wrong
getting
with that.
married. He borrowed
But she's
her
got
to
the
marry.
fancy
So
degree
that
from
would
the
make
school,
him
and Brett
probably 20
feels
years
a
older than
little
Babata.
cocked.
If she is
But he goes
roughly,
with it. Because he doesn't really have a
maybe
family. His father's
27
head
at
was
the
all over
time
the
she's married.
garage.
Well, you know what she's married. She's married
Okay?
in the year 125,
Carolyn
and
loves
she's
Brett.
104.
She treats him really
21,
nicely.
right? So she's 21. If let's say
She
he's
likes him.
41.
He's a nice guy.
So the argument goes back to that maybe
he's
those
pure and
apotropos
he's simple. She says that to her
were
friends.
actually
He's pure. He's like a
furnished
good
both her
guy.
and the
I
baby
just love him.
Jesus.
You know, he uprooted his
I like
whole
saying
life
that.
from me. He's this
I
Midwestern
don't know if
guy.
other students would
He
appreciate me
likes
saying the baby
sports,
Jesus over and over
baseball,
again.
and his
It's
dad
cool, but
blew off his head, and his mother's dead.
But
He's a good guy.
that's an interesting
And
point.
then one day,
Although
Carolyn is
in
having
Jewish
dinner
law,
on the Upper
again,
West Side, and the
I don't
French
know if
guy
that's
that she was in
reasonable.
love with 2 years prior passes.
Once a girl
notices
becomes
Caroline, and he comes over,
bat mitzvah,
And he
12 years
says
and big,
to
she's
her,
fully
oh
adult
my
in
God, it's good to
Jewish
see you.
law. And
And she's like, hi, how are you? Now, this French
you
guy
don't
is French
appoint an
aristocracy.
apotropos for
He's got
someone,
lots of
unless they're
money,
mentally
absurd amount of money. In
incapacitated, which
fact,
we don't get any, there's no
there's not
indication
that
that
many
that would
people
be
left in
Obama.
France with money. This
Unless
guy's
they're
one that
mentally
Caroline knows,
incapacitated,
but it
once
doesn't
they
matter.
are
It's filed
12
away
and a
in the
day, a
back for
girl
him.
is
He
an
also
adult.
has movie star good
So,
looks.
if
But
they
Carolyn's in a
were
relationship with Brett,
apotropoi
a regular
for
Midwestern
her
guy
as well,
who watched his
that would be
dad.
another
We
indication
didn't
that
watch
it's
him,
not
but
being
the
handled
body was
according to
still
Jewish law.
warm when he
Yes.
walked into the garage.
So let
You
me
know what I mean?
summarize that
Pretty
with
sick of
the
his dad to do
microphone
that.
on. It's a very
Close to
valid
school.
observation that
Carolyn sees this French
women
guy.
clearly don't
Shock.
have the same level of legal
And she
standing
chats
as
with
men
shock. And you know
in
what?
either Jewish
She's
or
gonna
in classical
walk
Roman legislation. We
get
could have
her
an interesting
Uber.
discussion, I think,
And
trying
she
to compare
decides
them.
that
I think
she'll,
that,
and he goes,
that
well,
Jewish
maybe I'll
law
just
would
walk with you. And she goes,
hold
okay.
them to a higher standard
And
than
they
Roman
chat.
law would, but certainly not to a
She
21st
doesn't
century
mention
standard.
that she's
Nor
seen
would it be
anyone, but it
appropriate to
doesn't
try
come up.
and, retroactively
doesn't come up.
project
Why
our
would it come
values
up?
onto the second
Okay?
century.
And he said, I'd
However,
love to see
there's
you
a
again. We
bigger
should go
question,
and
which I've been trying to
go
say
to
for
this
the end of the
opening of
lecture,
this
but
gallery. My
I'll
friend in
tease you a little
Soho,
bit
my
of it right
cokehead
now.
friend who has no talent, has
The
rented
real
a gallery
question
in
is,
Soho, and she's inflicting a mediocre art on
what
people.
happened
Let's all
with
go down there
rabbinic
and see what
Judaism?
that's about.
Like,
And
when you go to
she,
Sunday school
living
and you
downtown,
study the
sees no reason
traditional
not to attend a very
Judaic
public
approach to the ancient
art
world,
gallery
you have these
show
heroic
in Soho
rabbis
with an old
who
friend.
have,
It's not a
this
big deal.
vision of
She's not
Judaism,
cheating
which
on
is
this Midwestern
exactly
guy
the same
who's so
as the
pure
way
and simple.
we
His father
observe
killed
it today
himself in
in
the
every
garage.
tiny little detail,
So
including
Carolyn from the
coolant
Stern
and
School
including
of
electric
Business, who
timers
cares
on your
that
Shabbos
women
clock, things like
get
that.
Bitcoin so they
And
can
that's the kind
transcend
of
the
image you get. But
circumstances
when
of
we
living in an
actually
Afghan
look
cave,
at the ancient
decides
period,
to
it's
go
a
to the
lot more
opening
messy.
of a
There
mediocre
are a lot of
artist in
Jews who are not
Soho with
behaving
shock. A
the way
very
they're
wealthy
supposed to
French
in
guy.
rabbinic law,
All the while, her
and
simple,
nobody seems
pure
upset about it at
Midwestern,
the time. The
the
documents don't
beautiful
say
boy,
she's a
beautiful,
heretic because she went to a
life that
secular
they have
course.
together.
So,
She calls him a
one
boy. He
more
doesn't
detail
love
that Hannah
that.
Cotton in particular
But she does, and she
points out.
realizes this just because he doesn't have a lot of
Most
money and he
reliable
doesn't come from
early
anything.
texts
Okay?
of rabbinic
She
Judaism
decides to go to this gallery
describing
opening with
itself
shock.
were not really
The gallery
recorded
opening becomes
until
a lunch,
the end
and the lunch
of
becomes a
the
coffee.
second
And then she
century
eventually has
with
to
the
tell
Mishnah
John,
of
listen, I'm
Rabbi
actually in a
Yehuda. We have some
relationship. I don't know
earlier
what the hell's
texts to
going
be
on.
sure, but the
Okay?
Mishnahs are really
But
much
Jock
more
says,
solid
listen,
than
I totally
So in
understand,
other words,
but
Babata's
here's the
archive
reality. You're graduating
predates
school next
the
year.
the
I've always
serious
loved
doctrines
you.
of
I
rabbinic
never
Judaism
thought you
by
loved
70
me.
years.
We're meant to be
So
together.
we know
We're meant
more
to get
about the
married. My
ancient world from
family's vineyard in
Babata
the
in
south
some
of
ways than we do
France.
from the
You know it
rabbis.
and I
Is
know
it possible that the rabbis'
So what are we doing
version of
here?
the way things should be
And she
is
walks
kind of
home,
like
she's
tunnel vision?
crying, and it's
So
cold, and
let
it's
me
wet, and it's
return to
raining,
that
but she knows
towards
that
the end of the
Jock
lecture.
is
That was
right.
just a little teaser. Let's
She
go on.
knows that
Okay,
she's
so what
going
ends
to
up
go
happening?
and marry this rich guy, and she's going to
So we have this whole
destroy
story. We have the first
this
marriage,
man,
the
this
custody
Midwestern
battle,
guy.
the
He's a
second
good
marriage,
guy.
the battle over the
And
property,
she
over
goes
the
home,
date,
and
things
they
like
have a
that.
talk.
One more detail.
And she says, listen,
This man's Pinchas Porat was on the 1961
listen, Brad, you know I love you, and these 2 years have been
excursion
the best
into
years
the
of my
caves
life.
with General Yadin.
I just feel
And
like
he
there's
was kind of like an
too
adventuresome
many
sort,
things
and he
here
was told to go and
will just
look
never
for
work. I
any other cave formations that they had not yet found. He found a one kind of crack. It was a little bit smaller than his waistline, but he decided to push through it anyways, and he found himself in another large opening, and he picked up his flashlight, and it turned out he was in a room filled with human bones that were laid out on these reed mats. And it appears that this was an evidence of the ancient Jewish practice of secondary burial. This is the way it's actually described quite a bit in the Mishnah and the Talmud. It's not that controversial at all. The way that Jews used to bury their dead in ancient Israel is they would place them in one secure place, sometimes covered with lime, and they would let the
compete with this
flesh
guy, this fairy tale
decompose.
French
And then a year later,
rich
they would
guy,
go back
been
and
in love with
perform
forever
a
because
chalikus
he's
at
gonna
Summit,
provide her
the
a type of
gathering
life
of bones.
that Brett
It was
can't.
considered a simcha,
So
and you
he
would
then
take the
gets a
bones of
small
your
apartment
ancestor
in
and you
Manhattan.
would
He
bring them
moves out
to a
because he's been
crypt
living
or
with
an
Caroline for the
ossuary
last 8
where you would
months.
put
He
them in
started
like,
out in a small apartment.
stone
Then he's living with
boxes, and
her
then
in
you
a
could
little
come
bigger
visit
apartment
your
in a better location, but
relatives
he moves
in
to
these stone
Brooklyn.
boxes, as it were.
Okay? He moves
Once
to Brooklyn.
when
He
we were
says,
living
fuck
in
it, I'm gonna
Israel,
start
and our eldest
moving to
daughter, who's
Brooklyn.
now
I'm gonna live in Brooklyn now because who
in a
cares?
couple of
I
days,
just want to get laid.
she
I want to
she
do
was only about
drugs. I
2.5,
want to just
3
be
years old,
angry.
and we were
My
visiting
fucking girl threw me.
Jason's tomb, which is in
Carolyn
Rehavia in
keeps
Yerushalayim,
going.
and it's like on the street.
And that's where
It's
her
like built
part
there
of the
right in the
story
street,
ends.
and they have
We
these
don't know what happens to
bars
Caroline.
on
She
kind of
gets
like a
engaged to this
hillside,
French guy.
and there's
She gets
houses
really
all around,
wealthy.
but
She
there's
gets really
bars
rich. They
outside.
split
You
their
look into the
time
bars,
between
and you
France and
see
the
the
United States.
crypt. You can see
She
all
has
the
a fake
holes in
job,
the
and so
walls
does he.
where
But
people
Brett,
put their bones, their
Brett's
families,
now living
from
in
the
Brooklyn.
Hellenistic period. And as we're
Brett
looking through the
oscillates
bars,
from the far left to the
Raphaela
far right.
walks through the
One day
bars
he's a literal
into
neo-Nazi.
the crypt.
The next day
And
he's a
there's my
far
little
left
2,
anarcho
3-year-old daughter
communist.
in there,
And all the while he
wandering around
listens
the
to
crypt,
Tim Jones
looking
show
in the
every day.
holes and stuff
Every
like
day
that.
he has no idea which
And
way
we
I'm
could
going to
not
go.
get in.
He
The
has no
bars were
idea.
locked and
He
everything.
just
So
knows I'm
finally we had
angry
to
at
tempt
things.
her
He
out with
likes
some
that.
candy,
And
but
he listens to my show.
scary.
But one day he's in
Anyways,
Antifa.
he
The next
goes
day
in
he's a
there
Proud
and
Boy.
he
He's just
finds
angry. He's full of
this
hatred. He's full of
secondary
hatred because
burial
the rent
site
keeps going up and nothing makes
filled with
sense.
bones. Most likely,
I don't know what
these
this
are
has to
the
do
remnants of
with
the
anything
Bar Kokhba
really
rebels who could not be taken
I
out of the
thought it
cave
would
for
say
burial,
more about the
and
economy
so
than it
they're
actually did.
situated
But
there.
my point is
Gives you a
this:
sense of how long
we've
they might have been
empowered
there,
certain
and then
women
the plan was
at
that they
the
would later be
expense of
taken
men
to their final
that have
resting place.
found their
There were
fathers dead
several
in their thing.
female skeletons in this
And it's true.
what was called the
So
niche of
that's what I'm
skulls
getting to.
that
So this guy's now a
that
radical
could have been Babata
because we
herself.
made this woman fall in love with French people, which
There are
is
a couple of
disgusting.
possibilities that come from this as why was Babata there in the first place. According
That's what
to
happens.
General Yadin, again, the first
Brett
person to
dies
discover
of an
this
accidental
cave,
overdose
he felt that
in Bushwick.
Babata must have been a
And his
political
body is found
sympathizer with Bar Kokhba,
by his
and
Chinese
she
landlord.
identified with their
The landlord
cause, and
Chinese.
so she
Go in
hid
another
out with
way.
the rebels
Chinese
and things like
landlord.
that. And
And he found Brett's body.
we have to place this in the
And they couldn't call his dad. His
1960s,
dad's already
before the
dead.
6-Day War, and there's a lot of nationalist excitement
Yeah.
and a lot of like
This
Zionist
is
energy and
what's
things like
happening
that.
to young
And of
people
course, it
all
makes
over the
sense
country.
that sure she would want to go make the last stand with the Bar Kokhba rebels.
It's
only
the
problem
summer.
is that
So many
nothing
people are
in the
injuring
archive
themselves, and then
gives
they
us
need
any
their
sense
money.
that this is kind of Babata's worldview.
Klein and
We
Morgan
have
and recently been awarded nearly $1 million after charges are framed of her injuries from sleeping on ice outside of a Panera Bread with the company's fault.
Basically, it's Jewish.
Klein was working as a DoorDash driver when she slipped and fell on an icy walkway outside the Panera in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She broke her left elbow, which led to surgery and hardware being inserted into her arm. The original settlement offer was $125,000, but Morgan and Morgan fought to get what she deserved. Morgan and Morgan is America's largest injury firm for a reason. They've been fighting for the people for over 35 years.
Her second
Hiring the wrong firm can
husband's
be disastrous.
daughter,
Hiring the right firm can substantially
which was
increase your.
included with
Can you imagine
Babata's.
it?
Now we know that Babata had a
I
hard
gotta pick up
time
the
with her
DoorDash. I'm gonna
second
get the
husband's wife,
Southwestern
Miriam,
fucking corn
but
chowder
she
from
apparently
Panera
had some
and the Asiago
relationship with
chicken club,
her
which is
second
nice.
husband's
And then
wife's
you
daughter,
fall
Shlomo.
on the ice and you go,
Now, what Floyd argues is that perhaps Babata was in the Ein Gedi region, which was a real hotbed of the Bar Kokhba military activity. She was there perhaps in the context of that last summons that we even read. And when the war broke out, she sought refuge in this cave with Shlom Sion, because according to Jewish law, a woman is not allowed to be away from her ketubah for more than 30 days. The ketubah is the marriage contract. That is a woman's legal surety in marriage, that if the marriage is dissolved for any reason, that's her document to prove what her rights are after wedding. So that's why in most families today, they'll actually put the ketubah on the wall, they make them decorative and things like that, but it's a legal device that has real standing. So a woman would not travel for any long period of time without the ketubah. So if Shlom Sion, who is from Ein Gedi, takes her ketubah with her to the caves, it sounds like they ran away. They ran like for refuge there. And she may have gone with Babata, and then since Babata decided to bury her documents, Shlom Sion said to her older, really aunt figure, put mine in there with yours, and so they were buried together as a result. So Dr. Freud's thesis is that she was, living her own upper middle class life with all of its legal dramas and things like that. And when this war broke out, she decided that the safest place for me is to go to this cave, and that's how these objects ended up there. It's very interesting kind of pieces. But again, we're all piecing these together from little bits of evidence. So let's try and understand the legacy of this find, because it means a lot of things. I mentioned earlier Cotton's observation, Dr. Cotton's observation, that this says a lot about the transfer of Nabatean Arabia, or the Nabatean kingdom to Roman Arabia, but that's not really our main concern here, and of course on geography. There are two elements that I find especially fascinating and relevant about the Babata archive. The first is what it has to say about the status of Jewish women in second century Israel. The archive says a lot about inheritance law, that apparently she was not able to control all of the assets related to her son, but she did have sufficient power to even seize property from another woman, from Miriam, over a dispute, and that she was regularly assisted in this regard by a whole team of lawyers who were putting together these documents in various languages. By the way, there are multiple copies of some of these documents because she obviously expected to have to deposit them with the court, and she would keep other copies for herself. And that, women, even though they were clearly of a secondary status, they nevertheless had significant power that they could wield in the courts as well, and expect to have their rights upheld. We see this unusual thing about custody, that the role of the apotropoi, which is in contrast to Jewish laws, we'll see in a second. We also see that her illiteracy evidently did not hold her back from getting the things she wanted done. That may be something that's more true of her because she had the material wherewithal to carry out her wishes. We could not necessarily generalize this to, let's say, a lower middle class, lower class Jewish woman working for a living in a day job. She apparently was not in that class. There seems to be no problem with the polygamy. There's no comments whatsoever on, her being married to a man who had another wife and so on. So these kinds of things are fascinating for the history of gender, the history of women in the ancient world. From a Jewish perspective, there's a lot to say here about the status of rabbinic Judaism. Again, recall, as we discussed in a few lectures, this is a period of tremendous spiritual tumult, when there's so many different expressions of Jews, of their attachment to God, including Pharisaic Judaism, which has become normative rabbinic Judaism, Sadducean Judaism, which denied, for example, the existence of the world to come, and made the temple rituals absolutely central and essential to Judaism. The Jewish Christians who still, so by this time, by the time we get to the Babata's period, it's becoming more of a Gentile movement, meaning a lot more people who are not born Jews are joining the Christian movement. But certainly in the first few decades, it's overwhelmingly Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. Look how many Jesuses we have just in Babata's lifetime. And they're all sort of like intellectually competing for the minds of Jews. So one way of understanding this is that rabbinic Judaism was kind of like prima inter pares, first among equals, and it happened to win. But for whatever reasons, the features of rabbinic Judaism made it more portable, more adaptable to diaspora needs and things like that. And this just happens to be the one form of Judaism that succeeded. That's an approach that many of the scholars take. I would like to suggest, however, something that kind of keeps the value of traditional Judaism in place, while without denying the reality of people like Babata and their activities. Like, for example, you can still say that, to use a modern term, Orthodox Judaism is the quote-unquote authentic Judaism. But if you went to everybody's kitchen, even in an Orthodox synagogue in America, how many of them would you find are not keeping kosher? they're still belonging to the Orthodox synagogue. They're still affiliated Orthodox. They're still considered themselves Orthodox, but they are antinomian at home. So does that necessarily invalidate the central ideological track? Not at all. All it says is that Jews are not so poor. Jews are not necessarily so inclined to be compliant with the rabbinic authorities, which is certainly nothing new in Jewish history. Jews not listening to rabbis, you just got to read the Bible for lots of evidence of that kind of thing. So I would like to tender that these documents indicate, once again, an illustration of my father, Henry Kabar always used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. That in the 2nd century, we should not have this idea that everybody is walking around in a big black fedora, with a gartel and all things like that. Jews in the 2nd century were also quite diverse in their approaches to religiosity. And although we have this strong tradition of rabbinic Judaism that certainly survived that period, it may have, as the rabbis say, predated it all the way to Sinai, and just that Jews are not necessarily pagan textually. That's what we see quite a bit in the Babaka archive. So that's the quick lightning tour of the Babaka archive. Tried not to insert too much of my own interpretation on this, but I want to thank you very much for your intelligence and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Obviously, I am a human and want to live. But our civilization does really deserve to be destroyed. Like, that is the hard, that is the really tough thing about it all, is that if there was ever a civilization that deserved a cataclysmic, and again, not rooting for it, don't want it to happen, don't want it to happen, but just statistically,
you see there are a lot of crazy people out there, right? Really
could there be a better example?
You don't even know what
I mean, we just do. I mean, this
so
guy
if you are one of
is
those
committing a
people,
genocide.
I'm going to tell you right now, the rule is
Truly,
that if
I
you
don't
write,
think anyone's
ad hominem attacks, if you
I
use
don't think anyone's
profanity,
even denying
if I
that at this
feel that
point.
your comments are
People like
not,
quibbling
really
about
trying to seek the truth
certain
in a scholarly
components of
way,
it.
then I'm just going to delete them.
Like, I know that, like, people are like, well, yes, they're starving Gaza, but did you see that video of that guy from Hamas stealing a banana? Did you see that? There's a guy from Hamas eating a banana,
But for
and
the rest of you, if
people
you're
are
not
like,
among the crazy
well, he
people,
stole the
then
banana
please
from
write
the people.
something nice to
And they're like, Hamas is stealing
counterbalance
the
some of the
food.
nasty things you say.
In this
And
whole
I would
thing,
really
Israel has no culpability, by the way, at all. They've actually done nothing wrong. It's all been Hamas. Hamas has done everything.
A little more knowledge.
There's not been one. They stole the food. They're shooting the people who are in line for the food.
Jewish heritage.
Israel's doing nothing.
It would make me feel really great if I knew
And
that
you
a lot
have
of
to
people were
trust
appreciating
Israel
the video.
because
But I certainly appreciate that
otherwise,
you
the
enjoyed this
only
video. So
people that are
please
reporting out of Gaza, they're not letting journalists
and I hope
in,
you have an excellent week.
or they just say are Hamas. So if you report anything contrary to what Israel says, you are Hamas, or you become Hamas. So, I mean, the starvation, the photos of the starving, number one, we're the fattest country in the world. For the fattest country in the world to fund the starvation of a group of people is insane. Look at this. Here we go. This is the thing they keep showing is that Hamas
All right,
has
tonight's topic
bananas.
is a little bit of a stretch for me.
All right.
I
They got
when I was
bananas.
putting together the series for this
This is the-
term,
When
I
I
tried
asked why
very
we're
hard
funding it,
to
why
include
we're
as many
starving
women
people,
as possible.
we're funding a
And this is a
famine.
difficult challenge for the ancient
People say to
period.
me, well,
Once you talked about
maybe
Luria,
take a look at
once
that
you
video
talked
of the
about
guy in
Rachel,
Hamas
the
with the
Kiva,
grapes.
you run
The guy in
out of
Hamas,
well-known named women very fast,
We're the
simply
fattest
because
country
their
in the
voices are
world.
largely not recorded in
Okay?
our sources. But it's getting harder and
Nobody
harder as we
is
go
fatter
through.
than
I think
us.
this is our 6th semester
We
of
are
giving
now
lectures
funding
to find women
the
that we can speak about in a
starvation
meaningful manner.
of a group of people
But obviously they're talking about a
halfway across the world,
huge
or all the
element
way
of
across the world.
Jewish civilization, of human civilization.
But far away.
I think it would be completely irresponsible
And
to go
if you
straight
bring
through
it
this
up,
period without looking
or if you
specifically
chat
at
about it,
women's
or if you
lives
talk
and women's
about it,
realities.
you're
So
immediately
I'll do the
called
best I can with
anti-Semitic
Salome.
or whatever, and
The
it's
second
completely
problem I had, though,
absurd
is
and
that
insane.
when I really did some more
And
research
this is
on who was
nuts.
Salome, I'm not sure it's really
Get
the
up Randy
appropriate
Fine. Get a
topic
photo of
for
Randy
a
Fine. Now,
shul
this is the guy
lecture.
who literally
It's
said
actually quite a
starve away.
salacious topic, as I've
He
told
said
some of
something
you
like
before
release
the
the
talk began.
hostages, which again,
And
the children of
you know, I'll do
Gaza
my best to
did
try
not
and steer
abduct
myself away from
the hostages
the
and
shoals
cannot release them.
of
Randy
titillating
Fine,
references in the
genius.
context of this talk. So let's try and
Randy
understand exactly
Fine,
who
no,
was
get a fat
Salome
picture,
and
my
why are we
producer.
talking
Go
about
get
it.
a picture of
So
when he was 10.
first of all,
You're gonna
she
treat
was a
Randy
Jewish
Fine like
woman,
that? Go get a photo of me when I was 8.
otherwise her
10, by the way.
connections to
Here,
Jewish
Randy Fine, look
history
at how fat
are
Randy
rather
Fine is.
tenuous.
Randy Fine
She
literally
did
said
not,
starve away.
contribute to
This
Jewish
guy
intellectual
is out
history
there
like Bruria did.
telling the
She wasn't a
Gazans
Jewish
to
leader
starve
like some of the
while
queens
looking
were.
like he's like
She actually has a
full
really
of
tiny
fucking
bit part in
marshmallow
Jewish
fluff.
history, and in fact,
It's
we
the-
have no
it's the
reference to
cruelest
her in any traditional
thing
Jewish sources,
to just have
other
a
than
fatty
Josephus, who's a
Bombaddy
little bit problematic
telling the
for
big
reasons that I'll
get
discuss
that
shortly.
quote up.
Nevertheless, there are some really
Maurice says
good
starve
reasons to
away.
talk about her. One is the
There's
fact
a
that she was the
quote where
granddaughter of
Randy
King Herod,
Fine,
gives
who's
us
a
an
congressman
opportunity
from
to speak
Florida,
about
who has
Herod's
a lot of
rule.
the
At least
rhetoric of
briefly, I
like
would like to
the
definitely dedicate
smoke
a
ranch
lecture
and Ben
to
Gvir,
Herod
these
in
crazy
general
far-right
in another
Likud psychopaths in the Israeli
and
government.
perhaps more significantly
calling his
for our
kids in Gaza
purposes is not
Amalek,
so
children
much
of the
who
devil or whatever.
Salome was, but
Randy
how she
Fine
has been understood
has
and how she has been
basically, I believe,
manipulated
said
throughout the
if you look
centuries
up
in a
starve
way
away,
that
that's what
has
he wrote. Those were the quotes.
an unfortunate
He said,
light on the appreciation of
tell your
Jews in the broader
fellow
society.
Muslim terrorists
Specifically, we're
to
going to
release the
look at
hostages and
a
surrender.
medieval
Until then,
Christian exegesis of the
hashtag
story of Salome and try to
starve
understand
away.
how she and her figure and how she
Randy
was
Fine.
understood had an
I mean,
impact on the
there
way
he
in which
is.
Jews were perceived in
It's-
broader society as a whole.
It's
So that's
crazy
why I think we can justify the discussion
that
of
we
Salome
are
in this series of Jewish
providing the
biographies.
material
And
support
without
to
further ado,
Israel
let's
to
go straight to the
continually
material. So, who is this woman,
engage in this
Salome?
kind of
Basically,
barbarism. We have to
I'm
cut
going to
all
give you the
funding.
actual
We should absolutely
narrative
cut all
of
funding to Israel
her
immediately.
life based on the Gospels, the
Cut all
one
funding.
episode that we have from
Oh,
the ancient
100%.
world.
I don't know why
But
that's even
she has
controversial.
been tremendously
point, this is
popularized
this is
in
like
medieval and
the
in
worst
modern
humanitarian
Christian and
crisis
secular art.
we see it
Most
witnessing
specifically,
unfolding. It's
an
crazy.
opera by
For
Richard
the fattest
Strauss,
country in
made
the
her quite
world
famous in the 19th
to
century,
be involved
and
in
a
this starvation
play
of
version
people
by Oscar Wilde.
is
We'll
insane.
see in just a second.
It's
She
nuts.
represents so many
And there are
things
people
to
defending this.
those who
We get
appreciated
it,
her story
DoorDash.
throughout the last
They're
2,000 years.
getting
But as I
full
mentioned,
meals.
not all of them are
They will
complimentary when it
develop.
comes
They will
to
deliver
Jews.
a
Let me show you
seafood
just a little
tower
bit of
to
an
you
interesting clip. This is
on
from a
DoorDash, broken up
1923
in
art film,
ice.
arguably
I'm
one
not
of
going
the
to tell you how I
first
know,
art
but
films ever
in ice, they
that
will deliver
portrays
shellfish
Salome,
on
the main
ice to
scene
you.
of Salome's life. Here
DoorDash
on the
will deliver
left
that,
is her
and you
drunken
get it at your
father,
front door. You get
Herod
a
the second.
lobster
Herod
at your
had
front
about
door
9
and
wives
eat it.
and about 16
And then
children,
defend
many of whom he named Herod. So
how
it's very
children
confusing
in
trying to keep
Gaza
track of how
are.
many
And
Herods
I
we're
mean, you can
talking
see
about.
these
This is
photos. I
Herod,
don't want to show them on
and
the show,
he's
but
at a
they're
drunken
so
party with his
disturbing.
friends, and he
And
convinces
it's
his
like,
stepdaughter, Salome, to
crazy.
dance
Even some of
before
the way the
the assembled
magazines
guests.
are
She
reporting, like one of them was
dances
like,
this famous
well, they're
dance.
not
This is
dead.
Anna Nezav.
They're like
Navazi
half
Lova, I think
alive,
the name was.
half dead, and
A
they're
famous dancer
wandering
from the
around like
1920s who
ghosts.
performs the
Like,
dance of the Seven Veils,
I was like,
which
what is
arouses
this? I mean,
Herod
it's
the second, that
incredibly,
is Herod's son, not King Herod,
it's
to such a degree
incredibly
that he
disturbing to
promises her
watch.
half
What
the
will the
kingdom
next
for any
phase be?
request that she makes. So we'll
I
have
mean,
to
I
talk
don't
about that
understand,
request.
like,
Now,
what
perhaps
will
the
Israel
most
do next to
famous
them?
version of
Like,
Salome
will it start to melt
that
them?
we have today is a
Like,
version
will it
authored by
use
the
some
great
type
writer
of,
Oscar
like,
Wilde,
device
shown
to
in the
start
little inset here in
melting
the
the
photograph.
people of Gaza?
The
And then will
edition
people
that's
start
published
defending
has
that?
the
Well, this one is
phenomenal artwork
hostages.
of Aubrey Breer's
Until
here
then,
as well. You can see the
hashtag
famous
melt
peacock
away.
dress here in the
And
background.
you go, wait a minute, hold on, but you're
And
melting people.
Wilde took the
Yeah, well,
story
so what?
of Salome,
100%.
which I have not told you
Yeah,
in
yeah,
full
but
yet,
they're children.
and he used it
They're
as a
women.
metaphor for
They're
forbidden
not,
love,
they
which
didn't
of
do
course
that.
was very relevant
Melt
to his own
away.
life
So what?
as a homosexual at the
melt.
turn of the 20th
I mean,
century.
what?
The metaphor of forbidden
Stephen
love was extremely
King
relevant to him.
horror
It was
movie
illegal
penalty.
for him to perform
will
this
be
opera,
enough.
this play,
At this point,
in England.
We have
So
now
he
crossed
wrote
the
it
line.
in
Like I
French,
said, Final
and then
Destination
translated his own work
a couple
back
weeks
into
ago.
English, which
We're
apparently, according
past
to
that.
some loophole of
Those
the law,
deaths were
he was allowed to
quick.
do. and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So what is the narrative? I'm going to read to you a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who's written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So once again, our sources for Salome's life are principally two. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are two specific versions of the story, one which probably borrows from the other, and then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the first century. You'll recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the first Roman war in the 8th century, the 8th decade of the 1st century, and then, was very well read. Romans read it, he received great accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews of all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no reason to suspect that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels.
We have
Herod the Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principal of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three rulers. Tetra is three, right? Right, four. Quatra, thank you. And let's do this means like leader, Archos, right?
And the war in
Herod
Gaza,
the
show
Tetrarch
your
ordered the
bush.
arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, is very important. Early Christian figure, and we're going to return to him as well. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right, also named after Herod, like the name of a lot of his kids after himself, at John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife, Herodias, was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was Herodias angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. So in other words, she was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish kings, corrupt, obviously. Herod himself, as we'll talk about, was actually from an Idumean family, which was Edomites, but that's already four generations ago. So these are like really, they're like the rich and famous among the Jews, and they have the sort of place that we don't have. Anyway, so right, Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother during his lifetime, which was forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law for you to marry your brother's wife." A good rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the widespread belief that the Baptist was a prophet, right? Which is, this is of course a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to here. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite male members of society attended. Right, so let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting asparagus at their wedding, casting aspersions, right, at their marriage. I shouldn't say things like that. I let it out, right? Because he's giving her a hassle about their wedding. So John the Baptist is sitting in prison, and Herodias gets an idea. How about this? My husband, Herod, is going to have a massive drunken birthday party. There'll be all men there. I happen to have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter from my first marriage to Herod's brother. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. And she says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. And so she essentially prostituted her daughter before Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband, and that he would like make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for him to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. And so this was all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back to her stepfather, she went to her mother, and I said, great, you have to ask him for the head of John the Baptist on a platter. Herod's distress was palpable.
For both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best beans from top roasters across the U.S. and now have a special cold brew collection. Trade makes it effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious and at an amazing value. And they don't just have the beans, they also provide expertly curated equipment that's easy to use. You can make amazing coffee. I will tell you this, folks, I do love this.
When John's disciples heard the news, they claimed his body and buried it.
They've teamed up with 15 roasters to create a special cold brew collection that ensures your cold brew at home tastes exactly what you want.
Sexually alluring, possibly very innocent, perhaps
off
so
a
young
month of cold brew. That's around 60 cups of cold brew.
dealing with the
for 50% off.
disembodied head of John the Baptist was so grotesque, it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century, and here you see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You can see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated John the Baptist. We could do this all day in terms of these examples. It seems they're having a huge field day with what's going on. Here is an early 20th century example from one of these staging of the plays.
And he said,
now,
hey, this is
basically all we know from the ancient sources, from Josephus and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps I might as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time of event, she was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and she, and again, this is not in the original text, this is something added much later, and we don't know how truthful it is, but she was walking on a pond, she fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the edge of the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner, and her mother retrieved the body, the head as well.
I'll take some of the heat off myself by going, hey, listen,
the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but that's how she met her glory then as the
but this is a completely ceremonial thing.
Apocryphal text
because
has
they
it.
just destroyed Gaza. It's over.
Oh, now, to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example, the bit that Wilde adds, it's not in the story at all, but almost had a very powerful impact. He also has a sexual attraction between Salome and John the Baptist. And that she is like, she's confused and she wants him, but she can't have him, and so then She gives
This
into her,
seems a bit, you know, I
mother's
talked about it on the
wishes, and she
Patreon or
has him
whatever.
decapitated.
A
And
lot
there's
of
a very powerful
celebrities
scene
now
at
are
the end
coming out
where
and going,
she
I
says,
cannot
I could not kiss your
believe.
lips in life,
They're
so
so
now I
dramatic,
kiss
and they're
thee
like,
in
oh,
death.
what is
Very
happening?
powerful.
You
It
know, they're all
connects
just
to
like
wild
half
personal
singing all the
history and
time.
makes a lot more sense.
But it's like,
And
well,
so on.
there's no
It's a
political
fascinating story
risk in
that
saying
gripped the
anything
imagination
now.
of
This
much
guy's
of the
recognizing
medieval
a
Christian
Palestinian
exegetes
state
and
after
even
it's
the modern
literally
mind.
been
And in fact, there are
destroyed.
versions of the
It's
Salome story
literally,
in
like,
song and
destroyed.
writing. If you happen to look at the
It's like the
Wikipedia
funniest thing in
article,
the
they
world.
list about
It's
30
literally been destroyed.
versions
What
of
if, hold
Salome
on,
in modern
one
culture
second.
in the 20th and 21st
What if just
century.
like
So it's
Maxwell's
definitely
like,
an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to
what
the
if
next
that's
question,
the
which is really,
inversion,
why
which
are
is
we
I'll
talking
tell you
about
one
this in
thing
a Jewish
wrong
history
way.
class,
I'll
right?
tell you one thing
She's
fast and
Jewish,
full
but where's the
fast.
Jewish part to
Brigitte
this?
Macron as a
Okay.
cook. I knew
So,
it, and
first of
I've
all, let's
always
go back
said
in
it's
time a
so
little bit
cook.
to understand her background
So here's our
and Herod
president
in particular. This is a Roman rendition of
on the
Herod, may actually
Palestinian
be somewhat
question.
accurate.
This is
I will
Macron.
show you the best rendition we have of the Herod
Palestinian
rendition of
state
Salome a little later.
issue that
And
Donald
he's
Trump
an
was asked
extremely
about.
complex character
And
that
this is his
deserves an
response.
entire lecture easily. He was a client king of the Romans, which meant that, you know, when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of internal corruption and palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able to take over this very fractured nation without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. Remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather. So now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting.
Admonishes
The
Netanyahu behind
Roman
the scenes
strategy
or whatever, but everything we do, we just kind of
managing all these
support
disparate
this
populations
country,
was known as divide
this
et
new
impera, which
anti-Semitism
we have
thing,
in
which
English
seems
called
crazy, this law
divide
that
and rule.
is kind of
And the
being
way they did it was they would
proposed here,
take
and I'll
certain
actually send
elements
this to
of
you,
society,
where
usually
it's
the
like,
aristocracy,
hey,
and actually give them a lot of privileges.
you know,
Give them
people are
citizenship,
basically trying to equate, again,
remove
any
from them tax
criticism
burdens and all kinds of things, and by
with anything that
co-opting key
Israel wants to
elements
do
in
with
given societies
anti-Semitism,
that they
and this is
control,
like,
they were able
they're
to
trying to enshrine all this
essentially
into law, and I
manage
just
all
texted you.
these
But this
hugely
is it.
different
This is
cultures and political
becoming
systems
like
with relatively
so
little effort on their
insanely
part. From time to
obvious
time,
to
they would have to
everybody
use force of
watching this
arms
going,
and they have
wait
to
a
demonstrate
minute,
their
hold
military
on.
might.
This
But
doesn't
really,
make any
their
sense.
genius as a
Jewish people are
civilization
noticing this.
was
People
in
that live in
governance
Israel,
through co-opting the
Netanyahu
elites
is,
of all these societies. So
extending
Herod
this
was one
war.
of
The
those
longer he
co-opted
extends it,
elites. The
he's not in
Sadducees and
jail.
the
He's not
temple ritual we
facing
talked about in the previous
charges.
class
It's
were
obvious
also
in
one of these
Ukraine what
co-opted elites.
Zelensky is
And he came
doing.
into Israel and he
He's
ruled
extending the war.
with a
Now articles are
maniacal
coming out about how
intensity
shady
and
they are, how much
a
money they're
ferocious
stealing in the
degree
Ukraine,
of personal
how
viciousness.
they're not trying
He was
anyway
married
to have
to a
peace.
woman
Here we go.
named
Let's just
Doris
take a
at
look
the
at this
time
here.
that he received the kingship. When he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his, role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. Actually, according to the Talmud, he later killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he actually preserved her body in honey. He kept her around, and the purpose of the honey was to keep her body supple. For you just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible thing you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year award. That's a stupid thing to say. I'll probably edit that part out too. Right? Okay, but some terrible things about Herod. Now, at the same time, that we have this terrible, crazy king who's murdering his relatives left and right, and doing all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of the temple. In fact, all the pictures of the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the Western Wall, he built the Temple Mount, again, on earlier foundations, the Hashmonaic stones, and also on the stones of the Reign of Solomon. Anyways, here we are. So here he is. This is the great builder of the temple. This is the man who invested millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. How can the same person, be credited with all these horrible things and at the same time be the builder of the temple? You'll notice if you read the Talmud that Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like, the rabbis just don't want to talk about it. Yeah, the temple, it's nice. We like it. It's great. Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by, his other activities. He definitely did do some nasty things at the temple as well. Like, for example, at one point he put the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up by the Holy of Holies, which is a hugely offensive thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of the hated Roman occupation, things like that. And he got a lot of criticism for it, but nevertheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's most enduring, beautiful architecture, such as his palaces on Masada, which you can see here, hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture.
But then there are also discussions.
Various cities were built by Herod, ports, aqueducts, all the things that Romans were good at. That's what he was doing in Israel. So most historians have concluded that for Herod, these huge acts of public works, typical for the Romans, were like his kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence,
in a way that's not elegant, and they're not articulate, or
doing good things, right?
They're
Good
just
work.
not
He's
good
like giving to the population. They were not at all
Some of those
motivated
people are
by
going to be
religious
trolls. Some of
sensibilities.
those
And in
people are going
fact,
to
in
be
northern Israel,
trying to
he
be
was also
funny. Some of those
constructing
people are trying to be
beautiful
ironic.
temples
Some
to
of those
various
people hate
idols at the
everyone
same time.
and are
He was like
genuine
that
Nazis,
donor
right?
who was fair to
Free
everybody.
speech
He gave
is
to the
not
Jews,
for a bunch
he
of
gave to
people
the
that you
idolaters,
like
he
and
gave to
agree with
everybody. And
and
that was
think
part
are
of his
good all the time.
self-image as being
Free
this kind
speech
of,
has to be for
grand
everybody.
leader who could do
And the
everything.
way
But
that
he
you
obviously did not
create
take
a
Judaism
political
seriously
space,
in any way, even
and I
though he
believe in
was
this
himself
project,
descended from the Edomites,
where
but
you don't have
nevertheless a Jew
extremism,
for several generations back.
and you don't have
Okay,
neo-Nazis
at
running
this point,
around,
I'm
and you
going
don't
to
have
pause for questions
the
before
racists,
we
you
get
don't have
back
all
to
this
Solomon.
craziness happening. The way that
Yes.
you create that political space is by trying
Taxes.
to
Yeah, heavy tax burden. And in fact, when there was famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3. But otherwise, it was
be
put together by
proven
taxes.
wrong,
If you look at in
where
Tanakh,
people can
you'll see that the
exist
relationship of
without
Jewish
feeling
kings
that
to
they're
their subjects
somehow
often revolves
being
around the
silenced,
degree of the
or
tax
that
burden.
there's
In fact, the split
forbidden
between the
information
northern
that
10 tribes
they
and the
can't
southern tribes
have,
was
and they're in
largely
the
over
dark, and
a
then
tax revolt.
the space
And
in
the
which
North
all
was
that
saying,
information
we are
exists,
spending way too much money
they're
on
filling that
taxes
void
for
with
Solomon. He
whatever
built the
kind of
temple and
ideas
things
they
like that,
want,
huge tax
because they
burden.
don't have the
And when
actual
Solomon
one.
died, they asked his
You
son,
need to
Rehoboam,
have an
okay,
open
what are you going to do?
space
You're
for
going to follow your
dialogue
father's
and for
practices
debate. That's
and
the only
practices like
way
this? Or are you going to
to
ease up
have
a bit?
certain
And he made the
ideas
terrible decision to say, no,
take
I'm going to make it
prominence.
even harder for
The idea
you.
of owning
And
a
as a
house,
result of
for
that, the
example,
North revolted
everyone
and
wants to own
they
a
created a separate
house.
kingdom. Yes, do it.
That's a good idea. Ownership is a good idea. No matter how many people come in and tell you to rent or have more, Jillian Michaels, the fitness trainer who's at Turning Point USA, she's like, no, you should actually rent an income-producing property. And then years later you get rich, and then years later after that, whatever. Are there economic realities that she's talking about? Sure. But most people want to own a fucking house. That's an American idea. It's an idea that people believe in. No matter how many people tell you that renting is better, or living, in a smart city where everything's 15 minutes away and you never have to cut the grass, or
artworks,
no matter who
sometimes
tells
the
you
artists
that,
have specifically connected
it's
them
a
to.
better idea
That's
to
a story
own a
where
house.
a Jewish
It's an American
woman,
idea.
I think she was some kind of princess,
You
and
shouldn't
she
be afraid
got
of
the
people who tell you
king of
that
the
the
Syrians,
real
I think.
thing is renting, or the real thing is like,
lots of dairy products.
using Uber and not owning a car. The real thing is,
Yeah.
those are the better ways to do it. There are huge campaigns, by the way, put together by those companies
is a similar
that
story.
make just live in Airbnbs, just take Ubers, just the gig economy. You'll own nothing and be happy. There's lots of money that's been put behind those ideas. But the idea of ownership is still an idea in America that's incredibly popular.
So
I believe that the idea of like a live and let live society where you're not socially engineering other people is very popular in America.
What exactly is going on
people
here?
that I talk to. Maybe
John
that's
the Baptist in
maniacs
Christian
online,
thought
maybe
is
that's
the
the
functional
people,
equivalent
on
of
the dark web or
Jewish
people
thought.
wherever.
John
But
the Baptist
most people in
is
America
the term
don't
baptism
want
is
social
basically
engineering.
taken
They don't
from the
want their
mikvah,
children
right, which is a
to be
very
engineered.
old
They do not
Jewish
want
ritual idea of going
propaganda
into
being
a
delivered to
body
them
of living water,
from the government.
either
They just want
the
a
River
space
Jordan,
where
as
they can
John
be
the Baptist
happy,
used so often,
have
or any
necessities,
other
have
natural
healthcare,
body of water like
compete
the
with other
ocean
people,
or a lake, things like
follow
that, or a
whatever
collective
their
body of
life goal
rainwater, for
is, and
example.
have
It
their dream.
symbolizes a
That to
transformation,
me is
a
the goal
cleansing,
of the
and
entire country, is to
when
just
one
have
goes
that.
into one status, one comes out another
So I
status.
think
One
in order
goes
to
in
do that,
ritually
so
impure,
again,
one comes out
I don't
ritually pure.
think
One goes
that
in a potential
medieval
convert, one comes out
anti-Semitism
through these kinds of
is
things. So
ever
John the
going to be
Baptist
really popular in
was
America. I don't think
promoting, in
genetic
particular, the use
determinism
of
is
the
going to be
mikvah. He was,
popular. Saying
one
to
of
people,
the
you're
early
black,
mikvah
you
ladies
can't
of
compete.
his day.
The IQ
He was
stuff,
promoting it for
the
many
shape
people.
of skulls,
But
races,
in
like,
Christian
to
thought,
me,
he
yes,
was
there's
to be
people
the
online,
herald
for
of the
sure,
Messiah.
where
He
that's
was
a
going
big
to be
deal.
the one who would
But for
let
the vast
everybody know
majority
that
of people, they're
Mashiach
just
was
trying
here.
to
And of
survive.
course,
They're
in
trying to
Christian
figure out
tradition, he
how
was
to pay their
predicting that
rent.
Jesus
They're trying to
was
figure things
the
out.
Messiah.
So I think that,
Similar
like,
to the
when
Jewish
you
side, and
create
it's
a
based
political
ultimately
culture,
on the idea of
in order to
Eliyahu
prevent
Hanavi,
it
of
from
Elijah
sliding,
the
going
prophet,
off the rails into
foretelling the
extremism,
coming of the
you
Jewish Messiah.
cannot,
So
for
a lot
the
of these things
last
are
30,
prefigured
50
into
years,
the Christian term, or they
immiserate
are modeled
people
on the earlier
and
Jewish
make their
models.
lives
And he was an
materially
unpopular
worse,
figure with
where they
Herodias in
can't
particular,
redo their bathroom. They
because
can't get a knee
he, like
operation.
the early
Their car
Christian
breaks,
movement
they can't
and
get to
the
work. They're fucked.
Pharisees,
All of
were
these people become
antithetical
radicalized
to traditional
because the
authority.
material conditions
Because
of their
think
life
about it,
are
we're
much
talking about
worse.
this
That's
palace
obvious.
intrigue where you
Most of
have
these
people
people
who
become.
are
I was broke
marrying
for
the
years.
wrong
The reason I didn't
people
become like
against
a
Jewish
psycho-radical
law,
is I was doing
and the
comedy. I
whole
loved comedy.
business
I loved
with a
the group of
young
people I was
Jewish
with. We had
girl
a goal, and we're all
dancing in
doing
front
it.
of a
We
bunch
kind
of
of
drunken
understood
men.
that
That
part
is
of it was
definitely
being
not
broke, and
kosher
part of it was
practice.
not having
This is not the
a
kind
ton
of
of assurances
rabbinic
that we were just
vision
out there taking
of
risks.
tzniut, of
But
modesty,
there's a
of
lot of
the way
people
people should
that
deport
because
themselves.
their
And
lives
people like
are
John the
going down the
Baptist
drain,
and other
start embracing
Pharisees, because they're all in the
pathologies.
same kind
And
of
when you tell people
intellectual
that, like,
framework and trajectory,
the Epstein
are
files
openly
don't exist,
criticizing
or that,
authority and saying, you know, this is not what
questioning
God
Israel
wants
makes
from
them
us, this is not what
anti-Semitic,
the
or that
Torah demands of
they
us,
should be
and they're
funding
like
a genocide and then a starvation
of
campaign.
the authorities.
It drives
Even
people
though the
insane.
authorities are all
It
Jewish and
makes
they
them
all
actually
receive their power
crazy,
from Rome,
as it
they are
would.
unable to control
So
this
now the
popular
material
movement of
conditions of their life
resentment
are worse.
for the antinomian
Everything's a lie.
activities
People
of
know
the
it's a
ruling
lie.
authorities. Remember, this is the
The
same
Ukraine
kind
war,
of
remember that? I mean, they're
intellectual
stealing
and
everything.
moral force
Article after
that
article
will
is how much they're
ultimately
stealing
result in
over
the
there.
First Roman
And
Jewish War,
there's no money
the
to
Second
fix
Roman
the
Jewish War,
roads
which
in
we'll talk
upstate
about
New
next week
York,
under Bar
or
Kokhba.
Pennsylvania,
There
or
is
Detroit,
a
or
growing
Michigan.
degree of
And fuck you.
separation
And when
between
Mark
the
Andreessen
common
comes out and
Jews, who are
says, hey,
primarily
the only
peasants at
jobs
this
left are
time,
going to be venture
from their
capitalists
traditional leadership,
after AI
and they're
takes over.
associating
And
themselves
sorry,
with
that's
these
just the way it
charismatic
is.
local preachers,
And again, I
be
think these
they
ice raids
these
are
early
barbaric,
Christians who
but you
are
do
basically
need to
Jews
figure
who are
out
simply
a
promoting
way
Jesus
to
as the
worry
Messiah,
about
or
American
more traditional
people.
Pharisaic leaders.
I don't
And
think you
so
should be
for people
deporting
like
6-year-olds,
Herodias
throwing
shown
them in
here,
handcuffs, or people here that are
the
here.
mother in the
They've been here for a
1923
while,
film
they're
I
roots of
showed
the
you
community,
earlier,
they're doing the job.
they view
I think all
these
of that is
people
going to
as
make the pendulum
do-gooders,
swing again
holier-than-thou
to where no
types
one
who are
cares and
really
everybody's
trying
coming
to
in.
undermine
But
the
you need
basis
to
of their
worry
authority.
about
And
America
so
as a
the
country and say,
conflict between
why is everything
Herod,
so
the
fucked?
Sadducees,
And it's not one way
and
we should be
these
going after billionaires.
messianic figures
Where's
like
the
Jesus,
E-Verify shit?
John the Baptist, is
Why
really
aren't we
quite
going
palpable,
after people
which
that
will
employ
eventually
illegal
result
immigrants?
in
Is it because they're all Trump's
contributing to
friends?
not only Jewish
Why aren't we
sectarianism, but
going
also
after the
to
guys like Steve
ultimately
Flynn and all these
open
hotel
revolt
magnates
against the Romans
that
in the year
employ
70.
all these people
So
and
that's
choose
really
not to
what
pay
this
American wages?
underground work is.
Why
Now,
are we doing that?
looking at Salome
So
in
this is what
particular,
drives
there's really
people
two
insane.
ways in which her
And
life
it drives
has
them
been
crazy
interpreted.
to the left, to the right, wherever. You go, why am I
One way,
watching
which I
some
don't want
guy
to
show
focus
up
on
at
for the next 10
graduation,
minutes or so,
but there's
is
a
the idea
billionaire
of
on a private
Salome
jet
as the
who
innocent.
employs
In some
illegal
cases,
immigrants who's
like in Oscar
not
Wilde's,
being
was it
arrested
Wilde's
or
depiction? I
detained
think it
or
was
questioned.
Strauss's
Why
depiction.
is
I'm
that
not sure
happening?
offhand.
This is what drives
Salome
people
is
insane. And
portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted,
and they get radicalized.
having,
So if you
no
want
real
people to
clue
stop being
of
radicalized,
the moral
it's not
perfidy
about
that she's
banning
involved with, either
things
with
and
the
burning
dance
books, and
or
the
with
right wing does it too, although some of the books are a little
and in
crazy.
fact, when she goes
But
to
a
ask
gay
Herod
character
to have
in a
John
book,
the
and the
Baptist
right wing
decapitated,
runs and
she
bans
can't
him because
remember his
they're
name.
afraid their
She
kids
goes,
are going to become
my
gay.
mother said,
I
what's his name
understand
again?
when you're in
Like,
fourth
that just
grade, but if
shows
you're in
how
high school, you handle a
distant
book
she
with a
is
gay
from it.
character.
And
But
so
some of
there
the
have
books
been
are like,
particularly
I don't know,
in
some of
the
them are a
late
little
19th and
crazy.
20th
Like some
century
of the,
that
I looked at some of the
show
books,
her
like,
as
and I
kind of
looked them
like
up, and
being
I'm like,
taken
wait a minute,
advantage of by
why
all
are
these
we doing
evil
this?
forces
You know what I
around
mean?
her, such as
Like,
her mother, Herodias
some
in
of the books are
particular.
like, it's
But
like
that's not generally
Charlotte's
the way
Web,
that
but
she's
there's
understood
a
in much
vibrator in
of
it.
the medieval
It's like,
literature,
you know what I mean? Like
where we
Charlotte
see
teaches
her
herself
more
about
as a kind of
self-pleasure. That I don't think is
prefigurement
great.
of
But
Judaism.
if you
In
want
the
the recipe
post-Christian
for
era, that is in the
radicalization, which is
post-Jesus era.
seemingly what everybody's
This is an
looking
image
for
I've
right now,
shown
they
you
go, what
several
is
of
the
these in
recipe for
previous
radicalization?
classes, but
Why
let's
are
just think
certain
about one
people
element that I have not
off the
focused on
deep end?
before. But
Why
just
do
for those
people
of you who
believe the
haven't
world
seen
is
it,
flat?
I'll
Or
just
that
give you a quick
space is
rundown. This is
completely fake?
one version
Why do
of the
some
famous
people believe Tom
Ecclesia
Hanks
et
is a clone?
Synagoga
You know, it's because the
painting, which we
lies have
see
gotten so
in monumental
verbose,
architecture.
and
We see
people
it
are
here in
now
the stained
starting
glass
to
window
go, wait a
from the
minute,
German city
what
of
is real?
Verben
What the hell's
from the
going on?
14th century,
So you
which
can't
always
make an entire
contrasts
population
the
poor,
church as
poison their
being,
food,
morally
stress them
correct
out to the point where
and
they're anxiety
upright and
ridden.
having power
It can
and
be
so on,
hard
with the
to talk
synagogue,
about
which is
not being
dark
able to be
and
hard, to
is
get hard.
immoral
But Hims is here to
and
make
is
things much
unfavored by
easier.
God.
Their
So you see, there are
all-online
certain
process
elements
connects you with
that
a
I'm only
licensed
going to show
healthcare
you
provider
one.
who
We
can
could do
recommend
this
personalized ED
all night
treatments
too,
from the
but
comfort
I'll
of
just
home.
show you one. This is the
Through Hims,
church
you can
always
access
on the
personalized prescriptions for
left-hand
ED like
panel,
Hard Mints or
because
Sex RX,
usually there's,
plus
and actually in
Climax
this image
Control.
they've cut it out
Hims
from the
offers
middle,
access to
but there
ED
is like
treatment
a
options
crucifix
that
in the
cost
middle and Jesus on the
95%
top,
less than brand
and his
names.
hand is over the
New
right
Sex
side, the
RX
stronger
plus
side.
testosterone support
And
includes
church is represented riding a four-headed beast called a
Tadalafil
tetramorph,
for
which is
better
like
bedroom
a
performance
symbol
and
of
sync for
authority.
testosterone
It
support with
alludes
hundreds of
to
thousands of trusted
several passages
subscribers.
in the book
Hims
of
can help you
Ezekiel.
find the ED
She's
option
got
that
the
works best for
upright
you
staff
if it's
with
appropriate.
her
You fill out an
flag
intake form on their
unfurled,
site and connect
blowing
with a
in the
medical
wind,
provider who can determine if
holding
treatment
on
is
to
right
the
for you.
holy grail, the chalice
If
here.
prescribed your
Her eyes
medication,
are
ships
open, they're
discreetly
looking
to your
straight
door for free.
forward,
Start
and
your free
everything
online visit
conveys
today
a message
at
of like
hims.com/Tim.
authority,
Find ED treatments that's up to
regality.
95% less
Is
than
that a
brand
word,
names at
regality? Regalness, maybe?
hims.com/TIM.
Regal,
Actual price will depend upon the
like being
subscription
kingly.
type, feature products.
And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her,
So many
indicating
people have
divine
shit
approval
credit
of
and their
the
lives are
church's
terrible.
rule
You want to be
in
one of them?
the
Wake the
temporal world.
fuck up.
Now over here though is synagogue, and represented here is
Having
quite
good
different.
credit
She's
can make
riding
your
a
life
donkey,
better.
which is
Did
nowhere
you know that
near
over
as interesting
1/3
an
of
animal
Americans,
as the
roughly
tetramorph.
36%, have below average
Her
credit scores,
very
which can make
posture
borrowing
is
more
bent
difficult and
over. She's in
expensive?
an attitude
I
of
didn't have credit for
decline,
10 years,
almost
and my life
depression,
was
right?
complete
She's
shit.
actually
I
smaller
spent the best
than
years
the
of my
church
life
physically.
getting thrown out of banks
The
and off
crown
car
that she
lots.
used to wear
Do
is
you want
knocked from
that?
her head,
I don't
indicating
think
the
so.
loss of favor from God. Her
Having bad
staff,
credit
which
means
indicates
your
her
life is
power,
a
is
big pile of
broken.
shit.
She's no longer in charge.
And that's
The
what mine
synagogue
was
is
for a
in
decade.
disfavor.
I had a horrible life.
And
I
once
didn't have
again,
credit.
to
The minute I
contrast
got
with the
better
crown
credit, my
coming from
life
heaven,
was
there is
better.
a sword
People saw me in the
descending
street
from
and said
heaven
hello
and piercing
instead
her
of
through the
spit
top
on
of her
me.
skull to really
With
get the point
transparent,
across, so
affordable
to speak,
plans
that
starting at
she's
just
under favor.
$5 a
Now,
month.
what
No
is
hidden fees
this
and zero
bit
interest.
here
Kickoff
with
helps you
the
score big
ram's
when it
head
comes to
that she's
credit. It's
holding
simple.
on to?
You
What
make
is that
on-time
all
payments.
about?
Credit bureaus see good behavior,
Open to the
and your
floor
credit
for
can go fast.
analysis.
I'll tell you this. I'll be very honest with you. I know I'm being hyperbolic, but the reality is,
Judith, you
if
must
you
have an
have
idea.
bad credit in this country,
What
you're
does that
fucked. You
ram's
ain't
head
getting anything.
represent?
I just went through this with a friend of mine. It's so hard. You got to repair your credit. You got to start building credit with Kickoff today. You can get your first month for as little as $1.
Very good.
That's 80% off the normal price when you go to getkickoff.com/Tim. That's Kickoff without the C. Get KIKOFF.com/Tim.
The eye is still intact. But I'm going to say that in the microphone so they're here on the internet audiences that
Average first year credit rating back plus 84
Judith
points.
saying that
Payment
this
score 3.0
represents the
between January
realm of
2023 and January
Abraham,
2024.
which for
For
Jews,
Kickoff
though,
credit
is a very
account users who
positive
start with a
symbol,
score below
right?
600
We
paid on
like
time
the
rental
ram
limits
of
2 months
Abraham,
chance
we
credit
blow the
profile. During the
shofar,
period, late payments may
you know,
negatively impact your credit score.
all that
Results may
stuff.
vary. I mean, they just did a study. Look this up. The World Happiness
Yes.
Report, which, by the way, is my
Holding it
favorite
by
thing in
the
the world.
horn, which is
The
very
World
significant.
Happiness Report finds that young people in, Western countries are unhappy. And they're much less happy than they were like 15 years ago. Young people aren't as happy. And people are wondering why that
Yes,
is.
I think
Why
all
are
those
young
things
people
are definitely
not
very
as
true.
happy
Notice
as
that
they
the
were?
contrasting
Is it
element that the church
technology?
holds
Is
is
it
the
social
chalice,
media?
right? Which
Here we are, young
represents the
people in the
receiving of
West
blood of
becoming
Jesus, the
unhappier.
sacramental wine. So here
People
you've
are
got
unhappy, and some
the
people go, well,
bloody
it's
ram's
because
head,
now there are
and
terms
you've got
for
the second,
mental
which reminds me of another funny
health, and
story.
we're
A friend of
talking
ours,
more about mental health. And in my
named
comedy
Amy,
special, I
in
talk
North
a little
Miami
bit about that.
the one
That
year
yes,
they decided to do
people
the
are more
actual ram's
conscious
head
of their mental
or
health
sheep head for
now
Pesach.
than they've
And so
ever
she
been in the
had it in
past. honest.
the sink.
And some of that's
before
good.
they
Some of that
and
seems
her
a little,
3-year-old came
is a little suspect. There's a lot of people that seem to be cynically using their mental health.
the chalice
Here we go.
represents like
Average happiness of young people is on the decline across the West. The Schmidt has driven the U.S. out of the top 20 happiest countries overall for the first time since reporting began. Lithuania took the top spot for young people, while its under 30 population rating.
Physicality.
Lithuania took the top spot for young. The happiest people are in Lithuania, by the way.
Of Abraham.
Part of why this is
taken in a negative sense
is that
the
young
church
people
is
now
ethereal, the church
are
is
looking at the
spiritual,
world
the church
and
is all
going,
those things.
is the
The
country
Jews are
going
still
to
stuck on
exist in 20
sacrifices.
years?
They want blood. They
Are
want
we
meat,
going
right?
to have a country? And by the way, not because of a foreign threat,
They want these
not
kind of
because
physical things.
we're going to be
And so the
invaded,
concept of
not because
carnal
we're going to be
Israel
nuked,
becomes very
but they're
significant
going,
through many of the
is the
medieval readings of
country going
Salome's
to
story.
exist?
That
Or are internal
Salome,
forces
thinking of
pulling the country
perhaps her
apart?
love for John the Baptist, is
And
really obsessed with the
are those people,
physicality
the
of it.
young people
That
of this
it's all about
study, the
the
lower
blood,
happiness
it's all
reported
about
by
the
the younger
death,
under
it's all
30 in the
about the
United
physical
States
thing.
and
And
Canada
in
is
fact,
linked
you know, a
with
lot
lower
of medieval
levels of
commentators,
satisfaction
Christian
and social
commentators, looking
support,
at Judaism
lower
and
satisfaction
trying to
with
understand
living
what's going
conditions,
on with
greater
Judaism,
stress and
we
anxiety,
have so many
lower trust in
details with the
government,
milk spoon
and
and
higher
the meat
perceptions
pot,
in
and
corruption.
you could do this on
Because
Saturday, you
people
can't do
looking
this on
around going,
Saturday.
is this country
You know,
even
all
going
of
to
these
exist?
details,
It
which for the
doesn't
medieval
seem
Christian
like
mind,
it's
I would
going to
argue,
exist.
for the
It
modern
seems
Christian
to be
mind, for the
way
modern secular
too
mind,
corrupt
like, what has God
to
wanted with
exist
all
in
these
20 years.
details? What
So
is all?
what
That's
do you
all
do?
physical. Is that really what God
Wait a minute,
wants?
by the way,
So
most
the
happy
criticism
places for
is
people live under
that the
30.
Jews
Number
are
one, Lithuania.
excessively
Number two,
carnal.
Israel.
They're excessively sexual, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to
Maybe there's something to that ethno-state
They're
concept.
excessively focused
But
on the physical
So
as opposed
what
to
I'm
the
saying here
spiritual.
is that, like,
And so the whole Salome
everyone's running
metaphor,
around now
which
going,
is
how do we
translated
prevent
primarily
people
through
from being
the
radicalized
image
and
of
going,
a female as
becoming
well in the Ecclesian
schizophrenic?
synagogue,
Which I
is
think is a
seen
good
as
goal.
negatively
But I think that
grounded
part of
in
that
this world
really
thing
has to
rather
look
than a
at
spiritual,
the entire
ethereal vision
picture
of Christianity. Okay,
of
but I should
what's
point
going
out
on
the
right now.
blindfold, right? I can't
Younger
believe I forgot
people
that.
are
The
sitting there
church here
wondering,
is clear-eyed
Brigitte
and
have a
able to
cock?
see,
Will I
whereas
afford
the
a house?
synagogue is always
Is there
blindfolded,
a job
cannot see
for
the
me?
truth, cannot see what's going on.
And there isn't.
This is actually more a
They're
generic
not. And she
representation
does.
of all
Those
Jews
are the answers to those
as
questions.
embodied in this
But they're
female
not.
figure of
Is the
the
country being run by
synagogue.
pedophiles? Yes.
And it's
Does
important to
Brigitte have a
note
cock?
that
Most
the
likely.
artwork is
Am I
especially
going to afford
important
a
because
house?
we're dealing with
Not nearly.
several hundred years of
Do I
virtually
have
complete
what kind of job
illiteracy.
am I going to get?
And so for people
Nothing.
to understand, you know, if
Do
they
you
come
know
to
what
church and say,
young
well,
people do
I don't
now?
understand,
If you're a
who
young
are these
person,
Jewish
this is
people,
what
and
you do.
don't they come
You
before us?
graduate
Wasn't
school.
Jesus first?
Let's
I heard
give
that
you a name.
someplace. And then
Let's
the
give
priest
you
will be
a
able to say,
name.
oh, check this out. This
Your
explains the whole
name, I'm going to
relationship
give you a
between
male
Judaism
and a
Christianity
woman.
and so on. So
Sorry,
it's really important
non-binaries.
to have
I'm just going to
this
do a
kind of
male and a
monumental
woman right
architecture.
now,
And it
okay?
figures very
The
prominently
male's
in a
name
lot
is
of
Brett.
cathedrals and
His name is
illuminated
Brett.
manuscripts and things like that. You should also
Brett.
recall,
He's
you're absolutely right, that
22-year-old
the
male.
overwhelming power of this kind of art
Carolyn.
compared to
Carolyn
our
is a
century must have been
22-year-old
amazing.
female.
Like,
Okay?
it would be like going
This is
to
what
an
happens to
IMAX
Carolyn and
theater when
Carolyn
you've never even seen moving
to
pictures. It would
NYU.
just be
She's
tremendous because
smarty
what kind of
pants.
artwork could you have in
She's
your
smart.
village? You know, someone
Carolyn
would
grew up
scratch something
in
into
Rhode
a piece of
Island,
wood maybe?
and
Who has
her
time to
parents
paint?
worked
Who has any
together,
skill and
and
training?
she's got a
You
lovely
come to
home
the
life,
larger
and
village
she
or
has
the
a
big
nice
city and
older
you see these
brother, but he ended up on
cathedrals
drugs,
and stained
and he's
glass
just
art
doing
and
the best he
it's like
can.
overwhelming.
But Carolyn
So
went to
like
NYU,
institutional
and she went to the
education.
Stern
By the
School
way,
of Business,
this
where
is
she's
an
going to take
actual
over the world,
depiction
and
of
she
Salome
loves all
herself.
the female
The coin
founders,
was
and
recently
she
discovered.
listens to
I cannot figure out the
fucking,
Latin, but the
motivational
websites tell me this
speeches
is
from that
saying
bitch who
Salome.
founded
That's what she looks
Bumble,
like.
Whitney, fucking whatever, Wolf Herd, and
Hard
all
to
these
tell.
other people, and she's a
She's sort of
badass
intelligence between her
finance
and
bitch,
Herod.
and her,
But
she
at
wants,
any rate,
and
we
her
do know that
pet
she was a
causes her
historical
women's
figure.
literacy
She
in
had
the
some
third world.
royalty, and
She
has
wants
not
women in the
Napoleon
third
named
world
it
to
after
know
her.
more
But
about
we should put in this
money.
context the legacy.
And
So what do
that's
we
what she
understand
does.
from
Her
this
name
story
is Carolyn.
vis-a-vis Jewish
And
history
she
in
moves
particular?
from Rhode Island, and
It's
she
a
goes to
complicated
NYU,
legacy
and she likes
because
NYU,
she does not
and
even figure in
she's
the
very
Jewish sources
liberal,
that I mentioned. She
and all
doesn't
of her
like
friends are
set
very
a
rich. She
tone
thinks
or
Trump
a
is gross,
message for Jews. She has
and
no
always
teachings
has,
that we can
and she's in
offer
love with a
for
French
moving
guy, and
forward.
he doesn't really love her,
And
and
she's
he's
basically
whatever,
invisible accessible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well with the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because she's associated with carnality with
is
illicit
in the
sexuality,
garage.
with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with
Brett's
blood
mother
and the
died of
eventual
cancer
decapitation
early
of John
on.
the Baptist.
Okay?
So she's a little bit
So
of an
Brett was living with
outlier
his
from
father
most
who
of the
killed
topics that we'll be
himself. Now he's
discussing in this
17 years
series.
old, so he's right on.
Next
He's right
week,
on the
God
ledge.
willing,
He's
we're
going to
going
be
to speak about
emancipated. He doesn't need a parent.
fascinating
Okay?
individual
Now he doesn't get
who
any real money from his
led a
father's
revolt against the
health
Romans
with his
in
life
the
insurance.
2nd
His dad
century,
didn't have it.
and it was
She
thought
didn't
by
have
many,
any
including
life
Rabbi
insurance,
Akiva,
okay? And
to
they were
actually
renting.
be the Mashiach.
Here's
As
the
turned
good
out,
news for Brett.
he wasn't.
Brett writes a
But
great
I think we'll have a
college
lot to say
essay,
in
and it's
more
called
conventional
"I Found My
Jewish
Father's
next
Body
week.
in the
Thank you very
Garage,
much for your attention and
and
your
half of
endurance,
his head
and I look
was
forward to seeing you
gone."
next week.
And so the people at the college admissions office, because Brett is an A- student, he's pretty fucking good. Okay, and he's on the baseball team. He's not the star, but he's on it. And he writes an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball. It takes my mind off the time I found my father's body in the garage with half of his face gone. So Brett goes to Northwestern, pretty good school, and he plays baseball. Okay? And his father's dead. Okay?
Yes, good to
Carolyn's the stern school of
ladies and gentlemen, why don't we
business.
get started?
She wants women in Afghanistan to learn about,
Okay, ladies and
Bitcoin.
gentlemen, let us, I don't see,
Brett's
let's
at
get started
Northwestern,
here.
trying to get over the
Thank you for coming
trauma of
to
his
the
father,
final
who was sacrificed on the
lecture
altar of
of the season.
globalization. And
Next week
Reagan
we'll of course not be
letting all
meeting
the
here.
mental hospitals out,
We'll all be
and
very
no health
busy
care and whatever,
getting
okay?
ready for the holiday
His
coming up.
father was
God willing.
also abusing
And we will
pharmaceutical drugs
resume a
and
summer session, God
whatever.
willing,
It just
at
is
the
what
end
it
of
is.
April
He's also
30th.
a drunk.
My
So Brett's at
lovely
Northwestern,
assistant
and
and the
Carolyn's
brilliant Elisa Abramson will be collecting
in
email
NYU.
addresses if you would
Now,
like to
Caroline
receive the
and Brett never
schedule
should
via
have met.
email.
But Brett
You'll
was
also, by the way,
traveling to
if I
New
get
York
your email and I
City
put you on
to
the
see a
blog,
friend
you'll
he
be
grew
able
up
to
with, who
simply
was
receive
attending
updates
PACE,
as the
a much less
lectures are
reputable school.
posted
In
as well.
fact, it's a piece of shit.
So
It's a prison,
that's a good
but
one
that's
for the
where
beginning. Let me
retards
start
go.
with just a little
And
story.
Brett
Of
knew
course,
a
we
lot
are
of
going to be.
retards
This is
growing
actually
up
a true
growing up
story
in his town.
about
So he
Passover
goes to
cleaning.
visit his buddy, and his buddy
As you
goes,
know,
sometimes
the
you go to
holiday
these
is
like
a tremendous amount of
cool
work
bars
as
with
we
really hot chicks,
cleanse
and they're all
our
super
houses
rich.
of all
And it's not
leathery
like they'll ever go out with us,
products,
but I
which
fucked
on a
around last
symbolic
month.
level is
Brett's like,
understood to
we're
refer
going.
to, you know,
So
our
they
sense
go
of
to this bar. I
arrogance
don't
and
know. I
our
haven't been to
pride.
bars in
All
years.
of
I don't know what
these
they call it.
inflated
They
things
call
like,
it,
yeast causes the
it's
dough
called,
to rise. We also have
it's
to get rid of
called,
the pride and arrogance
the
that
bar
is
is
so
just called,
corrosive to our own humility.
Jew.
And so that's why people, especially in the holy city of Jerusalem, tend to go really over the cliff when it comes to methods of cleaning. And they're taking Q-tips and cleaning out the electrical sockets and, you know, filters and water and all kinds of, you know, amazing things, repainting everything. So this actually happened to a friend of mine. I hope I didn't tell you last week. He lives in Neve Yaakov, which is a suburb of Jerusalem in the north. And on Erev Pesach, the day before Passover, his toilet seat breaks.
Which he
Oh,
feels
I
is
did
one
tell
of the
last
only
week.
reasons he hasn't killed himself.
I'm going to tell it again. I noticed
Caroline
that
is
nobody
outside,
watched from
and Brett
Latvia
steps out.
this week.
Brett's not a smoker,
So
never
this is
has
for
been, but everyone's smoking. It looks
so
cool.
anyways, he
Brett
goes
decides
into
to smoke a
Jerusalem,
cigarette,
to the main
and
city,
Carolyn's
to get a
outside,
toilet seat. He
and
goes
they
to the
start
hardware store, he
chatting.
buys a
Where are you
toilet seat, he
from?
puts it on
This,
his
that,
arm,
and
he
the
gets
other
back on the bus.
One
He's
thing
riding on the bus
leads,
back to Neve
to the
Yaakov.
next,
He hears two
okay?
Hasidim talking
They
behind
end
him,
up
and one of them
going
says to the
home
other,
together
well, that's a
and
stringency
hooking up.
I've never
This is
heard
very
of before.
rare. Brett's not a
As a
Casanova.
former,
It
I've
doesn't
never
happen
heard
all
of
the
it.
time.
Okay, so
Neither is
we're on. That's the joke.
Carolyn, okay?
Yeah, that's cute. Okay,
But they
that's it. I
decide
won't tell it
they're
again until
gonna
next
get
year.
married.
Tonight's topic
They're gonna
is
make a go of
Henrietta
this, okay?
Zoll. A fascinating
After
topic.
several months of
It
dating,
just
long
her
distance, Brett
life
decides he's
career
gonna move
just
to New York
begins to take us
because
into the
Carolyn
20th
seems to be on
century,
some better
where we'll look
financial
at some
footing,
really
okay?
fascinating people
So he moves to New York.
after the break. Oh, and by the way,
And
let me
Carolyn
also
and
suggest
him start
that I
dating.
am,
Now the power dynamic's a
you
little
know,
off.
currently
She's
researching
got all the
people
money,
to
and
study
she's got all the
after the break.
friends.
So if you have
And
any
the world has kind of pushed her
particular
forward.
requests
There's
for
nothing wrong with
20th
that.
century, you know, send
But
them my
she's
way.
got the fancy degree from the
Hannah
school, and
Arendt
Brett
has come up
feels a
actually in a couple of
little cocky.
suggestions.
But
Thinking that
he
might be an
goes
interesting person to look
He
at.
doesn't really
The
have a family.
Piaseczna
His
Rebbe
father's
from the
head
Warsaw Ghetto
was
is
all
someone
over
I
the
definitely like to
garage.
look at. So
Okay?
please send me your suggestions. We'd like
Carolyn
to look
loves Brad.
at figures
Treats him
in
really
Jewish
nicely.
history that made a significant impact.
She likes him. He's a nice
Okay.
guy.
So Henrietta Sold was one of those
He's
people.
pure and he's simple. She says
Her
it to her
life
friends. Like, he's pure.
follows a
He's
very
like a good
interesting
guy.
trajectory
I just
in
love
that,
him. He uprooted his
she
whole life
is
for me. He's a
hugely
Midwestern guy.
undervalued for
He
the
likes
first 4
sports,
decades of her
baseball.
life.
His dad
Even
blew off
though
his
she
head and
has
his mother's
phenomenal
dead.
talents,
He's a good
which
guy.
are exploited
And then one day,
mercilessly
Carolyn
by
is having
people around her,
dinner on the
people
Upper
who you
West
would
Side,
think
and the
would know
French
better in a
guy that
Jewish
she was in
establishment.
love with 2
She's
years prior
consistently
passes.
underpaid and
And he
undervalued,
notices Caroline, and
underutilized.
he comes over,
And
and he
but then
says
all of a sudden,
to
in
her,
her late
oh my God, it's
40s,
good to see
she
you.
has a personal
And
crisis,
she's like,
which
hi, how are you? Now
ironically
this French guy is French aristocracy.
transforms her into
He's
this
got lots of
activist
money, an absurd amount
extraordinaire
of money. In fact,
that creates
there's not that many
organizations
people left in France with money.
in
This guy's
Israel
one of them.
and in
Caroline knows
America,
him, but it
most
doesn't matter.
notably
It's
the
filed away in the back of
Hadassah
her head.
Women's
He also has
Organization
movies
in
for
this
good
country,
likes.
and also
But
the
Carolyn's
Youth
got a
Aliyah
relationship
in
with Brad,
Israel
a
that
regular
was
Midwestern
responsible for
guy
saving
who watched his dad.
30,000
We didn't watch him.
lives
But
of
the
German
body
Jews
was still
between the ages
warm
of
when he
15 and
walked into the
17.
garage. You know what I
And
mean?
this all
Pretty
happened
sick
in
of his dad to do that.
her 50s
Close to
and
school.
onwards. So it's really interesting to
But
see a
Carolyn
person who
sees
was
this
really,
French guy,
towards
shock.
mid-career, when most people
And
start
she
thinking
chats
about
with shock. And you know
retirement,
what?
she all of a sudden
She's
exploded
gonna
and made phenomenal
to get her
contributions to
Uber.
Jewish history.
And she
So I'd like
decides
to
that
quickly
she'll,
scope
and he
out
goes,
her
no,
career,
just
places
walk with you. And
within
she goes, okay.
context. We'll spend a little bit of time
And they
talking about
chat.
the crisis
She
that
doesn't
changed her
mention that she's
soul
seeing anyone, but
and
it doesn't come
allowed
up.
her to transmit
It
her
doesn't come
values
up.
and
Why
her
would it
energy
come up?
to the Jewish
Okay?
population as a
And he
whole.
said, I'd love to see
So
you again. We
her
should go
years
and
are 1860
should
to
go to this opening of this gallery. My friend in Soho,
She
my cokehead
is
friend who has no
a
talent,
child of
has rented a
America.
gallery in
She was born
Soho,
in
and she's
Baltimore,
inflicting a
Maryland.
mediocre art on people.
Her
Let's all go
father
down there and see what
was a
that's about.
recent import
And she,
to this country. Actually,
living
this is kind of
downtown,
a summary
sees no
slide
reason not
that
to
I'm going to
attend
go
a
right
very
now.
public
She was
art
a
gallery
actually, why not? Let's
show
talk
in
about it a little
Soho
bit. Why was
with
she
an
so
old
great?
friend.
Okay, I mentioned Hadassah. I
It's not
mentioned
a big deal.
Youth
She's not
Aliyah,
cheating on
things
this
like that.
Midwestern guy.
But
He's
she
so
is
pure and
an
simple.
American
His father
Jewish
killed
leader
himself in the
who
garage.
first made her mark
So
primarily
Caroline from
in
the Stern School of
scholarship
Business who
and
cares that
primarily
women
behind
get
the
Bitcoin so they can
scenes.
transcend the
She
circumstances
was
of living
quite
in an Afghan
talented as a
cave,
writer,
decides
and
to
she
go
had
to the
facility
opening
with,
of a
of course,
mediocre
the
artist
American language of
Soho
English, which was
with
something
shock.
that most
A very
Jewish
wealthy French
scholars
guy.
of the time
All
did
the
not
while,
have.
her
Most of them
simple,
were coming
pure
over from
Midwestern,
Germany and had facility in
beautiful
Hebrew,
boy,
perhaps
beautiful,
in Aramaic,
life
perhaps
that
in
they
German,
have
but
together.
in English
She
that was
calls him
an
a
entirely
boy.
different
He
matter.
doesn't
So
love
she was
that.
the behind the
But she
scenes
does. She
editor and
realizes it's
translator
just
of
because he
so
doesn't have a lot of
many
money.
works.
He doesn't come
I
from
looked,
anything.
actually, I had my
Okay?
daughter
She
Elisa
decides to
in
go to
my
this gallery
office
opening
at the
with shock.
university today.
Well, the gallery
And I
opening
read
would come to lunch.
that
And
Henrietta
lunch
Zoll
becomes
was
coffee. And
extremely
then she eventually has to tell
involved
Jacques, listen,
in
I'm
the
actually in a
translation of
relationship. I
Heinrich
don't know what else
Kretz's
going on with
works
this.
from
Okay?
German into English.
But
Kretz,
Jacques
of course,
says,
was
listen,
the
I
great
totally understand,
19th century
but here's the reality.
encyclopedic
You're graduating
historian of the
school
Jews.
next year.
And
I've
I have
always
a
loved you.
1909
I never thought
copy
you loved me.
of the
We're meant to be
Kretz's
together.
history
We're meant to
published
get
by the
married.
Jewish
My
Publication
family's
Society,
in the
with
south
which
of France.
Henrietta Soll
You
was
know it,
very
and I
active.
know.
And I pulled
So,
volume
what
1
are
off
we
the
doing
shelf
here?
to see who translated
She
it. It
walks
says in the
home, she's
biography
crying,
she was
it's
like,
cold,
she
it's
wrote
wet,
it more
it's
than
raining.
Gretz
She
did
knows
almost.
that Jacques is
And I
right.
looked in the
She knows
preface,
that she's
and
going
it
to go and
quotes
marry this
one
rich
person,
guy.
I
She's
forget
going
what
to
her name is,
destroy
but she says, I only
this
translated
man, this
the
Midwestern
first
guy.
part of
He's
the
a good
first
guy.
volume, and everything
And she
else
goes
of the other
home
6
and they
volumes
have
were
a talk.
translated by other
And
hands,
she says,
and
listen,
they go unnamed.
Brad,
So clearly this is a reference
listen,
to
Brad,
Henrietta
you know I
Soll,
love you, and
who's
these 2 years have been the best
she
years
just
of
does
my life.
not get the credit she deserves, as we
I
shall
just
see.
feel like there's
She later went on,
too
after
many
this
things
personal
here
crisis, to found
that just never
Hadassah
work. I think
and
we
be
want
very
different
active in
lives,
Zionist
you know?
causes, where
You
she is a
mentioned that you
great
love the
hero
Midwest.
to
You'd like
the
to go back
early
one day. I could never see
Zionist
myself
movement.
living here. He goes,
Okay,
yeah, but but that's
So
just
let's
something I say.
place
I mean,
her
I've heard my
family
whole life for
background in
you. I kind of
context.
like New York.
Her
I actually love
father
the pizza.
was
I
Benjamin
thought I'd never
Soros,
like
shown
anything better
here,
than tavern
who
style Chicago pizza.
was a
But I
Hungarian
actually love the
rabbi
pizza here.
who
She goes,
was
here's the
a
thing.
modernizing figure
This isn't
within
about
the
pizza
rabbinic
bread. It's not about
context.
food. It's about the
However,
fact that I met a
within
guy
the Baltimorean
and I'm in love with
context,
him,
he
and I'm
was quite a
sorry. Now Brett is
traditionalist.
hollowed out. He's
The
hollowed out.
congregation that he came to lead with his young
There's
wife,
nothing.
they had
He's
just
angry,
married the year
and then
before,
the anger
was
translates
known
into a
as the
hopelessness.
most
It's a
Sabbath
stage 4
observant synagogue
diagnosis.
in
It's,
Baltimore
denied the
in
appeal to
the
death row. He knows
1850s
immediately as soon as those words leave her
1860s
mouth
as a result
that there is
of his
nothing
tenure, and
to
he
be
spent
said
quite
and
a bit of
nothing
time
to
as a
do.
scholar,
That
publishing
he
several
can't
works
compete with
primarily
this guy,
in
this
German
fairy
and
tale
in
French
Hebrew.
rich guy.
He and his
She's
wife
been
had
in love
8
with forever
daughters.
because he's the
Henrietta
provider
was
and
the
type of life
oldest of
that
them,
Brett
and
can't.
she fell into
So he then gets a small apartment in Manhattan.
That was
moves
highly
out because he'd been
unfortunate
living
for
with
her.
Caroline for the last
Born
8 months.
in
He started out in a
1860,
small apartment.
she
Then he's
was
living with her in a
of
little
a
bigger
generation
apartment
where there were
in a better
very, very
location. He
few
moves to Brooklyn.
American-born
Okay?
Jews
He
at
moves
all.
to Brooklyn.
You had the German
This is
Jewish
fucking, I'm gonna
migration
moving
that
to
had
Brooklyn.
started in the
I'm gonna live in Brooklyn
1840s
now
and
because who
had
cares?
peaked
I
into
just
the
want to get laid.
1850s.
I want to do drugs.
And then you had later
I
the
want to
massive
be
Jewish
angry.
migration
My
in the
fucking girl
1880s.
threw me.
And it happened that
Caroline
she
keeps
being
going.
born in 1860
And that's
meant
where
it was
her part of the
actually
story
difficult
ends.
for her
We don't
to
know what
find
happens
a
to Caroline.
suitable
She
mate.
gets engaged to this
We
French
talk
guy.
about the shidduch
She
crisis
gets really
today.
wealthy. She
We
gets really
normally
rich. They
don't
split
worry
their
so
time
much
between
about
France
whether or
and the
not you're
United
born
States.
between waves of
She has a
immigration.
fake job, and so
But
does
this
he.
happened
But
to his.
Brad,
Henrietta sold very
Brad's
hard.
not living in
And in
Brooklyn.
fact, she never married,
And Brad
never had
oscillates
children.
from the far left to the far
Although
right.
her
One day he's a literal neo-Nazi.
nowadays that's not necessarily
The next day he's
the
a
sequence I
far-left
put it in,
anarcho-communist.
but I'll probably edit
And all
that
the while
out
he listens to
when
the
I
Tim Dillon show
get back to
every
edit table.
day. Every day, 'cause he has no idea which way I'm going to go.
Thank you for
He has no idea. He just knows I'm angry at things, and he likes that. And he
But
listens
this
to
was
my
something
show.
that affected her
But
deeply.
one day he's
She
an
did
Antifa, the
have
next day he's a
a
Proud Boy. He's
romantic
just
heart,
angry
as we
and
shall see
inflamed.
shortly,
He's
but
full
she
of
was never
hatred
able to
because the
fulfill
rent
that
keeps
aspect
going
of
up
her
and
life.
nothing makes
At any
sense.
rate, as a child, she
I don't
had
know
an
what this has to
exceptionally
do
strong
with
education
anything
at the hands
really
of her father
economically.
and
I
was
thought
quite
it would
well
benefit more about
schooled
the economy
in
than it actually did.
Hebraic
But my
sources.
point
She
is this:
translated
we've
several of them
empowered
into
certain
English,
women at
and
the
she was
expense
also
of
well
men
trained in
that have
secular subjects
found their
as
fathers
well.
dead in their thing.
Later on, her education was
That's true.
signaled
So
in
that's what I'm
terms
getting
of
to.
her
So this
her
guy's now
later career, as
radical
we shall see in the next slide. But
because we
perhaps
made
it's
this woman
important to
fall in love
note
with
that her
French
father
people, which is
was a
disgusting.
modernist in the sense that specifically, even though he was a traditionalist rabbi, being Shomer Shabbos, he was still
That's what
Zionist.
happens.
And to be a Zionist,
And
not sure if Orthodox is
dies
the
of
right
an
word to
accidental
use for her
overdose.
father in this context, but to be a
And his body is
traditionalist
found
rabbi and
by
to
his
be
Chinese
Zionist
landlord.
in
See,
those
the landlord
times meant that
Chinese.
you were
They
kind
went
of
another way.
bucking the
It was
trend.
Chinese landlord.
You could either be
And he
like
found Brett's body.
well,
And
I'm
they
not going
couldn't
to go
call
into
his dad. His
detail.
dad's already
Let's
dead.
go on to concentrate on her. At any rate, she went. Yeah, I know. In that picture, it's a problematic one. All the photographs of John Sisson, he's not wearing a yarmulke. It's strange. Maybe he's. I don't know. I'm not
It's
sure
the
what
summer. So many people are injuring themselves, and then they need their money.
Yeah, if I were bald, I would wear a kippah. You know.
Clyde Morgan had recently been awarded nearly $1 million after jurors affirmed that her injuries from slipping on ice outside of a Panera Bread were the company's fault. Now, Clyde was working as a DoorDash driver when she slipped and fell on an icy walkway outside the Panera in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She broke her left elbow, which led to surgery and hardware being inserted into her arm. The original settlement offer was $125,000, but Morgan and Morgan fought to get her what she deserved.
Anyways, she
Morgan and
went
Morgan is
to
America's
Restream
largest
Female
injury
High
firm for a
School,
reason.
which
They've
is
been
an
fighting with
interesting
the
name
people for
for
over
a term.
35
And
years.
then she went on to
Hiring
teach
the wrong firm
at
can be disastrous.
several high
Hiring the right
schools.
firm can
She taught
substantially
German, and French
increase your
German
Can you
was the
imagine
language
You're
spoken
going,
at
oh,
home.
I'm going to pick up the
And she also taught
DoorDash.
science
I'm
and
going to get
math,
the
so she was really
Southwestern
quite
fucking
a
corn chowder from
broadly
Panera
educated
and the
young woman. She
Asiago
also taught
chicken club, which is nice.
Jewish
And then you-
subjects
then you
at her
fall
father's
on the
synagogue
ice and
over
you
at
go,
Shalom, where he, by the way, was a rabbi for
"Hey,
several decades. She went on to a significant number of adult education classes, never earned a degree, although she did receive honorary doctorates later in her life. She took public adult and continuing classes in John Hopkins. Remember, we're talking about now the 1880s and 1890s. And later on in her career, when they moved to New York, she wanted to study Jewish subjects more intensively so that she could participate more in her life with the publishing arm of Jewish Publication Society. So she actually applied for admission and was readily accepted to the Jewish Theological Seminary on the condition that she signed a document indicating she would not apply for rabbinic ordination. It's kind of an interesting thing. Here it is in the early 20th century. A woman accepted to study Talmud and so on, but she had to promise not to apply for rabbinic ordination, which reminds me of a different joke altogether. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It goes like this. It's a high holidays, and many synagogues, you have to buy a ticket to get a seat, and they have a gabbai at the door who will take your ticket to make sure that you have paid the dues to be able to be with the congregation on the high holidays. So Goldstein goes up to the gabbai at the door and he says, I have to go in. And the gabbai says, where's your ticket? He says, I don't have a ticket. He says, well, I'm sorry, you can't go in. He says, but I have to get in. I have to talk to Goldfarb. He says, it doesn't matter. You can't go in without a ticket. He says, it's a matter of life and death. If I don't talk to Goldfarb, I'm in trouble. I really have to go in there. So the gabbai finally says, okay, fine, go on in, but don't pray.
All right, folks. Well, we're going to get out of here. We have an interview right now with someone who supports
not to graduate, as it were, with a rabbinic degree.
Gaza. Or maybe we play that at the beginning. Should we play the beginning or the end?
In 1880, her father took her for a trip to Europe, and she was quite appalled with many of the things that she saw.
We'll see what happens.
First of all, she was appalled with the poverty of Eastern European Jews, with the sheer desperation that they experienced under the very arbitrary administrative anti-Semitica of the Russian Empire in particular, with all kinds of restrictions on Jewish trade, concentrations and where they can live, banishments from certain regions, borderlands, things like this. And of course, just 1 year later, after she had returned, would begin the massive pogrom waves of 1881 to 1884 that would kick off all of the great wave of Eastern European migration to America. So she had some knowledge firsthand as a young woman of the state of privation of the Jews in the late 19th century in Europe, and she was very moved by the plight of her people, something that would motivate her throughout the rest of her life. Secondarily, she was also appalled with the status of women's education in Jewish Europe. She prayed at the Alpha Shul of Prague, which is of course a major pilgrimage site of Jews associated with the great Maharal, Rabbi Rothschild of Prague, and she was amazed with how cramped and dark and really second-class the women's section was. So she felt that women's causes clearly need to be championed, even within a very traditionalist viewpoint, and they simply had languished in Eastern Europe. So the motivation towards benefiting the Jewish people as a whole, particularly the impoverished masses, and secondly, benefiting Jewish women, were really the two lodestars of her thought, the two northern stars. I don't know if you can have two northern stars, but together they formed the northern star of her thought, the Jewish people, the Jewish women in particular, and that really informed a lot of her choices later in life. One particular incident stands out. You know, there's something of a halakhic controversy. You know, for people who feel passionately about these things, there's a lot of ink spilled on the question of exactly who should say Kaddish for a deceased relative, and specifically what exactly is the obligation of a woman to say Kaddish. And there's a whole range of opinion on that particular statement. Towards the right end of the spectrum, there is a consensus that it's not appropriate for a woman to pronounce Kaddish publicly in front of a group of men, and so then women should use other avenues to discharge the obligation to memorialize the dead. Towards the left end of the spectrum, certainly well within the Orthodox spectrum as a whole, there's a feeling that, well, why shouldn't this be said? And women will say the Kaddish on the other side of the pizza or something like that. So at any rate, when her father died, there were several well-wishers who offered to say Kaddish on her behalf for her father. And she politely refused. In writing, we have her words on this, indicating that no, she feels that it's something she personally must take on, and she insisted on saying Kaddish herself, even though that was somewhat atraditional. So she's kind of like finding the line that is appropriate for herself, not necessarily trying to be a rabbi, but on the other hand, being very learned and taking personal responsibility for her father's Kaddish. I might add, kind of as like a side point, you know, I think I have kind of an interest in the history of Jewish feminism, and it is a recurring theme among American Jewish feminists, how losing a parent and then some well-wisher, well-meaning observer indicates that a woman in America should not say Kaddish. That usually provokes a tremendous counter-reaction that sometimes turns into outright rejection of Judaism. If you have a look, for example, at Lady Conrad's autobiography, which I think is called Devorah, Sarah, and Me, Devorah, Golda, and Me, I think it is. She has a very powerful description of how she felt when some rabbi told her, sorry, you're not allowed to say Kaddish because you're a woman. And it's a very caustic and dangerous thing to say. I know. So she had no brothers, 7 sisters.
I guess I just
Okay.
really like.
So, anyways, this is a turning point in her life in terms of getting her to dedicate herself entirely to the Jewish people. And initially, she took this as a charge to develop her scholarship and to support scholars. She took on traditionally very supporting roles until, as I mentioned, the 40s when she had this turning point. Let me pause for a couple of questions while I take a sip of soda. As Abram said, you have that I have a question look on your face.
Opinions like that. Take a look here at Netanyahu on the Nelk podcast. By the way, saying something I said on Are You Garbage months ago, but whatever. Netanyahu.
What's your go-to at McDonald's? No, I'll get Burger King. We did the double.
No, Hadassah is a women. It's an organization of women dedicated to Zionist causes, and within that, those Zionist causes, there is a whole range of projects that they take on.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, but I think it's fascinating that you should ask that question.
Obviously, I am a human.
First of all, because I always find your question fascinating, but also I think we should note, this came up also at the college stage, we should note that one of the great losses that American Jewry has suffered as a result of the feminist revolution, which has generated tremendous positive gains for the Jewish people as a whole, but one entire sector of our workforce has disappeared as a result of the feminist revolution, and that is specifically the massive number of women who used to volunteer their time for organizations like Amit, Hadassah, Emunah, all of these organizations. Now that women are working and earning money, that's fantastic, great economic benefit, but our volunteer base has been emptied out as a result of that. Now, I'm not sure that we want to turn back the clock on this, but it has affected our community dramatically because all those valuable, women hours of labor are gone.
And they're like, Hamas is stealing the food. In this whole thing, Israel has no culpability, by the way, at all. They've actually done nothing wrong. It's all been Hamas. Hamas has done everything. There's not been one. They stole the food. They're shooting the people who are in line for the food. Israel's doing nothing. And you have to trust Israel because otherwise the only people that are reporting out of Gaza, they're not letting journalists in, or they just say are Hamas. So if you report anything contrary to what Israel says, you are Hamas or you become Hamas. So, I mean,
is that you've had a feminization of upper echelon in many of the
starvation, the photos of the starving. Number one, we're the fattest country in the world. For the fattest country in the world to fund the starvation of a group of people is insane. Look at this. Here we go. This is the thing they keep showing is that Hamas has bananas.
Very active women's division.
All right.
Within the Confederation, where they had more money to donate.
When I ask why we're funding it, why we're starving people, we're funding a famine.
Not necessarily
people
more
say to me, well, no, maybe take a look at that video of the guy in Hamas with the grapes.
It's not so much a question.
The guy in Hamas with the grapes.
I'm sure because she had
we're the fattest country in the world. Okay? Nobody is fatter than us. We are now funding the starvation of a group of people halfway across the world, or all the way across the world, I'm bad with geography, but far away. And if you bring it up, or if you chat about it, or if you talk about it, you're immediately called anti-Semitic or whatever, and it's completely absurd and insane. And this is nuts. Get a Randy Fine. Get a photo of Randy Fine. Now, this is the guy who literally said, starve away. He said something like, release the hostages, which again, the children of Gaza did not abduct the hostages and cannot release them. Randy Fine, genius.
Well, the activism we're going to see in a moment, how educated her siblings were, I didn't do any research on that, so I don't know. I would assume that they probably had a similar kind of background that she did, but usually firstborn children tend to excel in terms of reading skills, and that's just one of those things.
This guy is out there telling the
Her father
Gazans
was a brilliant rabbi.
to
He spent a lot of
starve.
time. I mean, what daughter
While
of a brilliant
looking like
father
he's like
wouldn't you expect to be
full of
similarly brilliant,
fucking
right? Okay, let's go
marshmallow
on.
fluff.
Now, she
It's
got involved
it's
in
the
the Jewish Publication
cruelest
Society. This is an
thing.
extremely significant
just
and
have a fatty
influential
one
institution
baddie
that
telling them,
distributed,
"Get
that
that quota."
translated, distributed so many works.
Grace
The
says, "Starve
Tanakh
away."
was one of their great publications at
Here's
the
a
turn of the
quote
century.
where
The
Randy
Jewish
Fine,
King James, as
who's
it
a
were,
congressman from
went through
Florida,
several editions.
who
All
has
kinds
a
of
lot
really
of the
important
rhetoric
scholars
of
were
like
associated with the
Smoke
JPS.
Ranch
She
and
started
you
out
hear these
as a
crazy
volunteer,
far-right
and
kook
she had a
psychopaths
significant
in the Israeli
literary background.
government
She used to write
calling
articles
his
for
kids in
newspapers
Gaza
under a
Amalek
pen
and children
name,
of the devil or
Shulamit.
whatever.
And she
Randy
rose up
Fine
in the ranks to a
has
secretary. She
basically,
looked
I
at a
believe,
paid
said
secretariatip.
if you look
But
up
the reality is
Starve
that she was
Away,
grossly
that's what he wrote.
underpaid
Those were the quotes.
for her
He
qualities. We know
said,
from some of the archival materials
"Tell your
that
fellow Muslim
she was
terrorists
forced to
to
accept a
release the
salary
hostages
that
and
was
surrender. Until then,
20% lower than
hashtag
other people in the institution
Starve
were
Away."
earning. And her requests
Randy
for
Fine.
raises were regularly
I mean,
refused.
there
Even
he
though
is.
she was a tremendous overachiever in
It's-
terms of what she was doing, she was
it's
essentially
crazy
director of publications.
that
She
we
was
are
translating, she was editing, she was
providing the
writing
material
articles,
support
she was
to
deeply
Israel
involved
to
in all aspects of
continually
this. Nevertheless, she was underpaid
engage in
hour
this kind of
for hour, which
barbarism.
is,
We have to cut
and
off
once again,
funding. We
this
should.
is
We
for the
should
benefit of
absolutely
Lisa,
cut off funding to
that,
Israel
this is a constant in
Cut off
American
funding.
history, that women are typically underpaid for the
100%. I
same
don't know
work. I think the
why
last
that's even
figure was, Judith,
controversial.
maybe 77
point,
cents
this is
on the
going to
dollar
be-
in
this is like
2012 or so.
Worst
So
humanitarian crisis we've
came up
seen
a
and
little bit.
witnessing unfolding. It's crazy.
Okay.
For the
So
fattest
you've come
country
a
in
long
the
way,
world
baby, right? Okay,
to
there
be
you go. 5% up.
involved
Well,
in
women, you got to
this
really
starvation
put your
of
foot
people
down and get paid the same as a man,
is
right?
insane.
So
It's
she
nuts.
grossly underpaid,
And there are
and
people
ultimately
defending
she was
this.
the editor of the
Quit
American
getting
Jewish
DoorDash.
Yearbook, the
They're
number
getting
one
full
yearly
meals.
publication that
They will
describes the entire
they will
activity
deliver a
of the
seafood
Jewish community
tower
of
to you
America. An extremely influential
on
publication
DoorDash,
that was
broken up
published
in
throughout the
ice.
20th
I'm
century.
not going to tell you how I
She's
know,
the
but
editor,
in
and she's making
ice,
$10,000
they will
a year.
deliver shellfish on ice to you. DoorDash will
Yes,
deliver
it's
that,
self-publication
and
with
you
the
get it
internet
at your
for so
front
many
door.
things.
You
But
get a
20th
lobster
century,
at your
we're in the
front
21st
door,
now,
and
so
you
we're
eat
still
it.
okay.
And then
Now,
defend
let's go to her personal
how
crisis, which
children
is
in
really
Gaza
the
are,
important
and I
part.
mean, you can see these photos. I
She
don't want
died,
to show them on
her
the
father
show,
died in 1902,
but
and that's when they
they're
moved
so
to New
disturbing.
York City, and that's where she started specifically to
And
work with
it's
the
like,
JTS, the
it's
Jewish
crazy.
Publication Society.
Even
That's
some of the
also
way
when
the
she made her
magazines
application to
are
the JTS
reporting,
because
like
she
one of
really
them was
wanted
like,
to
well, they're
improve
not
her
dead.
rabbinics,
They're like
even though her father
half
had given her a
alive,
really
half dead,
great
and they're
basic
wandering around
introduction.
like ghosts. Like,
At
I
JTS,
was
she
like,
came into
what
contact with
is
their
this?
number one scholar at the time.
I mean, it's
Picture here, Louis
incredibly,
Ginsburg. You may be familiar with his magnum
it's
opus,
incredibly
The Legends
disturbing
of the
to
Jews.
watch.
I think
What
it's
will the
published
next
in 3
phase be?
volumes. And
I mean,
in
I don't
reality,
understand,
those who were
like,
behind the scenes
what
say
will
that
Israel do
Henrietta
next to
Soul
them?
wrote it
Like,
probably
will
more
it
than
start
Louis
to
Ginsburg.
melt them?
Ginsburg did a lot
Like,
of the
will it
background
use
research. He's
some
a
type
German
of, like, device to
Jewish
start
professor.
melting the people of
He had
Gaza?
very limited
And
skills
then
in
will people
English. In
start
fact, it was
defending that? Well,
commonplace
this is
that when
disastrous.
professors came over to
Until
teach
then,
at JTS or
hashtag
elsewhere,
melt
they were
away.
allowed to teach in
And you go,
German
wait
for
a
the
minute, hold
first
on,
year
but you're
because it took
melting
them that long
people.
just to
Yeah,
understand
well,
how
so
to
what? October 7th.
how to speak the
Yeah, but
language.
they're
So she
children.
basically
They're
wrote the
women.
whole book. In their
They're not,
personal
they didn't do
correspondence, which
that.
is very, very deep,
Melt away. So what?
he used to refer to it
You're gonna
as
melt.
our book,
I mean,
and
what?
he readily acknowledged that her
Stephen
contribution
King
was
horror
phenomenal to
movie
this work.
penalty
He was 13
will
years
be
her
enough.
junior. She
At
met
this
him
point,
in her
we have
early
now crossed the
40s,
line. Like I
and
said,
she
Final
fell head over
Destination
heels in love
a
with him.
couple weeks
Remember
ago.
the
We're like
demographic
we're
crisis
past
where
that.
there was just
Those
no men
deaths were
around for
quick.
her, and
We're
she
like
was
fully
completely
into
smitten with
like
him.
some
And we have to understand that
crazy
this is kind of an
long
incubator environment
thing.
for everyone who
It's
this is New York
completely
still, but
barbaric,
it's a
and we
turn of the
should
century
just
New York,
stop
and
the money
everyone who is anyone in the Jewish world, in New
Take
York,
all that money that
knows
we're
what's
funding
happening at the
Israel
Jewish
with
Publication
and give it to
Society,
Candace
knowing
Owens
the
so she can
personalities,
fight
there's really only
her
a handful of
lawsuit
people really working
against
there.
Brigitte
The great distinguished Professor
Macron
Louis
and Emmanuel
Ginsburg,
Macron.
the
And
secretary
here's what
Henrietta
I'm
Schultz,
saying.
who is, everyone knows who
Show
she
the
is, but
puss.
she's quite a bit older
Show
than
the
he is,
puss.
and
Show
they
the
had
clan.
this platonic relationship
And
that
I'm not
everyone
trying to
knew
be
about.
a problem. And you
And
know I never am.
he ultimately
Show the
rejected
puss,
her.
show the clan.
He
I'm
was
not saying
interested
she
in
was
being
born a
a
man. I
bachelor,
don't know.
but his
There's a very
family
easy
insisted
way
that he marry,
to
and
put
they
this
found
to
him
bed.
a much younger woman, German Jewish
Number
woman,
one,
and
have
he
Brigitte Macron
rejected
go on the
Henrietta
Nelk
Schultz, and this is late in her
podcast
40s. And
and
she
have
was
her
absolutely
show the
devastated,
clan.
so much so that she had
What are their
a
names? Kyle
small
and
nervous
Steiny.
breakdown.
Have
Let
her
me
show
just
the
read to you a
clan.
little bit
Take the
from her
pussy out
letters.
on the Nelk
You get a
podcast.
sense just from this
Brigitte
passage
Macron,
here of, first of all, how
put your
powerful a
push
writer she is,
in Kyle
and
from
secondly,
Nelk's
how
face.
deeply,
And let's
deeply
get
in love she
justice.
was with
How
Louis
about
Ginsburg.
justice?
A love
Even
that
people
was
starving in
completely
Gaza want to know this.
chaste.
Even the starving children in Gaza want to see, where is the clan? Let's play a little
Next
bit
to
of
him,
Candace
she
responding
confided
to
to her
this
journal, all other men
lawsuit
seem to
from
me like
Brigitte
sawdust,
and Emmanuel
stuffed into
Macron.
coat, vest,
You were
and
born a man
trousers.
and you will die a man.
I am a
That's
dependent
the point I'm
woman
making.
with a keen emotional nature,
By
she
the way, I
has
wish my
claimed.
father
A
said that to me
distinctly
at like any
feminine
point
woman,
in my
not
life.
an intellectual abstraction. A woman with red blood running in my veins.
I wish I had that kind of
the
support
author
in my own
of
household.
the
You
collected
were born a man.
unpublished
You're a
diary. This
goddamn
is
man. What?
Shargo writing. Attention from Ginsburg became the font of her
We have
happiness.
Candace
Every
Owens, she's being
encounter with him
sued by
produced a
Brigitte
somatic reaction.
Macron
When
is
they
the first
barely know
lady
each
of
other, she,
France.
quote, thrilled when her sister Rachel
And
addressed him.
Candace has
Soldier
said that
described
Brigitte
herself as, quote, quivering and
was born a
palpitating, unquote,
gentleman.
at the very sight of him, and
And now
trembling at
I
each
have
physical
challenged
contact,
Brigitte to go on
however
the Nelk
inadvertent,
Boys
however
podcast and
innocent.
show her clans.
A veil he once knotted to prevent her hat from flying into the wind became
And
a
let's do
precious
this thing.
keepsake. She became a bundle
End
of
the
nervous
war
energy.
in Gaza.
Whenever she,
Show your
quote, flew
bush.
to the telephone or to the door, she kissed
Show
his
your
books and
clan to
clasped
the
his
Nelk
letters to her
Boys.
heart. And
You're
when
the
she
first
thought
lady
he
of
loved her,
France.
she, quote,
If you're
jubilated
afraid to
and,
show
quote,
your
sang.
pussy
A
to
graphic example of a
Steiny
very
from
physical
Nelk,
ardor
then
is the
you don't
following
get to
memory
be
from
the first
1905.
lady of France. You
There
don't
were
get to be
times when
it.
my passion absorbed
Show
and
your
mastered me.
pussy to Joe
One
Rogan
evening,
in
it
his
had been
studio.
snowing and
Fly
raining
to
and sleeting,
Austin
but it stopped,
and
and a
open
high
your,
whistling wind
spread
arose.
your
I
legs
could not stay, and
for
the
Joe
pain in my
Rogan.
heart drew me out at 8 o'clock in the evening, and I raced around Morningside Park, screaming at the top of my voice whenever the wind was noisy enough to drown my agony. So here's a woman who is deeply and passionately in love with a younger man, a great scholar, but their intellectual relationship was not reciprocal, and ultimately she was crushed by his rejection. She has a nervous breakdown, she quits her job, and her sister takes her on a tour of Europe to try and clear her mind of this disastrous relationship. And this is really what turned her around, specifically her visit to Palestine, Israel. This is in the year 1909. So we're very early in the Yishuv period. This is when Israel is still desperately struggling to even clear the proverbial malaria-infested swamps, to build Dizengoff Street up from a dirt road to the major thoroughfare that it is today. And she is completely transformed by her experiences there. She sees the desperate poverty of the Jews who have made Aliyah, many of whom are, even at this point, the remnants of the Chibat Zion movement, who had attempted to transplant their religious settlements into regions like Petah Tikva, and we're very unfamiliar with farming, particularly in Middle Eastern climates, and she resolved to use her prodigious organizational and literary skills to
That's why I keep watching
provide
this.
aid to these Jews
So give us
living
a
in Israel.
sample.
When
Send
she
my
comes
doctors,
back, she
blood.
comes back to
Figure it
America
out real quick.
in
Guys,
1912.
about this. Hey, how
She
about just give us some pictures again
transforms
of
all of
growing
her
up,
frustrated
you know,
energies
raising your children.
into
That would be
the creation
for
of
whatever reason
what
to
was
phone, by
originally
the way.
called the Hadassah
Like I said, there's a lot of
chapter of
it. That
Daughters
is what
of
this
Zion.
is for.
You notice that she's still thinking very much in women's terms. She's thinking she's not like kind of going beyond what
Now, so
society
here's what
would
Candace's thing is.
allow her. She's
exploring
organizing
something
women
else. She
rather
got,
than men.
I think she stole the
This
identity of her
organization,
dead
which was
brother
later
or
changed to the
something like
Hadassah
that.
Women's Zionist
And
Organization of
MKUltra,
America,
that
ended up
program that the
becoming
CIA
extremely
used, which was a mind
successful.
control
And within a
program.
few short years, she had
Because
4,000
I listened to
members
this a while ago,
in
and
this
it is
nationwide
interesting.
organization,
At Beverly Hills Hotel, there's a French
mobilizing
guy, and I
women,
spoke to him about
tapping
this.
into a
And he did say to me,
pool of
Macron, there
talent,
is something
resources,
that's
and
not
time
French.
that no one
What is
else
French?
had
Oh,
really
oui,
understood
Macron
could be
is-
organized
what
on a
is
national
French?
level. She started engaging them in fundraising efforts and in promoting specific causes dedicated, as we mentioned, to health and to education in particular, and channeling a lot of funds to Israel, and also mobilizing the Jews of America to this very important Zionist cause. In many ways, she was the prime figure of Zionism in America at the beginning of the 20th century. She was a homegrown figure who was in America at the time, unlike many of the great figures like Golda Meir and so on who had already made Aliyah. But in 1919, she was eventually called away because the Zionist Organization of America demanded that she go to Israel and conduct her work there. Yes, Aaron.
What I thought was convenience, but then I found trade. Now making cold brew at home is easy, plus it tastes way better.
That's an excellent question. I don't offhand know the answer, but I would guess it's more in the Northeast because that's where the demographics were. You don't get the huge shift in Jewish population until the 1960s and 70s, down to the South and the Southwest, because of one major technological innovation. Air conditioning, absolutely. Most Jews, they come down to Florida.
They
You
also
have the
provide
famous story of
expertly
Jews who were
curated equipment that's easy
stationed
to
here
use. You
in
can
World
make
War II.
amazing coffee.
They're
I
in
will tell you
training,
this,
and they
folks.
say,
I do
well,
love this coffee.
talk
My
very
friends
nice
drink
down
cold
here.
brew.
And then once air conditioning was invented, that was it. It's all over. But this is
They've teamed up
early.
with
This is the
15
beginning of the
roasters to
century. So
create
we
a
still have
special cold brew collection that
concentrations in the
ensures your cold
Northeast.
brew at home tastes exactly how it should. Smell the delicious. For limited time, Trade is giving 50% off a month of cold brew. That's around 60 cups of cold brew. For 50%
Yeah,
off,
no, not demanding that
when
you
you
leave,
go to
meaning get out of America. They're
drinktrade.com/Tim,
saying,
that's
we need you in Israel
trade.com/Tim,
now.
get 50% off 1 month of cold brew. Drinktrade.com/Tim.
Oh, that's good. That's fascinating. Okay, great.
So
So,
the MKUltra thing,
education and
which
health were
is like
primary
mind control,
areas of
Candace says
concern.
there are all
And
these
one of
weird
the major
links to
areas
like
where she was quite
MKUltra
active
mind
was
control. Macron was like some weird
creation of a
Manchurian
youth
candidate.
Aliyah
Now
movement,
Macron's a
because in
weird guy.
1932,
Let's
although
look
Hitler
at
had not yet become
Macron is now
chancellor,
saying
that
he's
would
going to
happen
bring in
in
refugees
January
from Gaza. But let's take
1933.
a look at
It
what's
was very
really
clear
going
that
on.
the
It feels weird.
anti-Semitic tenor of the
Macron,
Weimar
if you can
Republic
get
was
that up,
growing
has
apace,
just
and
said,
was extremely
hey,
dangerous and
I
becoming
am
increasingly dangerous for
going
Jews
to
in Germany.
accept
So
refugees
she
from
organized a
Gaza.
movement to specifically target teenage
And he
Jews
said,
in America to
hey,
encourage them
this
to
is what's
come
going to
to
happen.
Israel. A movement that was
And
incredibly
everybody
successful.
is going, well,
By
isn't that
1943,
nice?
they had
That Macron
30,000
is going to
Jews who
accept
had taken
all of
advantage
these
of this
refugees from
and had
Gaza.
come
But what
to
it really is
Israel. That's a
is a
tremendous number of young
relocation
people. We can
campaign
include in
to
this group,
take
for
people
example,
from
Hannah
Gaza
Shemesh, who
and
was
put
the,
them in
the great
France
hero,
so
heroine of
that
the
Israel can
Holocaust,
build whatever
who
the hell
later
they're going to build in
paratrooped
Gaza.
back into
So
Hungary
everyone's like,
to
isn't
fight
it
the
so
Nazis
nice?
and the
Look at
resistance.
France
She was a
stepping
typical
up.
example of these young people who simply say,
And then,
you know,
so
life
people
for
are
Jews in
saying
Europe
this,
is over.
like,
And they
and
would
then
take
there's
advantage
some
of an
people that
organization
are
like
not
this. This is kind of like,
dumb.
as it were, the
And they go, well,
nefesh
this seems
b'nefesh
like a
of the
relocation plan
1930s. It was
to
kind of this
put
organizing
people
movement
that lived
that
in
brought
Gaza
so
in
many people
France.
to Israel.
And so
Her
Israel
leadership
is
skills
just, you
were
know, now controlled
valued, and
demolition, all these buildings in
several
Gaza,
people
they're going to build
promoted
whatever they're
her
going to build.
cause, nominating her to the
Now,
board of Hebrew
Macron
University
goes,
when it was
well, now
established,
I'll take
but
some of
she
the
was
heat off
denied a
myself by
position,
going,
like
hey,
Judith
listen,
mentioned earlier,
we're recognizing
because
a
she was
Palestinian
female.
state.
Only men
Now,
were allowed to
Israel
sit on
is
the board
like
of Hebrew
pretending to
University
be mad
at
at
that
this,
time.
but this is a
She
completely
also
ceremonial thing
had, like everybody in
because
Israel,
they just
a very
destroyed
strong
Gaza. It's over.
political
What
sensibility,
state could there?
and
What are we
in this
talking about?
regard, she was
Like everyone's like,
walking on
Macron
a
is,
different
I
path
can't believe
than many
he's
of the Jews of the
recognizing a
time. She
Palestinian state.
formed a
What
party
is,
called
what?
Ikud, which
They
means
destroyed
like
the whole thing.
unity,
It's
and
smithereens.
but it
The
was
thing is
unusual.
done.
kind of
It's
name
the
for her country
most,
because she
it's like
essentially
a lot of the
believed
people
early
coming
on
out
in a
now
two-state
and going,
solution.
this seems a bit
She
much.
argued that, and again, this is in the
This seems
1930s.
a bit, you know,
This
I've
is
talked
during
about it
the
on the Patreon
period
or
of the
whatever.
white paper, the period when
Celebrities
there's
now
a
are coming
lot
out
of
and going, I
conflict between
cannot
Arabs and Jews,
believe
and everyone
they're
seems to be
such a
taking
panic,
an
and they're like,
all or
what
nothing
is
position on
happening?
Israel.
You know, they're all like
The
half
Jews
singing
saying
all the
we have
time.
to control
But
territory,
it's like,
and
well,
that's
there's
it.
no
And
political
the Arabs saying that
risk
the
in
Jews
saying
may live
anything
within an
now.
Arab country, but there will be
This
no
guy's
Jewish state
recognizing a
in Palestine.
Palestinian state
And she
after it's
believed that the
literally been
ultimate solution
destroyed.
would be a two-state
It's
solution,
literally
which is
like destroyed.
ironically what a
It's
lot
like the
of
funniest thing in the
obviously
world.
American and European
It's literally been
theorists
destroyed. What if,
hold
hold
about
on,
Israel as
hold
well.
on 1 second.
Her views were
What if
not
just like Maxwell's
extremely
like,
popular at the time.
Regime Macron is
Steve, you want to say
mad.
something?
What if that's the info she brings you?
Yeah,
I'll
right,
tell
like
you
they
one
say in
thing
Yiddish,
right away.
que ça
I'll tell you
change,
one thing fast
que
and
c'est la même
foremost.
chose.
Brigitte Macron is a
Okay.
cook. I knew it, and although it's known it's
I'm
not
coming actually
cook.
to a conclusion. I'm not sure
So here's
why
our president.
I'm coming to a conclusion so early in the evening
On-
today, but perhaps
on
it's because I'm
Palestinian
anticipating the
question. This
Passover
is
cleaning that we
Macron.
have. But here's
Palestinian
the last
issue
image,
that
by the way.
Donald
This is
Trump
her
was
on
asked
an
about.
Israeli stamp.
And this is his
Henrietta
response.
Sold, you can see over there. And then here she is on a 5 lira note. Lirot, of course, are the old currency before the shekels were introduced. And I don't think that the actual denomination is worth very much today, probably in pennies, but it is pretty amazing to have your face on a bill, even if it's Israeli currency from before the inflation period. Her legacy is like one of it's something that she was having with a lot of great leaders of the 20th century. There's so many people who never had children of their own, and yet managed to sponsor so many children, either spiritually or economically, or in terms of their affiliation with the Jewish people. I'm thinking, for example, of Rabbi Rotschilds of Chabad.
The level
I'm thinking of
supposedly Trump
there's some several great
admonishes that,
rabbinic
behind
leaders
the
as well.
scenes or whatever,
And
but
Henrietta
everything we
Sold
do,
was
which is
definitely in
kind of
that tradition.
support
She
this
had
country.
perhaps an
This new
unfulfilled
anti-Semitism thing, which
personal
seems
romantic life,
crazy, this law
but she was
that
able to
is kind
divert
of being
those energies that she might have
proposed here,
otherwise
I'll
diverted
actually
into
send
a
this to you,
family
where it's
into
like,
the entire
hey,
Jewish people. Her indefatigable,
people are basically trying
her
to
tireless
equate, again,
work
any
on
criticism
behalf of Zionism,
with
through
anything that
Hadassah,
Israel
the
wants to
work
do with
in the
anti-Semitism. And
Aliyah,
this is like,
her
they're
work
trying to
even
enshrine
before that
all
in
this into law, and
scholarship
I
and the
just texted
production
you.
of so many great
But this
works,
is
including the work
becoming
with
like
Louis
so
Ginsburg on
insanely
Western Jews, is a
obvious to
fundamental
everybody
and
who's
lasting
watching this going,
contribution
wait a minute,
to
hold
Jewish
on.
history,
This
and we
doesn't
must
make
be
any
grateful
sense.
for everything that she's done.
Jewish people are noticing this.
So with
People
that, I
that
will
live in
formally
Israel,
conclude the
Netanyahu's,
pre-Pesach season.
extending this war,
Sorry
the
that
longer
we're a
he
little bit
extends
faster.
it,
I could have talked a little slower
he's
tonight,
not in
but guess
jail,
we'll
he's
have to
not
end a little
facing
early. I hope
charges.
you all have a
It's
fun
obvious in the
Kasher
Ukraine what
Sameach,
Zelensky
and
is
everyone
doing.
will see you in late April.
He's extending the war. Now articles are coming out about how shady they are, how much money they're stealing in the Ukraine, how they're not trying anyway to have peace. So here we go. Let's just take a look at this here.
Legislation requires social media companies to release detailed public reports of violations of their terms of service and to outline how they're addressing these violations, which includes the use of their platforms by terrorist groups. Every day, companies fail to report this information will result in a $5 million fine. Social media companies can no longer hide the crimes that take place on their platforms, especially when they pose a threat to America's national security. And we're very proud this bill has the backing of the Anti-Defamation.
I saw anti-Semitism for the first time when I was 15 years old. I had good parents who taught me it was wrong, but loved the lasting impression of seeing my first incident as a teenager. And if you're on my social media, you see it every day. People that are responding back with what I consider clearly anti-Semitic kind of messages on social media. I even saw an article today that was about me, talking about we don't pose congressmen who are pro-Zionists, right? And you're like, in other words, it's all over our social media, and it's unacceptable. And when I saw the protests after the last 2 days, they were violent, right? They were, you can see the anti-Semitism in their comments and how they've been treating some of our members of Congress who are Jewish. I saw that firsthand. It's unacceptable. And so we want to be the country that makes clear that anti-Semitism is any kind of racism. unacceptable, not allowed in my space, and we just with zero tolerance for it. And people should feel like they're scorned having these ideas and espousing these ideals. And we need to work with our social media companies to clean this up. Because what is going on is wrong, and I think it's further influencing other young people at work, to be influenced by what they're saying that's more that this is acceptable and it's not. So we need to hold these companies accountable and work with them.
Okay, we get what they're doing here. We get what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, drawing a line around any ism is always a problem. Saying that, like, what concept, now there's obviously very obvious examples of anti-Semitism. We know that. There's obvious examples of racism. There are obvious examples of whatever you want to say, transphobia, homophobia. People hate trans people, hate gay people, don't like Jewish people, don't like black people, hate them, whatever. But then there are also discussions about things, policies, positions, political statements. All of these things need to happen in a free society, and some of the people that engage in those discussions are going to be anti-Semitic, or they're going to say things in a way that's not elegant, and they're not articulate, or they're just not good at having debates. Some of those people are going to be trolls. Some of those people are going to be trying to be funny. Some of those people are trying to be ironic. Some of those people hate everyone and are genuine Nazis, right? Free speech is not for a bunch of people that you like and agree with and think are good all the time. Free speech has to be for everyone. And the way that you create a political space, and I believe in this project, that where you don't have extremism and you don't have neo-Nazis running around and you don't have racists, you don't have all this craziness happening. The way that you create that political space is by trying to create a political culture where people can debate ideas, where people can be proven wrong, and where people can exist without feeling that they're somehow being silenced or that there's forbidden information that they can't have, and they're in the dark, and then the space in which all that information exists, they're filling that void with whatever kind of ideas they want because they don't have the actual one. You need to have an open space for dialogue and for debate. That's the only way to have certain ideas take prominence. The idea of owning a house, for example, everyone wants to own a house. That's a good idea. Ownership is a good idea. No matter how many people come in and tell you to rent or have more. Jillian Michaels, the fitness trainer who's at Turning Point USA, she's like, no, you should actually rent an income-producing property. And then years later you get rich, and then years later after that, whatever. Are there economic realities that she's talking about? Sure. But most people want to own a fucking house. That's an American idea. It's an idea that people believe in. No matter how many people tell you that renting is better or living, in a smart city where everything's 15 minutes away and you never have to cut the grass, or no matter who tells you that, it's a better idea to own a house. It's an American idea. You shouldn't be afraid of people who tell you that the real thing is renting, or the real thing is using Uber and not owning a car. The real thing is, those are the better ways to do it. There are huge campaigns, by the way, put together by those companies that make just live in Airbnbs, just take Ubers, just the gig economy. You'll own nothing and be happy. There's lots of money that's been put behind those ideas, but the idea of ownership is still an idea in America that's incredibly popular. I believe that the idea of like a live and let live society where you're not socially engineering other people is very popular in America from the people that I talk to. Maybe not to maniacs online, maybe not to people, on the dark web or people wherever, but most people in America don't want social engineering. They don't want their children to be engineered. They do not want propaganda being delivered to them from the government. They just want a space where they can be happy, have necessities, have health care, compete with other people, follow whatever their life goal is and have their journey. That to me is the goal of the entire country, is to just have that. So I think in order to do that, I don't think that medieval anti-Semitism is ever going to be really popular in America. I don't think genetic determinism is going to be popular. Saying to people, you're black, you can't compete, the IQ stuff, the shape of skulls, races. Like, to me, yes, there's people online, for sure, where that's a big deal. But for the vast majority of people, they're just trying to survive. They're trying to figure out how to pay their rent. They're trying to figure things out. So I think that, when you create a political culture, in order to prevent it from going off the rails into extremism, you cannot, for the last 30, 50 years, immiserate people and make their lives materially worse, where they can't redo their bathroom, they can't get a knee operation, their car breaks, they can't get to work, they're fucked. All of these people become radicalized because the material conditions of their life are much worse. That's obvious. Most of these people I was broke for years. The reason I didn't become like a psycho-radical is I was doing comedy. I loved comedy. I loved the group of people I was with. We had a goal and we're all doing it. We all kind of understood that part of it was being broke and part of it was not having a ton of assurances, that we were just out there taking risks. But there's a lot of people that, because their lives are going down the drain, start embracing pathologies. And when you tell people that, the Epstein files don't exist, or that, questioning Israel makes them anti-Semitic, or that they should be funding a genocide and then a starvation campaign, it drives people insane. It makes them actually crazy, as it would. So now the material conditions of their life are worse. Everything's a lie. People know it's a lie. The Ukraine war, remember that? I mean, they're stealing everything. Article after article is how much they're stealing over there. And there's no money to fix the roads in upstate New York or Pennsylvania or Detroit or Michigan. And fuck you. And when Mark Andreessen comes out and says, hey, the only jobs left are going to be venture capitalists after AI takes over, and sorry, that's just the way it is. And again, I think these ICE raids are barbaric, but you do need to figure out a way to worry about American people. I don't think you should be deporting 6-year-olds, throwing them in handcuffs, or people here that have been here for a while, they've roots in the community, they're doing a job. I think all of that is going to make the pendulum swing again to where no one cares and everybody's coming in. But you need to worry about America as a country and say, why is everything so fucked? And it's not one route. We should be going after billionaires. Where is the E-Verify shit? Why aren't we going after people that employ illegal immigrants? Is it because they're all Trump's friends? Why are we going after the guys like Steve Wynn and all these hotel magnates that employ all these people and choose not to pay American wages? Why are we doing that? So this is what drives people insane, and it drives them crazy, to the left, to the right, wherever. They go, why am I watching some ICE show up at graduation, but there's a billionaire on a private jet who employs illegal immigrants who's not being arrested or detained or questioned? Why is that happening? This is what drives people insane. And then they go on the internet and they get radicalized. So if you want people to stop being radicalized, it's not about banning things and burning books, and the right wing does it too, although some of the books are a little crazy. But a gay character in a book, and the right wing runs and bans it because they're afraid their kids are going to become gay. You know, I understand when you're in fourth grade, but if you're in high school, you can handle a book with a gay character. But some of the books are like, you know, I don't know, some of them are a little crazy. Like I've looked at some of the books, like, and I've looked them up, and I'm like, wait a minute, why are we doing this? You know what I mean? Like, some of the books are like, it's like Charlotte's Web, but there's a vibrator in it. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, Charlotte teaches herself about self-pleasure. That I don't think is great. But if you want the recipe for radicalization, which is seemingly what everybody's looking for right now, they're going, what is the recipe for radicalization? Why are certain people off the deep end? Why do people believe the world is flat or that space is completely fake? Why do some people believe Tom Hanks is a clone? You know, it's because the lies have gotten so verbose, and people are now starting to go, wait a minute, what is real? What the hell's going on? So you can't make an entire population poor, poison their food, stress them out to the point where they're anxiety-ridden. It can be hard to talk about not being able to be hard, to get hard. But HIMSS is here to make things much easier. Their all-online process connects you with a licensed healthcare provider who can recommend personalized ED treatments from the comfort of home. Through HIMSS, you can access personalized prescriptions for ED like Hard Mints or Sex RX, plus Climax Control. HIMSS offers access to ED treatment options that cost 95% less than brand names. New Sex RX plus testosterone support includes Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. With hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers, HIMSS can help you find the ED option that works best for you, if it's appropriate. Just fill out an intake form on their site and connect with a medical provider who can determine if treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication ships discreetly to your door for free. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/Tim. Find ED treatments that's up to 95% less than brand names at HIMS.com/Tim. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products include compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. So many people have shit credit. Their lives are terrible. You want to be one of them? Wake the fuck up. Having good credit can make your life better. Did you know that over 1/3 of Americans, roughly 36%, have below average credit scores, which can make borrowing more difficult and expensive? I didn't have credit for 10 years and my life was complete shit. I spent the best years of my life getting thrown out of banks and off car lots. Do you want that? I don't think so. Having bad credit means your life is a big pile of shit. And that's what mine was for a decade. I had a horrible life because I didn't have credit. The minute I got better credit, my life was better. People saw me in the street and said hello instead of spit on me. With transparent, affordable plans starting at just $5 a month, no hidden fees and zero interest, Kickoff helps you score big when it comes to credit. It's simple. You make on-time payments, credit bureaus see good behavior, and your credit can go fast. I'll tell you this, I'll be very honest with you. I know I'm being hyperbolic, but the reality is, if you have bad credit in this country, you're fucked. You can't get anything. I just went through this with a friend of mine. It's so hard. You got to repair your credit. You got to start building credit with Kickoff today. You can get your first month for as little as $1. That's 80% off the normal price when you're going to get kickoff.com/Tim. That's Kickoff without the C. Get KIKOFF.com/Tim. Must not be at kickoff.com/activate offer. Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month. Only subject to approval. Offer subject to change. Average first year credit score impact of plus 84 points. Payment score 3.0 between January 2023 and January 2024. For Kickoff credit account users who started with a score below 600 to pay on time without no delinquencies and collection data to their credit profile. During the period, late payments may negatively impact your credit score. Individual results may vary. I mean, they just did a study. Look this up. The World Happiness Report, which, by the way, is my favorite thing in the world. The World Happiness Report finds that young people in, Western countries are unhappy. And they're much less happy than they were like 15 years ago. Young people aren't as happy. And people are wondering why that is. Like, why are young people not as happy as they were? Is it technology? Is it social media? Here we are, young people in the West becoming unhappier. People are unhappy, and some people go, well, it's because now there are terms for mental health, and we're talking more about mental health. And in my comedy special, I talk a little bit about that yes, people are more conscious of their mental health now than they've ever been in the past. And some of that's good. Some of that seems a little, is a little suspect. There's a lot of people that seem to be cynically using their mental health. Here we go. Average happiness of young people is on the decline across the West. A shift has driven the U.S. out of the top 20 happiest countries overall for the first time since reporting began. Lithuania took the top spot for young people while its under 30 population rating. Lithuania took the top spot for young. The happiest people are in Lithuania, by the way. Part of why this is, is that young people now are looking at the world and going, is the country going to exist in 20 years? Are we going to have and by the way, not because of a foreign threat, not because we're going to be invaded, not because we're going to be nuked, but they're going, is the country going to exist, or are internal forces pulling the country apart? And are those people, the young people in this study, the lower happiness reported by the younger under 30 in the United States and Canada is linked with lower levels of satisfaction and social support, lower satisfaction with living conditions, greater stress and anxiety, lower trust in government, and higher perceptions in corruption. Because people are looking around going, is this country even going to exist? It doesn't seem like it's going to exist. It seems to be way too corrupt to exist in 20 years. So what do you do? Wait a minute, by the way, most happy places for people who live under 30, number 1, Lithuania, number 2, Israel. Maybe there's something to that ethno-state concept. But so what I'm saying here is that, everyone's running around now going, how do we prevent people from being radicalized and becoming schizophrenic? Which I think is a good goal, but I think that part of that really has to look at the entire picture of what's going on right now. Younger people are sitting there wondering, does Brigitte have a cock? Will I afford a house? Is there a job for me? And there isn't. They're not. And she does. Those are the answers to those questions. But they're not. Is a country being run by pedophiles? Yes. Does Brigitte have a cock? Most likely. Am I going to afford a house? Not nearly. Do I have, what kind of job am I going to get? Nothing. Do you know what young people do now? If you're a young person, this is what you do. You graduate school. Let's give you a name. Let's give you a name. Your name, I'm going to give you a male and a woman. Sorry, non-binaries. I'm just going to do a male and a woman right now, okay? The male's name is Brett. His name is Brett. B-R-E-T-T, Brett. He is a 22-year-old male. And then Carolyn. Carolyn is a 22-year-old female, okay? This is what happens to Carolyn and Brett. Carolyn went to NYU. She's smarty pants. She's smart. Carolyn grew up in Rhode Island, and her parents work together, and she's got a lovely home life, and she has a nice older brother, but he ended up on drugs, and he's just doing the best he can. But Carolyn went to NYU, and she went to the Stern School of Business because she's going to take over the world, and she loves all the female founders, and she listens to fucking, motivational speeches from that bitch who founded Bumble, Whitney, fucking whatever, Wolf Herd, and all these other people, and she's a badass finance bitch, and she wants, and her pet causes are women's literacy in the third world. She wants women in the third world to know more about money, and that's what she does. Her name is Carolyn, and she moves from Rhode Island, and she goes to NYU, and she likes NYU, and she's very liberal, and all of her friends are very rich, and she thinks Trump is gross, and always has, and she's in love with a French guy, but he doesn't really love her, and it's whatever. Carolyn, okay? Carolyn, okay? Brett grew up in a suburb outside of Chicago, okay? Brett's father killed himself because he had undiagnosed mental illness. It was very difficult. He shot himself in their garage, and Brett found him, and half of his face was blown off. And Brett called the police, but he knew it was no use because half of his father's face is in the garage. Brett's mother died of cancer early on. Okay? So Brett was living with his father who killed himself. Now he's 17 years old, so he's right on the ledge. He's going to be emancipated. He doesn't need a parent. Okay? Now he doesn't get any real money from his father's health with his life insurance. His dad didn't have it. So he didn't have any life insurance, okay? And they were renting. Here's the good news for Brett. Brett writes a great college essay, and it's called, I Found My Father's Body in the Garage, and half of his head was gone. And so the people at the college admissions office, because Brett is an A- student, he's pretty fucking good. Okay, and he's on the baseball team. He's not the star, but he's on it. And he writes an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball. It takes my mind off the time I found my father's body in the garage with half of his face gone. So Brett goes to Northwestern, pretty good school, and he plays baseball. Okay, and his father's dead. Okay. Carolyn's at the Stern School of Business. She wants women in Afghanistan to learn about, Bitcoin. Brett's at Northwestern trying to get over the trauma of his father, who was sacrificed on the altar of globalization, and Reagan letting all the mental hospitals out, and no health care and whatever, okay? His father was also abusing pharmaceutical drugs and whatever. It just is what it is. He was also a drunk. So Brett's at Northwestern, and Carolyn's in NYU. Now, Caroline and Brett never should have met, but Brett was traveling to New York City to see a friend he grew up with who was attending Pace, a much less reputable school. In fact, it's a piece of shit. It's a prison, but that's where retards go. And Brett knew a lot of retards growing up in his town. So he goes to visit his buddy, and his buddy goes, sometimes you go to these, cool bars with really hot chicks, and they're all super rich. And it's not like they'll ever go out with us, but I fucked a model last month. And Brett's like, we're going. So they go to this bar. I don't know. I haven't been to bars in years. I don't know what they call it. They call it, the bar is just called, Jew. J-U. It's a Japanese name. Now, Brett is in this bar called Jew, and he meets Carolyn, who is a finance major at the Stern School of Business. She's graduating next year, and he's going to graduate next year too. Brett, of course, has majored in education because maybe he'll be a gym teacher because he actually thinks it would be cool if he could help kids who had found their dead father in their garage get over it by connecting them to team sports, which he feels is one of the only reasons he hasn't killed himself. Okay? Caroline is outside, and Brett steps out. Brett's not a smoker and never has been, but everyone's smoking and looks cool. So Brett decides to smoke a cigarette, and Caroline's outside, and they start chatting. Where are you from? This, that, and the other thing. One thing leads to the next, okay? They end up going home together and hooking up. This is very rare. Brett's not a Casanova. It doesn't happen all the time. Neither is Carolyn, okay? But they decide they're going to get married. They're going to make a go of this, okay? After several months of dating, long distance, Brett decides he's going to move to New York because Carolyn seems to be on some better financial footing, okay? So he moves to New York, and Carolyn and him start dating. Now, the power dynamic's a little off because she's got all the money and she's got all the friends. And the world has kind of pushed her forward, and there's nothing wrong with that. But she's got the fancy degree from the school, and Brett feels a little cocked. But he goes with it, because he doesn't really have a family. His father's head was all over the garage. Okay? Carolyn loves Brett. She treats him really nicely. She likes him. He's a nice guy. He's pure and he's simple. And she says that to her friends. Like, he's pure. He's like a good guy. And I just love him. You know, he uprooted his whole life for me. He's this Midwestern guy. And he likes sports and baseball. And his dad blew off his head and his mother's dead. And he's a good guy. And then one day, Carolyn is having dinner on the Upper West Side, and the French guy that she was in love with 2 years prior passes. And he notices Caroline, and he comes over, and he says to her, oh my God, it's good to see you. And she's like, hi, how are you? Now, this French guy is French aristocracy. He's got lots of money, an absurd amount of money. In fact, there's not that many people left in France with money. This guy's one of them. Caroline knows that, but it doesn't matter. It's filed away in the back of her head. He also has movie star good looks. But Caroline's in a relationship with Brett, a regular Midwestern guy who watched his dad. We didn't watch him, but the body was still warm when he walked into the garage. You know what I mean? Pretty sick of his dad to do that. Close to school. But Caroline sees this French guy, Jacques, and she chats with Jacques. And you know what? She's gonna walk to get her Uber, and she decides that and he goes, well, maybe I'll just walk with you. And she goes, okay. And they chat. She doesn't mention that she's seeing anyone, but it doesn't come up. It doesn't come up. Why would it come up? Okay? And he said, I'd love to see you again. We should go to this opening of this gallery. My friend in Soho, my cokehead friend who has no talent, has rented a gallery in Soho, and she's inflicting a mediocre art on people. Let's all go down there and see what that's about. And she, living downtown, sees no reason not to attend a very public art gallery show in Soho with an old friend. It's not a big deal. She's not cheating on this Midwestern guy who's so pure and simple. His father killed himself in the garage. So Carolyn from the Stern School of Business, who cares that women get Bitcoin so they can transcend the circumstances of living in an Afghan cave, decides to go to the opening of a mediocre artist in Soho with Jacques, a very wealthy French guy. All the while, her simple, pure, Midwestern, beautiful boy, beautiful, life that they have together. She calls him a boy. He doesn't love that, but she does, and she realizes it's just because he doesn't have a lot of money and he doesn't come from anything. Okay? She decides to go to this gallery opening with Jacques. Well, the gallery opening becomes a lunch. And the lunch becomes a coffee. And then she eventually has to tell Jacques, listen, I'm actually in a relationship, and I don't know what the hell's going on here. Okay? But Jacques says, listen, I totally understand, but here's the reality. You're graduating school next year. I've always loved you. I never thought you loved me. We're meant to be together. We're meant to get married at my family's vineyard in the south of France. You know it, and I know it. So what are we doing here? And she walks home and she's crying and it's cold and it's wet and it's raining, but she knows that Jacques is right. She knows that she's going to go and marry this rich guy and she's going to destroy this man, this Midwestern guy who's a good guy. And she goes home and they have a talk and she says, listen, Brad, go away. Listen, Brad, you know I love you, and these 2 years have been the best years of my life. I just feel like there's too many things here that will just never work. I think we want different lives, you know? You mentioned that you love the Midwest, that you'd like to go back one day, and I can never see myself living there. He goes, yeah, but that's just something I say. I mean, I uprooted my whole life for you. I kind of like New York. I actually love the pizza. I thought I'd never like anything better than the tavern-style Chicago pizza, but I actually love the pizza here. She goes, here's the thing. This isn't about pizza, Brett. It's not about food. It's about the fact that I met a guy, and I'm in love with him, and I'm sorry. Now Brett is hollowed out. He's hollowed out. He's vacant. There's nothing. He's angry, and then the anger translates into a hopelessness. It's a stage 4 diagnosis. It's, we've denied the appeal to death row. He knows immediately, as soon as those words leave her mouth, that there is nothing to be said and nothing to do. That he can't compete with this guy, this fairy tale French rich guy, and she's been in love with forever because he's going to provide her a type of life that Brett can't. So he then gets a small apartment in Manhattan. He moves out because he'd been living with Caroline for the last 8 months. He started out in a small apartment. Then he's living with her in a little bigger apartment, in a better location, but he moves to Brooklyn. Okay? He moves to Brooklyn. He says, fuck it, I'm going to start moving to Brooklyn. I'm going to live in Brooklyn now because who cares? I just want to get laid. I want to do drugs. And I want to just be angry because my fucking girl threw me. Carolyn keeps going. And that's where her part of the story ends. We don't know what happens to Caroline. She gets engaged to this French guy. She gets really wealthy. She gets really rich. They split their time between France and the United States. She has a fake job, and so does he. But Brad's now living in Brooklyn. And Brad oscillates from the far left to the far right. One day he's a literal neo-Nazi. The next day he's a far left anarcho-communist. And all the while he listens to the Tim Dillon show every day. Every day he has no idea which way I'm going to go. He has no idea. He just knows I'm angry at things, and he likes that. And he listens to my show. But one day he's an Antifa, and the next day he's a Proud Boy. He's just angry. He's full of hatred. He's full of hatred because the rent keeps going up and nothing makes sense. I don't know what this has to do with anything, really, economically. I thought it would say more about the economy than it actually did. But my point is this. We've empowered certain women at the expense of men that have found their fathers dead in their thing. And it's true. So that's what I'm getting to. So this guy's now a radical because we made this woman fall in love with French people, which is disgusting.
Pedagogy, because this was fundamentally a teacher's college. It was designed to create.
That's what happens. And Brett dies of an accidental overdose in Bushwick. And his body is found by his Chinese landlord. You see, I made the landlord Chinese. I could have went another way, but it was a Chinese landlord. And they found Brett's body. And they couldn't call his dad. His dad's already dead.
They also had gymnastics.
This is what's happening to young people all over the country.
And it was really quite successful. It attracted a lot of students.
It's the summer. So many people are injuring themselves, and then they need their money. A client of Morgan & Morgan had recently been awarded nearly $1 million after jurors affirmed that her injuries from slipping on ice outside of a Panera Bread were the company's fault. Their client was working as a DoorDash driver when she slipped and fell on an icy walkway outside the Panera in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She broke her left elbow, which led to surgery and hardware being inserted into her arm. The original settlement offer was $125,000, but Morgan & Morgan fought to get her what she deserved. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury firm for a reason. They've been fighting for the people for over 35 years. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can substantially increase your... Can you imagine that? You're going in and go, oh, I'm going to pick up the DoorDash. I'm going to get the Southwestern fucking corn chowder from Panera and the Asiago chicken club, which is nice. And then you fall on the ice and you go, help me! Help me! Morgan & Morgan is easy to get started, and they're free, and their fee is free unless they win. Visit forthepeople.com/Tim or dial pound 529 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com, or click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement.
But again, the graduates really they imbibe the philosophy of this.
TimDillonComedy.com. We do have dates in the fall, and what we do. And Brigitte actually does have to come out and show it. Light it up. Tell us what you got. Nothing wrong with it. But it is happening. The thing I described is happening. Men don't have great jobs, and they're moving to these cities, and then women are promising them stuff, and then going with a French person.
They moved in before the upper floors were completed. And every day, even long after...
That calls me the idea, like, what is a nation state?
Contractor would come back and inspect all of the...
Well, it actually does.
All those things that he's doing.
What is a nation state?
What
are we? Or what do we want to be?
The drywall...
What do we owe each other?
Coming back every day. And he says, because, Mr. Schneider, I have built...
Show the bus, Brigitte.
But after I die, I will leave all of them behind, except...
I just love, this headline's just too funny. Hillary Clinton, uncontrolled fits of anger and heavy tranquilizer use and happiness. She was also very happy. But that's okay. All right, folks. Well, we're going to get out of here. We have an interview right now with someone who supports Gaza. Or maybe we played that at the beginning of the show. Should we play at the beginning or at the end? Beginning. Alright, so we played it at the beginning. Ghislaine is testifying. We'll see what happens. Seems like Trump's done. Seems like the administration's kind of cooked. Feels like people are circling. They smell blood. Who inherits it? Is it Tucker? Is it JD? People think Tucker's running. He says he's not running. But it feels a little bit like he's running. We don't know. Lots of things to follow, lots of stories that are developing all the time. TinDillerComedy.com tickets for shows in the fall if you want to see them. Thank you again. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Earlier this week, 30-year-old teenagers and Elk Boys received a massive amount of backlash for their interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. And although Netanyahu is widely reviled, he does maintain some support with people across the world, and even a few people in Gaza. So here to comment is Nassab from Gaza, who is a big supporter of Netanyahu. Yes, thank you for having me. Thank you for coming on, Nassab. So now, tell us your story. What's happening in Gaza, and why do you support Benjamin Netanyahu? Yes, Tim, so you know, like many people in Gaza, I have every reason to hate Israel. Shortly after October 7th, my family was sheltering under a donkey, and Hamas decided to dig a tunnel under the donkey and use the donkey as a human shield, taking out not only my family, but my head and arms and torso. And I put that blame on these barbarians that make up Hamas, because Israel is very good and merciful. And right before they bomb our donkey, they send out a text, and they say, we are going to bomb your donkey in 20 seconds. But unfortunately, I forgot to charge my phone. Well, I mean, that's Nassab. I'm sorry to hear that. But what about now? There are reports from over 100 human rights organizations that Israel is orchestrating a famine in the Gaza Strip. And that is simply also not true. Israel sent all kinds of wonderful Israeli cuisine to Gaza. Pita bread, hummus, falafel, and baba ganoush. And Hamas is stealing the food. Do you know what is true about Hamas? All of their wives and girlfriends are obese. They are chubby chasers. They are. Hold on. Now, I have a little trouble. I have a little trouble believing that. What about the baby food? Are they stealing the baby food? This is what is secret about these monsters. Hamas, they pretend that they are babies. So under the tunnels, they steal the baby food and the baby formula, and they dress up like babies, and they drink formula from bottles, and they wear diapers, and they make their plus-size women change their diapers. These are very sick people. And when they have to just ask for food, they say, we do not know. What are you talking about? We are just widow babies. You will have to ask my parents. Well, I had no idea that this was happening, that Hamas were pretending to be babies and stealing the food. It's actually amazing. Are there a lot of Palestinians who agree with you? But you also probably do not know this, but Palestinian is not real people. Did you know Yasser Arafat, he was from Egypt? That's why when you think about it, it's okay to kill us and even put us in an oven. And you might not know this, but many Arabs, they actually enjoy being killed. The Quran says they will go to heaven, so that is why they love being shot and thrown and burned and crushed by rubber. I can't co-sign that. I can't really agree with that. That sounds really, really insane. It sounds like Israeli propaganda. It seems crazy. And what about the anti-Semitism on the college campuses and in New York City? You are about to elect a terrorist for your mayor. Yes, but it just feels, it's so surprising to me you feel this way because you're a leg. You're just a leg. I mean, they've taken everything from you. I mean, you're just a leg, but you're still supportive of this. I guess I just really like techno music and everything that come out of that beautiful country. All right, Noab, everyone. That's from Gaza. He said supports Netanyahu. I want to talk about a few things. Netanyahu on the Nelt podcast. Brave of him. Brave to sit down like that. Truly brave. And to express opinions like that. Take a look here. Netanyahu on the Nelt podcast. By the way, saying something I said on Are You Garbage months ago, but whatever. Netanyahu.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you Burger King. We did the double,
Whopper?
Yeah.
I haven't heard Burger King in a long
That's
time.
not.
Burger King kind of sucks. Yeah.
No,
The BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's? That's their worst take, I think.
Absolutely.
That's a crazy take.
No, that was fine. I mean, I like Burger King. The answer is yes.
Here's the thing about it's tough. Obviously, I am a human and want to live. But our civilization does really deserve to be destroyed. Like, that is the really tough thing about it all, is that if there was ever a civilization that deserved a cataclysmic, and again, not rooting for it, don't want it to happen, but just statistically, I mean, could there be a better example? I mean, we just do, this guy is committing a genocide, truly. I mean, I don't think anyone's even denying that at this point. People like quibbling about certain components of it. Like, I know that, like, people are like, well, yes, they're starving Gaza, but did you see that video of that guy from Hamas stealing a banana? Did you see that? There's a guy from Hamas eating a banana, and people are like, well, he stole the banana from the people. And they're like, Hamas is stealing the food. In this whole thing, Israel has no culpability, by the way, at all. They've actually done nothing wrong. It's all been Hamas. Hamas has done everything. There's not been what they stole the food. They're shooting the people who are in line for the food. Israel's doing nothing. And you have to trust Israel, because otherwise the only people that are reporting out of Gaza, they're not letting journalists in, or they just say are Hamas. So if you report anything contrary to what Israel says, you are Hamas, or you become Hamas. So, I mean, I just, the starvation, the photos of the starving, number one, we're the fattest country in the world. For the fattest country in the world to fund the starvation of a group of people is insane. Look at this. Here we go. This is the thing they keep showing, is that Hamas has bananas. All right. Yeah, they got bananas. This is the... When I ask why we're funding it, why we're starving people, we're funding a famine. People say to me, well, no, maybe take a look at that video of the guy in Hamas with the grapes. The guy in Hamas with the grapes. There you go. We're the fattest country in the world. Okay? Nobody is fatter than us. We are now funding the starvation of a group of people halfway across the world, or all the way across the world. I'm bad with geography, but far away. And if you bring it up, or if you chat about it, or if you talk about it, you're immediately called anti-Semitic or whatever, and it's completely absurd and insane. And this is nuts. Get up Randy Fine. Get a photo of Randy Fine. Now, this is the guy who literally said starve away. He said something like release the hostages, which again, the children of Gaza did not abduct the hostages and cannot release them. Randy Fine, genius. Randy Fine, no, get a fat picture, my producer. Don't get a picture when he was thin. You're going to treat Randy Fine like that? Go get a photo of me when I was 8. Then, by the way. Get Randy Fine. Look how fat Randy Fine is. Randy Fine literally said starve away. This guy is out there telling the Gazans to starve while looking like he's like full of fucking marshmallow fluff. It's the cruelest thing to just have a fatty bombati telling the people, get that quote up, where he says starve away. There's a quote where Randy Fine, who's a congressman from Florida, who has a lot of the rhetoric of like the Smotrich and Ben Gvir, these crazy far-right Likud psychopaths in the Israeli government, and calling these kids in Gaza Amalek, children of the devil or whatever. Randy Fine has basically, I believe, said, if you look up starve away, that's what he wrote. Those were the quotes. He said, tell your fellow Muslim terrorists to release the hostages and surrender. Until then, hashtag starve away. Randy Fine. I mean, there he is. It's crazy that we are providing the material support to Israel to continually engage in this kind of barbarism. We have to cut all funding. We should absolutely cut all funding to Israel immediately. Cut all funding. Oh, 100%. I don't know why that's even controversial at this point. This is like the worst humanitarian crisis we see it witnessing unfolding. It's crazy. For the fattest country in the world to be involved in this starvation of people is insane. It's nuts.
Hello, everybody.
And there are people defending this. We're getting DoorDash. They're getting full meals. They will deliver a seafood tower to you on DoorDash, broken up in ice. I'm not going to tell you how I know, but in ice, they will deliver shellfish on ice to you. DoorDash will deliver that, and you get it at your front door. You get a lobster at your front door and eat it, and then defend how children in Gaza are. And I mean, you can see these photos. I don't want to show them on the show, but they're so disturbing. And it's like, it's crazy. Even some of the way the magazines are reporting it, like one of them was like, well, they're not dead. They're like half alive, half dead, and they're wandering around like ghosts. Like, I was like, what is this? I mean, it's incredibly disturbing to watch. What will the next phase be? I mean, I don't understand, like, what will Israel do next to them? Like, will it start to melt them? Like, will it use some type of, like, device to start melting the people of Gaza? And then will people start defending that? Well, these hostages. Until then, hashtag melt away. And you go, wait a minute, hold on, you're melting people. Yeah, well, so what? October 7th. Yeah, but they're children. They're women. They're not, they didn't do that. Melt away. So what? They're gonna melt. I mean, what Stephen King horror movie penalty will be enough at this point? We have now crossed the line. Like I said, Final Destination a couple of weeks ago. We're past that. Those deaths were quick. We're like fully into like some crazy long thing. It's completely barbaric, and we should just stop the money. Take all that money that we're funding Israel with and give it to Candace Owens so she can fight her lawsuit against Brigitte Macron and Emmanuel Macron. And here's what I'm saying: show the puss, show the puss. Show the clip. And I'm not trying to be a problem. And you know I never am. Show the push, show the clip. I'm not saying she was born a man. I don't know. There's a very easy way to put this to bed. Number one, have Brigitte Macron go on the Nelk podcast and have her show the clip to, what are their names? Kyle and Steiny. Have her show the clip, take the pussy out on the Nelk podcast. Brigitte Macron, put your bush in Kyle from Nelk's face. And let's get justice. How about justice? Even people starving in Gaza want to know this. Even the starving children in Gaza want to see, where is the clip? Let's play a little bit of Candace here responding to this lawsuit from Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron.
You were born a man and you will die a man. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, by the way, I wish my father said that to me at like any point in my life. I wish I had that kind of support in my own household. You were born a man. You're a goddamn man. What?
Fool her husband into giving the blessing to Isaac rather than
we have Candace Owens here. She's being sued by Brigitte Macron, who's the First Lady of France. And Candace has said that Brigitte was born a gentleman. And now I have challenged Brigitte to go on the Nelk Boys podcast and show her clit.
We see quite often. As a result of these strong
and let's do this thing.
No other avenue.
And the war in Gaza. Show your bush.
Trapped within the male narrative. We can only
show your clit to the Nelk boys. You're the First Lady of France. If you're afraid to show your pussy to Steiny from Nelk, then you don't get to be the First Lady of France. You don't get to be it. Show your pussy to Joe Rogan in his studio. Fly to Austin and spread your legs for Joe Rogan. That's weird, Mom.
She is exceptional,
not
only because she identifies one of the problems in women's history.
100%.
Is that women had very limited access to training in the traditional text.
Show your pussy to Joe Rogan in Austin, Texas.
Especially the case of
and go see a show some other shit.
20th century that will speak
show the clip.
This short lecture.
Just do it. End the speculation. Show the cash.
She appears many times.
This is
as
politics.
A distinctive voice in the Talmud.
It's the news.
Correcting.
And this is what has to happen. We got to move on as a society from this war in Gaza and from this.
In this context,
stop starving the children in Gaza. Show your clit to Joe Rogan. Go on Kill Tony. I'm the president of France's wife. And they say I got a cock, but I got a clit. Boom. Red Band does the sound effect. Make the podcast rounds. And show everyone your pussy, please.
She should have more learning.
Put your pussy in a gosh in Andrew Schultz's face.
Others disagree and say, no, it's not.
Schultz is like, damn.
To learn a lot of Torah.
Get your pussy on flagrant. Endless.
That it would be better for women.
Show your pussy to Theo Vaughn.
Extensively, specifically.
Let Theo Vaughn see your French pussy, and let him decide if it was at one point a small cock. That's what we have to figure out. Was her penis inverted and made into a pussy? This is politics. What are tariffs? We don't even know. Put your puss on the internet. That's why I keep watching this.
So give us a sample. We'll send my doctors, take your blood, figure it out real quick. Or if you want to go about this, hey, how about just giving us some pictures again of you growing up, raising your children? That would be fine. For whatever reason, to phone, by the way, like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it. Right? That is what Discovery is for. It has a lot of questions. You're probably hoping, this will go away.
Now, so here's what Candace's thing is that she was born something else. She got, I think she stole the identity of her dead brother or something like that. And MK Ultra, that program that the CIA used, which was a mind control program.
You read what it says.
Because I listened to this a while ago, and it is interesting. I at the Beverly Hills Hotel, there's a French guy, and I spoke to him about this. And he did say to me, Macron, there is something that's not French. What is French? Oh, oui, Macron is. What is French? Gérard de Vaudin. Et Macron, he liked the boys at the hotel. And then I said I spoke about you on my show because I know you made me famous. You made me famous on your show. But what he was saying was that it was kind of known in France a little bit that something was up with this. Maybe, maybe not. And then I've had people call me, go, conspiracy, this is nuts. Who knows?
But this is a 1930s Yiddish version.
It's not going to make any sense until you show Joe Rogan your pussy.
Who is trying with very little success.
That's the way we decide things in these parts.
And meanwhile, his
I
daughter,
drink cold brew year-round and used to rely on grocery store concentrate or $6 cafe runs, mostly out of what I thought was convenience, but then I found trade. Now making cold brew at home is easy, plus it tastes way better and costs less than buying
and the whole message is that
cold brew
here the
at another
girl
place.
is obviously more close, more.
Trade is the #1 coffee destination in the U.S. for both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best beans from top roasters across the U.S. and now have a special cold brew collection. Trade makes it effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious and at an amazing value. And they don't just stop at beans. They also provide expertly curated equipment that's easy to use so you can make amazing coffee. You know, I will tell you this, folks, I do love this coffee. My friends drink cold brew, and they love this cold brew. They've teamed up with 15 roasters to create a special cold brew collection that ensures your cold brew at home tastes exactly how it should. Smooth and delicious. For limited time, Trade is giving 50% off a month of cold brew. That's around 60 cups of cold brew. For 50% off, when you go to drinktrade.com/Tim, that's drinktrade.com/Tim, get 50% off 1 month of cold brew. Drinktrade.com/Tim. So the MK Ultra thing, which was like a CIA mind control, Candace says there are all these weird links to like MK Ultra mind control, and that Macron was like some weird Manchurian candidate. Now Macron's a weird guy. Let's look at. Macron is now saying he's going to bring in refugees from Gaza, but let's take a look at what's really going on. It feels weird. Macron, if you can get that up, has just said, hey, I am going to accept refugees from Gaza.
This is something that you should do.
And he said, hey, this is what's going to happen. And everybody is going, well, isn't that nice? That Macron is going to accept all of these refugees from Gaza, but what it really is a relocation campaign to take people from Gaza and put them in France so that Israel can build whatever the hell they're going to build in Gaza. So everyone's like, isn't it so nice? Look at France stepping up. And then, so people are saying this, like, and then there's some people that are not dumb, and they go, well, this seems like just a relocation plan to put people that lived in Gaza in France. And so Israel is just, now controlled demolition of all these buildings in Gaza, they're going to build whatever they're going to build. Now, Macron goes, well, now I'll take some of the heat off myself by going, hey, listen, we're recognizing a Palestinian state. Now, Israel is like pretending to be mad at this, but this is a completely ceremonial thing because they just destroyed Gaza. It's over. What state could there? What are we talking about? Like everyone's like, Macron is, I can't believe he's recognizing a Palestinian state. What? They destroyed the whole thing. It's smithereens. The thing is done. It's the most, it's like a lot of the people coming out now and going, this seems a bit much with the Jarvis.
So, thou shalt not.
Seems a bit, I've talked about it on the Patreon or whatever. A lot of celebrities now are coming out and going, I cannot believe. They're so dramatic and they're like, what is happening? They're all like half singing all the time. But it's like, well, there's no political risk in saying anything now. This guy's recognizing a Palestinian state after it's literally been destroyed.
leaves a very
literally like destroyed. It's like the funniest thing in the world. It's literally been destroyed. What if? Hold on 1 second.
And defined by time.
What if just letting Maxwell's like
obligated?
Brigitte Macron is
Are
mine?
exempted.
What if that's the info she brings you up? I'll tell you one thing right away. I'll tell you one thing first and foremost. Brigitte Macron is a cook. I knew it, and I've always known it's not a cook. Alright, come on, sorry. So here's our president
They are welcome to do so.
On the Palestinian
in general
question. This is Macron.
They're able to do these things,
Palestinian
but they are not
state
required to.
issue that Donald Trump was asked about.
Now there are
And
exceptions
this is his
to the rule
response.
as a whole. Like for example, lighting the Friday night candles, that's defined by time, that's positive, but it devolves upon women rather than men.
For France to say that they would recognize the Palestinian state. Macron said that yesterday.
Look, he's a different kind of a guy. He's okay. He's a team player, pretty much. Here's the good news. What he says doesn't matter. Well, he made a statement, Brad.
I guess we'll find out with all the Ghislaine Maxwell testimony and discovery. Maybe we'll find out why we have such a unwavering commitment to these Israeli projects right now. Perhaps, by the way. But it's insane the level of supposedly Trump admonishes Netanyahu behind the scenes or whatever. But everything we do, we just kind of support this country, this new anti-Semitism thing, which seems crazy. This law that is kind of being proposed here, and I'll actually send this to you, where it's like, hey, people are basically trying to equate, again, any criticism with anything that Israel wants to do with anti-Semitism, and this is like, they're trying to enshrine all this into law, and I just texted you. But this is becoming like so insanely obvious to everybody who's watching this going, wait a minute, hold on, this doesn't make any sense. Jewish people are noticing this, people that live in Israel, Netanyahu's extending this war, and the longer he extends it, he's not in jail, he's not facing charges. It's obvious in the Ukraine what Zelensky is doing. He's extending the war. Now articles are coming out about how shady they are, how much money they're stealing in the Ukraine, how they're not trying anyway to have peace. So here we go. Let's just take a look at this here.
Beyond the scope of this lecture, but nevertheless
requires social media
public
companies
sphere,
release detailed public reports of violations of their
marketplace,
and to outline how they're addressing these
that is
violations,
generally
which includes
ceded
the use of their platforms by
that
terrorist
is an
groups.
area that
Every day, companies fail to report this information that will result in a
status
$5 million
associated with
fine.
it. Nevertheless,
Social media companies can no longer hide the crimes that take place on their platforms, especially when they pose a threat to America's national security. And we're very proud this bill has the backing of the anti-defamation.
That says that there is value for those things.
I saw anti-Semitism for the first time when I was 15 years old. I had good parents who taught me what's wrong, but love the lasting impression on seeing my first incident as a teenager. And if you're on my social media, you see it every day.
And
people that are responding back
associated more with
what I consider squarely anti-Semitic kind of messages on social media. I even saw the article today was about me, but my private pose, actually you are pro-Zionists,
which is something that is highly valued.
It's all over our social media.
Various coverage,
and it's unacceptable.
And
when I saw the protests I read last night,
so there is a valorization of the
anti-Semitism
Judaism,
and their comments, and how they're
treating
some of our members of Congress are Jewish.
modern
So I saw that
valorization of the public sphere.
And so we want to be a country that makes it clear that anti-Semitism and racism is repugnant.
A lot of this changes
now allowed in my
the
space,
20th century.
and we just
Many
through
reasons
talent.
that are associated with larger changes like industrialization, increase in urbanization, and so on.
These ideas and espousing these ideas. And we need to work with
women
our social
is
media
opening up
companies to clean this up.
educational
Because what is going on is wrong. And I
most
think it's
significant of which
further
is
influencing
undoubtedly
other
the base
young
Yaakov
people
movement,
that
which
work,
was pioneered by Sarah
be
Shinawara, which if you
but
look
what they're saying is
on
that's
my
a
website,
it's not like it's not. So we need to hold these companies accountable.
basically she argued
Okay, we get what you're doing here. We get what you're doing.
for the
I mean, drawing a line around any ism
type education
is always a problem. Saying that, like, what concept? Now, there's obviously very obvious examples of anti-Semitism. We know that. There's obvious examples of racism. There are obvious examples of whatever you want to say, transphobia, homophobia. People hate trans people, hate gay people, don't like Jewish people, don't like black people, hate them, whatever. But then there are also discussions about things like policies, positions, political statements. All of these things need to happen in a free society, and some of the people that engage in those discussions are going to be anti-Semitic, or they're going to say things in a way that's not elegant, and they're not articulate, or they're just not good at having debates. Some of those people are going to be trolls. Some of those people are going to be trying to be funny. Some of those people are trying to be ironic. Some of those people hate everyone and are genuine Nazis, right? Free speech is not for a bunch of people that you like and agree with and think are good all the time. Free speech has to be for everybody. And the way that you create a political space, and I believe in this project, that where you don't have extremism, and you don't have neo-Nazis running around, and you don't have racists, you don't have all this craziness happening. The way that you create that political space is by trying to create a political culture where people can debate ideas, where people can be proven wrong, and where people can exist without feeling that they're somehow being silenced, or that there's forbidden information that they can't have, and they're in the dark, and then the space in which all that information exists, they're filling that void with whatever kind of ideas they want, because they don't have the actual one. You need to have an open space for dialogue and for debate. That's the only way to have certain ideas take prominence. The idea of owning a house, for example. Everyone wants to own a house. That's a good idea. Ownership is a good idea. No matter how many people come in and tell you to rent or have more. Jillian Michaels, the fitness trainer who's at Turning Point USA, she's like, no, you should actually rent an income-producing property. And then years later you get rich, and then years later after that, whatever. Are there economic realities that she's talking about? Sure. But most people want to own a fucking house. That's an American idea. It's an idea that people believe in. No matter how many people tell you that renting is better, or living, in a smart city where everything's 15 minutes away and you never have to cut the grass, or no matter who tells you that, it's a better idea to own a house. It's an American idea. You shouldn't be afraid of people who tell you that the real thing is renting, or the real thing is using Uber and not owning a car. The real thing is, those are the better ways to do it. There are huge campaigns, by the way, put together by those companies that make just live in Airbnbs, just take Ubers, just the gig economy. You'll own nothing and be happy. There's lots of money that's been put behind those ideas. But the idea of ownership is still an idea in America that's incredibly popular. I believe that the idea of like a live and let live society, where you're not socially engineering other people, is very popular in America from the people that I talk to. Maybe not to maniacs online, maybe not to people, on the dark web or people wherever, but most people in America don't want social engineering. They don't want their children to be engineered. They do not want propaganda being delivered to them from the government. They just want a space where they can be happy, have necessities, have health care, compete with other people, follow whatever their life goal is, and have their journey. That, to me, is the goal of the entire country, is to just have that. So I think in order to do that, I don't think that medieval anti-Semitism is ever going to be really popular in America. I don't think genetic determinism is going to be popular. Saying to people, you're black, you can't compete. The IQ stuff, the shape of skulls, races. Like, to me, yes, there's people online for sure where that's a big deal. But for the vast majority of people, they're just trying to survive. They're trying to figure out how to pay their rent. They're trying to figure things out.
Joke number
So I
7
think
again.
that, like, when you create a political culture,
but certain
in
jokes
order
are
to prevent
especially
it from
appropriate for
sliding,
certain
going off
topics.
the rails
And
into
so,
extremism,
for those of you who
cannot
recall the
for
last time I told this joke,
30, 50
I think it was
years
about a week ago, then
immiserate
you'll forgive me, but let me
and
tell you
make
anyway,
their
because it's very
lives
appropriate for our topic.
materially worse.
Basically, we're going to speak
where they
about
don't-
American
they
Jewry,
can't
a
redo their
topic
bathroom.
that
They
I hope
can't
to
get a
return
knee
to
operation.
after
Their car
Passover
breaks. They
in
can't
the
get to work.
20th
They're
century.
fucked.
We will dip a
All
little
of
bit
these
into the
people
20th century
become
as well today, because
radicalized
we're going to look at
because
some
the
of the
material
results of the Pew
conditions of
study
their life
in the
are much
context
worse.
of
That's
colonial and
obvious.
revolutionary
Most
American
of these
Jewry.
people become
But
I was
since
broke for
we're
years.
going
The
into
reason I didn't become
American
like a
subjects, perhaps the most
psycho-radical is I was
significant
doing comedy.
issue
I love
is
comedy.
that
I love
of
the group of
passing,
people I was with.
that
We had
of
a goal and
Jews
we're all doing it. We all kind of
attempting to
understood
simply
it.
fit
Part of it was
into
being
the
broke,
larger
and part of it was
society.
not
This is a
having
joke that also
a
applies
ton of
in many ways to
assurances.
19th
We were just
century
out there
Europe,
taking
but
risks.
I'm starting
But
with in America.
there's a
So
lot
the
of
joke goes
people
like this. There
that
is
because
this
their lives
underemployed
are going
Jewish
down the
actor in Las
drain,
Vegas.
start
Very rare
embracing
occurrence, but in this
pathology.
case, it
And
actually
when you
happened.
tell
He was
people that,
underemployed.
like,
He was waiting tables,
the Epstein files don't
and he was
exist,
feeling
or that,
rather desperate about
questioning
his
Israel makes him
future
anti-Semitic,
as a
or that
thespian
they should be
in
funding
on the West Coast.
a genocide and then a
did you like that,
starvation
Lisa?
campaign.
Thespian?
It drives
And so
people insane.
he's
makes them
desperate.
actually
He's looking
crazy,
through Variety or
as
whatever,
it
trying to pick
would.
up jobs,
So
and he's
now
not
the
having any
material
hustle
conditions of their
whatsoever. And
life are
finally,
worse.
he sees there's an ad.
Everything's a lie.
He
People know
realizes
it's a
how low
lie.
he's sunk, but he actually
The
considers
Ukraine
this
war,
ad to
remember
be
that?
a
I mean, they're
guerrilla
stealing everything.
impersonator.
Article after article is how much you're stealing.
He calls
Over
up,
there,
goes to
and
the
there's
auction,
no money to fix the
audition,
roads in upstate New York,
He
or
goes to the audition,
Pennsylvania, or
and it
Detroit,
turns out
or
they give him the
Michigan.
part.
And
So,
fuck
he's
you.
going to do it. It's a job. It's a living.
And when
Turns
Mark
out that the
Andreessen
Los
comes out and
Angeles Zoo
says,
has
hey,
recently
the only jobs
lost
left are going to be
its
venture
gorilla.
capitalists.
And while they're
After
waiting
AI
for a new
takes
one to
over,
be shipped from
and sorry,
Africa,
that's just the way
they
it is.
hired an impersonator to,
And again, I think these
dress up
ice
as a
raids are
gorilla, keep the show
barbaric.
going. So,
But
he's
do
a
need to figure out
Stanislavski
a
actor,
way
and he's
to
in the
worry
cage
about
there, and
American
he's using
people.
a method, and you know what?
I don't think you should be
It's actually
deporting
going very
6-year-olds,
well.
throwing them in handcuffs, or
Parents
people
crowd
here that
around,
are
the
here,
children squeal
who've been
with
here for a
delight,
while, they've roots in the community,
bangs on
they're
his
doing their
chest,
job.
and things like
I
that.
think all of that is
Walks
going to
around
make
on
the
his
pendulum
knuckles, and
swing
the kids are
again,
loving it, and he's
where no one
actually
cares and everybody's coming
actually
in.
enjoying this
But you
role,
need to
really
worry
investing
about
himself in it.
America as a country and
Gained
say,
some weight for the part,
why
all
is
kinds of things.
everything so
Then what
fucked?
ends up happening,
And it's
however,
not one
one day
we
when
should
he's
be going
really
after billionaires.
enthusiastically
Where is the E-Verify shit?
declaiming before his
Why aren't we
supporters,
going
he's
after
swinging
people that
on a
employ
vine,
illegal immigrants?
branch
Is
to
it because
branch,
they're all
and he
Trump's friends?
accidentally lets go
Why
at
are we
the
going
apex
after
of
the
the
guys like
swing,
Steve Flynn and
and
all
he
these hotel
swings
magnates
right out
that
of
employ
the gorilla
all
pen,
these people
and
and
he
choose not
lands
to pay
into the
American
lion
wages?
enclosure.
Where are we doing that?
And he
So this
lands
is what
there,
drives people
looks up and
insane.
sees he's
And it drives them crazy
facing
to the left, to the right,
directly the
wherever.
mouth of this
So why am I
huge
watching some
feline
nice show at
staring him down.
graduation,
And he realizes
but there's a
this
billionaire on a
is it.
private jet
This is the end of
employs
his life.
illegal
So
immigrants
since he is a
who's
Jew, he recalls
not
his
being
Hebrew
arrested
lessons
or
and he
detained to
covers
question
his hand with
why
his
is that
eyes, and
happening.
he says the last
This is what drives
great
people insane.
proclamation
And
of
they go on
God's
the
unity,
internet
which of course is
and they
incumbent
get
upon Jews
radicalized.
the last
So if
moments
you
of their life. He
want
says,
people to stop
Shema
being
Yisrael,
radicalized,
Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem
it's not
Echad.
about banning
Takes
things
his
and
hand off
burning
his eyes, and
books,
the
and
lion
the
says,
right wing does it too,
Baruch
although
Shem
some of the
Kavod,
books are a little
Malchusol,
crazy.
Elamboet.
But if
And
a
here's the
gay
punchline. Then the
character
giraffe
in a
says,
book,
Shah,
and the
you
right
get
wing
us all
wants
fired.
advances because they're afraid their kid's going to be gay.
So,
You know, I understand when you're in 4th grade, but if you're in high school, you can handle a book with a gay character. But
relates
some of
to
the
our
books are
topic
like,
because
you know, I
we're
don't know, some of
talking
them are a
about,
little crazy.
fitting
Like
into
some of
a
the,
new
I looked at
society
some of the
and
books,
the
like I
strange
looked
kind
them
of
up, and I'm like,
costumes
wait a
that we
minute,
wear.
why are we
Sometimes
doing
they're
this? You know
rather
what I mean?
ill-fitting costumes,
Like,
and we have
some
to
of the books are
sacrifice
like,
quite a bit of our own personality and identity to conform to those costumes, which is in many ways the story of American jewelry. What my goal is for today is to look specifically at the life of Bilha Abigail Levi Frank, who left behind some tremendously important correspondence that sheds light on the life of women in the colonial period, Jewish women in particular, and then I'll use that as a springboard for a larger discussion of the trends and trajectories trajectories
believe
of
Tom Hanks is
the
a
American
clone.
Jewish
You know, it's
American
because the
Jews at that
lies have gotten
time,
so
and I hope to
verbose,
include a little bit of
and
21st
people are
century
now
information
starting
in
to
the
go,
context.
wait a
But
minute,
we will
what is
end
real?
around
What
the
the hell's going on?
1840s with the great
So
German
you can't
emigration
make an
and
entire
save
population
further
poor,
discussion of 19th
poison
century
their
America
food,
for a later
stress them
topic.
out to the point where
For a
they're
later lecture.
anxiety ridden.
Tonight's lecture
It can be
is
hard
graciously
to
sponsored
talk
by
about
Alan
not being
Aaron
able to
Film
be
Throwing.
hard, to
We're
get
very
hard.
grateful to have
But HIMSS
sponsors
is
to
here to make things
make it
much
possible
easier.
to have a
Their
couple
all
of
online
students here to
process
film
connects
the
you with a licensed
videos
healthcare provider
and to
who can recommend
serve the
personalized ED
non-deployed and
treatments
things
from the
like
comfort
that.
of home.
So thank you once again
Through
for your
HIMSS, you can
generous
access
sponsorship,
personalized prescriptions
and
for ED like
appreciate it
Hardmints
very
or
much.
Sex
But your
RX,
presence
plus
in this
Climax
room
Control.
is a tremendous
HIMSS offers
sponsorship.
access
It's
to
always
ED
better to
treatment
have an
options
audience,
that cost
even though we put these
95%
things on
less
the
than brand
internet.
names.
Lately, by
New
the way,
Sex
I'm
RX
getting a
plus
big
testosterone
following in, of all
support
places,
includes
Latvia. So say hello to all the Latvians who are watching tonight.
for better
Hope you
bedroom
find this
performance and zinc
entertaining.
for testosterone
They're,
support with hundreds of thousands
it's a
of
big deal,
trusted
these
subscribers.
Latvians.
HIMSS can help you
Yes.
find the ED option that works best for you, if it's appropriate.
We
Just
can't,
fill out an
you'll
intake
find
form on
that
their site,
if
connect
we
with
do
a
that,
medical
then
provider
the
who can
people in
determine the
Latvia
treatment is
see
right for
very
you.
poorly. So what we
Prescribe
need
the
to do is
medication
we need
ships
another
discreetly to your
building.
door for free. Start
Luckily,
your free online visit
we're
today.
constructing one
at
just a block away
HIMSS.com/Tim.
that
Find
will
ED
have a
treatments
much
that's up to
better
95%
classroom
less than
for
brand
us.
names
We'll
at
be able to project these images a little more significantly.
Actual price will depend
At
upon
any
the
rate,
subscription
move
plan.
on
Feature
to
products
one more
compounded drug
important
products which the FDA does
good
not
and
approve or
welfare
verify for safety.
before
Effective
we
as well.
begin the
Requires
lecture
the website
proper.
for details.
We
Check
have a
your important safety
significant
information. So many people have
schedule
shit
change.
credit and their lives
I've
are
changed it
terrible.
on the
You want to be
website.
one
For
of
those of
them?
you who check the
Wake
web,
the
it's
fuck up.
JewishHistoryLectures.org. There are
Having
a few
good credit
brochures
can make your
around,
life
and
better.
it's posted outside.
Did you know that
So
over
the
one-third
schedule
of
changes
Americans,
that
roughly
next week we're going to
36%,
look
have
at the
below
life
average
of
credit
the
scores,
Alter
which
Rebbe.
can make borrowing
This
more
is
difficult and
the
expensive?
first
I didn't have
Rebbe
credit
of
for
the
10 years, and my life was
Chabad
complete
movement.
shit.
Very influential,
I spent the
prolific
best years of my
scholar
life
who
getting thrown out of
really
banks
changed
and
the
off
shape
car
of
lots.
modern
Do you
Eastern
want
European
that?
Jewish history,
I
and
don't
by
think
extension,
so.
really world history through the
Having bad
influence
credit
of
means your
the
life is
Rebbe's
a big
after him,
pile of
most notably
shit.
the seventh Rebbe,
And that's what mine was for a
Rabbi Menachem
decade.
Mendel
I had a
Schneerson.
horrible life.
It's interesting,
I
if
didn't
you
have
look carefully
credit.
at this picture,
The minute I
we
got
have
better
in our
credit, my
community,
life
it
was
happens,
better.
a
People
direct
saw me in the
descendant
street and said
of the
hello.
Alter
Instead
Rebbe.
of spit on me.
Rabbi Citron is
With
actually
transparent,
a
affordable plans starting at just $5 a month.
and I
No
think
hidden
it's
fees and zero
uncanny how
interest.
similar
Kickoff
they look.
helps you
That kind
score
of
big when it
ethereal
comes to
look
credit.
to the
It's simple.
eyes,
You
the
make
large
on-time
forehead,
payments, credit bureaus see good behavior, and
prominent
your credit
beard
can go
is not
fast.
rather
I'll tell you this, I'll be very honest with you.
Anyways,
I know I'm being
so
hyperbolic, but the reality is,
next
if you
week
have credit in
will
this
be
country,
the
you're
Alter
fucked.
Rebbe,
You can't get
and
anything.
then
I just went through this
unfortunately on
with a friend of mine.
February
It's
19th,
so
I
hard.
have to go to
You gotta
New
repair
York,
your credit. You
so
gotta start building
we
credit
will
for
not
kickoff
have a
today.
class
You
that
can get
day.
your first month for as little as
I always have
$1.
trouble,
That's 80% off the
I know
normal
I'm
price
going
when
to
you
be
go to
delayed flying to New York
getKickoff.com/jam.
because every
That's
time
kickoff
I
without
try
the
to
C.
fly in this
Yeah,
kind of
KIK.
schedule, I'm a victim of racial profiling. It happens every time. Because I go through security and TSA, I always pull me over because they say, how is it possible for a Jew to be flying north from Florida in February? So that's February 19th. We will not meet. It was on the schedule, but this trip is unavoidable, and so unfortunately I'm going to have to cancel class that night. And then on February 26th, we will return, and the topic will be the Vilna Gaon, the great leader of Lithuanian Talmudic Jewry, in many ways who stood in opposition to the Alter Rebbe. There's a lot to say about the nature of that conflict between the early Lubavitch movement, or the early Hasidim, and the so-called Misnagdim, the so-called opponents, or as the Chabadniks call them, the snags. I really enjoy that term.
Here we are, young
snag.
people in the West becoming unhappy.
Those topics will be changed as per the schedule.
People are unhappy, and some people go, well, it's because now there are terms
Thank you
for
for
mental
your attention during the good
health, and we're
welfare.
talking
going to
more
speak
about mental health. And in my
Abigail
comedy
Levy
special, I talk a
Franks,
little bit about
who
that
comes down to us
people are more
primarily
conscious of their
as
mental
a
health
source
now
because of the
than they've
letter
ever
she
been in the
wrote her
past.
eldest
And
son
some of that's
living
good,
in
some of that
England.
seems a little,
She
you know,
we
is a
know
little
nothing
suspect.
about her
There's a lot of
really
people that seem to be
except for this
cynically using
correspondence.
their mental health.
We don't have the other end
Here
of
we
the
go.
correspondence.
Average
We don't
happiness
have
go
her
peoples on
son's
the decline
letters
across
to
the
him.
West. His shift
And of
has
course,
driven the U.S. out of the
as a
top 20
woman,
happiest
she
countries
was
overall
not
for the first
especially
time
prominent
since
in
reporting began.
New York
Lithuania took
society,
the top
such that
spot for
there
young
would
people.
be
While its
tertiary
under 30
or
population rating,
secondary documents that refer to her, except in a very
took the
tangential
top spot
fashion.
for young,
But
the
we nevertheless
happiest
get
people are in
a view
Lithuania,
of
by the way.
her very
Part of why
powerful
this is,
personality, her
okay,
wit, her incisive view of American politics, and through these letters, which are very intimate, communications between herself and her son, we get a sense of what it must have been like for a Jewish woman to live in revolutionary America, very fascinating, or actually colonial America. And so it's a really interesting window into the Jewish world and the Jewish world of a woman in New York City. So that's what we're going to explore for tonight. A little bit of her background. Her father was English, Moshe Levy, who was a merchant, and he came to New York City with his young family, including his infant daughter, Bilha, in 1703. There's some doubt as to her birthday, but she was likely about 6 or 7 years old at the time. She grew up in New York City, and you can see an impact on her almost immediately. She dropped the use of her given name Bilha, which is rather an interesting name. I don't know any Jewish. It's a very, very traditional biblical name, but I don't know any women who have ever received it. Bilha is, of course, one of the handmaidens.
Everyone's running around now going, how do we prevent people from being radicalized and becoming schizophrenic? Which I think is a good goal.
So she is a handmaiden.
But I think
she was like one of the four mothers,
the entire picture
that
of what's going on right
offspring
now. Younger people
the 12 tribes,
are sitting there
but she was
wondering,
not one of the two stars, Rachel and Leah. She was one of the two handmaids, Bilha and Bilha. So anyway, she dropped Bilha like a hot potato, and she never used that name formally after her adolescence.
Those are the
She
answers to
chose
those questions.
instead for herself
But
the
they're
name
not.
Abigail,
Is the country being
with
run by
that
pedophiles?
Americanized
Yes.
spelling. The Hebrew
Does
is, of
Brigitte have a
course,
copy?
Abigail,
Most likely.
but she liked the
Am I going to
sound
afford a
of
house?
this
Not
more
nearly.
American-sounding name.
Do I have
Even
what
though
kind
it
of
was
job
clearly
am
a
I going to
biblical
get?
name as well.
Nothing.
Abigail was one of the wives
Do you know
of
what young people
David,
do
for
now?
example.
If you're a young person,
And she even added kind of like
you graduate
a
school.
little personality
Let's give you a
quirk
name.
by adding a second
Let's give
L
you a
to
name.
Abigail. And she always
Your
included
name,
that
I'm going to
second
give you
L
a
in
male
the
and a
spelling of her
woman.
name.
Sorry,
She grew
non-binaries.
up
I'm
with
just going to do a
4
male and a
brothers.
woman right now, okay?
And then at
The
age
male's
11,
name is
she
Brett.
experienced tragedy
His
when
name is
her
Brett.
mother passed away.
B-R-E-T-T,
And her
Brett.
father remarried a woman who was much
22-year-old
younger than
male.
he, and
And
went
then
on to sire 8 more children.
Carolyn.
So this is a
Carolyn
family now,
is
a
a
blended family
22-year-old
of
female,
13
okay?
children, and
This
she
is
is
what
among the
happens to
older.
Carolyn and Brett.
Carolyn, the family
went
got
to
along fairly
NYU.
well,
She's
although
smarty pants.
after her
She's
father's
smart.
passing, there
Carolyn
was,
grew up
as often
in
happens
Rhode
when
Island.
families blended or
And
otherwise,
her parents
some
worked together,
significant
and she's
controversy
got a lovely
between
home life,
the
and she has a nice
children
older
over
brother
the
who
disposition
ended
of the
up on
estate.
drugs, and he's
Nevertheless,
just doing the best he can.
she had a
Carolyn went
generally
to
happy
NYU,
childhood
and she went to
and
the
got
Stern
along well
School of
with her
Business,
siblings.
because she's going to take over the world,
Her
and she
marriage
loves all the female
was at age
founders,
16
and she
to
listens to
a British
fucking,
immigrant, a Jewish
motivational
British immigrant named
speeches from that
Franks,
bitch you
who had
found in
come to
Bumble,
work for her
Whitney,
father.
fucking
So
whatever,
it's kind of
Wolf
a
Herd,
classic scenario
all these other
of,
people. She's a
marrying
badass
the boss's daughter.
finance bitch, and
And
she wants, and
perhaps
her
the letters
pet
say
causes her
more
women's
about
literacy
her
in the third
husband
world.
and her
She wants
relationship
women
with
in
her
the third
husband
world to
than
know more
anything
about
else. So you can't read
money.
these letters
And
for
that's what she does, and
really,
her name is Carolyn.
dense,
When
thick
she moves
information
from
about
Rhode
the
Island and
internal
she goes to
workings of New
NYU,
York
and she
society.
likes
You have to
NYU,
read it kind of
and
sideways and
she's
infer
very
things
liberal,
to try and
and all of
garner
her friends are
more
very
relevant
rich, and she
social
thinks
history.
Trump
But
is
what
gross,
is clearly comes
and
across in the
always
first
has,
reading of the
and she's in love with a French guy,
is
and he
her,
doesn't really love her, and
affection
it's
for her
whatever.
husband and her
Carolyn,
long-standing
okay?
loyalty to him.
Carolyn,
She is
okay?
not above
Brett
poking
grew up
fun at him
in a
in her
suburb
letters to her
outside of
eldest son.
Chicago.
And you really get a sense that
Okay?
this is a marriage
Brett's
that was very
father
stable
killed
and that
himself
both husband and wife
because he had
had their own
undiagnosed
idiosyncrasies, but they had
mental
managed
illness.
to work
It
around
was
them.
very difficult.
They dealt
He
with
shot
personal
himself in their
tragedy
garage, and Brett
in a way that
found
was
him,
typical of
and
the
half
age.
of his face
She went
was
on to
blown
bear
off.
6 children
And
at
Brett
least,
called
or
the
7.
police,
Naftali is the
but
oldest
he
who
knew
we
it
know
was no
most
use
about,
because half of
and
his
6
father's
additional
face
children, 2
is
of
in the
whom died in
garage.
childhood. Although it's interesting to note that
Brett's mother
she
died
does
of
not even
cancer
mention the death of
early
2 of her
on.
children in her
Okay?
correspondence
So
to
Brett was
her
living with his
son.
father who
And
killed
I've forgotten
himself.
exactly
Now
how do
he's
we know
17 years
that
old, so
this
he's
I'm
right
definitely
on.
have to edit out
He's right on the
because
ledge of. He's
how do
going
we
to be
know that they died
emancipated.
if
He
it's on
doesn't
the
need a
correspondence? We
parent.
must have other
Okay?
correspondence, right, Mr.
Now he
Rodriguez?
doesn't get any real money from his father's
Okay, I'll give you the microphone.
health
This is where
with his life
you
insurance.
heard
His
the
dad
joke
didn't
about
have it.
the
So he didn't have
chassid
life insurance,
and
okay?
the
And they
wagon
were
driver.
renting.
I'll distract you with
Here's
a joke,
the good
and
news
then we'll
for
be able to go back. So the
Brett
joke
writes
goes
a
like
great
this: there's
college
a
essay, and
Rebbe
it's called
and a wagon
"I
driver.
Found
The
My
Rebbe,
Father's Body in
the
the
wagon driver
Garage,
takes him into town, and
and
by
half
the
of
way,
his
in
head
Eastern
was
European
gone."
Jewish culture,
And
a
so
balagala, a wagon driver, is
the
considered
people
like
at
a
the
very low
college admissions
status
office, because
individual.
Brett
You
is
know,
an
typically
A-
very
student.
low
He's
level
pretty
of
fucking
education,
good.
probably
Okay, and he's on the
illiterate,
baseball team.
Jewish,
He's not the star, but he's on
you know,
it. And he
very low
writes an
status, a
essay.
balagala.
I love
So the
baseball,
balagala
and I love
takes the
playing
Rebbe
baseball.
into town,
It
and
takes
everyone
my mind off the
affection
time
on him
I
and
found my
honors him
father's
with all
body
kinds
in
of
the
difficult
garage
questions
with half of his
and
face
gives him
gone.
gifts and so on. And so they're
So
going on to the
Brett
next shtetl, and the
goes
balagala says,
to
you know, Rabbi, it's really not fair.
Northwestern, pretty
How
good
come you
school,
get so much
and he
attention,
plays
so much,
baseball,
you know, adulation,
okay?
so much
And his
respect?
father's
Me,
dead.
they just ignore me, you know,
Okay?
like I'm not important at all.
Carolyn's at
And
the
the Rebbe
Stern
says,
School
you
of
know what?
Business.
You're right.
She
Before
wants
we go into
women
the
in
next shtetl,
Afghanistan
let's switch.
to learn
I'll wear
about,
your clothes. I'll be the
Bitcoin.
balagala. You'll be the Rebbe.
Brett's
You know,
at
and we'll handle it
Northwestern,
like that.
trying to
And
get
so
over the
balagala
trauma
says, that's a
of
great
his
idea. Let's do it. So they
father,
ride into the
who was
town.
sacrificed on
And,
the altar of
you know, right
globalization,
away, the
and
townspeople
Reagan
come and they give all kinds of
letting all the
honor
mental
to
hospitals
the
out,
wagon
and
driver who's
no
dressed in
health
the
care and
Rebbe's
whatever,
clothes.
okay?
And they come up to
His
him,
father
and
was also
finally they say,
abusing
oh, Rebbe,
pharmaceutical
we're so
drugs,
glad you're here.
and
For weeks now
whatever,
we've
it
been
just
waiting
is
to
what
say
it
this
is.
very, very
He's also
difficult
a drunk.
question in Jewish law.
So
And
Brett's
they
at
pose to
Northwestern,
him
and
this
Carolyn's
mind-bending, difficult question.
in
And so he listens to the
NYU.
question.
Now
He sort of
Caroline
thinks for a second and says, you
and
know,
Brett
this
never
is
should have
such an
met,
easy question
but
to
Brett
answer.
was
Even
traveling
my
to New
wagon
York
driver
City
knows
to
this.
see a friend he
Just
grew
go
up
ahead
with,
and ask him.
who was
You'll see.
attending PACE,
Okay.
a much less reputable
So anyways,
school. In fact, it's a piece of shit.
The key
It's a
thing
prison,
about
but that's where
the life
retards go.
of
And Brett knew a
Abigail
lot of
of
retards
Franks
growing up
is
in
this
his town.
relationship she has
So
with
he
her
goes to
son,
visit his
who
buddy,
heads
and his
off
buddy
to
goes, sometimes
England
you go to these
to
like
study the family
cool
business.
bars
They're
with really
traders.
hot
To
chicks
study
and they're all
the
super
family
rich.
business
And
with
it's not like they'll ever go out with us, but I fucked a model
her
last month.
uncles,
Brett's like,
his
we're
uncles.
going.
And so he's
So
gone
they go
back
to
to
this bar.
London,
I don't know. I haven't
and
been
she
to
never
bars in
sees him
years. I don't
again
know what they call it.
for the
They
rest of
call
her
it.
life. I mean, think about the distances and
It's
about the
called,
18th century.
It's
So
called,
it's not something where people can easily go
the
back
bar
and
is just
forth.
called,
So their relationship
Jew.
is confined exclusively to the correspondence that we have today.
It's a Japanese
35
name.
letters survived,
Now,
dating between
Brett is in this bar called
1733
Jew,
and
and he meets Carolyn,
1748.
who
We
is
know from the
a
correspondence that
finance
she
major at
often
the Stern
sent
School of
along
Business.
care
She's
packages,
graduating next year.
including, you know, little
And he's going to graduate next year
treats
too.
that her
Brett,
son
of course,
likes,
has
certain kind
majored
of
in
smoked
education
meats
because
and
maybe
things
he'll
like
be a
that. She
gym
shipped
teacher
them
because he
all the
actually
way
thinks
across
it
the
would be
Atlantic
cool
to her
if he
son,
could help
and clearly had
kids
a
who had
relationship
found their
of
dead
great
father in
affection
their garage get over
with
it by
him.
connecting them
We
to team
see
sports,
from the
which
text
he
of these
feels
letters that
is one of the
she
only
was
reasons he
apparently
hasn't killed
quite
himself.
well read.
Okay?
Although
Caroline
possibly
is outside,
only
and
in
Brett steps out.
English,
Brett's not a smoker and never
she
has been,
requests
but
frequently
everyone's smoking
books
and looks cool.
from her son.
So Brett
Please send me
decides
this
to smoke
or
a
that
cigarette,
book. She
and
requests a
Carolyn's
2-volume
outside,
history of
and they
Poland,
start
for
chatting.
example.
Where are you
So
from?
she reads
This, that, and the
widely
other thing.
nonfiction, things like
One
that.
thing
And when he
leads
sends her
to
one
the
particular
next.
novel,
Okay?
she says that it was
They
garbage.
end
She
up
threw it in the
going home
flames.
together
So she has a
and
discerning
hooking up. This
taste
is very
in
rare.
literature.
Brett's not a Casanova.
But
It doesn't
there's
happen all
no
the time.
indication
Neither
that
is
she knows any
Carolyn.
Hebrew or
Okay?
Yiddish,
But they
which is
decide
surprising,
they're going to get
given the times.
married.
That
They're going to make
even,
a go of this,
you know,
okay?
she doesn't even write things in
After several months of
English
dating, long
characters
distance,
that are
Brett
Yiddish
decides
terms,
he's
because
going to move
chances
to New
are
York
Yiddish
because
was the
Carolyn
language of
seems to
their
be on
home.
some better
We
financial
see that she
footing,
has
okay?
a acerbic
So he
wit
moves to New York,
and is a
and
very
Carolyn
acute
and him
observer
start
of
dating.
the
Now, the power
social
dynamics are a little
niceties
off
of town.
because she's
She
got all
spends
the
a
money
fair
and she's
amount
got
of
all
time
the friends.
speaking about her
And the
friends
world has kind of
who
pushed her
are
forward. There's nothing
mixed
wrong
in
with
their
that.
ethnicities.
But
She's very
she's got the
close
fancy
with a
degree
lot
from the school,
of
and Brett
middle class and upper
feels a
middle class
little
Protestant women as she is with Jewish women. I get the impression that reading about her and reading her letters, she sounds a little bit like my mother, who lives in a predominantly non-Jewish town.
She likes him.
In
He's
northern
a nice
Canada.
guy.
And my mother, first of all, I can share with you, it's therapeutic for me. My mother is a malach. My mother is a saint. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Jewish boy. And my mother really is. She sends birthday cards to all of my wife's family. She knows all their birthdays, stuff like that. And she just has great relationships with everybody in town. The French Catholics, the English Protestants. And I think that, Abigail Franks was a little bit like that too. Just able to get along with everybody. Maybe a little bit of a gossip, that they're interested in some of the controversies going on now. And she describes them with some salacious wit. But nevertheless, very much interested in the
There's not that many people left
the
in
social
France with
life
money. This guy's
of
one
New
of
York
Caroline
City at
knows
the
that, but
time,
it doesn't
when,
matter.
by
It's
the way,
filed
we're
away in the
talking
background.
about there's
He also
roughly
has movie star
400
good
Jews
looks.
living in
But
New York
Caroline's in a
City at that
relationship with
time. So you
Brad,
can kind of
a
put
regular
that in your
Midwestern
mind.
guy.
400
Watched his
Jews in
dad.
New York City
Didn't watch him.
is
But
amazing,
the body
right?
was
You got
still
400
warm
Jews
when he
in
walked
a
into the
block in
garage.
New York
You know what I
City
mean?
now, but
Pretty
within
sick of his
that
dad
time.
to do
Okay.
that. Close to school.
Also, something that comes
But
across
Carolyn sees
very
this French
strongly
guy.
in her letters is
Shock.
despite her
And she chats with Shock. And
probable
you know what?
lack of Jewish
She's gonna
education,
walk
not surprising for a
to get
woman
her
of
Uber.
the 18th
And
century
she
because
decides that
you know,
and he goes,
access
well,
to
maybe I'll just
certainly
walk with
higher
you. And she goes,
education
okay.
was unheard of, but even
And they
anything
chat.
beyond, let's say, a fourth grade
She
education
doesn't
for
mention
women
that she's seeing
is
anyone, but it doesn't come
would
up.
be more appropriate.
It doesn't
She
come up.
nevertheless
Why would it
has
come
a
up?
fierce attachment
Okay?
to
And he
Jewish
said, I'd love to
identity,
see you again. We should go and
maintains with
should go to this opening of this gallery. My friend in Soho, my cokehead friend who has no talent,
and
has rented a
vigor,
gallery in Soho, and
the
she's inflicting
requirement
a
to
mediocre
marry
art on
Jewish,
people. Let's all go
something
down
that
there and see
did
what
not
that's
happen
about.
to
She,
any of her children who
living
remained in
downtown,
America,
sees no reason
actually.
not to attend
And
a
but
very
she's
public
very insistent
art
to
gallery
find a
show
Jewish girl
in Soho
in
with
London.
an old friend.
She's also
It's not
very
a big
concerned
deal.
about
She's not
Kashrut,
cheating on this
and
Midwestern
she
guy.
is
She's
extremely
so pure
demanding
and
that
simple.
her
His
son
father
follow
killed
the
himself in the
dictates
garage.
of the Torah
So
according
Carolyn
to
from the
diet
Stern
and
School
so
of
on.
Business, who
And these are the
cares
kind
that
of
women
personality
get Bitcoin so they can
and the
transcend the
values that come
circumstances of
across
living
from
in
the
an Afghan
correspondence.
cave,
What I'd like to do
decides to
now
go
is
to the
to
opening
back up a
of
little
a
bit and
mediocre
look at
artist in
the situation
Soho
of
with
American
Shock,
Jews
a
in
very
the
wealthy
colonial
French guy,
period in
all the
general,
while her
and then
simple,
we'll come
pure
back to speak
Midwestern,
about her
beautiful
correspondence once
boy,
again.
beautiful,
So,
life that they
I'd
have
like to
together. She
sort of
calls
place
him a
this
boy. He
within the
doesn't love
context of
that.
the work of Jonathan
But she
Sarna,
doesn't. She
who is
realizes
pictured
it's just
here.
because he doesn't have a lot of money.
He's
He doesn't come
certainly
from
the
anything.
greatest living
Okay?
historian
She
of
decides to go
American
to this
Jewry,
gallery opening
and in
with Shock.
particular, we're going to rely on
The gallery
his
opening becomes a lunch,
interpretation
and the
of
lunch becomes a
our
coffee.
history
And then she
called
eventually has to
American
tell Shock, listen,
Judaism,
I'm
which
actually
won
in a
the
relationship. I don't know what the hell's going on.
2004 National
Okay?
Jewish Book Award.
But
Really
Shock says,
impressive
listen,
piece
I
of
totally
scholarship
understand,
that's worth
but
reading.
here's
So
the
I'm
reality.
going
You
to
graduated
plagiarize
school next
freely
year.
from his research for
I've always
the
loved
purpose
you.
of our
I never
lecture
thought
today.
you loved me.
And one of
We're
the
meant to
things
be
that comes
together. We're meant
across
to get
in
married in
his
my family's
research
vineyard in
is
the
this
south of France.
concept
You
that,
know it,
as
and I
they say in
know it.
French, plus ça
So,
change, plus
what are we
ça
doing
shows.
here?
I think we had Mr.
And she
Rosen
walks
here a
home,
little
she's
while ago.
crying, and
He's
it's cold,
already
and
got
it's
a
wet, and it's
Canadian
raining.
room.
But
Anyone
she knows
translate, please?
Shock is right.
Bev, please.
She knows that she's going to go and marry this rich guy, and she's going
Exactly.
to
The more it
destroy
changes, the more it stays the same.
this
So
man,
it's
this
ironic,
Midwestern
as
guy who's a good
Professor
guy.
Sarna points out so
And she goes
amazingly in his
home,
book,
and they have a
many
talk.
of the burning issues of the 20th century
Brad,
were also the burning issues of the
listen,
18th
Brad,
century,
you know I
of
love
the
you, and
19th
these 2
century,
years have been
and
the best
many
years
of
of my
those
life.
problems that we're so
I just
worried
feel
about
like
today,
there's
we've been dealing
too
with
many
these
things
problems
here
for 300
that will
years.
just never work.
Now, that's not to say the problems are not real, and in fact, as I show you some numbers shortly,
Like to go
they're
back one day. I can never see myself
definitely
living there.
measurably
He goes,
worse
yeah, but that's
than they
just
were
something you
300
say.
years
I
ago.
uprooted my whole life for
Nevertheless,
you.
it
I
seems
kind of
to be
like
kind of a trope,
I just
sort
love
of
the
a
pizza.
motif
I
in
thought I'd
American
never like
history,
anything
that
better
we
than the
live
average
in a
South
state
Chicago
of
pizza. But I
perpetual
actually love the pizza
urgency,
here.
of
She goes,
perpetual
here's the thing.
crisis, and we
This isn't
find a
about
modus
pizza, Brad.
vivendi to
It's not
work
about
with that
food. It's about the
crisis
fact that I met a guy and I'm in love
to
with
a
him, and I'm
greater or
sorry. Now
lesser
Brett is
sense
hollowed
of
out.
success.
He's hollowed
But
out.
nevertheless,
He's
it's not something that we've just
he's
fallen off a
vacant. There's
cliff
nothing. He's
in the last
angry,
20 years.
and then
We've been
the anger
falling off this cliff
translates
for
into
a
a
long time.
hopelessness. It's a
Baruch Hashem,
stage
so
4
far we haven't hit
diagnosis.
the
It's,
bottom,
oh, we've
but
denied the
we
appeal
can
to
see
death
the
row.
bottom
He
a lot
knows
more
immediately as
clearly
soon
now
as those
than we
words
could
leave her
20
mouth
years ago, as
that
I
there
will
is
show you.
nothing to be said and
He
nothing to do.
points
He
to some
can't
of the
compete with this guy, this
catchphrases
fairy
that we
tale
use today
French
that are highly
rich guy.
problematic from a historical
She's
Jewish perspective, for example, the term assimilation, which we regard with a considerable degree of toxicity. We think that assimilation is automatically identified with something bad, and certainly there's a point where, it represents a net loss of Jewish identity, but in reality, assimilation is a spectrum or a process in which there are many elements of assimilation that we would find perfectly appropriate, and in fact we question the absence thereof. The fact that I'm speaking to you today, for example, in an Orthodox shul, and I'm speaking in English, that in itself is a huge concession to modernity that right up until the middle of the 19th century was hotly debated among Jews, whether or not, you should have any kind of events like this in a synagogue space. And in English, in the Lashon HaMzara, the language of the strange people, that was unheard of. A sermon as well. Traditional Judaism, believe it or not, only
And all the while he
countenances
listens to
2
Tim
sermons a year.
Every day he has no idea
One
which way I'm going
in
to go. He has no
just
idea.
before
He just
Passover,
knows I'm angry
and
at
one
things, and he
before
likes
Rosh
that.
Hashanah
And
and
he
Yom
listens to
Kippur.
my show.
And the
But
Rabbis
one day
Union
he's in
didn't like
Antifa,
that,
the
so they
next
sort
day
of
he's a
broke
Proud
that
Boy.
rule.
He's just
But,
angry.
you know, the idea of having a weekly
He's full
sermon
of hatred.
and in
Because the
English
rent keeps
is
going up
basically
and
something
nothing
we
makes
borrowed
sense.
from the Protestants here in America.
I don't know
It's
what
become
this
wildly
has to
popular,
do
but it's
with
not a
anything
traditional
really
Jewish activity.
economically.
Finally, if you look over
I
my
thought it
shoulder
would
here,
say more
Mr.
about the
Rodriguez, can you get
economy
the
than it
American
actually did.
flag
But my point
that's
is
right
this.
here in the synagogue
Empowered
space? That's
certain
in there.
women
That's
at the
also,
expense of
can
men
you imagine
that
in
have
Imperial
founding
Russia having
fathers
the
dead in
Russian
their
flag
day?
in the synagogue space? These are things which are
That's
typical
true.
of American
So
Jewry,
that's what I'm
which
getting
you
to.
cannot
So this
easily
guy's now a
translate to
radical
other cultures. Oh, and by the way, might as well
because
get
we
to
made this
the
woman fall in love
Israeli
with
flag
French
over here
people,
as
which
well.
is
At the same
disgusting.
time, the fraught with meaning, the fact that these are placed in a traditional synagogue. So is that assimilation? It's definitely in the spectrum of accommodation to the host culture. But few would argue that these things represent a capitulation to group identity. There's not necessarily a loss of Judaism through some of these methods of communication and so on. The last thing that's very important, Sarna in his book really emphasizes one idea that I think is more important than anything else about American Jewry.
It's the summer. So many people are injuring themselves, and then they need their money.
Represents a movement from the traditional synagogue
recently been awarded
community
nearly $1 million
to a
tourism fund
community
her
of
injuries from slipping on
synagogue.
ice outside of a Panera
This is
Bread with the
something that we
company's fault.
don't see
Their client was working as a
anywhere
DoorDash
else
driver when she
in the
slipped and fell
world,
on an icy
although we
walkway
see it
outside the
incipient in
Panera at
certain
Fort Wayne,
parts of
Indiana. She
Germany in
broke
the
her left
19th
elbow, which
century.
led to
But the
surgery
idea
and
of
hardware
moving from a
being inserted into her
single
arm.
monolithic
The original settlement offer was $125,000, but
synagogue
Morgan & Morgan
authority
fought to
that
get her what she
encompasses
deserved.
all Jews
Morgan
within
&
the
Morgan is America's
municipal
largest injury
boundary
firm for a
to
reason. They've
the
been fighting
idea
for
of
the people for over 35
democratic
years.
and
Hiring
denominative
the wrong firm could be
organization.
disastrous. Hiring the
We
right
see
firm
now
could
the multiple
substantially
synagogues
increase
that
your
is more
Can you
typical of
imagine that?
American
You
Judaism.
go and you go,
That's
oh,
really
I'm
the
going to pick up the
process
DoorDash.
that evolved
I'm going to
over
get
the
the
last 300
Southwestern
years.
fucking
Well, I'd like
pork
to
chowder
return to
from
that
Panera
idea
and the
shortly.
Asiago
So we're
chicken
about halfway
cup,
through,
which
so
is
I can
nice.
pause
And then
for a
you
question or two.
fall on
Is
the
that the
ice
right
and
thing?
you
You
go,
have a question?
help me! Help me! Morgan & Morgan is easy to get started, and they're free, and their fee is free unless they win. Visit forthepeople.com/Tim or dial pound 529 for yourself, and that's forthepeople.com.
So I think that's a very fair assessment. I'll repeat it for the people in Latvia, that on the one hand, you have the Pintel Yid, which is kind of like the essence of the Jew in Yiddish, the fine point. What is that Jewish identity, which may be very, very small, almost infinitesimally small, but it's indestructible. And at the same time, we hold on to that, whereas we get used to the idea of adapting to our cultures, because we might have to pack up and move somewhere else. We want to learn how to, modify our behavior if necessary. It's a complicated topic, but I think a very fair observation, and we will return to it shortly in one of the 3 strategies that American Jews have used to deal with this. I will mention, kind of like a joke in this context, though, it's no longer true, but it used to be true, that there were no great Jewish pianists, no great Jewish piano players. And why was it so that there were no great Jewish pianists? It was very hard to run carrying a piano. It's much more practical. A clarinet, that's okay, but a piano? So that's what we use. Okay, Judith, and then we'll go back to the lecture.
I just love, this headline is too funny. Hillary Clinton uncontrolled fits of anger and heavy tranquilizer use and happiness. She was also very happy. That's okay. All right, folks. Well, we're going to get out of here. We have an interview right now with someone who supports
Portuguese Jews
Gaza. Or maybe we play that at the beginning of the show. Should we play it at the beginning or at the end? Beginning. All right, so we played it at the beginning.
The Iberian Peninsula.
Ghislaine is testifying. We'll see what happens. Seems like Trump's done. Seems like the administration's kind of cooked. Feels like people are circling. They smell blood. Who inherits it? Is it Tucker? Is it JD? People think Tucker's running. He says he's not running. But it feels a little bit like he's running. We don't know. Lots of things to follow, lots of stories that are developing all the time. TimDillonComedy.com tickets for shows in the fall if you want to see them.
That's an interesting observation again for the
Thank you
Latvian
again.
out the lack of Yiddishisms. Not necessarily Yiddishkeit, because she definitely had a lot of Yiddishkeit, but Yiddishisms. But she also lacked Hebraisms as well, like Hebrew terms. Judith points out that may have to do with the fact that most of the Jews there were Sephardic, basically coming from Mississippi, and they would not be using Yiddish as an idiom, which I think is a useful observation. I'm not sure I buy the assessment of English Jewry, because her parents were from England, from them not having Yiddish literacy, but it's a fair observation. Let me go on so we can catch up. Okay, so
thank you for coming on this
Sarna, American Judaism, right,
tell us your story.
So the origins of American Jewish community, the famous first Jews in America, as Drew has pointed out, were this boatload of 23 Jews, a boat that included 23 Jews who arrived in New Amsterdam, which was the old name for New York, in 1554, and they were fleeing the Portuguese Inquisition, which had recently made inroads in the New World, and they were afraid that they would be subject to the same kind of persecution that Jews had endured in the Iberian Peninsula beforehand. They were not technically the first Jews on American soil. There were several Chinese restaurants that were established already in the 14th century. But we do know of at least one Jewish metallurgist who was on the ill-fated Roanoke community in 1589. He was there in 1585. In 1589, we know that he was indicted for blasphemy, which indicates that he probably held fast to at least Jewish ideology, if not necessarily Jewish practice. And we do have scattered references to Jewish traders, intrepid businessmen who made their way across the Atlantic well before even the larger group of Jews in 1654. There was a considerable amount of controversy over whether you should allow the Jews into New Amsterdam or not, but the general consensus, particularly in the Netherlands, was the idea that, you know what, Jews are reputed to be good for business. Jews have international connections. Jews have financial literacy. Jews have numeracy. They're able to deal with currencies and so on. So let them in, because this community needs to have a burst in its economic activity. But nevertheless, despite these scattered numbers coming in the 17th century, the Jewish community was remarkably weak, really throughout the next 150 years, with a very, very small population of Jews scattered throughout the region, concentrated perhaps in the Northeast, but no real critical mass. So much so that, with the exception of New York City and the Spanish and Portuguese community, not much is happening in America really until the 1800s. I'll give you some figures in a second to see what the population change was. But the most important change that America represented, and this is what Dr. Sarna uses when he talks about moving from a synagogue community to a community of synagogues, is the collapse of the old Kehillah system of organization. This is a municipal organization that had been developed by Jews already in the Babylonian exile, an extremely old form of self-government that was exceptionally powerful and effective in keeping the Jews true to their traditions, maintaining Jewish integrity, but at the expense of a very coercive and often undemocratic flavor. Basically, the way Jewish communities have been organized historically, until we get to the American experiment, and really the 18th century in Europe as well, when it begins to break apart, is that when Jews arrived in a municipality, they were treated essentially as a corporate group. There was no possibility of individual Jews simply deciding not to affiliate with the Jewish community. The only way not to affiliate with the Jewish community was to convert to the dominant faith, Christianity or Islam, depending on the region we're talking about. So the Jews organized themselves as a collective unit called the Kehillah, or congregation in Hebrew. Many synagogues tend to have the name Kehillah Kadosha, or Holy Congregation. And at the top of this Kehillah, they would have a group of typically 7 men always men,
By the way,
and
saying
usually
something I said on Are You
wealthy
Garbage
elements
months
of the
ago,
community.
but
They were
whatever.
called the
Anyhow,
Tuvei Ha'ir, the good people of the city. They would elect from themselves on a rotating basis a president called a Parnas. The word Parnas is probably related to the English word president. And they would be in charge of the extremely important task of assessing taxes for all members of the Kehillah. That is internal Jewish taxes that would be used to support Jewish causes.
But our
There was
civilization does
no,
really deserve to be destroyed.
There was no
that is the hard,
appeal
that is the
of the
really tough
assessment of
thing
the
about it
Tuvei Ha'ir.
all.
They would come,
Is
they would
that
essentially visit
if
your
there
house.
was
They
ever
would
a
say, oh,
civilization
you have another
that
cow this year,
deserved
so
that
your taxes are going to go up by
again, not a
zloty or
reason
whatever
for
it
it,
is.
don't
And
want it to happen.
you could complain
Don't want it to
that
happen.
you could not
But
object.
just
And there were
statistically,
tax collectors known as Gabaim, which
could there be
literally
a
means
better example?
collectors or enforcers.
I mean, we
You know, we
just
have in a
do.
synagogue today,
I mean,
we have an
this
official called the
guy is
Gabai.
committing a
And people tend
genocide.
to think of the Gabai as
Truly,
someone who
I mean, I
just,
don't
you know,
think anyone's
organizes
even.
things, chooses
I
who
don't think
gets the
anyone's
first
even
Aliyah, the
denying
second
that at this
Aliyah, things
point.
like that. But
People
in
are
reality, the
quibbling
Gabai is a
about
very powerful figure
certain components of it.
within the context of the Kehillah.
Like, I
They
know
were
that,
the
like,
ones
people are
who
like,
were the
well,
strong arm
yes, they're
of
starving
the
Gaza, but did you see
Tuvei
that
in
video of that guy
demanding
from Hamas
payment of
stealing a
taxes.
banana?
If
Did you see
people
that?
failed, for
There's a guy
example,
from
to
Hamas
pay
eating
their
a banana,
dues, then the
and
Beit Din
people
could
are
be
like,
invoked. That
well,
was
he
the
stole the
court,
banana
typically
from the
comprised
people.
of three
And they're like,
rabbinical
Hamas is
judges
stealing the food.
who also had Gabayim,
In
and
this
they would
whole
make
thing,
sure that the
Israel has no
dictates of the Tuvei
culpability,
were
by the way,
followed.
at all.
Now
They've
that's kind
actually
of
done
like the
nothing wrong.
stick
It's all been
aspect of it. That's
Hamas.
kind of like
Hamas has done
you know,
everything.
nobody likes to pay taxes
There's
aspect of
not
it.
been one,
But
they
the
stole the
beautiful
food,
aspect of the
they're shooting
Kehillah,
at
which
people
was
who are in
incredibly
line for the
useful for
food.
maintaining Jewish
Israel's doing nothing.
solvency and
And
cultural
you have to
advancement,
trust Israel
was
because
a network of
otherwise
associations
the
called
only
chevras or chevrot
people
in
that are
modern Hebrew.
reporting out of Gaza, they're
These
not letting
were
journalists in,
dominated by women,
or they just say,
and
or
they were
Hamas.
chevrot that were
So if
associated
you
with whatever
report
task the community
anything
assigned.
contrary to
For
what
example,
Israel says,
providing for
you
the local
are Hamas, or
poor,
you become
providing for
Hamas.
orphans, widows,
So, I mean,
providing for travelers, setting up schools, setting up primitive hospitals, whatever was necessary in the community, the chevras would deal with it. The most important of them was the Chevra Kadisha, the so-called holy association that was in charge of providing for Jewish burials. And in fact, one of the coercive tools that the Tuvei Ha'ir had at their disposal was that anyone who refused to obey the dictates of the Beit Din, the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury them. And Jews took that very seriously, and usually they would cave after they were threatened with this. So, on the one hand, the Tuvei Ha'ir maintained this undemocratic, patriarchal authority over all Jews in the community, and there was no way out, as they say in French, it was completely sealed off. But on the other hand, it was a very supportive and warm cocoon of economic and religious and intellectual self-government that allowed for even the weakest members of the society to advance and to fulfill their needs as a valued member of that society. One last detail.
Halfway across the world, or all the way across the world, I'm bad with geography, but far away.
Used to enforce their will included on the one hand, monetary fines,
or if you chat about it, or if you talk about it, you're immediately called anti-Semitic or whatever. It is completely absurd.
No one is allowed, for example, to give this person a synagogue honor, or even stand within 6 feet of him.
Randy Fine. Get a photo of Randy Fine. Now, this is the guy who literally said, "Starve away." He said something like, "Release the hostages," which again, the children of Gaza did not object.
And so,
the hostages
and
and
even
cannot
use
release them.
corporal
Randy
punishment
Fine,
as a tool to ensure that everyone behaved.
Randy
So if you
Fine,
think about this kind of governmental system lasting for literally 2,000 years,
treat Randy Fine
keeping
like
this
that. Go
tiny
get a photo of
minority
me when I was
alive,
8. Then, by the
thriving,
way,
and even flourishing
Randy Fine, look
in
how fat
often
Randy Fine is.
hostile environments,
Randy
it's
Fine
really quite an
literally said,
impressive
"Starve away."
achievement that this is how the
This
Jews
guy
managed to
is
keep
out
themselves
there
alive. In America, however, everything is, as they say, "Herausgeworfen von der Fenster." Everything is like thrown out the window because this whole model of a non-democratic, coercive authority, Fenster, right, or the Winde, I think they say in America, right? "Herausgeworfen von der Winde."
Get that quota.
So that's essentially the big change.
Where he says,
Ms.
"Starve
Agency,
away."
you had a question or observation?
There's a quote where Randy Fine was
the
a congressman
here
from
were
Florida
typically picked by
who has a lot of
themselves.
the rhetoric of
Okay?
like
They were like, you'd have
smoke
a
ranch and
wealthy
Ben Gvir and
class.
these
First of all, it
crazy
had to be
far
men.
right
Second of all, it was like,
psychopaths in the
well,
Israeli government
it was a
calling
big
these
cover.
kids
It was a big honor to be on the
children of the
Trivia
devil or whatever.
Cover
Randy
costs money.
Fine
So if you want to be on the Trivia
basically,
and
I
they say to
believe,
you, listen, we
said,
want
if
to
you look
honor
up
you with a
Starve
seat
Away,
for the next 5
that's what he
years in the
wrote.
Trivia
Those were the quotes. He
you
said,
are expected to write a check. That goes along
tell
with it.
your
And by the way,
fellow Muslim
synagogues
terrorists
today
to release the
keep the
hostages and
same
surrender. Until
organizational
then,
model. To be on the
hashtag
board of a synagogue
Starve
means
Away.
that, you know, you pay
Randy
something for
Fine.
the synagogue. For cover costs money. And it's a symbiotic relationship. It's a beautiful thing. Because it means that the weaker members of the community are able to have access to synagogue services and classes and financial support. And so the 2 a year, they deserve the honor that they get for supporting the synagogue.
We have to cut all funding. We should absolutely cut all funding to Israel
It
immediately.
costs money. It all goes
Cut all
together.
funding. Oh, 100%.
We can't all be
I don't
just
know
good
why
looking.
that's even controversial. At this point,
Okay.
this is like
Thank you, Judith.
the worst humanitarian
Here's
crisis.
just to give you a contrast in
we
terms of
see
the
it witnessing
architecture. This is like a
unfolding. It's
traditional
crazy.
wooden synagogue that you would
For the
find in the
fattest country
ghetto.
in the world,
This is what this is
be
the famous
involved
Toro synagogue, one of the earliest synagogues built, 18th century American. You can see
is
it's
insane.
designed to look a little bit like
It's
an upper
nuts.
middle class residence.
And there are people
Doesn't look
defending this.
obviously from the
Getting
outside, very
They're
smooth in that way.
getting
And here's
full
another kind of
meals.
interesting information. If you look inside the
They
synagogue,
will
one of the most
deliver a
prominent
seafood
changes is
tower
the use
to
of a
you
balcony for the
on
women's
DoorDash,
section,
broken
which was
up in ice.
something
I'm
of
not going to tell
some
you how I know, but
controversy at the time because they were
in
very
ice, they
concerned
will
about
deliver
what was
shellfish
called
on
vertical
ice to you.
flirting. You know, if women
DoorDash
are
will deliver
completely
that,
visible
and you get
in
it
the
at your
upper
front
section,
door. You get a
and
lobster at your
men,
front door
in
and
a
eat
traditional
it,
synagogue layout,
and then
people
defend
stand around
how children in Gaza are.
shulchan. They
And
don't
you can see
all
these photos.
face in one
I don't
direction
want to show
like
them
in
on
the
the
liberal
show,
synagogue. So there are
but
men
they're
who are
so
literally can
disturbing.
easily have a full sight line at women and vice versa and so on. It was
It's
good for
like-
in marriage, maybe not so good for
It's
prayer. But
crazy.
this was one of
Even
the
some of the
not
ways
really
in
innovations, but one of
magazines
the
are
stylistic
reporting, like one of them was
adaptations
like,
to American
well, they're not
life
dead.
that the early Jews
They're
in
like
America adopted.
half
It's
alive,
also really
half
important
dead,
to
and
note,
they're
and
wandering
we have
around
actually,
like
Dr.
ghosts.
Sana
Like,
brings some useful
I
references
was
here.
like,
We
what
can actually
is this?
measure out the relative space
it's
allocated to women
incredibly-
in American synagogues compared to Europe.
It's
And there's no
incredibly
question
disturbing
that
to
women
watch.
begin
What
to
will the
play a
next
much
phase
larger
be?
role in synagogue life.
I mean,
Women
I don't
attend
understand,
synagogues
like,
far more frequently in America
will Israel
than
do
they did
next to
in
them?
Europe. And their
Like, will it
presence,
start to
exerts a force for change
Like, will it
that is
use
felt
some
certainly to
type
the
of
21st
like
century.
device to
I wish
start
we had more time. We
melting
could
the
go into
people of
greater detail.
Gaza?
But
And then
anyway,
will people
what were
start
the kind
defending
of
that? Well,
big
we'll
issues
release
in
officers.
America at the time? So if
Till
we look at the
then,
colonial
hashtag
period,
melt
that is up
away.
until
And you go,
1776,
wait a minute, hold up.
intermarriage
You're
was a big
melting
issue. It was
people.
about 10 to
Yeah, well,
15% of the
so what?
population.
Oh, 2%.
Now that may not
Yeah,
seem
but
like
they're
a
children.
staggering number,
They're
but when you
women.
think
They're
about the scope
not-
of
they
the
didn't
Jewish
do that.
population, if we're talking
Melt
about,
away.
in
So
the hundreds, a 10 to
You're gonna
15%
melt.
intermarriage rate
I mean,
is
what-
really
what?
devastating. It's not, we don't have a
Stephen
critical
King
mass of millions
horror
of Jews, that
movie
10 to 15%
penalty
is not inconsequential,
will
very
be
consequential.
enough.
Looking
At
at
this
the
point,
revolutionary period
we
up to
have now
1840,
crossed the
which is
line.
when
Like
the
I
big
said,
German
Final Destination
wave comes in,
a couple
the
weeks
figure
ago. We're like
increases to
even we're
28,
past that.
47%,
Those
which
deaths
is
were
broadly
quick.
comparable to,
We're
let's
like
say, Weimar
fully
Germany,
into like some
1920s
crazy
and 30s
long
in Europe.
thing.
But if we look, just to
It's-
jump ahead
it's
to the Pew report,
completely barbaric, and we should
this is
just
from
stop the money.
the study that came out just a few weeks ago from the
Take
Pew
all that
Research
money that
Center,
we're funding
Portrait of
Israel
American
with
Jews,
and
or
give
as
it
I
to
like to call
Candace
it,
Owens so
American
she can
Jews give or
fight
take a pew.
her lawsuit against
Thank you.
Brigitte
Okay, well, sorry.
Macron
Anyways,
and
this is
Emmanuel
an
Macron.
interesting graph that
And
shows
here's what I'm
the rate
saying.
of intermarriage in America
Show the
based
puss.
on year of
Show the
marriage.
puss.
So
Show
people
the
who were
clit.
married before 1970,
And I'm not
17%
trying
of
to be
Jews
a problem.
intermarried
And you
with
know
a
I never
non-Jew.
have.
This is, of course, not
Show the
involving
puss, show the
conversions
clit.
where one partner remains
I'm not saying
not
she was
Jewish.
born a man. I
Between
don't know.
70 and 1974,
There's a very easy
35%
way
of marriages, and of
to
course the number
put this to
increases
bed.
steadily until people married between 2005 and 2013, the figure is 58%. So really solid numbers, well over half. It's been over half for over a decade now, and that's a scary number. But it's been scary for a long time. Even in 1990, it was 46%. So this is something that our leaders and Federation are trying to deal with, our rabbinical leaders. But it's not a totally new issue in America. 30% of new marriage is also a very significant number.
Even the starving children in Gaza want to
synagogue community.
Where is the Klan?
Again, returning to
Let's
Dr.
play a little bit
Sarah's
of
thesis
Candace.
about
You're
moving from a
responding to this
single monolithic synagogue
lawsuit
community
from
to the community of synagogues.
and Emmanuel
The early
Macron.
American Jewish
You were born
synagogues
a man and you
were
will die a
struggling
man.
to deal with
That's the
some
point
of
I'm
these
making.
issues, like intermarriage,
So he must
By the way, I wish my
by
father said that
using
to me
the
at like any
methods
point
of
in my
Europe
life.
to force Jews to conform, censoring them,
I wish I had that
ostracizing
kind
them,
of support in my own
denying
household.
them synagogue
You were born a
privileges,
man. You're a
and in
goddamn
some
man.
cases rather
What?
patriotic attempts, like, for example, trying to fine all Jews living within, I think it was Philadelphia, if they did not affiliate with the synagogue, that they had to pay a fine, and they wanted to get secular support for that fine. It was just a non-starter. That's just not the way America thinks, to allow a synagogue to coerce its members to do anything. These techniques worked in Europe before the French Revolution. They were not going to work at all in America, largely because of the influence of American Protestantism, which was really a scattered movement with many different denominations. People were fluid, moving between different churches. That was the model that was considered, rational and civilized in America, not the European medieval Jewish rabbi-inspired religion, so to speak. Here's the five basic constitutional principles that informed this early Jewish community in America were really those that were enshrined in the Constitution. And Jews took these things very seriously. The early Jews of the Revolutionary period read the Constitution with great interest, and we can see in many synagogues they encoded their own constitutions for the synagogues, which we would call today perhaps bylaws, but back then the term constitution was fraught with heavy meaning, and they believed in five basic principles. First of all, religious freedom, which is not only the freedom to observe religion, but also the freedom to refrain from observing. Again, unheard of in Jewish communities in Europe. At least officially. Church-state separation. To give you a sense of the contrast, in the 1840s, one of the more dramatic moments in the history of Orthodox Judaism was when Samson Raphael Hirsch, a great Orthodox thinker, successfully petitioned the Austrian government for the permission to set up a second Jewish community in Frankfurt am Main. Because the government, the secular government of Austria, recognized only one Jewish community. And Rav Hirsch said, wait a second, everybody is becoming too liberal. They want to start bringing organs into the synagogue. They want to start doing all kinds of things that offend traditional sensibilities. We cannot coexist as one synagogue. And he petitioned successfully for what was known as the Austritt, the exit, where they had set up for the first time two distinct communities of Jews in Europe. On the one hand, it was a great blow to the concept of Jewish unity. On the other hand, it represented a strategic retreat for the Orthodox that allowed them to create a community that they could define the norms in a more traditional fashion. That would not happen in America. The idea of asking the government for permission to build a shul? Are you crazy? That only happens in church. Who asks the government if you can build a shul? Denominationalism, again, the influence of Protestantism, the idea that, just like there's so many different Protestant churches, why shouldn't there be so many different Jewish churches, so to speak? Why shouldn't there be different kind of movements? Again, unheard of in Europe at the time. Voluntarism means if I choose to belong, I will belong. If I choose to affiliate, that's up to me. It's not up to somebody else to tell me but I
And
must
MK
belong. It's a
Ultra,
very
that
American
program that the
attitude
CIA
that
used, which
we
was a mind
see
control
in the
program.
colonial period in particular. The only
Because I
exception,
listened
of
to this a
course, I
while
think
ago,
I
and it
mentioned
is
is
interesting. At the
if
Beverly Hills
you
Hotel, there's a
get
French
on
guy,
the
and I
mailing
spoke to him
list
about
of the
this.
UJA,
And he did say
the
to me,
only way to
Macron,
get out
there's
is through
something
the
that's
FBI
not
Witness
French.
Protection Program.
What is French? Oui, oui,
It's
Macron.
amazing. I'm sure I told that joke
What is
like
French?
6 times in the last 3 weeks, but you
Je
show up. It's very
Gerard,
kind of you.
uh,
And finally, patriotism,
Macron,
as we saw
like
even in
the
this
boys
synagogue
at the
with
hotel.
the inclusion of
And
flags in
then I
the
said I
sacred
spoke about
space.
you on my show
Very
because I know you
significant.
made the
To look at what it
You
looks
made
like
the
today, again, going to the
famous on
Pew
your show.
report.
What
Here
he
is
was
the breakdown
saying
of
was that he was
denominational
kind of known in
affiliation in
France a
America
little bit.
as of
That something was up
2013.
with this.
About
Maybe not.
35%
Then I've had
of
people call me
American
go
Jews affiliate with the
conspiracy. This is
Reform
nuts.
movement.
Who knows?
18% with the conservative movement. This
It's
number
not-
used to be much
it's not
bigger
gonna make
in
any
the last
sense
survey about a decade
until you
ago.
show Joe
And so the
Rogan your
conservative
pussy.
movement is having kind of a crisis of conscience. How did
That's
they
one of the
lose
side
so
things
many
in them.
numbers?
In
A fairly
these-
large number of
in these
30%
parts.
declare no
I drink
denomination.
cold brew
The
year round
Orthodox
and used to
remain
rely on
roughly
grocery store
stable
concentrate
at
or
10% of the
$6
population.
cafe
Again,
runs,
Orthodox
mostly
Jews
out of
only
what I thought was
represent about
convenience, but then I
10% of
found
the
trade.
overall
Now
American
making
Jewish
cold brew at
population.
home is
They
easy,
tend
plus
to
it
have
tastes way better
fairly strong
and costs
staying
less
power,
than
as
buying
this interesting graph shows you.
cold brew
Unfortunately, we kind of lost
at
track
another
of it. But
place.
basically, this graph
Trade is the
measures
number one coffee
if
destination in the
you were
U.S.
raised
for both
in
hot
one
and cold coffee
denomination,
drinkers.
how likely
They've
is it
sourced
that
the
you
best
still
beans
are
from top
in that
roasters across the
denomination
U.S.
now?
And now have a
And as you
special
can see,
cold brew
the
collection.
Reform
Trade
movement,
makes it
about
effortless to make your
55%
own cold brew at
of
home that's both
Reform Jews
delicious
today were
and at an
raised in
amazing
that
value. They
movement.
don't just stop at beans.
And the other
They also
45%
provide
spread
expertly
out
curated
all over the
equipment
place.
that's
About
easy to use. You
6%
can make amazing
of
coffee. I will
conservative
tell
Jews
you this, folks. I
trace
do
their
love this. My
denominational
friends
origin
drink
to
cold brew,
Reform. 1% of
and they love
Orthodox
this
Jews
cold brew.
consider themselves
They've
Reform. I
teamed
know
up with 15
in the
roasters
Orthodox
to create
world,
a
a lot
special
of
cold brew collection that
Puha is
ensures your
made
cold
of
brew
the
at home
so-called
tastes exactly
Bale
what you
Tshuva,
smell them delicious.
those who return to
For limited
Judaism,
time,
as
Trade
it
is
were.
giving 50%
But the
off a
numbers
month
are
of
still
cold brew.
pretty
That's around
small.
60
There's
cups
about
of cold brew
1% of
for
Reform Jews
50% off.
overall, and 4%
When you go
of
to
conservative Jews
drinktrade.com/Ken,
overall.
that's
Which reminds me of a short joke.
drinktrade.com/Ken,
I
get
won't take too
50%
long,
off
it's
one
only
month
10
of cold
minutes.
brew.
But the joke goes like this.
Drinktrade.com/Ken.
There's these 3 guys who get together every week
So
to
the
play
MK
poker.
Ultra thing, which
And
they're
they're
using
sitting
the
around playing
same mind
poker,
control. Candace
and
says there are all these
Sam
weird
begins to
links
sob.
to like
And the
MK
other guy
Ultra
says,
mind
Sam,
control
what's the
that
matter?
Macron
How come
was
you
like some
sign?
weird
Says,
Manchurian candidate. Now
my
Macron's a weird
son,
guy.
he's
Let's
third
look at
year law
Macron
school. He
is now
decided to
saying
go
he's
to
going to bring in
Israel for the
refugees from
summer,
Gaza.
and
But
he
let's
got
take a
caught
look at
up in
what's
one of those
really going on.
yeshivas,
It feels
and
weird.
he
Macron,
says he's
if
not
you can
coming
get
home.
that
He
up,
says he
has
wants to
just
spend another
said,
year studying
hey,
there. And I said, oh, Sam,
I am
that's rough. It's okay. He'll
going
come back. We'll
to
finish law
accept
school. The
refugees
next
from
week, Sam's sighing
Gaza.
again, and they say to him, what's the matter, Sam? He says, you know what?
And
So
he said,
my daughter,
hey,
she
this
went
is what's
over
going to
there
happen.
to try and convince him to come back for the beginning of
Everybody
classes.
is going, well,
She
isn't
stayed
that
too.
nice?
She got involved
that
in one of those
Macron
cults,
is
and
going
she's
to
also studying
accept
and learning Torah
all
there
of
as
these
well. I don't know what to
refugees
do.
from Gaza. But what
Next
it
week,
really
something happens
is
to cousin.
a
So finally, one of the other
relocation
poker players pulls
campaign
from side and says,
to
listen, Sam,
take
maybe
people
you better
from
have your visas
Gaza
checked.
and put them in France.
All right.
So that Israel can
we do
build
see some
whatever the hell they're going
fluidity.
to
The
build in
top graph,
Gaza.
which is kind of cut off.
So everyone's
The
like, isn't
Orthodox
it
Jews
so
have a
nice? Look
pretty
at France
significant staying
stepping
power,
up.
not quite as large as the Reform movement.
And
No,
then,
thank you, Mr.
so
Rodriguez.
people are saying
48%
this,
of Orthodox
like,
Jews
and then there's some
remain
people that are not
Orthodox. Which again is less than
and they
half
go, well,
after
this
all,
seems like
but
just a
nevertheless it's a big chunk.
relocation
It's
plan
also especially
to put
qualitatively
people that lived in
significant, I
Gaza
think,
in
because
France.
the demands of
And
Orthodox
so Israel is just,
lifestyle
now
are
controlled
quite a bit
demolition, all
more
these buildings in Gaza,
significant
they're
in
going to
terms
build
of
whatever they're going to build.
markers of behavior, kashrut,
Now,
Shabbat, and so on, than
Macron
necessarily
goes, well,
the
now
form of
I'll
observance.
take some of the
So
heat
a
off
number
myself by
that
going, hey, listen, we're
represents a
recognizing
very
a Palestinian
significant
state.
lifestyle
Now,
commitment.
Israel is like pretending to
there
be
you go.
mad at this.
Okay,
But this is
to
a
give you a sense
completely
of the overall
ceremonial
numbers,
thing.
so 1820 we've
Because
got
they
about
just
3,000
destroyed
Jews
Gaza.
living
It's
in
over.
America total.
What
That
state
number
could there?
increases
What are we talking
fivefold by
about?
1840. Then
Like
there's a
everyone's like,
big jump
Macron
over the
is, I
next 2
can't believe
decades,
he's
which is
recognizing
primarily
a
the result of
Palestinian
German
state.
Jews
What is,
coming to
what?
this country
They destroyed
as
the
a
whole
result
thing.
of
It's
the
smithereens.
punitive
The thing is
legislation
done.
imposed on Jews in
It's
certain
the
parts of
most,
Germany.
it's like
For
a lot of the
example,
people coming out
in many
now.
parts of
And
Germany,
this
only
seems a
the
bit much
oldest
with the
son
stuff.
was allowed to marry
This seems a bit,
from
you know, I
Jewish
talked about it on the
families.
Patreon or
And so
whatever.
that meant that
A lot of
second and
celebrities
later
now are
born
coming out and going,
sons
I
had no
cannot
chance of establishing a
believe.
home. And
They're
it
so
made
dramatic,
sense
and
for
they're
them
like,
to say, well,
what
leave
is
Germany. This was kind of
happening?
like
You know, they're all
a
like
benign
singing
way
all the
of
time.
trying to
But it's like,
exercise
well, there's no
population
political
control and
risk in
limit the
saying
growth of the
anything
Jewish
now.
population by encouraging them to leave, which they did. So we have a significant number of German Jews come to this country after the 1840s, and they really established the first major communities in America. By 1877, we're up to 250,000 Jews in America, and within 3 years, we'll have the massive waves of Eastern European Jews, which will be measured in the millions, and most American Jews, about 3/4, trace their lineage to that last massive immigration between 1881 and 1928, and we'll discuss that, God willing, after Passover. Now, with a few minutes left, what I'd like to talk about is Dr. Sarna's thesis that there were 3 basic strategies for survival utilized by the Jews of colonial and revolutionary America, and we see those strategies really alive today. So I have a couple of minutes left. I'll go through these 3 strategies. The first one is what they called at the time regeneration, which we might call today re-energizing traditional Judaism. This was a favorite strategy of Isaac Luster and several other important rabbis who essentially argued that the way to solve the threats posed by the American environment is to go back to the old-time religion as much as possible, to try and reinforce the importance of keeping kosher, as maintaining the honor of the Shabbat, and so on. A fairly unsuccessful attempt, at least if we measure in terms of bodies in synagogue. In Cincinnati, for example, which is one of the strongest Jewish communities of the era, there were 4 synagogues there in the mid-19th century. Only 22% of the Jews in even that town were unaffiliated. And how much more so if you go outside of the large communities, you see a much larger number. And 1850, measuring, Dr. Sarna looks at the actual number of seats available in all the recorded synagogues. Only 35% of American Jews could fit in them on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, which means 65% of them were either not going to shul, or they were standing. Chances are they were not going to shul. I thought it was funny when I was in my mind, but it wasn't when I actually said it. But here's a picture of Isaac Luster, who was perhaps the most important proponent of this regeneration movement. The second major strategy is, of course, reform, which was extremely influential in the 18th and 19th century in America. And this is the idea that, the only way Judaism will survive in America is if it changes, if we adapt Judaism to the environment, which was obviously anathema to the degenerationists who said, no, you're going the opposite direction. We have to stick fast to the old rules, not change them. But the German liberal movement, which in this country was known as Reform, was extremely influential, and they introduced tremendous changes in the liturgy, the removal of Hebrew, changes in the demands for kashrut, synagogue architecture, the removal of the mechitza, the transformation of the traditional synagogue to a kind of proscenium audience environment, with men and women sitting together. The reformer was perhaps the most prominent in pushing forward a women's agenda to this day as well, of course, where the conservative and the Orthodox movement kind of sometimes catch up after a few decades. But this was perhaps the most prominent push in America. Later on in the lecture, we talk about the middle of the 20th century, which is really the heyday of the conservative movement. But in the 19th century and earlier, it was all reform that was really the most popular movement. Here's a picture of Isaac Meyer Wise, definitely the most prominent Reform rabbi of the 19th century. And then finally, an interesting strategy, which may be unique to America, a strategy of ignoring religious disputes and concentrating on peoplehood. And perhaps the most profound example of this in the 19th century was the establishment of an organization known as B'nai B'rith, or People of the Covenant. I'm sure you're all familiar with this organization. They set up the Hillel houses, for example, around university campuses and so on. And the concept of the B'nai was, we're not going to agree on religion. We're not going to agree on whether or not to have an organ in the synagogue or not. So let's just set those things aside and let's focus on our common concerns as a people, as a family, as an extended tribe, as it were. The movement got a lot of popularity after the horrible Mortara affair in Damascus, where in 1840, we're talking about the 19th century, believe it or not, Jews were accused of blood libel, that old 13th century canard that Jews needed to drink Christian blood. And as a result, Jewish communities around the world tried to muster energy to defend the Jews who were accused of this heinous and false crime. And so American Jews also said, we have to be organized here. How are we supposed to deal with these kinds of international threats if we're not organized? How can we be organized if we're going to do it along religious lines? And so the neighbor said, let's just try and create a non-denominational Jewish association that is based on peoplehood. So these three strategies, regeneration, reform, and the emphasis on peoplehood, are strategies that American Jews continue to use in our own day. So now coming to the conclusion, we want to just focus once again on our starting point, Bilha Abigail Levi Franks. We don't learn a tremendous amount from her correspondence about these larger phenomena that are shaping the character of American Jewish lives, but we do get a sense from her correspondence of the eternity of the Jewish people, their attachment to their ancestral traditions, the importance that they associate with Ahavas Yisrael, communal love among Jews, and hope that we can live up to those highest ideals. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a good night.
A political space, and I believe in this project, that where you don't have extremism, and you don't have neo-Nazis running around, and you don't have racists, you don't have all this craziness happening. The way that you create that political space is by trying to create a political culture where people can debate ideas, where people can be proven wrong, and where people can exist without feeling that they're somehow being silenced,
looks like about
or
49
that there's
seconds behind schedule. So I'll try to
information
speak
that
fast
they can't
to make
have,
up for that
and
time.
they're in the dark, and then the
What
space
a
in which
rowdy
all that
group we have
information
today. Let's get
exists,
started.
they're filling that void
So
with
the
whatever kind of ideas they want because they don't have the actual one. You need
This is
to
a
have
joke
an open
that-
space for dialogue and for debate.
I'll
That's
edit
the
out the
only
first couple of
way
minutes.
to have
It's easy to edit
certain
it from the end.
ideas
Tonight's joke,
take
I have
prominence.
not run it
Owning a
past
house,
my
for
joke
example.
censor
Everyone
board
wants to
yet,
own a house.
so I may regret
That's
this,
a
but I
good
will tell you that I told the
Ownership
joke
is
over
a good idea.
to
No matter
two
how
of my
many people
daughters,
come in and tell
Alisa
you
is
to
one of them,
rent or have
and
more,
neither of them
they
can
usually
remember that
Michael's
joke.
the
So
fitness
that's a
trainer
good
who's
sign.
into
It means that
turning
chances are
point
you
you
will
and
not
saying, she's like,
remember
no,
it
you
too.
should actually rent an income
The
producing
problem is
property.
that these
And then
folks said it
years
wasn't
later
very
you
funny.
get rich, and then
So
years later
I'm
after
going
that.
to tell you a joke you've never
Whatever.
heard before, but it's
Are
not
there
very funny. So
economic
tonight's
realities that
class
she's
is going to
talking
deal
about?
with
Sure.
prayer.
But
And
most
so
people
this
want to
joke
own a
has
fucking
to do
house.
with Jewish
That's an
prayer. I'm
American
sure that my
idea. It's
censor
an
board
idea
has
that
heard this
people
joke
believe
anyways,
in.
but
No
here it
matter
goes.
how many
So
people
the
tell
joke
you
is
that
about the first
renting is
three
better,
clergymen in outer
or
space.
living,
A priest, a
you
rabbi,
know,
and a
in a
minister.
smart
And believe it
city
or
where
not, this
everything's
is
15
not
minutes
an
away,
off-color
you never
joke.
have
I
to
know a
cut the
lot of those
grass,
jokes
or
start that way with a priest
no
talking to
matter
a rabbi
who
and a minister,
tells you
but
that,
it's not one of those jokes. So
it's a
the
better
priest, the rabbi,
idea
and
to
the
own
minister,
a house.
NASA
It's an
sponsors
American idea.
this metaphysical tour
You
of the
shouldn't be
universe where they're
afraid
going to
of
put these
people who tell you
three
that
carefully selected
the real
theologians
thing
onto the
is
space
renting,
shuttle,
or the
and they
real
go up
thing is like, you
into
know,
outer space and they
using
orbit the
Uber
world a
and
few
not owning
times,
a car.
and
The
that's
real
the
thing is,
program. And
those
oh,
are
I
the
forgot
better
to
ways
mention
to
one
do
thing that
it.
should be obvious
There are
to
huge
everyone in this room, but
campaigns, by the way,
for the
put together
internet
by
audience,
those
particularly
companies
my 7
that
people
make up
watching in
just live
Saudi
in
Arabia,
Airbnbs,
just to give
just
you a
take
sense of
Ubers, just
Jewish
the gig economy. You'll own
prayer.
nothing and be happy. There's
Jewish prayer
lots
is
of money that's
relegated
been put
basically
behind those
by
ideas.
times of the day
But
and
the idea
the
of
position of
ownership
the
is
sun
still an
to
idea in
the
America
horizon. In the
that's
morning,
incredibly
there's the
popular.
shacharit or dawn
I
prayer.
believe that the
In
idea
the
of like
afternoon,
a
there's the
live and
mincha
let
prayer.
live
And then after
society
the sun is set,
where
there's, of
you're not
course, the Maharib
socially
prayer.
engineering other
So the
people
joke goes that
is
there's 3
very
clergymen
popular in
go out
America.
into
From the
outer
people that I
space, they
talk to,
orbit the
maybe
world
not
a
to
few times, they
maniacs
come back
online,
down.
maybe not
When
to
they
people,
land, the journalists
you know,
crowd
on
around
the
them and they
dark
come
web
out
or
of the
people wherever.
space shuttle
But
and they're
most
transformed.
people
Their
in
faces are
America
glowing from the
don't
experience.
want
And they
social
go up to the
engineering.
Catholic
They don't want
priest
their
and they said,
children
Father,
to be
what was your
engineered. They do
impression
not
of
want
your experience. And he said, wow,
propaganda being
I
delivered
was
to them
overwhelmed
from
with
the
the
government. They
hugeness,
just
the
want a space
vastness
where
of
they
God's
can be
creation.
happy, have
Absolutely
necessities,
astounded
have health
by
care,
the
compete with
phenomenal
other people,
infinitude of the
follow
others.
whatever their
And then they go to
life
the
goal
minister
is
and they said,
and have their journey.
Reverend, what
That
did you
to me
think of your
is
experience?
the
He says,
goal of the
in the
entire country is
scope
to
of
just have
such
that.
largeness, I thought of the
So I
tininess
think in
of
order to
humanity.
do
I
that, so
thought of how
again,
humble we
I
are
don't
in
think
terms of the great
that
cosmos of God's
medieval
creation.
anti-Semitism
And they go up to the
is
rabbi and
ever
they say,
going
Rabbi,
to
what
be
did you
really
think? And he
popular in
says,
America.
well, I had time to
I
think.
don't think
Chakras,
genetic
Minkamara,
determinism is going to be popular. Saying to people, you're black,
yeah,
you
that's
can't
not
compete.
good. I think it's
The IQ stuff, the shape of skulls,
Okay,
races,
so
like
tonight's
to me,
topic
yes,
is a
there's
fascinating
people
one.
online for
I
sure
wanted to speak
where
about
that's
this
a
topic
big
for a
deal.
long time, and I'm very
But for
grateful
the vast
to have an
majority of
audience
people,
who's
they're just
interested
trying
in
to
sharing
survive.
this aspect of
They're
Jewish
trying to
history.
figure out how
We're
to
going
pay
to
their
look
rent.
at a
They're trying
not
to figure
very
things out.
well-known
So I
figure
think that, like,
in history.
when you
I
create
believe
a
this is
political
the
culture,
first video on the
in order
internet
to prevent it from
about this
sliding,
figure,
going
and
off
that
the
makes me
rails
feel
into
very proud.
extremism,
Her name is
you
Sarah
cannot,
Bastovin,
for the
or
last
probably was
30,
pronounced
50
in her time
years,
Sarah Bastovin,
immiserate people
in the Yiddish
and make their
pronunciation.
lives
She
materially
is
worse,
an
where they
unknown
don't,
author
they
of
can't redo their
Tchinas, which are
bathroom.
basically
They can't
Jewish
get a knee
prayers for women.
operation. They're corporates, they
Largely
can't get to work,
lost
they're fucked. All
aspect
of
of
these
Jewish
people
history
become
that we'll
radicalized
explore over the course of
because
the
the
next half
material
hour,
conditions
45
of their
minutes.
life are much
And it says
worse.
so much about
That's
what has
obvious.
been lost
Most of
since
these
the
people become.
Holocaust,
I
because it
was
speaks
broke
to
for
the
years.
depth
The reason I didn't
of
become like a
Jewish
psycho-radical is I was
spirituality
doing
and
comedy.
an
I love
entire
comedy.
range
I
of
love
spirituality
the group
that
of
has
people I
been
was with. We
flattened
had a
and
goal and we
disappeared
were all
with
doing it.
the
We all
loss
kind
of
of
so
understood
many
that
millions
part of it was
in
being broke
Eastern
and part of
Europe
it
in
was not
particular.
having
So that's going to be our
a ton
topic
of
for tonight.
assurances that we were
We
just out
have
there taking
an anonymous
risks.
sponsor, so
But
I'd like to thank
there's
that
a lot of
sponsor.
people that
It
because
is
their
wonderful to
lives
have
are
all
going
of you
down
here.
the drain,
Your presence is
start
sufficient
embracing
sponsorship.
pathologies.
But if you would like
And when
to
you tell
help
people
support
that,
the
like,
shul and help support
the Epstein
our
files
students
don't
who
exist, or that,
graciously
you
film
know,
the video and meet you at the
questioning
door,
Israel makes them
then
anti-Semitic,
sponsorships
or
are
that
wonderful. Young
they should
Israel
be
is
funding
setting up an internet
a
sponsorship
genocide
thing
and then a
where you can
starvation
actually, from the
campaign.
internet, you can
It
click on the
drives people
website and there'll be a
insane.
little donate
It
button,
makes them
and away
actually
you go.
crazy.
So
As
thank you
it
very much,
would.
anonymous sponsor.
So now the material
Okay, so
conditions of
let's
their
start.
life
Who
are
was
worse.
this Sarah Bastovin?
Everything's a
We
lie.
know
People
remarkably
know it's a
little
lie.
about her life, and in fact, just what
The
everything
Ukraine
we
war,
know
remember
is
that?
what
I mean,
she
they're stealing
tells us.
everything.
But it's
Article
more
after article is how much
complicated
they're
even than
stealing
that, because
over
many
there.
figures,
And there's no
literary,
money to
historical, and
fix the
otherwise,
roads in
have
upstate New
interfered
York, or
with the
Pennsylvania,
literary
or
record
Detroit,
and
or
have
Michigan.
intervened
And
to
fuck
add
you.
details that
And
has
when
made
Morgan
her
Andreessen comes out
so
and says,
legendary and scope
hey, the
that
only
in fact
jobs left
many
are going to be
people
venture
believe she didn't
capitalists
exist. Although, as we
after
shall
AI
see,
takes over.
scholarship today
And
has
sorry,
proved
that's just the
without
way
much
it
doubt that in
is.
fact she was a woman
And again,
living
I
in
think these ice
Ukraine
raids are
in
barbaric.
the
But you
probably
do need
18th
to
century.
figure out a way
She
to worry about American
she tells her
people.
audience that she is
I don't
descended
think you should
from
be deporting
Jews
6-year-olds,
in
throwing them in
Poland,
handcuffs, or people here
Brest-Litovsk
that are
in
here.
particular, or
They've
Brest,
been here for a while. They're
and
roots of the
Satanov,
community.
although
They're
there's
doing
some
the job.
questions as to
I think
exactly
all of
what
that
her
is going to
lineage
make the
is.
pendulum swing
We
again,
don't know very much
where no
about
one
beyond
cares and
that,
everybody's going
beyond
in.
what exactly
But
she
you
puts
need
on
to
paper
worry
for us
about
to read.
America as a
And
country
one of
and
the
say,
most problematic
why is
aspects of
everything
her
so
biography
fucked?
is the fact
And
that,
it's not one reason we
because she
should be
wrote
going
these
after
basic
billionaires.
liturgical
Where's the E-Verify
poems in
shit?
the 18th
Why
century.
aren't we
They
going after
became
people that
wildly
employ illegal
popular,
immigrants? Is it
so
because they're all
popular
Trump's
that all
friends?
kinds of other people
Why are we
started
going after
writing
the
them
guys like Steve Flynn and all these
themselves
hotel
and
magnates
placing them
that
in her
employ
name
all
so
these
that they
people
could
and
get
choose
the
not to pay American
royalties?
wages?
So in other words,
Why
it's
are we
like,
doing that?
for example, many of you may
So
not
this is
realize
what
it, but
drives
I often
people
write under the
insane.
name Stephen
And it
King.
drives them
And
crazy
next
to the
Stephen
left,
King
to the right,
novel you
whatever.
buy on the internet
You go,
could
why am I
actually be one
watching
of my
some guy
novels
show up at a
that,
graduation
but
there's
it's
a
just a
billionaire
way
on
to
a
kind of
private
belonging on to that literary reputation. And this happened so frequently that there were these travesties and plagiarisms and outright forgeries that people began to believe in the 19th century that she was probably not a historical figure, and in fact she was an invention of some man. We know now that she was a real person, she was in fact a woman, and we have to know a lot more about her thanks to the research of one scholar in particular that I'll introduce you to
I understand when you're in fourth grade, but if you're in high school,
part of this cynicism about Zoroastrianism was generated by the masculine, which is a larger phenomenon I like to speak about later on in this class, in tonight's semester, in a later class. Masculine are adherents of the Jewish Enlightenment, known as the Haskalah. This is a movement that
It's
began
like,
in the
you
very
know what I
late
mean?
18th
Like
century in
Charlotte
Germany,
teaches herself
and
about
it spread
self-pleasure. That
throughout
I don't think
Europe.
is great.
Towards Western Europe, it
If you
became
want the
more of an
recipe for
assimilationist
radicalization,
movement,
which is
where
seemingly
the
what everybody's
Hashgabat
looking
placed
for
a
right
lot of
now, they go, what
emphasis
is
on
the
the
recipe
value
for
of
radicalization?
Jews
Why
imitating
are certain
non-Jews,
people
sometimes slavishly,
off the deep
aping
end? Why do people
non-Jewish
believe
norms
the
in an
world is
attempt
flat
to
or
gain
that space is completely fake? Why
acceptance
do
and
some
to
people
gain
believe Tom Hanks is a
emancipation,
clone?
political
You
emancipation.
know,
In
it's
Eastern
because
Europe,
the
it took a
lies have
very
gotten
different
so
kind of
verbose,
coloring. The
and
Hashgabat
people
there
are now starting to go,
did not,
wait a minute,
for the
what
most
is
part,
real? What the hell's going
aspire
on?
to
So
assimilate
you
to
can't
Russian
make an
or
entire
Polish or
population
Ukrainian
poor,
society per se.
poison their
They
food,
rather, the
stress them
Maskilim in
out
Eastern
to the
Europe,
point where
tried
they're
to
anxiety
excavate a
ridden.
new
It can be hard
literary
to talk
Jewish
about not being
personality
able to be
by
hard, to get
taking
hard.
many of the
But
vernacular
HIMS is here to make things much easier.
art
They're all
forms,
online
such as, for
process
example,
connecting with a
Yiddish
licensed healthcare
literature,
provider
and
who can
elevating it
recommend
really to a
personalized
world
ED
language.
treatments from the
So
comfort
in
of
the
home.
East, you'll have people like
Through
Mendel
HIMS, you can access
Montessori,
personalized
Shalom
prescriptions for
Aleichem,
ED like
Yudalam
Hardmints or
Peretz,
Sex
who actually
RX,
wrote a
plus
story
climax
about
control.
Sarah Bat
HIMS
Tovim,
offers access to ED
who
treatment
will be,
options across
trying to
95%
take this
less than brand
traditional
names.
folk
New
culture,
Sex
which has a
RX
very
plus
deep
testosterone
religious
support
vein running through it,
includes
and then transforming it into a more
Tadalafil
secular, Yiddishized,
for
or
better
in
bedroom
Zionist
performance and
case,
zinc
more
for testosterone
Hebraicized
support with
version.
hundreds of thousands
So
of
what
trusted
was happening
subscribers. HIMS can help you
with
find
the
the ED
Jewish
option that works
population
best
in the
for
late
you
19th
if
century
it's
is a lot of
appropriate. Just
masculine
fill out an
were
intake form
writing
on their site and connect with a
prayers
medical
for
provider who can
women,
determine if treatment is right for
typically
you.
illiterate women who could only
Prescribe
make
your
their way in
medication,
Yiddish,
ships
and we'll have
discreetly
some time
to
to
your
speak
door for
about
free.
Yiddish
Start
tonight.
your free online
And
visit
then they were
today
selling them.
at
And one of the ways
hims.com/jam.
to make them
Find ED
popular was
treatments
to
that's
say
up to
these are
95%
real
less than brand
Tafinas
names at
written by Sarah Bat
hims.com/jam.
when in fact they
Actual
were
price
written
will depend
by
upon the subscription
some
plan. Feature products include
apicurus
compounded drug products with
non-believer
GMP is not approved
male
or verified for safety.
poet
Effective
in
quality prescription requires
living in
website
St.
for gel.
Petersburg in
Share your safety
1870.
information.
So
So
it's
many
very
people have
difficult to
shit credit.
unpack
Their
what
lives are
exactly is
terrible.
hers,
You want to
what
be one of
exactly
them?
are later
Wake the fuck
accretions,
up.
but we do have two collections in
Having
particular
good
that we
credit
know
can
are
make your life
definitely hers.
better.
The
Did
texts
you know
are
that
very
over
corrupt,
one-third of
and there
Americans,
are
roughly
many different
36%,
editions where
have below
publishers have
average
done a
credit
lot of
scores,
damage
which
to
can
the
make
text. But
borrowing more
nevertheless, tonight
difficult and
we're going to
expensive?
look at
I didn't
those
have
two
credit for
collections
10
and
years, and my
Tafinas in
life was
particular
complete
to
shit.
try to understand a
I
little
spent
bit
the
more
best
about
years
them.
of my life
Now,
getting thrown out of
I
banks
should
and off
really
car lots.
pause
Do
and
you want
ask
that?
how many of
I
you
don't think
are
so.
familiar with this
Having bad
liturgical
credit
form
means
called
your
the
life is a
Tefillah,
big pile of
and it's
shit.
not at all
And that's what
associated, by
mine
the way,
was
with
for a
hummus
decade.
or
I had a
pita.
horrible
I
life.
just don't
I
pronounce
didn't
it
have
very well.
credit.
The
The
Tefillah.
minute I
But
got
we see
better
a couple
credit,
of
my
women
life
who
was
have
better.
actually
People
read
saw me in the
Tefillas.
street and said hello
So
instead of
can you
spit
tell
on
us anything
me.
about them?
With transparent, affordable plans starting at just $5 a month. No hidden fees and zero interest. Kickoff helps you score big when it comes to credit. It's simple. You make on-time payment, credit bureaus see good behavior, and your credit can go fast. I'll tell you this, I'll be very honest with you. I know it's hyperbolic, but the reality is, if you have bad credit in this country, you're fucked. Can't get anything. I just went through this with a friend of mine. It's so hard.
German letters
You
or
gotta repair your credit. You
Yiddish
gotta
Deutsch,
start building
like in
credit with Kickoff
real
today.
German?
You can
Okay,
get
I
your
have
first
one of
month
those
for as
too
little
from
as
my
$1.
grandmother, my
That's 80%
great
off the
aunt
normal
from
price when you go
Kingsburg,
to
my Aunt Molly.
getkickoff.com/Jim. That's Kickoff without the
I'd
C.
have to look at it to give you, and I'm not an expert in this field, but I'd have to look at it to give any sense of it.
Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month.
Why do you
Subject
ask
to
that
approval. Offer
question?
subject to change.
The
Average first year credit
Arena
score impact plus 84
is
points.
actually
Change
something
score 3.0
offered by a man
between
that
January 2023 and January
formed the
2024.
basis
For Kickoff
of
credit
what
account
would
users who started
eventually
with
become a
score
very
levels
large religious literature for women.
during
The
the period
Arena,
of
which
the
is a Yiddish pronunciation
they just
of
studied, look this up, the World
a
Happiness
passage
Report,
in
which by the way is my
Kohelet,
favorite
if I
thing in the
remember
world.
correctly.
The World
Go
Happiness
out and
Report
see, and it's
is
written in the
finds that
feminine
young
imperative.
people
And it's basically a weekly
Western
commentary on
countries
the
are
Chumash,
unhappy.
written in Yiddish. That
And
is
they're much
essentially
less
kind of like
happy
a
than they were
mishmash of
like
Rashi,
15 years
taking all
ago.
the
Young
Midrashim and things like
people
that. So when you
aren't
read
as
the
happy.
Chumash, when you know whatever
And
the
people are
Sedra is that
wondering
week,
why
if
that
it's for
is.
this
Like, why
week,
are young
we're up
people
to
not as
Midrashim, a woman would on Saturday afternoon, she'd pull out a Senorena and she would read all of the Midrashim, all of the stories that associate with the Chumash that week. And very pious and often very educated women would treat the Senorena as literally as a Bible. It would be a very holy work for them, and it was associated almost exclusively with them. It's interesting that it was translated to English by Art Scroll, and when they released it the first time, they didn't think anyone would want it under its original title, so they released it as the Weekly Midrash. So that's essentially what it is, the compilation of Midrashim. And then when people said, oh, this is actually the Senorena,
Here we go. Average happiness of young people is on the decline across the West. This shift has driven the U.S. out of the top 20 happiest countries overall for the first time since reporting began. Lithuania took the top spot for young people while its under 30 population rating.
Well, the Cenorena is a little earlier. We don't know with precision when
happiest people in Lithuania.
18th century. Cenorena goes back a
Part of why
century or
this
two.
is,
It's quite an old book.
is that young
Now, the
people
difference
now
so between these two books,
are looking at the world and going, is the country
Cenorena
going
is
to
a book
exist
for
in 20
study,
years?
which is of course of religious
Are we
value in
going to have
Judaism.
a, and by the way, not because of
Tanis is
a
a work
foreign
of
threat,
prayer.
not
Tanis
because
are
we're going to be
liturgical
invaded,
poems, prayer
not because
poems
we're
that a
going to be
person reads
nuked,
at
they're
various
going,
moments in their
is
life,
the
at various moments
country
of their
going
day,
to
and so
exist?
on.
Or are internal forces pulling the country apart?
Tehillim also read in a
And
liturgical manner,
are those
but
people,
that goes
the
back
young
obviously
people in
to
this
the
study,
biblical
the lower
period.
happiness reported by the younger under 30
It
in
goes
the
all
United
the way
States and
back to
Canada
the
is
biblical
linked
period, and they're written in
with
Hebrew.
lower levels of satisfaction
What's
and
really
social
fascinating
support,
about these Techinas
lower
is that they are
satisfaction with living
specifically
conditions, greater
women's
stress and
prayers,
anxiety,
and
lower
they
trust
say
in
so
government,
much about
and higher
women's
perceptions
culture.
in
One of the
corruption.
rare
Because
glimpses
people are
that
looking
we
around
have
going, is this
into
country
how
even going to
women
exist?
lived in
It doesn't
18th, 19th
seem like
century
it's
that we
going to
don't have in
exist.
male sources. And I
It
hope to
seems
expose
to
you
be
to a couple
way
of
too
those aspects of
corrupt
women's culture, which
to
are,
exist
to my
in 20
mind, absolutely
years. So
fascinating.
what do you
So,
do?
what do we know
What,
about her?
wait a minute, by the way,
She says
most
a
happy
few
places for
interesting
people live under 30.
autobiographical
Number one,
tidbits. She
Lithuania. Number two,
refers, for
Israel.
example, to her illustrious parents. We're not exactly sure
Maybe
who
there's something
her
to that
illustrious parents are. She says, for
concept.
example, Mordechai of Satanov,
So
and
what
that
I'm saying
particular
here is that,
Mordechai
like,
may be associated with
everyone's running
another
around now going, how do we
author of
prevent
various religious
people
works,
from
but we're
being
not precisely sure.
radicalized and going, becoming
The early
schizophrenic?
publishers, some of
Which
the
I
early
think is a good
traditions, though,
goal.
after
But I think
her
that part
name,
of that
they add
really
the,
has to look at
the suffix,
the
I'm sorry,
entire
that you often
picture
see
of what's going on right now.
that she should
Younger
live,
people
which is normally
are
written
sitting there
after a
wondering,
woman's name. You say her
does
name,
Brigitte
that
have a
she
cock?
should live.
Will I
And that
afford a
implies
house?
she's definitely a
Is
real
there
person,
a
because you
job
wouldn't
for
say
me?
that about a fictional person. It's kind of like
And
when
there
you see a lot of
isn't.
rabbis at the end of
They're
their name,
not.
they have the
And she
acronym
does.
Shlita.
Those are the
And you know,
answers
if
to
you're new
those
to this, you might
questions.
say, like, what
But
are all
they're
these guys?
not.
How many rabbi
Is the
Shlitas
country
are
being
there?
run by
Like
pedophiles?
thousands of them.
Yes.
Okay, that
Does
was a little too
Brigitte have a
inside joke.
cock?
But at any rate,
Most
these are like
likely.
indications
Am
that
I
she
going to
was a real
afford a
person.
house?
And
Not
also
nearly.
fascinating, there's no
Do I
reference
have what kind of
anywhere in
job
her
am I
works
going to get?
to her
Nothing.
husband.
Do you know what young people
There's
do
no
now?
reason
If you're a
to
young person,
assume
this is what you
that
do.
she was not
You
married.
graduate school. Let's give you a name.
You know,
Let's
she
give
speaks
you
a
a
lot
name.
of her prayers deal
Your
with,
name,
the
I'm going to give you a
welfare of
male and a
children,
woman. Sorry,
the
non-binaries.
welfare of
I'm just going
husband.
to do a
But
male and a
even though
woman
she'll
right
talk
now,
about
okay?
herself, she'll talk
The
about her
male's name is
background, she'll
Brett.
talk about her own
His
experiences.
name is Brett.
She never says anything about her husband,
B-R-E-T-T,
which
Brett.
is also a
He's a
highly unusual feature of
22-year-old
the office
male.
of Tchinas.
And
And
then
that's another, ironically, a stamp of
Carolyn.
authority, that if it
Carolyn
was
is
a
a
fabricated
22-year-old female.
Sarah Bastovian,
Okay?
they would have
This
made
is
it. Of
what
course,
happens
she's
to
married
Carolyn and
to
Brett.
an incredibly
Carolyn
wealthy, good-looking, intelligent
went
man,
to
because that's
NYU.
part of the
She's
legend.
smarty
But
pants.
the actual
She's
penis
smart.
of Sarah Bastovian has
Carolyn
no
grew
reference
up
whatsoever
in
to her
Rhode
husband.
Island.
So we don't
And
know
her
a lot
parents work
about her
together,
beyond what she
and she's
decides
got
to
a
tell
lovely
us
home life,
herself.
and she has a nice
Now,
older brother.
the main
He ended up
reason
on
we know so
drugs,
much about
and
her
he's
today
just doing
is
the best he
undoubtedly
can.
due to
When
the
Carolyn
very
went to NYU,
detailed
and she went to
and
the Stern
powerful
School of
scholarship
Business,
of this
where
woman,
she's going to
Professor
take
Heather
over the
Weissler,
world, and
who
she loves all
wrote
the
quite a
female
bit of work about
founders,
Sarah
and she
Bastovian and
listens
other
to
women who
fucking,
composed prayers
motivational
in early modern
speeches from that bitch you
Eastern
found in
Europe.
Bumble,
And
Whitney,
in
fucking
particular,
whatever,
we're going to be
Wolf
relying on
Herd,
this book,
all
Voices
these
of the
other people.
Matriarchs,
She's a
which
badass
is nominated
finance
for
bitch,
the
and her
Jewish Book
she
Award a few
wants,
years ago.
and her pet causes
Unfortunately,
are
I did
women's
not have the
literacy in the
opportunity to
third
reread
world.
it for this
She
class.
wants
I read
women
it
in
when
the
it
third
first
world
came
to
out.
know
I
more
loved
about
it.
money.
But I
And
couldn't get
that's
another
what she
copy
does.
of
Her
it
name
back
is
down here
Carolyn.
in Florida through
And she
ILL. But I
moves
will be reading
from Rhode Island, and she
one of
goes
her
to
articles
NYU,
that she wrote
and she
on
likes
this particular
NYU,
woman. At any rate, I highly
and she's
recommend
very
Voices of
liberal,
Matriarchs, which will tell you a
and all
lot
of her
about
friends are
Tchinas
very rich.
as an
She
art
thinks
form.
Trump is grows
Beethoven in
and
particular,
always
and so on.
has. And she's in
So,
love with a
let's
French
get
guy.
back to
He
material
doesn't really
stuff.
love her, and it's
First of all,
whatever.
it's written in Yiddish,
okay?
which is in itself an
Carolyn,
entire
okay?
history of Jewish
Brett
culture. The
grew
Yiddish
up
language
in a
is
suburb
basically
outside
medieval
of
German,
Chicago.
written
Okay?
in Hebrew
Brett's
characters,
father
with
killed
a
himself
very strong
because
infusion
he had
of
undiagnosed
Hebrew,
mental
Aramaic,
illness. It was
Romance,
very
and
difficult.
Slavic words.
He shot himself
The
in their
comedian Billy
garage,
Crystal
and Brett
says that
found him,
the
and
way you
half of
understand
his
this is
face
that
was blown
Yiddish is
off.
basically German with
And
phlegm.
Brett called the police, and but he knew it was no use because half of his
But in
father's
reality,
face
it's
is
essentially
in the
medieval
garage.
German with all these other languages written in. Now, this is
Brett's
not an unusual
mother
phenomenon.
died of cancer
Jews have created
early
many
on.
hybrid languages over the last 2,000 years.
So Brett was living
Whenever
with
they
his
go to
father
a
who
given
killed himself.
locale,
Now
they
he's
invariably
17 years
pick
old,
up
so
a
he's
lot of
right
the
on,
language,
he's
the
right on the ledge.
vocabulary,
He's going
the
to be emancipated.
syntax,
He doesn't
and
need a
then
parent. Okay?
because quite often
Now, he
the
doesn't get any
surrounding
real money from
populations
his
are
father's
illiterate, then
health
Jews will
with
use
his
the
life
Hebrew
insurance. His dad didn't
alphabet
have it.
to record
He didn't
the
have any
language.
life insurance, okay? And they were
That,
renting.
creates this
Here's
new
the
kind
good
of
news
hybrid
for
language.
Brett.
So we have
Brett writes a great
Judeo-Persian,
college essay,
we have
and it's called
Judeo-German, which is
I
a
Found My
little bit different
Father's
form of
Body in
Yiddish.
the Garage,
We have several different versions of
and
Yiddish.
half of his head was gone.
And
And
they
so,
often show high
the people at the college
variety
admissions
of
office, because Brett
dialectal
is an
variation.
A-
So,
student,
for
he's pretty
example,
fucking good.
in Eastern
Okay,
Europe,
and he's on the
there's at
baseball
least
team.
three
He's not the star,
distinctive
but he's on
dialects
it.
of
And he writes
Yiddish.
an essay.
The
I love
Lithuanians were
baseball,
really the
and I
first
love
to
playing
truly
baseball.
standardize the
It
language
takes my
and
mind
kind
off
of
the
agree
time
on
I found
spelling,
my
for
father's
example,
body
very
in the
basic issues
garage
like
with half of
morphology.
his face
And
gone.
so standard Lithuanian
So
Yiddish
Brett
is considered the
goes to
gold standard
Northwestern, pretty good
in
school,
the culture.
and
This
he
is somewhat
plays
resented
baseball,
by Hungarian
okay?
Jews and by
And his
Polish
father's
Jews.
dead.
But for those
Okay?
for those Lithuanian Jews, of
Carolyn's
course,
the
they're
stern
absolutely
school of
correct. This
business.
is the true Yiddish.
She wants
And
women in
you may know some
Afghanistan
Lithuanians. They
to
tend
learn
to
about,
have, very
Bitcoin.
fine intellects, very,
Brett's at
fashionable
Northwestern,
taste,
trying to get over the trauma of his
Latvia as well,
father,
right?
who was
They tend
sacrificed
to
on the altar of
lose their hair
globalization,
prematurely,
and
and
Reagan
hopefully
letting
you're
all the
getting a
mental
joke.
hospitals
Oh, I
out,
happen to be
and
Lithuanian,
no
yes,
health care,
thank you,
whatever,
Stephen.
okay?
My timing is off
His
tonight.
father was
But
also
anyway,
abusing
there
pharmaceutical
are lots
drugs,
of different
and
pronunciations. It is
whatever,
a
it just is
crazy
what it
language.
is. He was also a
Even
drunk.
100 years ago, Yiddish
So
was not
Brett's at
standardized. You
Northwestern,
can
and
see
Carolyn's
huge variation in spellings of words and so on.
in
It is a
NYU.
language
Now,
that
Caroline
is very
Brett never
prone
should have
to
met. But Brett was
interpolation
traveling to
from
New York
other
City
languages.
to see a friend he grew up with who
more,
was attending
what's the right word
PACE,
here? It's
a
more
much less reputable school. In
infected by
fact, it's a
languages,
piece of
and
shit.
that's a perfectly
It's
okay
a
thing to
prison,
do.
but
Unlike,
that's
for
where
example, the French,
retards go.
who are
And Brett knew
really
a lot of
paranoid about
retards
keeping on
growing
to
up
their
in
language, that they have
Hillsdale.
actually
So he goes to
a
visit
commission
his
in the
buddy,
government
and
that
his buddy
decides
goes
what word
sometimes
is
to go
French
to
and what
these
word
like
can't be French. And
cool
even in
bars
Israel,
with
they had
really
that
hot
for a long
chicks, and they're
time
all
with
super rich.
Hebrew,
And
that
it's
they
not like
wouldn't
Deliver the
allow
Bible does, but I
words
fucked the
that were
Bible
not of
last
Hebrew
month.
origin.
Brett's like,
Yiddish was
we're
just like
going.
the doors were wide open.
So
You
they
could
go
say
to this
anything
bar. I
you
don't
want.
know. I haven't been to bars in
I was
years.
just
I don't know what
reading
they call it.
something
They
written
call
in
it,
the 1950s in Yiddish the other day,
it's
and I
called,
was having a really hard time
called,
working through movies like
the
words
bar
like
is just called,
baseball, baseball, and movie, which was also in there. That was a really hard one. But actually, there's one I'm curious if anyone knows. It's a little bit of a tangent. There was a reference to someone called a Sam Sapochnik.
A finance manager
Does
at
anyone
Stern
know
School
what
of
that
Business.
expression means? I have
She's
to ask a
graduating
very old
next
man.
year.
What does it mean?
And
There
he's
is a
going to
Sam
graduate next year
Sapochnik.
too. Brett, of course, has
So
majored in
apparently, a Sam
education because maybe he'll be a
Sapochnik
gym
is
teacher because he actually
defined it
thinks
first
it
in
would be
Yiddish as
cool if he
Alina
could help
Balabal.
kids who had found
which
their
is,
dead father in their
means
garage
he's like
get over it by connecting
independent
them
to a
to
fault.
team sports,
Like he
which
thinks he
he
knows
feels
everything.
is
And
one
the
of the
context
only
was
reasons
about
he
someone
hasn't
who
killed
refuses to
himself.
listen to doctors,
Okay?
doesn't want to take the medicine he's
Caroline
prescribed.
is
Some
outside, and
Sapochnik,
Brett steps
right?
out.
He
Brett's
does
not a
whatever he
smoker,
wants.
never has been, but everyone's
so there are
smoking
such
and looks
people.
cool.
I'm not
So
sure,
Brett
but the
decides to
word
smoke a
Sam
cigarette.
might
And
come from
Caroline's
the Russian,
outside,
which means
and they
self.
start chatting.
Like
Where are you
samovar
from?
means
This,
to
that, and the other
self-cook,
thing.
right? Things like that.
One thing
So Sam
leads
might be
to
alone.
the next.
Sapochnik, I don't know
Okay?
what that is. Anyways,
They
I'm
end
sorry
up
for that
going home
digression.
together and hooking up. This is very
Sam is in
rare.
Hebrew poison.
Brett's not a
Right.
Casanova.
But
It doesn't
in
happen all
Hebrew,
the time.
but in Russian,
Neither
Sam
is
it means
Caroline.
Samalot,
Okay?
for example, means
But they
flies by
decide
itself,
they're going
like
to get
airplane.
married.
Now,
They're going to make a go of
why
this,
are we talking
okay?
about Yiddish so much? Because
After several months of dating,
the
long
Jews
distance,
in Eastern
Brett
Europe
decides he's going to move to
spoke
New York
Yiddish
because Caroline
overwhelmingly as
seems
their
to be on some
vernacular.
better
At
financial
the end of
footing,
the 19th
okay?
century, the
So he
Russian
moves to New
government
York.
did a survey,
And Caroline
survey that gives us a
start
good picture
dating,
of
then the power
what
dynamics
Jews
will off.
did in
She's
that
got all
part of
the
the
money
world,
and she's got all
and
the friends.
97%
And
of
the world has
Jews
kind of
claim
pushed her
Yiddish as
forward.
their
There's
mother
nothing
tongue,
wrong with that.
which is amazing
But
when you
she's
think
got
it's
the
only just a
fancy
little over
degree from
100
the
years
school,
ago
and Brett
that was the
feels a
overwhelming
little
vernacular,
cocked.
and we've
But
lost
he
so
goes
much
with
in
it.
just one
Because he doesn't
century.
really have a family. His father's
The
head was all over the
other
garage.
languages, Russian, French, German, so on, made
Carol
very, very
loves
little
Brett.
penetration into
She
the
treats him
Jewish
really
world.
nicely.
However, Yiddish was not
She likes him.
the
He's a nice
educated
guy.
language, with the exception of the Maskilim, who wanted to
pure.
elevate it
He's
to an
simple.
art
She
form like
says it to
Shalom
her
Aleichem and
friends. Like
others.
he's pure. He's like a
The
good
reality
guy.
is that
I
it was
just love him.
considered
He outrooted his whole life
not a
for
real
me. He's a
language, even by
Midwestern
those who
guy.
spoke it.
He likes sports
My
and baseball.
grandmother,
And his
I'll
dad
tell him,
blew off
when
his
she used
head,
to
and his
talk about the
mother's dead.
language, she wouldn't
He's a
even
good
say
guy.
Yiddish. That wasn't the name.
And then one day,
She called
Carolyn
it
is having
Jewish, which
dinner
is exactly
on
what
the
the
Upper
word
West
Yiddish
Side,
means,
and the
Jewish.
French
This is the
guy that
Jewish
she was in
language,
love with
meaning,
2
I don't
years
know what you
prior
call it, it's
passes.
Jewish. And a lot of
And he
literature at the time
notices
called it the
Caroline, and he
jargon,
comes over,
right? The jargon.
and
It wasn't
he
considered
says
a real language,
to her, "How?
even
Oh
by
my
the
God, it's good to
practitioners
see
of
you."
the language itself.
And she's like,
What
"Hi,
was
how are
the
you?" Now
real
this
language,
French
of
guy
course,
is
was
French
rabbinic
aristocracy.
Hebrew. If you
He's
wanted
got
to
lots
write a
of
letter that
absurd
had
amount of money. In
hashivut,
fact,
that if you wanted to demonstrate
there's
your
not that many
education,
people
you had
left
to
in
do
France
it
with
in
money. This guy's
Hebrew.
one of them. Caroline
And
knows it,
that
but it
was
doesn't
also
matter.
a
It's all the way
highly
in the back of her head.
gendered
He
language
also has movie star
because
good looks.
the
But Carolyn's in a
threshold for
relationship with
learning
Brett,
Hebrew
a
at a
regular
high level
Midwestern guy who
definitely
loves his
stopped
dad.
at about
He didn't
4th
watch
grade
him,
level
but
for
the body
girls.
was
It
still
was very
warm
rare
when he
to have
walked
a
into the
woman
garage.
who could
You know what I mean?
read
Pretty
Hebrew
sick
and
of his dad. Do
translate it
that?
beyond
Close to
basically
school?
the Siddur, the
But
prayers
Carolyn
that she had
sees this French
memorized.
guy.
Perhaps
Shock.
some Tehillim, perhaps
And
some
she
Chumash,
chats with
but
shock. And
certainly
you know
not
what?
into the rabbinic
She's gonna
works of scholarship
walk
on the Talmud and things like that.
to get
So
her
Yiddish was
Uber.
also known as the
And she
Weibische
decides
Sprache,
that
the
she'll, and he goes,
woman's
"Well, maybe
language,
I'll just walk
because
with you."
it
And she goes,
was
"Okay."
the language of
And
literature
they
for women.
chat.
Now,
She doesn't
Jewish
mention
women
that
were
she's
also
seeing anyone, but it
quite
doesn't come
educated
up.
when you compare them
It
to the
doesn't come up.
surrounding
Why would
culture,
it come up?
and their literacy
And he said,
would
"I'd love to see you again.
consist
We
of
should go
being
and
able to decipher
we should go
the
to this
written
opening of
word.
this
They
gallery.
could
My
not
friend
do it
in
in
Soho,
Hebrew, but
my
they
cokehead
could do
friend
it
who
in
has no
Yiddish.
talent,
And so
has
this
rented a
created a
gallery in
demand in
Soho,
the
and she's
16th century
inflicting
and
a mediocre
onward
art on people.
for
Let's all
works
go
in
down there and
Yiddish
see what that's
for
about.
women. That's where the
She,
Sanorena came about,
living
and then
downtown, sees
slowly
no
people
reason
started
not to
writing
attend a
various
very
kinds of like
public
pietistic
art
works for
gallery
women that
show
were
in
designed to
Soho
like be
with an old friend.
uplifting of good morals
It's
and
not a
things like
big
that.
deal. She's not
It got
cheating
to
on
be
this
quite a
Midwestern
large
guy.
genre,
He's so
and it was
pure and
not only
simple.
women that read
His
this.
father
It was
killed
considered
himself
to
in
be
the
sort of like a
garage.
low-class literature
So
for men.
Carolyn,
If
from
you
the
look at, for
Stern School
example,
of
the works
Business, who
of
cares
the
that
great
women
Chafetz Chaim,
get
writing
Bitcoin
around
so
the
they
turn
can
of the 20th
transcend the
century, he
circumstances of living
urges
in an
Jews in
Afghan
America,
cave,
saying, I know you
decides
guys
to go to
are
the
not
opening
very
of
educated,
a
and
mediocre
you probably
artist
can't
in
read much, but at least read something
Soho
in
with
Yiddish.
Jacques,
Go
a
and
very
get a
wealthy
Yiddish
French
book
guy.
on
All the while,
ethics,
her
on Musar,
simple,
things like
pure
that. So
Midwestern,
Yiddish was highly
beautiful
gendered.
boy,
It was
beautiful,
considered a lower-class language,
life
but
that
it
they
was
have
considered the
together.
language that
She
women
calls him a
used.
boy. He
And
doesn't
so
love
these
that.
prayers that
But she
people like
does. She
Sarah
realizes
are
it's
written
just because he
are
doesn't have a
written
lot of money, he
specifically
doesn't come
for
from anything.
that gender.
Okay? She decides to go to this gallery
In a way
opening with
that
Jacques.
speaks to a woman's
The gallery
experience
opening
in the
becomes a
world,
lunch,
something
and the
which
lunch becomes
we
a
have
coffee. And then she
completely
eventually has
lost
to
in
tell Jacques,
Holocaust.
listen, I'm actually in a relationship,
Now,
but I don't know what the hell's going on here.
we should
Okay?
also note that even
But Jacques
though
says, listen, I
they were
totally
written in
understand,
Yiddish,
but
Sarah
here's the reality.
and
You're
the
graduating
other
school next
liturgical
year.
writers had
I've
no
always loved
problem
you. I
ripping
never
off
thought you loved me.
things
We're
from
meant to be
earlier
together.
rabbinic
We're meant to
literature.
get
And
married.
this
And my
is because,
family's
I think we
vineyard is the
discussed in
south
an
of
earlier
France.
class,
You know it, and I
the
know.
concept of plagiarism
So,
as
what are we
we have
doing
it
here?
today was not
And she walks
really
home and she's
understood,
crying,
or
and
I
it's
should say
cold,
that,
and it's
was
wet,
not
and it's
really
raining. But she
observed
knows
by
Jacques is right.
earlier authors.
She
It
knows
was
that she's
considered
going to go and marry this
appropriate
rich
to
guy, and she's
steal
going to
really,
destroy
cool phrases and even whole
this man,
paragraphs
this
from
Midwestern
earlier
guy
writers
who's a
and
good guy.
incorporate them into your own
And she
work.
goes home and
We
they
call it
have a talk.
plagiarism. Back then, they would call it
She
something
says,
like
listen,
homage, right? It was
Brad,
kind of like a way of showing those earlier
I
writers, and
love
that was
you,
considered
and these 2
entirely
years have been
appropriate.
the best years of my life.
Sarah Bastovim, in her work,
I just feel like
she
there's
refers to herself in a very way as saying
just
she
never
simply
work. I think we want different
arranged the
lives,
penis,
you know?
meaning
You
that
mentioned
she's
that you
cutting
love
and
the
pasting.
Midwest. You'd
She's
like to go
taking a
back one
line
day.
from
I can
here
never
and
see myself
a
living
few
here.
stanzas
Because,
from here
yeah,
and
but that's
putting
just
them
something I
poems,
say.
but she
I've been
doesn't want to
uprooted
take
my
too
whole
much better for herself. But at the same time, she also asserts that these are her creations, even though they are collages of early literary works. And she very much identifies them as her own, the product of her own creative energies, and she's very proud of them, as we shall see as I read you a few samples. In terms of how educated she was, it's quite likely that she was deeply educated. She certainly quotes liberally from Hebrew texts. So she must have been one of those exceptional women who did kind of break that fourth grade glass ceiling to be able to get entree into rabbinic scholarship. She's clearly familiar with a lot of the ethical literature, like Shalom Tshuva, Rabbeinu Yonah, like the Orchos Tzadikim by an anonymous author who incidentally this was also written in addition, also could have been written from some possibly by a woman.
Then he's
So
living with her
she's
in a little
reading
bigger
these kinds of
apartment
texts.
in a better
She knows how
location.
to put them in
He moves to
proper
Brooklyn.
rabbinic context, and
Okay?
as we shall see,
He
she
moves
even
to
has
Brooklyn.
a smattering
This
of
is fucking. I'm
Kabbalistic
gonna start
knowledge.
moving to Brooklyn.
Chava
I'm
Weissfeld
gonna
has
live in
also
Brooklyn now
identified
because who cares? I just want to get laid.
some of the influence
I
of
want to do
Shabbatai
drugs.
Tzvi in her
I
works.
want to just
Not
be
that she
angry.
followed down
My
the path
fucking
of
girl
false
threw
messianism,
me.
but some of the
Carolyn
earlier works
keeps
of his
going.
followers actually
But
had
that's where
quite a
her
large
part of the story
penetration
ends.
into
We don't know what happens to
the
Carolyn.
reading
She gets
public of
engaged to this
Jews
French
in the
guy.
18th century,
She gets really
so it's not
wealthy. She gets
surprising
really
that she
rich. They
would
split their
have
time
found
between
some of
France
that
and the United
interesting
States.
as well.
She has
So
a
we
fake
must
job,
assume that
so
she
does
does
he. But
have
Brad,
some kind of
Brad's not living in
formal
Brooklyn.
Jewish education.
And Brad
Okay, before I
oscillates
talk about
from
the
the far
first of
left
her
to the
works,
far right.
any other questions?
One day he's a literal
Ms.
neo-Nazi.
Abramson, no
The next
questions.
day he's a far left anarcho-communist. And all the while he listens to
Let me
Tim
think. I'll
Jones
give
show
you
every
lots
day.
of time. Okay,
Every
so
day
let's
he
go
has no
straight
idea
into
which
it.
way I'm going to go.
We have
He has
two
no idea.
basic
He
collections
just
of
knows
her
I'm
works that
angry
are
at
considered
things and he likes that.
authoritative by
And he
Professor
listens to my
Weissel.
show.
The first
But
is
one day he's
called
an Antifa,
Shar
the next day he's a
HaYichud
Proud Boy. He's
HaOlamos,
just angry.
or
He's inflamed.
Olamus,
He's full of
which
hatred.
is a
The rate
very
keeps going
Kabbalistic
up and
term,
nothing
meaning
makes sense.
the gate of the
I don't know
uniting
what this
of
has to
the
do
world.
with anything
And
really
this refers
economically.
to
I
a
thought
very
it was
deep
going to say more
Kabbalistic
about the
concept that we
economy than it
discussed a few
actually
weeks
did.
ago when we talked
But my
about the
point is
Arizal,
this.
the
We've
idea that there are
empowered certain
four
women
worlds,
at the
Atzilut,
expense of
Bria,
men
Yetzira, and
that have
Asiya,
found
four
their
sort of
fathers dead
concentric
in their
worlds
thing.
of Kabbalah, and that they have to be kind of
I mean, it's
lined
true.
up. Alternatively,
That's what I'm
the
getting
10
to.
sefirot,
So this
you
guy's
see in
now a
the drawing
radical
here, the 10 sefirot, the
because we made
emanations
this
of
woman
God,
fall in love with
can
French
kind of
people,
go
which
out
is
of alignment
disgusting.
as a result of human sin. And so there are various practices, religious practices,
That's what
prayer
happens.
practices that can kind of bring them back
Brad
into alignment.
dies of an
Definitely
accidental
very
overdose
esoteric,
in Bushwick.
not
And
standard
his
kind
body
of
is
thinking.
found.
This
By his
particular book
Chinese
is
landlord.
often
You see,
known
I
by
made the
one of
landlord
the major
Chinese.
poems
I
that's
could've went another
recorded
way.
in
It was a
it,
Chinese
which is
landlord.
more
And he
feminine in
found
its
Brad's
aspect.
body.
Sheker
And he couldn't call his dad.
Hachaim,
His dad's already
which
dead.
means beauty is deceitful. You may recognize the line from
Yeah. This
the
is
Major
what's
Chaya,
happening
right?
to young people
Sheker
all over the country.
Hachaim, Behevel HaYofi, Isha Yirat
Well, it
Hashem, Hiti Talal. Is that
It's
right?
the
Did I get
summer.
it?
So many
Hiti Talal.
people are injuring themselves, and then they
Beauty
need
is
their
vain.
money.
Sheker Hachaim, Behevel
A client of Morgan Morgan had recently
and
been awarded
good
nearly
looks
$1 million
are
after jurors
empty.
affirmed that her
A
injuries
woman
from
who
sleeping
fears
on ice
God,
outside
she
of a
will be
Panera Bread were the
praised.
company's
So the
fault.
phrase Sheker
Her client
Hachaim
was
has a
working as a
very strong
DoorDash driver when
allusion
she slipped and fell on
to
an icy walkway
women's
outside
values,
the
the
Panera in
idea of
Fort
what
Wayne, Indiana.
should
She
a
broke
woman
her
be
left
praised
elbow,
for.
which led to
Obviously, a
surgery
woman
and hardware
who fears
being
God,
inserted into her
not just
arm.
pay
The
attention to
original settlement offer
external
was
beauty and so on.
$125,000,
And the
but
kind
Morgan
of
Morgan
themes
fought
that
to get her what she
emerge
deserved.
from her
Morgan
writing
Morgan is
are
America's
basically
largest
three.
injury
And I'm
firm
just,
for a reason. They've been fighting with the people
performing
for over
homage right
35
now to Professor
years.
Weissler, ripping off her
Hiring the
three
wrong
basic
firm can
ideas.
be
First of all,
disastrous. Hiring the
there's a
right firm
very
can
strong
substantially
emphasis in
increase
women
your second. Can
as
you imagine that?
religious
You're
agents,
going in and go, oh,
meaning
I'm going to pick up the
women
DoorDash.
count
I'm going to get the
in
Southwestern
Judaism.
fucking corn
There's
chowder from
not
Panera
a
and the
question
Asiago
that,
chicken
despite
cook,
the fact
which
that
is nice.
women have
And
a highly
then you fall on
distinct
the ice and
religious
you go,
experience from men,
help
meaning they are
me!
not showing up in shul, typically early in the morning for Shabbos, and then Mincha, and then Marav, and they don't have the special costumes that the men do, and they don't have the multiple hoo-has. By the way, my wife likes to call this group like the guys' club, the men's club, because not on Shabbos, but during the week. This is the guys' club. There's very, very few women who come during the week to Mincha, Marav, things like that. But there are some, but it's comparatively rare. Nevertheless, despite the fact that men and women had a bifurcated religious experience, she has no problem completely affirming the idea that women are religiously significant and that their actions count on the most metaphysical of levels. Secondly, this is not in any way meant to contradict the value of women as wives and mothers. That in fact, much of this religious agency is fulfilled through what might be the very mundane act of caring for a family. And these things form, moments of prayer that show up nowhere in men's liturgy. For example, in this entire realm of feminine prayer, you'll find all kinds of techinas written for things like, on menopause, for example. I haven't seen that in any of the men's prayer books. On caring for a child who is ill, on praying for a child to find a match. All kinds of life cycle things that are much more associated with women. These are things that you find in techinas. And so it's an entirely different world
All
of
right, folks.
prayers
Well, we're
than
going
the
to
one
get out of
which
here. We
men
have an interview
will
right now with
recite that
someone who
are far more
supports.
ritualistic and rote in nature tend to be very,
Or maybe we played that at the beginning of the show.
in
Should
their
we play it at the beginning
format
or at the
and
end?
very fixed in their language. The
All right,
Tchinas
so
are much more free-flowing, much more individualistic, much more poetic in nature.
Ghislaine is
She spends
testifying.
a
We'll
lot of
see
time
what
talking about
happens.
suffering, and there's
Seems
some
like
interesting
Trump's
kind of clues
done.
as to what exactly it
Seems like
was
the
that she was
administration's
suffering
kind of
about so
cooked.
much.
Feels like
And
people are
finally, a
circling. They
great
smell
affirmation
blood.
throughout her work
Who
of her own
inherits it? Is it
personal
Tucker?
value,
Is
or
it
feeling
JD?
that even though
People
she
think
is
Tucker's
suffering,
running. He says he's not running.
she feels that
But
what
it
she is
feels
doing
a
is of
little
benefit to the
bit
world, and that will ultimately
like
bring
he's running.
about the coming of the
We don't
Messiah.
know.
Very strong belief
Lots of
that
things to
her
follow,
actions
lots of
count
stories
on
that are
a metaphysical
developing
level.
all the time.
There's no
People are
question
coming.
that
I can't
nowhere
tickets
in her
for
Trina
shows in the
does
fall
ever
if you want to see
appear
them.
that she feels that she's only in a
Thank you
supporting
again.
role, that men are in the
Bye-bye.
starring role. She really feels very strongly like, okay, this is men's Judaism, so to
Ladies and
speak. This
gentlemen,
is
welcome
women's
to the Tim
Judaism,
Dillon Show.
and women's Judaism is
Earlier
great.
this week,
There's no question
30-year-old
whatsoever about
teenagers and elf boys
status.
received a massive
So
amount of
the
backlash.
second work that's really important is known as the
And although
Shoshashar, and it's
Netanyahu is
probably
widely
better known
reviled,
than
he
the
does
Sheker
maintain
the
some
three
support with
gates.
people
The
across the
earliest
world.
version that we have
Even
that
a
has
few
a date
people in
on it
Gaza.
is
So here to
1838,
comment
but there are many editions
is
published far
Nassab
earlier that
from Gaza, who is a
means
big
that it's
supporter
probably dated
of
from the late
Netanyahu.
18th century. It's
Yes,
more
thank you for
popular than
having
the
me.
earlier work and tends
Thank you
to
for
be
coming
more
on, Nassab.
often
So now,
more
tell us your story.
interpolated with different
What's
things
happening
since
in
then.
Gaza, and
So
why
I
do
think
you
at this
support
point, why don't I
Benjamin
read you a
Netanyahu?
little bit of the Tchina so you get a
So
sense
you
of
know,
what
like
is
many
exactly
people
that we're
in
talking
Gaza, I
about.
have every
This is an
reason to
article
hate
that Professor wrote
Israel.
in a
Shortly
series
after
called
October
Poland,
7th,
which is about
my family was
Jews
sheltering
of
under a
Poland.
donkey, and Hamas
Okay.
decided to dig a
So
tunnel
this
under
is
the
from
donkey
the
and
first
use the donkey as
collection
a
I
human
mentioned
shield,
to you,
taking
the
up not only my
Sheker
family, but my head and
Oh,
arms and
dear
torso.
women and maids,
And I put
if
that
you
blame
and
on
maids
these
meaning like
barbarians
young
that
women,
make up
if
Hamas.
you read this
Because
Tchina, your
Israel
hearts
is
will
very good and
rejoice.
merciful.
They are taken
And right
out of
before they
holy
bomb our
books,
donkey,
meaning
they send out the
that
text
she's
and
gone to
they
the
say, we
sources
are
and
going
she's
to
going
bomb
to
your
what
donkey
gives
in
some
20
value is
seconds.
their
But
authenticity
unfortunately,
and
I
tradition.
forgot to charge my
By
phone.
their merit, you will be worthy to enter the land of
yes,
Israel.
yes,
So there's a very
I'm
early
sorry
support
to
of
hear that.
Zionism here as well.
But
Also, I
what
put down a
about
lovely
now?
Tchina that
There
should
are
be said on
reports from over
Mondays and
100 human
Thursdays and
rights
fast days
organizations that
and
Israel is
on the
orchestrating a
days of
famine
awe.
in the Gaza
Grace
Strip.
is deceitful
And that
and
is
beauty
simply
is
also
vain.
not true.
Definitely
Israel
Mondays and
sent all kinds
Thursdays,
of
of course, being
wonderful
Torah reading
Israeli
days,
Israeli
and she's
cuisine
very much
for Gaza.
clued into the
Pita
fast
bread,
day cycle, things like that.
hummus, falafel,
Beauty is
and
nothing,
baba
only
ganoush.
righteous deeds
And
are good.
Hamas is
The
stealing the food.
wisest of women build
Do you
her
know what
house.
is true
The
about
important
Hamas?
thing that a
All
woman
of
should
their
run
wives
the
and
house so
girlfriends are
that
obese.
one can
They
study
are chubby
Torah therein,
chasers.
and
They
that
are
she should
hold on.
guide her
I
children in
have
the
a little
straight path
trouble.
to God's service. Note
A
that it
little
doesn't
trouble
say that she
believing
should
that.
run
What
her
about
house
the
so
baby
that
food?
men
Are they
can study
stealing the
Torah
baby
therein,
food?
meaning that the house should be a place where anyone can study Torah, man or woman, man or son, children, and so on. I, poor woman, have been scattered and dispersed. I have had no rest. My heart has moaned within me. I recalled from whence I come and whither I shall go, and where I shall be taken. A great fear came over me, and I begged the living God, blessed be He, with copious tears, that the Tchina might come out of me. So here's an allusion to something we'll discuss on the next slide. She's somehow in some kind of state of wandering that gives her great suffering. And out of this suffering, she will produce the religious energy that will be expressed in her poetry. And now she says a little bit about who she is. I, the renowned woman Sarah Bastovim, she has no problem saying, she's renowned, of distinguished ancestry, who has no strange thought. Wow. The Hebrew here is machshava zara, which means like machshava zara really means like a foreign thought. It can be a thought of violence, a thought of illicit sexuality, thoughts that are inappropriate for a person of my religion. And it's interesting she can say this about herself, that she does not have a machshava zara, which is more of a Kabbalistic term. But has made this Tchina only for the sake of the dear God, blessed be He, so that it may be a memorial from me after my death. I think the meaning here is that in composing this Tchina, she was doing it for nothing other than the love of God. I mean, it was not thinking of her own fame or her own wealth, that kind of thing. Whoever reads Tchina, her prayer will certainly be accepted before God. May His name be blessed. I, the woman Sarah Bastovim, daughter of the scholar, learned Torah, the renowned Rabbi Mordechai, son of the great luminary Rabbi Yitzchak the blessed memory of the holy community of Sasanov. May God protect it.
I want to talk about
very interesting kind of overlapping of themes there. You get a sense of her personality. She has a real sense of self. No problem whatsoever about this. Now, let me read just a little bit more from a different selection in the three gates.
To express opinions like that,
I take from my help the living God, blessed be He, who lives forever and to eternity. And I set out this second beautiful new Tchina in Yiddish with great love, with great awe, with trembling and terror, with broken limbs, with great petition. May God have mercy upon me and upon all Israel. May I not long be forced to be a wanderer, once again the wanderer, by the merit of our mother Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And may my own dear mother, Leah, pray to God, blessed be for me, that my being a wanderer may be an atonement for me for my sin. May God, blessed be He, forgive me for having talked in synagogue in my youth during the reading of the dear Torah. Talking in short is going to be one of her big themes. I'm going to read you something about that in a second. Lord of the whole world, I lay my prayer before you. As I begin to edit my second lovely new Tchina with my entire devotion and with the entire foundation of my heart, may you protect us from suffering and pain. I pray to dear Lord Restream that just as He heard the prayer of our fathers and mothers, He may soon have great mercy on all Israel, and also on the years of my old age, that I not be forced to wander. And I beg Heaven and earth and all the holy angels to pray for me, that both of my Tchinas may be accepted. May they be a crown for His holy name upon His head.
Did you see that video of that guy from Hamas stealing a banana?
Did you see that? Let's try and understand that a little bit.
Eating a banana.
Oh, I'm going to go here to this
people are like, well, he stole the banana
what
from
is
the
this
people.
kind of wandering that
Like,
she's referring to? She doesn't say anywhere why she
In
wanders.
this whole thing, Israel has no culpability, by the way, at all. They've actually done nothing wrong. It's all been Hamas. Hamas has done everything.
Go ahead and read it.
There's not been what they stole the food.
Right. She
They're
does
shooting
not
the
use
people
the
who are
term
in line
goddess.
for the
She
food.
uses the term in Hebrew,
Israel's doing nothing.
not. Now, why would
And
those?
you have to trust Israel
why would my
because
brilliant daughter say, "Well, of
otherwise,
course, she's
the
talking about
only
goddess"? Why would you
people
even
that are
think
reporting out of
goddess?
Gaza, they're not letting journalists in, or they just say are Hamas. So if you report anything contrary to what Israel
absolutely
says,
right, Elisa. She's so
you
brilliant.
are Hamas.
She
You
said
become Hamas.
she refers to the fact that the word galus or galut in modern Hebrew means exile. But as a term, it basically means being kicked out of the land of Israel.
The photos of the
exile from the first century.
We're the fattest country in the world.
Cleared out all the Chinese restaurants.
For
the Jews
the
left
fattest
immediately.
country in the world.
That's a joke. I should edit that out. It's not
To
very painful.
fund
But at any rate,
the starvation of a group of people.
that kind of terminology, it's almost like it's a throwaway term.
Insane.
We're living in
Look at
Gaza.
this.
We're
Here we
living in
go. This
exile.
is the thing they keep showing
We're living
is
in
that
exile.
Hamas
Maybe we'll go to
has
Israel for the
bananas.
holidays. We'll come back. That's the idea of Gullus. And so therefore, if she used this term Gullus, then maybe she's speaking metaphorically. She's living in a nice big house in Eastern Europe someplace with chandeliers, plastic on the furniture, and she calls it Gullus. That would make sense. But she doesn't use that term. She uses the term Navanad.
Maybe take a look at that video of the guy in Hamas with the grapes.
Like, very good. Oh my gosh, see, what an educated audience. I have to really up my game, right? That Cain is cursed to wander, Navanad, to go through the land. That's a real, she's in a real sense. She's physically actually moving from place to place. It is something that causes her great suffering, and she hopes that suffering will elicit tshuva, will elicit, a return to her religious roots. There's a lot of
or if you chat about it, or if you talk about it, you're immediately called anti-Semitic or whatever. It is completely absurd and insane.
Exile as an attempt to change their mazal, as an attempt to change their own personal makeup. Because when you move to a new place, people don't know you, they don't necessarily treat you with the same kind of respect that you have when you're in your homeland and so on. This is the only occasion I know of a woman going into Gullus, into personal Navanad, is no wandering.
Genius.
Many of the great rabbis
Really
did so.
fine.
The
No, get a fat
Vilna Gaon, many
picture,
of them
my producer.
would
Go get a
pick
picture
up
when he
and
was
leave
standing.
places where they were
You
famous
didn't treat
and
Randy
go to
fine like
places
that?
where
Go
they
get
were
a photo of
unknown
me when I was
as a way
8.
of working on
Dad,
their own
by the way.
personality. Then they
Get
would come
Randy fine.
back,
Look how fat
and
Randy fine is.
it would be better
Randy
for them and so
fine
on. But for
literally
a
said,
woman to go into
starve
Dallas
away.
seems like a much more
This
difficult
guy is out
endeavor,
there
and it seems that may
telling
be
the
what she
Gazans
was doing.
to
It could also be
starve
read, however, that maybe,
while looking like he's like
it could be much more
full
prosaic.
of
That her
fucking
husband's business was not
marshmallow
successful,
fluff.
and they went from
It's
town to town
it's
trying
the
to make a parnassa,
cruelest
and she interpreted
thing
this in a religious
to
light,
just have a
that they
fatty
had to go
Bombaddy
follow the parnassa wherever
telling
it
me,
was.
get that
And she
quota.
took this as kind of a lever for
Where he says,
herself
starve
to
away.
develop spiritually.
There's a
But what
quote
she
where
attaches
Randy
it to
Fine,
more than anything else
who's a
is her
congressman
own
from Florida,
behavior,
who has a lot of the
specifically
rhetoric
talking
of like
in shul.
the smoke
So
ranch
let's
and
look
Ben
at
Gvir,
the
these
one phrase where
crazy
she
far
refers to
right
that, and she's
coon
very
psychopaths
generous
in the
with this
Israeli
kind
government, calling these
with this
kids
kind
in Gaza
of,
Amalek and children of the devil or whatever.
personal
Randy
biographical
Fine
detail. Here we
has
go.
basically,
She
I believe,
says,
said if you look up
she's talking
starve
about how
away,
she used to talk
that's
in
what she
shul
wrote.
all the
Those
time.
were the
She
quotes.
says,
He
I
said,
wish the rabbi were here to hear this. He would love this part.
tell your
But
fellow
I
Muslim
have to get on
terrorists
to the men
to
talking in
release the
shul, which is
hostages and
even
surrender.
bigger
Until
problem.
then,
I remember
hashtag
all the things I used to
starve
do when I
away
used to come into the Deer Synagogue,
Randy
all
Fine.
dressed up in jewelry, which Professor Weissel points out probably gives us some kind of socioeconomic locator for her. She's all dressed up in jewelry, perhaps upper middle class, something like that. I will do nothing but joke and laugh. Today I remember and recall that God, bless me, He does not forgive, as it is written, He who is quick to anger and extends His wrath. He waits long and pays quickly. Which is a kind of uncharitable view, I think, but today I go wandering, and my heart moans within me, for I recall that God, blessed be He, will forgive no one. Again, very strong kind of language, which is, I'm not too comfortable with myself, but here it is. Therefore, I entreat you to listen to my words and take them to heart. When you enter the Deer Synagogue, a great terror should overcome you.
And there are people defending this.
You should know before whom you have come and to whom you pray and to whom you must answer for your love.
They will deliver a seafood tower to you
Musardic view
on
of
DoorDash,
taking shul seriously.
It's not
a playground. It's not a gossip center. It's a place where you stand before the Ribbon Shalom. This is meant to make women sicker, to make women
and you
kind of
get
like
it at your front
take
door. You
shul
get
very
a
seriously.
lobster at
She's
your
not
front
saying at
door and
all
eat
that
it.
shul is not important.
And then
She's saying that go to shul with awe and
How
trepidation.
children in
It's
Gaza
interesting
are,
now to
and
think
you
about
can
it. The
see these
Vilna
photos.
Gaon,
I don't want to show them on the show,
earlier, when he went
but
to
they're so
on his own personal
disturbing.
exile, he tried to make it to Israel. He wrote a very famous letter to his wife. In case he never came back, in case he
Even
was
some of the
lost in
ways
the
the
journey or killed or
magazines
whatever,
are
he wrote
reporting,
a
like one of them
last
was
will,
like,
as it were, to
well,
his
they're
wife,
not dead.
giving her direction
They're
how
like
he'd like to raise her
half
children.
alive,
And he
half
says to his
dead.
wife,
They're wandering
don't
around
go
like
to shul.
ghosts. Like,
He says clearly,
I was like, what
you
is
go to
this?
shul and there's only Lashon Hara.
I mean, it's
He says to him, don't go to shul.
It's incredibly disturbing
Anyways,
to watch. What
that
will
gives
the
you a
next
sense of some of
phase be?
her personality, what
I mean,
little
I
we
don't
know about her
understand,
life. A lot of
what will
her
Israel do
penis,
next
and this
to
is
them?
also, I'll give you
Like,
one
will it
example in
start
particular,
to
but I'll give you
melt
kind of an overview here.
Like,
She
will it use
basically,
some
in the
type
three
of, like,
gates,
device
writes
to
about
start
three
melting the
different
people of
types of
Gaza?
things. The
And then
first
will people
gate
start
deals
defending
with
that?
the mitzvahs
Well,
known as Chana, an acronym,
So then, hashtag
obviously the
melt
name
away.
of the
And you go,
founder of
wait a minute,
prayer as
hold
we
on,
have it
but you're
today,
melting people.
the prophetess
Yeah,
Hannah,
well,
mother of
so
Shmuel.
what? October
They
7th.
stand for
Yeah, but
the
they're
three
children.
commandments, which are
They're women.
associated
They're
primarily
not,
with women.
they didn't do
The
that.
first one, the Chet,
Melt away.
stands
So
for
what?
Alisa.
They're gonna melt. I mean,
No,
what?
the Chet of Hannah stands for something.
Stephen King
Not Chesed, no.
horror movie
Oh,
penalty
Lisa, no. Well,
will
every
be
Friday.
enough.
Chalos, exactly. Chala. Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
have now
I
crossed the
thought you
line.
said
Like I
Chana.
said, Final Destination
Bidiyuk.
a couple of weeks ago. We're like
Right?
we're past
The
that.
Chala. There's a
Those deaths
particular
were
mitzvah
quick.
that on
We're like
when you
fully
bake
into like
challah of a certain
some
size, you have to take a
crazy
little bit of it.
long.
Everybody's guessing letters now. I shouldn't have gone down this direction.
It's
But you take when you
completely
bake challah
barbaric,
of a
and we
certain
should
size, you have to take a
just
little bit of the
stop the
dough
money.
and you have to throw it into the oven. There's a bracha if it's a certain size, so on. So that's
Take all that
specifically
money that
associated
we're
with
funding
women in the
Israel
kitchen.
with
Nida, the laws of menstruation and sexuality. Of course, women are in control of that aspect of their bodies. And finally, the Hay of La Casaneros, right? The lighting of candles on Friday night. So she has all these beautiful prayers that are designed to be said around this cycle. I mean, prayers that are associated with the menstrual cycle, which obviously don't appear in the men's prayer. Prayers for going to the mikveh, prayers for reuniting with her husband, all kinds of really gorgeous, very personal, immediate, first-person prayers that have no parallel in the Jewish religious tradition. The second date deals with the entire penitential season of the month of Elul, followed by the holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. A period of personal, introspection and self-transformation. She takes Teshuvah very seriously, and she writes quite a few introspective poems and meditations for women at that time. And then finally, also something associated with women in our tradition, Rosh Chodesh, the new moon, which is one perhaps of all three. This is perhaps the most well-known in the broader Jewish community as being a woman's holiday, but nothing like the depth and sophistication that we see in Sarabas Tobit. Now, what I'd like to do now is to take you to one of these in particular that is perhaps her most famous. And in the last 10 minutes of the class, I'll just give you a glimpse into the sophistication, depth, and beauty of the women's traditions in Eastern Europe that unfortunately have been totally lost in the Holocaust. This is a ritual that is almost unheard of today, even though we have a tradition stretching back all the way to at least the 12th century. That's the first written reference to this particular custom that simply has no place elsewhere in the tradition. It's known as Kebermessen, also known as Feldmessen, which means grade measuring. Or grave yard measuring. Feldmessen is like the feld field is like a graveyard. And the custom basically was that women during the month of Elul, during that period of Teshuvah, they would take twine and they would go out to the cemetery and they would literally measure out the graves. They would take the twine and they would measure it all out around the graves, and then they would come back home with those wicks, and they would collectively, as a group, get together and they would make them into candles. So the wicks were made literally from the outlines of the graves of their ancestors. It would be a business for some women, that they would go out and they would measure the entire graveyard and they would sell bits of this string that women would later use. These candles, many of them. I'm sorry? The red bundle comes from it's actually also a very old tradition, but it's referenced in the Talmud. It's a complicated thing to explain. It's not related to this, though. It just happens to be the same story. I'll explain it to you after you shut off the camera if you like. But this is these candles would then be specifically lit on Yom Kippur or used throughout the year, but specifically on Yom Kippur, they would be candles lit for every member of the family, and candles quite often lit for the deceased. We have the Yortzeit candle, which is kind of like an echo of this custom, but since the Holocaust, this entire thing has been absolutely lost. And it is a way, though, of literally connecting with these long wicks, the living and the dead, bringing the cycle of life, connecting the youngest members of the community with the ancestors who may have lived there for centuries. And I'd like to read you just a little bit from a Shechina that she writes about this particular practice. Okay. When she writes here.
Show your pussy to feel
now, so this is referring to after they've gotten all of the wicks together and they've made them into candles, they're going to prepare to light them in memory of those who are deceased and also in for a long life for their husbands and for their children. If you look at, for example, the Mate Ephraim, which is perhaps the most important source on the halachot of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, he refers to this particular practice, and he says, be very careful who you buy the wicks from, because some of these people, they sell the cheapest things that don't burn very well. But even though that's a backhanded reference to the ritual, there's no question that it was extremely widespread in Eastern Europe.
Right, that is what discovery
May these
is for.
lights,
Ask
which were made for the holy and pure souls,
Probably hoping,
awaken them
this will go away.
so that they arise and inform one another back to the holy patriarchs and matriarchs, and further back to Adam and Eve, that they rectify the sin by which they brought death to the whole world. May they arise from their graves and pray for us, that this very year may come good. There may finally be the resurrection of the dead. May God's attributes of stern judgment become the attribute of mercy. May they be unified, very Kabbalistic reference. May the souls pray for us, that the resurrection of the dead will come to pass. And may all the holy and pure angels pray that the dry bones live again, speedily and soon. So clearly, deeply Kabbalistic intent here that the wicks somehow awaken the souls of the ancestors and somehow bring them into the communal prayer with the living. Lord, the Lord, I pray you, merciful God, accept the lights that we make for the holy, pure souls. For each wick that we lay, may you increase light for us. May the holy souls awake out of their graves and pray for us, that we may be healthy. It is fitting for us to pray for the dead, for those who died in our own generations, and for those who have died from the time of Adam and Eve on. Today we make candles for the sake of all the souls, for the sake of the souls who lie in the fields and the forests, and for all the martyrs, and for all those who have no children, and for all the little children, so that they may awaken the dry bones. May they come alive speedily and soon. May we be worthy to see the resurrection of the dead this year. Amen. Very powerful, emotive prayer. Imagine, actually going to the graves of your own ancestors and knowing that the wick that you're writing is specifically wrapped around the grave
and an amazing value. And they don't just have the beans. They also provide expertly curated equipment that's easy to use. You can make amazing coffee. I will tell you this, folks. I do love this coffee. My friends
so
drink
if we look at the legacy of Sarah Bostovin,
they've teamed up with 15 roasters to create a special cold brew collection that ensures your cold brew at home tastes exactly like
as this is called the Weiser's phrase, of tracing women's customs in men's sources. Since this is a ritual exclusively associated with women, men did not do it. It was considered an act of female piety. The men didn't write down very much about it. And so therefore, all we have are these few little scraps, like Sarah Bostovin, who's given us some insight into why women did this, what they felt when they did this, and so on. The men may have referenced it, like the Mako Ephraim, as kind of a backhanded way, but really to get a sense of the inner spiritual life of women in the 18th century, 17th century, we need works of poetry such as those by Sarah Bostovin. And it also illustrates the tremendous impoverishment of specifically Jewish female spirituality that we have suffered as a loss of the disruption, demographic dislocation that we suffered as a Holocaust. Because many of these things that would have been handed down, mother to daughter, was simply cut off with the devastation of the middle of the 20th century. And many of our own daughters today are completely bereft of these traditions, and it's up to scholars like Professor Weissler to bring them back, to re-energize them, to make them available to us today. My own wife has several collections of modern tachinas, and I looked at a couple of them before coming to our class today. And none of them, although they're very nice books, and she reads them till they fall apart. In a couple of cases, it's actually I think the third time I bought her this book because she keeps on wearing out the binding, and they're tear stained, and that's probably the way Santa Arenas used to look back then. But they pale in comparison to some of the religious creativity that has been lost in our own time. So we have the merit to see these things recreated by people like Aliza and her generation. So we have a hope for the future for all of us. Thank you for your attention. I'll take questions after we shut off the camera.
Like everyone's like, Macron is, I can't believe he's recognizing a Palestinian state. What? They destroyed the whole thing. It's smithereens. The thing is done. It's like a lot of the people coming out now and going, this seems a bit much with the starving. This seems a bit, I talked about it on the Patreon or whatever. A lot of celebrities now are coming out and going, I cannot believe they're so dramatic, and they're like, "What is happening?" You know, they're all like half singing all the time. But it's like, well, there's no political risk in saying anything now.
Just about
This
anyone
guy's
in
recognizing
the
the
medieval
Palestinian
period.
state
So we're
after
going to
it's
have to
literally
reconstruct
been
a lot of this
destroyed.
history to try and understand their life.
Literally, like, destroyed.
And
It's like
once
the
we get to
funniest
the
thing in the
modern
world.
period per se,
It's literally
after
been
the
destroyed. What if,
winter
hold
break,
on,
we'll have
hold
a
on
lot
one
more
second.
to say about
What if Ghislaine
Jewish
Maxwell's like,
women in general.
Brigitte
But
Macron
today's lecture is going to be subtitled
what if that's the info
Exceptional
she
Women
brings?
in
I'll
the
tell you one thing
Private
wrong.
Sphere.
I'll tell you one thing
These are
first and
women like
foremost.
quite distinct from your average woman at the time, average Jewish woman in particular. So we'll see how they stand out against the background.
Genesis Macron.
Thank you to a donor who sponsored tonight's lecture. I'm always so happy that you're here. Is sponsorship enough, and it's nice to be able to speak to a live audience. But we also appreciate, the shul appreciates the fact that you underwrite the small stipend that we give to the students who help us out here, and the equipment and things like that. So thank you to the anonymous donors for sponsoring tonight's lecture. Okay, let's go on. Here we go. So let's look at medieval Ashkenaz. This is a map that shows you some of the big population makeups of Jews around the 12th to the 16th century.
I guess we'll find out.
Ashkenaz itself, as I think we discussed a little bit last week, is basically northern Germany here. They kind of lowered the map a little bit for us because this is where much of the immigration came from. But the Rhine River is extremely important, the upper Rhineland, and this is where you have the heartland of traditional Ashkenazi culture. Taking a broader look at the movement of Jews during the previous centuries, basically if you start here, Israel just kind of off the map. With the destruction of the temple in 70, you've got a large population movement going out into the Middle East, places like Babylon, Iraq, and Iran, for example, moving across the coast of North Africa. And then in the 8th century, there's a big population movement, especially into Spain, although there were Jews living in Spain from the 2nd century, as there were in Italy. And then sometime around the year 1000, we're not exactly sure why, I mean, historians as a whole are not exactly sure why, but there is a growth of population in general in Northern Europe. Some argue that it may have been a fairly significant climactic shift, for example, that allowed much of this land to be suddenly much more arable than it had been 200 years earlier. But for certain, we have a general population rise in Europe, and Jews, of course, are attracted to the larger population because Jews tend to be very urbanized, they tend to live in tight social groups. We need to have close proximity to one another, very gregarious people, because you have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking distance of a kosher Chinese restaurant, and that means that Jews tended to move into these urbanized areas, settling them through the 10th, through about the 13th century. Then, especially after events that we discussed today, the Crusades and some of the anti-Semitic pressures that built up in Europe beginning in the 11th century, then you slowly have a big push of these Jews out to Eastern Europe, to Poland, right bank, Ukraine, Lithuania, Hungary. As I think I mentioned in one of the lectures, the Hungarian Jews had a very difficult time because as soon as they got here, you know what they did, you remember? They started covering all the sofas with plastic. I don't know, I said that just last week and people laughed even a week later. But they have a lot, so Jews begin to move here into Eastern Europe, and that's why the Jews from Eastern Europe, about 3/4 of American Jews, trace their lineage back to this region. They're called Ashkenazi Jews, even though the origins of Ashkenaz is really Germany, not Eastern Europe. So we're going to focus, though, on traditional Ashkenaz here, some of the important developments that happened at that time. One of the defining moments of Ashkenazi history is the 1096 massacres associated with the Crusades. And it's worth talking about this in a little bit greater depth because the Crusades had a uniquely powerful impact in shaping the Ashkenazi mentality, particularly when you compare the experience of Jews in the Crusades to the experience of Jews under the Inquisition a few hundred years later in Spain. Many historians will say, it's a little bit of an overgeneralization perhaps, but they will say that Ashkenazi Jewry went in one cultural direction and Sephardi Jewry went in another cultural direction, largely because of the different ways that they related to the anti-Semitic pressures of these two very different kinds of persecutions. But let's focus on the Crusades, understand what exactly they were, and then we can talk a little bit more about how that contrasts with the Inquisition, which we'll speak about much more 2 weeks from now.
There's obviously
The
very
Crusades,
obvious
it's a
examples of
Christian
anti-Semitism.
movement,
We know that.
obviously,
There's
and
obvious
it
examples of
comes
racism.
out
There
of
are
the fact that
obvious
Jerusalem
examples
at this
of
time was controlled by the Arabs,
whatever you want to say,
and there
transphobia,
was some
homophobia. People
restrictions
trans
placed
people
on
hate
Christian
people, don't like
pilgrims
Jewish
to the
people,
holy
don't like
sites in
black people, hate
Jerusalem.
them, whatever.
But
then there are also
the
discussions
Byzantine Christians, that is the Orthodox
about
Christians in
things,
the Eastern world,
policies,
in places like Constantinople and elsewhere, began to complain that they're not getting free access to the Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. They complain specifically to Rome, to the Pope in Rome, and this is actually a very significant thing because the Orthodox Eastern Church and the Roman Catholic Church have been separated profoundly over the previous couple of hundred years, and actually up until this day, they're always looking for some kind of reconciliation, which they call ecumenism. And the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church often did not cooperate on basic issues. So for the Orthodox to actually appeal to the Pope and say, please, we need some help securing access to holy sites that we venerate in common, the Pope took this very seriously. So when he received in 1095 the appeal to somehow free up the holy sites, he issued a call. Urban II issued a call to action that reverberated throughout Western Europe. Basically said it's time for Christians to rise up, organize themselves, make their way to Jerusalem and free the holy sites from the infidels, in this case, of course, being entirely the Arabs. This was a Christian-Muslim conflict that did not involve Jews whatsoever. There were a lot of social and economic factors that bolstered this call to action, which we're not going to go into great detail. But there were things like there was a surplus of knights, for example. Knights are kind of like Ronin or samurai. They're professional warriors, they're a social class, but they simply had nothing to do with their time except joust and have war games. So to have a war, actual war, was a wonderful thing for this unique population pressure, which, by the way, was very destabilizing for the European demographic because you imagine all of these unmarried warriors between the age of 18 and 26 just running around fully armed. It's a recipe for disaster. You know, they have to have something to do with themselves. So the Crusades just was the perfect thing at the perfect time. Very motivational, clear to understand. The mission was go and free Jerusalem from the Muslims and so on. So nobles, in particular in France, got together and they organized themselves and they made these treks down to Jerusalem to attack the Muslims and free up the holy sites. The pogroms that ensued were epiphenomenal to the Crusades themselves. In the Rhineland, there were all these populations of Jews. We'll look at 3 cities in particular briefly that affect Rashi directly and by extension our topic tonight, Yocheved by Rashi. They were, filled with Jews, and we have to understand that the Jews at this time were a highly visible minority, distinct in dress, in language, in settlements, because they're overwhelmingly urban or, living in villages as opposed to living in farms. They're the only non-Christian minority in Europe, so they're highly distinct and recognizable. And it happened that a lot of these crusaders, especially those who were not specifically tied to the conventional hierarchy, they have no peerage, for example, they said, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem? They didn't actually use the word schlep because they hadn't entered the language at that time. I don't think that's more of a Yiddishism, but why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to kill the infidels? We have infidels living right here in Germany. It's much more convenient for us to go and kill
to
those
be
who
engineered.
killed
They do
Christ,
not
after all.
want
I mean, they use a very
propaganda
clear
being delivered to
anti-Semitic
them
tradition behind
from
them.
the government. They
And
just
so
want a
instead of
space where
going
they
all the
can
way to
be
Jerusalem,
happy,
many of
have
these roving
necessities,
bands, really
have
of
health
hoodlums,
care,
simply
compete with other
turned
people,
and attacked the
follow
Jews
whatever
in
their life
the
goal
Rhineland.
is and have their
In
journey.
particular, you have,
That
and
to
just to
me
gain a
is
sense of
the
like who are
goal of
these
the
people,
entire
who are
country
these
is to just have
pogromists,
that.
you have people like
So I think in
Peter the
order to
Hermit,
do that,
shown
so
here,
again, I
who
don't
is
think
especially nasty to the
medieval
Jews of
anti-Semitism
Speyer.
is ever
You
going
have
to be really
Enrico,
popular in
who
America.
at one
I don't
point,
think
just to give you a
genetic
sense of how
determinism is
credulous
going
the
to be
people were at the
popular.
time,
Saying
he
that people, you're
bared
black,
his
you
chest
can't
and he turned
compete.
around and showed that
The
on his
IQ
back there was a
stuff, the
huge
shape
sign
of
of a
skulls,
cross.
races,
He
like
proclaimed
to
it was
me,
a
yes,
miracle
there's
that
people
he woke up
online
and this was
for
a sign
sure
that people
where
should
that's
follow
a
him.
big deal.
In another case,
But for
there
the
were
vast
pogroms
majority
who
of people,
actually,
they're just trying to survive.
whenever there was a
They're
particular,
trying to figure out how to pay their rent.
goose,
They're trying to
whenever
figure
they
things out.
set the goose
So I think
down
that
on the
like
ground, the
when you
goose would
create
head
a political
towards
culture,
Jerusalem. So they
in
assumed
order
it
to
was a
prevent it
holy
from
goose, and
sliding,
they
going
followed
off
this
the
goose
rails
around
into extremism,
to,
you
I mean,
cannot
this is the
for
kind
the
of
last
zeitgeist,
30,
the
50
spirit of the
years
times. People were all caught up in
people
this huge
and make
endeavor
their
to
lives
bring about a really a
materially
neo-messianic
worse,
period to
where they
get
can't redo
Jerusalem
their
freed
math.
from the
They
Muslims.
can't get a knee
Many of
operation.
them had
Their car breaks, they
messianic
can't get to
pretensions
work.
of
They're
their
fucked.
own.
All
It
of these
seems that
people
many of these
become
pogromists felt that perhaps
radicalized
they were
because the
indeed
material
the
conditions of their life
incarnations
are much
of
worse.
John the
That's
Baptist
obvious.
or King
Most of these
David
people
or
become. I was broke for
even
years.
Jesus
The reason I didn't
himself,
become like
and
a
usually these things
psycho-radical
kind of
is I was
petered
doing
out, but
comedy. I love
unfortunately
comedy. I
after
love
great
the group
acts
of
of
people I
violence
was
were
with. We had a goal
perpetrated.
and we were all doing it. We
In
all kind of understood
particular,
that
the
part of it was
greatest
being
attacks
broke and
were
part
in
of
a
it was not
tri-town
having
called in
a
Hebrew
ton of
Shum.
assurances and we
Shum
were just out
is
there
an
taking
acronym
risks.
for the towns
But
Speyer,
there's a lot of
Worms,
people
and
that
Mainz.
because their
These are three
lives
German
are going
villages
down the
on
drain,
the Rhine River,
start
and
embracing
they were the ones that
pathologies.
suffered the
And when you
most
tell
in
people that like
the Crusades. You
the
recall
Epstein
that
files don't
this is a
exist, or
population
that
of Jews that
you
have been
know,
living in this region
questioning Israel makes
for
them
no
anti-Semitic,
more
or
than
that
perhaps
they
200
should be
years,
funding
not a
a
relatively
genocide and then a starvation campaign.
old
It
population
drives
compared to
people
other
insane.
sites of
It
Jews
makes
in
them
Europe,
actually
but it is
crazy,
one that
as it
accumulated
would.
significant wealth
So now the
rather
material
rapidly.
conditions of their life are
One
worse.
might even compare, let's say,
Everything's a
to,
lie.
I mean, it's
People
a big
know
stretch,
it's a
it's
lie.
1,000 years different, but
The
even to the
Ukraine
Jews
war,
of
remember
South
that? I
Florida,
mean, they're
for example,
stealing
or Bell
everything.
Harbor,
Article
Jews
after
were not
articles,
living
how
in
much they're
Bell Harbor
stealing
30, 40
over
years
there.
ago, and all of a sudden
There's
there's a
no
huge
money to
change in the
fix the
demographic.
roads in
So the
upstate
Jews
New
really
York,
stood
or
out in
Pennsylvania, or
comparison
Detroit,
to
or
the outside
Michigan.
population.
And fuck
Anyways,
you.
the
And when Mark
pogromists
Andreessen comes out
came
and
in the
says,
month of May in
hey, the only jobs left
1096.
are going to be
They
venture
surrounded the town
capitalists.
and were
After
clearly
AI takes
threatening
over,
to
and
invade
sorry,
and
that's
to
just the way
attack
it
the Jews.
is.
So the Jews
And
decided
again,
to
I
take
think these ice
refuge in
raids
the
are
home of
barbaric,
the Bishop
but
of
you
Speyer.
do need to
This is
figure
an
out
interesting
a
thing we'll
way
have to
to
reflect on
worry about
once we
American
get to
people.
Worms and Mainz. But they went to the
I don't
bishop
think you should be
and they said there are a whole bunch of
deporting 6-year-olds,
crazy
throwing them in
people
handcuffs,
outside
or
and there's a goose
people
and
here
things
that
like
are
that
here.
and they're coming here
They've
to
been here
kill
for
us.
a while. They're
So
roots in
the
the community.
bishop
They're doing
stood
the
up
job.
and
I think all of that is going to make the
berated
pendulum
them
swing
and
again
they left.
to where no one cares and
The
everybody's coming
church
in.
protected
But
the
you need
Jews,
to worry
the local
about
bishop,
America as a
and
country and say,
violence
why
was
is everything
completely
so
averted.
fucked?
It was
And
very
it's not
helpful
one route. We should
that
be going after
the bishop
billionaires.
took very
Where's
strong
the
action
E-Verify shit?
and in fact
Why aren't we
amputated
going
the
after people that
hands
employ
of
illegal
one
immigrants? Is it
particular
because they're all Trump's
perpetrator,
friends?
and that sent
Why
a
are we
very clear
going after the
message
guys
that
like Steve Wynn
violence
and all these
against the
hotel
local Jews
magnets
would not be
that employ
tolerated, and in
all
fact
these
the
people and
violence
choose
was
not to pay
averted
American
through a strong
wages?
action by
Why are
the
we doing that?
local bishop.
So
The
this
next
is what
two
drives
towns, however,
people
did not
insane.
fare as well.
And
The
it drives
pogromists
them crazy
simply
to
moved
the left,
on
to the right,
down the
wherever.
Rhine. They came
Why
to
am I watching
Worms,
some ice
and
show
in
up
this
at
case case, when the Jews went and took refuge in the bishop's home, the Romans actually invaded the bishop's home and pulled the Jews out, massacring them there.
This is what
And
drives
May,
people
which is a little
insane.
bit later in the month of May,
and they get radicalized.
the Jews
So if you
hoped
want
to
people to stop being
avoid
radicalized,
the violence
it's not
through
about
paying a
banning
large
things
bribe.
and burning
This
books.
is,
And the right wing
this
does
is
it too, although
basically the
some
way
of
the
the books
Jews,
are a
as a
little
minority
crazy.
for most of our
But if
history
a
and most
gay
places in which we
character
live,
in a book,
Jews have
the right wing
two
runs
basic
advances because
strategies to
they're
deal
afraid
with
their kids are going to
threats of
become
this
gay.
nature. One is
I
to simply,
understand when you're in fourth grade, but if you're in
emigrate,
high school,
simply
you
go
handle a book with
someplace
a gay
else, which
character.
Jews have been
But
doing
some of
for
the books are
2,000
like,
years in the
I don't know,
diaspora,
some of them are a little
or
crazy.
to try to bribe your
I look at
oppressors,
some of the
try
books, like,
to
I've
find
looked
a
them
way
up,
to
and
pay
I'm like,
them
wait
off
a
and to
minute,
assuage
why
them.
are we
One
doing
of my
this?
students
You know what I
once
mean?
called this
Like,
strategy
some
of
of the
Jewish
books are like,
survival the
it's like
fee or
Charlotte's
fee
Web, but
strategy.
there's a
Either you
vibrator
pay
in
the
it,
fee or you flee.
Like,
that's basically
you know what I mean?
how
Like
we
Charlotte teaches
deal
herself
with these
about
kinds of things.
self-pleasure.
It's
That I don't
worth
think is
noting,
great.
by the way, that
But
Raoul Hilberg,
if you want the
great
recipe for
Holocaust
radicalization,
historian,
which is seemingly what
argued
everybody's
very
looking for right
forcefully
now, they go,
in
what
his
is the
great
recipe for
three-volume work, The
radicalization?
Destruction of
Why are
European Jewry,
certain people
that this is one of
off the
the
deep end? Why do people believe
the most
the world
tragic
is flat?
elements of the
Or that
Holocaust
space
is that Jews in the
completely fake?
1930s
Why do
were
some
still
people believe Tom
thinking
Hanks is a clone?
the way we thought
You know?
through most of our
It's
history,
because the
and
lies
thought
have
that
gotten
Hitler
so
perhaps could either
verbose,
be bought
and
off,
people are
or
now
there would be
starting to
somewhere
go,
for
wait a
Jews
minute,
to go at the
what
last
is
minute,
real?
and
What the
neither of
hell's
those
going
things
on?
turned out to be
So you
true.
can't make an entire population poor, poison their food,
Very, very
stress
limited.
them out
The
to the
Jews
point
for
where
truck
they're
scheme, very,
anxiety
very small,
ridden.
very, very
It
late
can be
as
hard
well.
to talk about not being
Jews
able
were
to
saved
be
in Hungary,
hard,
of
to
course,
get
but
hard.
you put that within
But
the
him to say
context
to
of
make
6
things much
million,
easier, they're
clearly
all
not
online
an
process
effective
connected with a
strategy.
licensed
And
healthcare
in terms of
provider. We
immigration,
can recommend personalized ED treatment for the comfort
disastrous
of home.
policy, because the
Through him, you can
world's
access
borders are
personalized
closing,
prescriptions for ED
including
like hard mints or
America's
sex
borders as
RX,
well. America
plus
wouldn't even let the
climax
SS St.
control.
Louis, which
IMS
was docked
offers
off the
access to
coast.
ED
You
treatment
know, we could see
options
it
that
from here
cost
if we stood on the roof,
95% less than
and
brand
they couldn't
names.
even get into Cuba
Use Sex
because
RX
America
plus
was
testosterone
concerned that
support
Jews would land in Cuba and then use a transit visa to get
the
into
dollar
America.
bill.
So it
For
was
a better bedroom
disastrously
performance and
wrong
sync for testosterone
strategy
support
for
with
the
hundreds of
nature
thousands
of
of
that
trusted
particular
subscribers, HIMS can help you find the ED option
threat.
that works best
Still,
for you. If it's
we're 1,000
appropriate.
years away from
You
that
still
with
had
the
an intake form on their site. Connect with a
The
medical
Jews
provider who
paid, the
determines
Jews of
treatment is
Mainz
right for
paid
you.
a bribe to the pogromists.
Prescribe
They
their
took
medication
the
shipped
bribe,
discreetly to your
but they
door for
still
free.
attacked
Start
the
your free
Jews.
online visit
There
today.
was some
at
resistance put up by the Jews
Find
and by
ED
the bishop
treatments that's up to
and
95%
whatever
less than
force
brand
he
names
could
at
muster, but there was no
Actual price will
redemption,
determine
and the Jews
subscription
were
plan. Featured products
massacred in large
compounded drug
numbers.
products with FDA
Now,
design
in the
approval, verified
context
safety,
of all
effectiveness,
three of
quality,
these
prescription
attacks,
pharmacy website for
well,
details,
actually, let me get to the
cure
end of the
information.
story, and then we'll
So
talk
many
about some of
people
the
have shit
specifics
credit.
that are
Their
especially
lives are
relevant.
terrible. You want to be one of them?
So
Wake the
we
fuck
can make
up.
a real distinction between the
Having can make your life
legitimate
better.
crusaders.
Did you
These
know
are
that
the
over one-third
knights
of Americans,
who have
roughly
positions,
36%,
they have
are
peerage,
below
they have,
average credit scores,
jockeys
which
after
can
them,
make
things like that,
borrowing more
who
difficult and expensive?
basically
I
let
didn't have
Jews
credit
alone.
for 10 years,
Their
and my life
path
was
was to get
complete
to
shit.
Jerusalem and to
I
free the
spent the
sites.
best years of my
The
life
violence
getting
against
thrown out
Jews
of
was
banks
mainly
and off car
perpetrated by
lots.
all these
Do you want that?
hangers-on
I
who,
don't think so.
were swept up with the
Having bad
enthusiasm
credit
and
means your
with
life
the
is a big
newness
pile of
of this
shit.
great movement.
And that's what mine was
They
for a
did not
decade.
have
I had a
the
horrible
means or
life.
the wherewithal
I didn't have
to
credit.
take
The
themselves
minute
all
I
the way
got
to
better
Jerusalem,
credit, my
and
life
so
was
they
better.
attacked
People saw me
more
in the streets
vulnerable
and
local
alone.
populations.
Instead of spit on me.
The Jews were not the only
With
victims
transparent,
of
affordable
these
plans starting at just
so-called
$5 a month.
illegitimate
No
crusaders.
fees and
As
zero
they
interest.
made their
Kickoff
way
helps you score
through
big when it
Europe,
comes to credit.
you
It's
have to
simple. You make
remember that
on-time payments. Credit
the
bureaus
sheer
see good behavior,
logistics
and
of
your credit can go fast.
supporting
I'll
a
tell you this, I'll be
military
very honest
venture
with
like
you.
this is
I know I'm
massive.
being
You have to
symbolic, but the
feed
reality
these
is,
soldiers.
if you have
As
bad
someone
credit in this
said,
country,
was
you're
it
fucked. Can't get
Metternich,
anything.
I
I
think,
just went through this
that
with a friend
an
of
army
mine.
travels
It's so
on its
hard.
stomach?
You got to
Right?
repair
You
your
have to
credit. You
have
got to start
food
building
to
credit
keep
with
them
kickoff
going. They
today.
don't travel on a
You
cheap,
can
they
get your
travel on
first
stomach.
month for as
And
little as
so,
$1.
as they
That's
came
80%
through,
off the normal
as
price when
these
you go to
bands of
kickoff.com/tip.
ill-organized fighters would
That's
go
kickoff
to various
without the
villages,
C.
they would simply
Get
raid the local Christian villages in order to get provisions.
KIKOFF.com/tip.
And the local population had enough, and so ultimately the so-called illegitimate crusaders were killed by Christians who did not want to have these anarchistic elements moving through their society. In Hungary in particular, nothing to do with the furniture with plastic on it. The Hungarians had no tolerance whatsoever for the Jews, for the Crusaders coming through, and as a result, these particular elements were destroyed. A major chapter that we're not going to touch is, of course, the Muslim experience of this, which is totally different because the Muslims are basically living in peace in Israel, and they're being attacked from Europe by all of these crusaders, leaving a real serious scar on Muslim Christian relations that really persists to this day. The Americans in Iraq, for example, are commonly called crusaders, harkening back to this period.
People are unhappy, and some people go, well, it's
major
because now
observations,
there are
and then we can
terms
turn
for
to this
mental
question of
health, and we're
what
talking
is
more about
Ashkenazi
mental health.
Jewry
And
as
in my
opposed to
comedy
first part is Jewy, and then we'll finally move on to Yocheved Ben Rashi.
People are more conscious of their mental health now
One of the
than they've ever been in the
most
past.
pronounced
Some of that's
phenomena
good, some of
of
that
the
seems a
Jewish
little,
experience of the Crusades,
you know,
which did
is a
not
little
have
suspect.
wide-scale
There's a lot of
precedent
people that
in
seem to be
Jewish history,
cynically
and
using their
thankfully
mental
does
health.
not have a long
Here we go.
tradition
Average happiness
afterwards,
of young people
is
is on
that
the
of
decline across
kiddush
the West. The
Hashem,
shift has driven the U.S.
specifically
out of the top 20 happiest countries
suicide,
overall for the first
often
time
mass
since reporting
suicide
began.
in the
Lithuania took the
face
top
of
spot for young people,
persecution.
while its under 30
A
population rating.
This term Kiddush Hashem, of course, many of you in this room are familiar with this term. It means literally sanctifying the divine name, and it can mean something much more innocuous. For example, if a child is polite to a stranger and the child is identified as a Jew, then that's a Kiddush Hashem, that's the sanctification of the name of God, and that's the kind of Kiddush Hashem that we especially like. In this context, however, it is a euphemism for martyrdom at the hands of anti-Semitic bands. So we have this terrible phenomenon which has been recorded in many chronicles of the times, contemporary chronicles of Jews electing to commit mass suicide. Usually, these are terrifying things to read. Usually killing their children first and then killing themselves rather than submit to baptism by the Crusaders. Because one of the offers, the standing offers, which was not necessarily honored at all times, but that if the Jews were to convert to Christianity, they were to submit to baptism, then they would be spared the violence. But the overwhelmingly large number of Jews who were offered this choice in Ashkenazic lands chose to martyr themselves, either at the hands of the Crusaders or in many cases simply at their own hands rather than submit to baptism. And many historians, see this as a defining moment for the creation of Ashkenazi mentality, the Ashkenazi Weltanschauung. We certainly remember to this day the Av HaRachamim prayer that is recited in synagogues on Saturday afternoons. If you ever read the text of it carefully and read the translation if you like, you see it's essentially a very powerful commemoration of the victims of these massacres. It was specifically penned in response to the 1096 massacres. So here it is 1,000 years later, and we recall this every single week. So many historians say that culturally, Ashkenazic Jewry began to look at the outside world, the outside culture as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous to Jews, something that Jews should avoid. Instead, they should become much more insular, inward-looking, trying not to engage whatsoever in the outside world, culture, larger, and so on. The Sephardi Jews, on the other hand, did not have this kind of intense, sharp pressure applied to them until really there's some pogroms in 1390, and then much worse, of course, the expulsions of 1492. But their pressure was much more gradual in nature, and they adopted a more of an accommodationist strategy, saying, okay, this is a persecution, this is something we shouldn't deal with, this is something terrible, but if we just adapt in this little way, then we'll be able to maintain our lives. We may have to go a little bit underground, we may have to become crypto-Jews, but it kind of snuck up on Sephardi Jewry, whereas with Ashkenazi Jewry, it was a very sharp, pointed blow right at the beginning, really when they were just getting established in Europe, and so their culture is diverged. A little bit of an overgeneralization, but at any rate, I think it basically has a lot of validity to it and helps us understand the differences in the way these cultures develop. Second useful observation is the clergy, by and large, protected the Jews. When the Jews went, and they were seeking refuge, where did they go? They went to the bishop's home. And this is, we have to recall that the two main populations living in the larger villages were always the Jews and the church. You have a few burghers there who are like, small-time merchants. Jews were not allowed into every trade, but the fact that the church was always there in close proximity to the Jews, and that they did not sanction this kind of violence is really telling about the nature of where this violence comes from and how it contrasts with the official position of the church, which was by and large not at all in favor of mass violence. The church certainly was in favor of maintaining a second-class status for Jews, that their position should not be enviable to the larger population, but they were not in favor of these anarchic movements that could easily destabilize the society and throw the economy into chaos, because Jews tend to be a really important part of the economy as a whole. In general, this is why Jews tended to gravitate to these cities, because they could be guaranteed something about Rechtsstaat, which is a German word meaning a society governed by law, a society in which Died of cancer rules, there are enforcement to those rules and things like that.
So Brett was living with his father who killed himself. Now he's 17 years old. So he's right on the ledge. He's going to be emancipated. He doesn't need a parent. Okay? Now he doesn't get any real money from his father's health with his life insurance. His dad didn't have it. So he didn't have any life insurance, okay? And they were renting. Here's the good news for Brett. Brett writes a great college essay, and it's called I Found My Father's Body in the Garage, and half of his head was gone. And so the people at the college admissions office, because Brett is an A- student, he's pretty fucking good. Okay, and he's on the baseball team. He's not the star, but he's on it. And he writes an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball. It takes my mind off the time I found my father's body in the garage with half of his face gone.
Analysis of the social classes these people come from. I myself have done a fair bit of research of this in the early 20th century. Specifically, my first book spoke a lot about the pogroms of 1917 to 1920. So I've read a lot of the much better analysis we have.
To learn about, Bitcoin.
Eliyahu Cherikov,
Brett's at Northwestern,
with that
trying to get over the trauma of his father, who was sacrificed on the altar of globalization, and Reagan letting all the mental hospitals out, and no health care and whatever, okay?
Because
his father was also abusing pharmaceutical drugs
person gets to have a certain level of economic standing in the community, a property owner, let's say, he may harbor anti-Semitic values, but he's not necessarily happy with having people run through the streets with torches, breaking glass and things like that. In fact, even looking at the 1930s, when Hitler launched Kristallnacht, which was a countrywide organized pogrom against the Jews, he faced a lot of opposition afterwards from Germans who were saying, what kind of thing are these Nazis doing? We have glass all over the streets, we have buildings burning, the buildings that next door to them are burning, and the Germans didn't like the great upheaval of this social movement and gender. Hitler learned from that a couple of lessons. One is that, basically do whatever you want, and the Western states are simply going to, write an editorial or say something in the League of Nations, and that's basically it. And secondly, very importantly, that if he wants to pursue the Jews, he has to take them out of Germany someplace else. So he implemented both of those things. So when you look at who's making these kinds of attacks on Jews, they tend to be people who are of lesser economic means. They, looking at the 19th century, they tended to be like migrant workers, unmarried men who lived in flop houses and would work during the day, and then they would be seasonal. They'd go back to their farms. And once they got married, then all this violence stopped because they had something to protect. And I would hazard a guess it's the same thing in the period of the Crusades. These are, unemployed, poor people who see an opportunity for the very dark pleasures of rape and theft and drunkenness, and if they can couch it within a religious framework and say, oh, really, we're doing this for the greater glory of God, well, how much more so? That's my general sense of this. The great scholar of this period is Robert Chazen. He's written several books on it, and I recommend you look at those. Okay, last question, I would better go on.
They're going to get married. They're going to make a go of this, okay? After several months of dating, long distance, Brett decides he's going to move to New York because Carolyn seems to be on some better financial footing, okay? So he moves to New York, and Carolyn and him start dating. Now, the power dynamic's a little off.
Neither can I.
Because she's got all the money,
the
she's got all the friends.
It's a fairly
And the
facile
world has kind
argument.
of
You see
pushed
it
her
quite often.
forward. There's
That
nothing
the
wrong with that.
Holocaust is the
But she's
sort
got
of
the fancy
culmination
degree from the school, and Brett
of Christian
feels
anti-Semitism, especially church-based anti-Semitism.
But he goes
So,
with it.
Without, and next week, by the way, we're going to look at Nicholas Donin, who is a very important figure in the history of anti-Semitism. So I'll give you some really nasty things to think about next week.
She likes him. He's a
There's
nice
no
guy.
question there's a long anti-Semitic tradition in the church that is tied very closely to the root of Christianity because it is, after all, a breakaway minion from Judaism. That there's always going to be like a repudiation of Judaism that's intrinsic to this new Christian movement, because that's one of the ways that you can justify the new movement is by deriding the origins, the mother. However, as my teacher Alan Davies, who is, I think he's a Presbyterian minister and he's also a great scholar of anti-Semitism, he says that quite rightly that while the church had that kind of low level of constant anti-Semitism that occasionally flared up with a couple of nasty points, in reality, the church protected the Jews. You know, they wanted the Jews to stay in a certain box in society, in a certain level of status, but it was intrinsic to Christian theology through St. Augustine, Doctrine and Witness, that Jews had to remain alive. I won't go into all the reasons for this. And invariably, whenever you have these explosions of anti-Semitism, they tend to come from the lower lay clergy, who are not necessarily even literate, who are like stirring up the masses, and the upper clergy is constantly saying, no, you guys are wrong. We're not supposed to kill the Jews. Stop that. Just say nasty things. Don't do nasty things. And quite often you have these fights within the church about how to control the enthusiasm of the uneducated Christian masses and give them, the real theology. You see it especially, for example, with the blood libel, where, someone will start a blood libel saying that the Christians killed this Christian, the Jews killed this Christian fellow for his blood, and the Jews will run away, go run to the bishop, and they'll go to the Pope, and the Pope will write a letter, papal bull, saying, no, it's not true. They don't drink Christian blood. That's all Polymices, to say it in Latin, so it sounds more formal. But no one will pay attention to it. So it's one of the conundrums of Jewish history is that it's not necessarily the church. It may come from the lower clergy. It certainly comes from a large population, but the church itself generally tries to maintain the status quo. They're part of society. They want society to keep functioning. Non-violence is the worst thing. Okay, we better go on. Let's talk about our, here we are, halfway through the lecture. So, Rashi, of course, bought me daughter as this Hebrew convention. You name a person, son or daughter of typically the father. You use the mother's name in other contexts, for example, the person but otherwise we call her Yocheved bat Rashi. She was born probably around the year 1058. We have some sense of it because Rashi does write on occasion about his family, so we have a little bit of a family tree. His father was, of course, the illustrious Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name Rashi. He was the preeminent commentator on the Torah and the Talmud. His commentaries have become so canonized in the Jewish world that, in fact, one says that you learn the Torah with two fingers. One finger on the text itself and one finger on Rashi's commentary. It's a brilliant commentary, primarily because one of the things that Rashi does is he takes all of the oral Torah, the Midrash, the Talmud, the Mishnah, and so on, and he anthologizes it in a very beautiful, pithy, concise, easy to understand Hebrew. So when you study the Torah with Rashi, you're really studying both the written text with the massive interpretive tradition that is the best of Judaism. So Rashi is really... It is basic Judaism 101 for the last 1,000 years, and he's really an incomparable figure. There's a lecture I've given on Rashi online, and I certainly encourage you to go to the website and watch that lecture and know a lot more about Rashi. We know a lot more about him than his daughters. He's known to some as Rashi is an acronym not for Rabbi Shimon Yitzchaki, but for Rabbi shall destroy, the Rabbi of all Israel, and that is not an understatement. He truly is someone who is almost Mosaic in his stature and his influence on the Jews. What we know about the family tree is as follows. So we have Rashi, and we have his wife, Mrs. Rashi. That's all we know, unfortunately. And he had 4 daughters. Yocheved, who we'll speak about briefly today, Miriam,
rich guy.
and another unnamed daughter that may have died in infancy. We lost her name, and in fact, it's not certain whether or not she lived because some of the texts that refer to this are somewhat corrupt. We're not positive whether or not it's actually a bunch of real people.
Then he's living with her
Each
in a
of
little
them
bigger apartment
say
in a better
the
location.
last
He moves to
married.
Brooklyn.
Rachel at one point went through a divorce from her husband Eliezer, which also sheds interesting light on the status of women at the time that we spoke about quite a bit last week, so I won't go into great detail about today. What's also fascinating is obviously his daughters were quite scholarly, both by native intellect and also by cultural upbringing. Their husbands did not necessarily distinguish themselves as great scholars, but their children certainly did. So that is, Yocheved gave birth to several very well-known rabbis, specifically Yitzchak, who's known as the Rivam, Shmuel, known as the Rashbam, and Yaakov, who's known as the Rabbeinu Tam. All three of these rabbis achieved very celestial rabbinic records, almost equal to their phenomenal grandfather, and much of their career actually is made in arguing with Zaidi over how to interpret the Torah. So much of what Rabbeinu Tam or the Rashbam have to say about the Torah is in contrast to what their great-grandfather did.
But my point is this. We've empowered certain women.
Yes, correct. Rabbeinu Tam disagreed with his father on how the tefillin should be constructed. Specifically, the tefillin have 4 parsha, 4 sections of the Torah inside them. So Rabbeinu Tam disagreed on the sequence, among other things, of those parsha. So there are some... there are some Jews who are very punctilious and will actually wear 2 pairs of tefillin. They'll wear Rashi, they'll pray, then they'll take it off and they'll put on Rabbeinu Tam. But I'll tell you one more amazing thing. This is kind of, forgive me, this small little kind of window into the outside world, but, so in the mornings I learn about with David Herman, my Chavrusa, we sit down and we learn it. And one morning a strange man came in.
This is what's happening to young
Joseph,
people all over the country.
and he was a big guy, obviously from out of town. He's wearing like a long
It's the summer.
black
So many people are injuring themselves, and then they need their money.
And he's got, among other things,
Klein
he's got
Morgan had recently been awarded nearly $1 million after jurors affirmed that her injuries from slipping on ice outside of a Panera Bread were the company's fault. Klein was working as a DoorDash driver when she slipped and fell on an icy walkway outside the Panera in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She broke her left elbow, which led to surgery and hardware. She inserted into her arm. The original settlement offer was $125,000.
We're studying, which is kind of like a weird place to go because it's sort of out of the way.
America's largest injury firm for a reason. They've been fighting for people for over 35 years.
7 o'clock in the morning, the
Hiring
police
the wrong
come
firm
in,
can be disastrous.
and
Hiring the right
they're
firm
looking
can
around for a
substantially
guy
increase your
involved
Can you imagine
in
that?
a hit-and-run fender
I'm
bender.
going to pick up the DoorDash.
Some guy who
I'm going to get the
crashed
Southwestern
his car
fucking
into someone
pork
else's car in
chowder
the
from
parking
Panera
lot,
and the
and then
Asiago
fled the scene.
chicken club, which is
And
nice.
of course, they
And
caught it on
then you fall
security
on the
camera,
ice and you go,
and there's a witness. And apparently the guy hit someone else's car, got out of his car, looked at the accident, got back to his car, left the parking lot, drove around the block, and then
Morgan
parked
it's easy to get
further
started
away.
and they're free.
And
Their
then,
fee is free
you know,
unless they win.
he
Visit
left his big black hat in the back seat.
/Tim or dial
The
pound
police identify his car,
That's
and they figure he's up here praying, and
this is paid advertisement.
sure enough, that was the whole story. So the real amazement is not that you can wear 2 pairs of tefillin, but how can you wear any tefillin and still leave the scene of an accident where you crash someone else's car? I'm sorry?
What we do.
That's why we have Allah for it. What do you mean, like for prisoners? And yeah, that's, I guess so.
Light it up.
But my Chavrusa, David Herman, he's such a tzaddik, he really is, because he said to me, like, why should we judge him by a higher standard? He grew up in a community where everybody dressed that way. His father dressed that way, his brothers dressed that way, his wife expects him to dress that way. Why should he be any greater than the rest of us just because he has all, the appurtenances? And I thought that was a very kind way to look at it. Anyways, here we go. Yocheved in particular had 6 children, K'nei Nahora. We don't know about the last daughter. She is unnamed, but 3 of her sons were Rivam. It's Rabbi Yitzchak ben Meir, Rashbam, Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, and Rabbeinu Tam. I'm not sure why they call Yaakov. Maybe because they already have a Yitzchak. But Rabbeinu Tam means our teacher.
This headline is too funny.
Actually, Tam is a funny word because it can mean also sort of stupid. So, Rabbeinu Tam. I'm sorry?
All right, folks. Well, we're going to get out of here. We have an interview right now with someone who supports
the patriarch. Very well put. So Rabbeinu Tam, but it means also Jewish Jew. And these were really global level scholars. These are phenomenal scholars. It's amazing that in one family you really produce so many great scholars. Now,
we'll see what happens.
Yocheved, though, because that's really
like
we have 45 minutes direction. We're still waiting to hear something significant about her. Sorry, I can't too much. We have one phrase, one tiny little phrase in one of Rashi's Teshuvot that has created an ocean of literature on Yocheved, but it is, as the Talmud says, mountains hanging by a hair. There's one passage in which Rashi says, he's discussing a difficult halakhic Jewish legal concept, he says, and I called to my daughter, meaning he called his daughter and worked out an answer with her. Wow. So that sounds like a really great point that Rashi, the great scholar, the great rabbi of all Israel, calls to his daughter and worked out. We don't know which daughter, we assume the eldest, no real specific reason to, but we assume it's Yocheved. But somehow, with Yocheved, he was able to figure it out. And that should be like a definitive proof. However, many authors feel that this is a scribal error. And the difference is in the Hebrew, if you look at it, it says, which means, and therefore my daughter I called, or is he actually saying,
tell us your story. What's happening in Gaza and why do you support Benjamin Netanyahu?
Which is very similar. It's just that Beit has a little bit of an extra foot on the bottom right. And Ben BT means my grandson. And I called the son of my daughter. So that would make sense too, because the son of his daughter is Rabbeinu Tam, or the Rivam, or the Rashbam. Those are three serious scholars who could easily have called them. So the text as we have it today does read, therefore I called my daughter, but it could easily be a typo, in which it could just say, BT, and to my grandson I called, meaning the son of my daughter.
I'm sorry to hear that.
What do we know? Nevertheless, we do have lots of citations that are attributed to the daughters of Rashi in later literature. We do have many rabbis who unfortunately are not necessarily contemporary with Yocheved or her sisters, who will say that, this is what the daughters of Rashi would do. This is what the daughters of Rashi would say. And we don't know if those statements are really, kind of
all of their wives and girlfriends are
sort
obese.
of legendary in nature, because we don't have any solid text to stand on, but nevertheless they are considered authoritative. For example, the Teshuvot Maimonides writes, we rely on the testimony of the daughters of the leading lights of the generation. So in other words, if there is a halakhic question, and you can't ask the sage, perhaps because he's passed away, you can ask his daughter. So, what did father do? How did your father be? How did your father hold? And so, the daughters at least would be passive repositories of their parents' wisdom. And there was a wide-scale belief that, in fact, daughters had this authority, but we don't have solid ground to stand on to really attribute a lot to Yocheved. Aaron, did you want to say something about it? Okay. What about the elephant in the room, which is?
It's actually amazing. Are there a lot of Palestinians who agree with you?
The daughter, what was she?
You also probably do not
Did she wear tefillin? That's the big deal, right? Okay. Thank you. It's late at night. I guess people are getting tired. Unfortunately, despite the very, very popular legend that the daughters of Rashi wore tefillin, we have no contemporary evidence to indicate that that is the truth. We don't have any statements from their sons, Rabbeinu Tam, the Rashbam, etc., saying, and by the way, my mother used to wear tefillin. We don't have Rashi specifically endorsing or denying that women wear tefillin. There's no real solid historical evidence that specifically the daughters of Rashi wore tefillin. However, we do have some interesting evidence to say that there were women who wore tefillin, and because we have a question that is addressed to Rabbeinu Tam, right? The son
You're just a leg. I mean,
of
they've taken
Yocheved.
everything
And
from
this is
you.
kind
I
of
mean, you're
interesting
just a
because
leg, but
in a way it
you're
proves
still
both things.
supportive
It
of
proves
this.
that probably his
I guess
mother
I
didn't
just
wear
really
tefillin
like,
because he doesn't actually mention it.
techno
And you'd
music
think
and
that in the
everything
context he
that
would
come
say, oh,
off
it's
of
funny you should ask. My own mother wears tefillin. He doesn't say that. But he does say
I read
that
Noah,
I know
everyone
of
that's
women
from
who wear
Gaza.
tefillin, and in his
Unfortunate,
opinion,
I want to
they
talk
may
about
even say
a
the
few
blessings
things
that are recited when you put on
the
tefillin.
Milk
And that's a very
podcast.
serious thing because, you know, so
Brave
what's the problem with tefillin
Brave.
for women
To
in
sit down
general?
like that,
It's not
truly.
actually that massive
Brave.
a problem. The
And
halakhic
to
literature
express
does go
opinions
through
like
it in
that,
some
take a
detail.
look here at
I mean, the traditional
on the Milk
halakhic literature
podcast. By the
before
way,
the 20th
saying
century,
something I
when
said
you
on
had
Are
a
You
lot more
Garbage
feminist
months ago,
influences,
but whatever.
especially on more liberal
What's your
interpretations of Judaic tradition, there's no real clear ban on women wearing tefillin.
Yeah.
It's certainly not customary,
I disagree
but
You like Burger
an
King over
outright
McDonald's? That's the worst take I think.
uncontrovertible
That's a
ban
crazy take.
does not exist. However, to recite the name of God without reason, that's one of the big
Obviously,
tenets.
I
One
am
of the
a
Ten
human
Commandments,
and
you're
want
not
to
allowed
live.
to take God's name
But
in
our
vain. So therefore,
civilization
to
does
allow a
really
woman
deserve to be
to say a
destroyed.
blessing
But that is the
when she
hard.
might not be
That
allowed
is
to
the
wear tefillin,
really
that's much
tough
more serious.
thing about it
Nevertheless,
all.
Rabbeinu Tam
Is
writes that in fact
if there
women
was
may
ever a
recite the
civilization
blessing, which is
that
more serious
deserved
than the
a
possible transgression of
cataclysmic,
putting tefillin
and
on
again,
in the
not
first
rooting
place.
for it,
And of course,
don't want
in
it to happen.
liberal movements,
Don't want it to happen.
women wear
But
tefillin all the
just
time. It's certainly not customary in Orthodox
I mean,
movements, but nevertheless, it
could
has
there be
become
a
quite
better
common. Yes,
example?
question.
I
mean, we just do. I mean, this guy is committing a genocide. Truly, I mean, I don't think anyone's even.
That's a very
I don't think anyone's
heavy
even
and loaded
denying that
question.
at this
I'm
point.
glad you asked me
People
with 10 minutes left because I'll be able to
about
say I'll take it after the
certain
class.
components of it.
But just
Like,
to
I
answer
know that
quickly,
like people are like, well,
we see it, if I'm not
yes, they're
mistaken, we see
starving
it already in the
Gaza,
Siddur
but did you see
of
that video of that guy from
Ramadan, which
Hamas
is
stealing a
what,
banana?
9th century. I
Did you
think
see
it
that?
really is quite
There's a guy
old
from
in our
Hamas
tradition.
eating a
We do have some
banana.
variant texts,
And
though. We do have a
people
couple
are
of
like,
versions
well,
that
he
don't
stole
exactly
the
say
banana from the
Shalot
people.
Isha, who's not
And they're like,
created a woman.
Hamas is stealing
And
the
there's a
food.
lot of
In
rabbinic
this
ink that's
whole
still
thing,
been trying to
Israel has
explain
no
that blessing.
culpability, by the way,
At this
at all.
point,
They've
I'm just going
actually
to
done
take
nothing
another
wrong.
question.
It's all
Hopefully,
been
we'll just go
Hamas.
on. Okay. Yeah.
Hamas has done
It's
everything.
a very difficult and meaningful
There's
question.
not been one, they stole the
But I do want to
food,
move a
they're
little bit
shooting
further
the
on this
people who are in
particular thing, so I'm
line
going to
for the
push off on it. And
food.
it is worth discussing,
Israel's doing nothing.
perhaps another class. Now,
And you have to trust Israel
you would
because
think so. You would think so. I'm actually
otherwise,
saying
the
it,
only
parenthetically, that
people that are reporting it
that
in
I
Gaza,
know
they're
of
not letting
women. Maybe
journalists
that's
in.
just his way of saying
Or
my
they just say,
mother
or
used
Hamas.
to, possibly, but we
So
don't
if
know.
you
Now,
report
there is also
anything
another legend
contrary
that
to what
is highly
Israel
unlikely.
says,
There are
you are
few
Hamas, or you become
tractates
Hamas.
of the Talmud
So,
where
I
Rashi's
mean,
commentary is missing. And there are commentaries that are added that are clearly not by Rashi, by some later scholars who want to try and just fill the gap. Sometimes they'll say Rashi on the top, but there's a well-known scholars, the opinion that this particular commentary, for example, is not Rashi. In other cases, like for example, in certain tractates of, I think, Baba Batra, for example, his grandson Rashbam writes a commentary that supplants the one that's called a pseudo-Rashi. It's not an actual pseudo-Rashi. It's unlikely that the daughters wrote these pseudo-Rashis. Some scholars try to argue it, but I think they're trying basically to bolster this kind of politically very interesting idea of these women scholars, and we simply cannot with authority attach them to the daughters of Rashi. What we can do, however, is look at their work, exceptional women that we know by name who did reach those levels of scholarship that we will discuss very briefly. There is a huge debate in the Talmud. I shouldn't say it's a huge debate. I think it's actually resolved rather quickly. And it remains simmering until the 19th and 20th century over whether or not women should have access to higher Jewish education.
Or if you chat about it, or if you talk about it, you're immediately called anti-Semitic or whatever, and it's completely
one
absurd
rabbi
and
in
insane.
Tractate Sota says
And
you
this is
should definitely
nuts.
teach a woman Torah because that
Get a
way,
Randy Fine.
if she
Get a
gets
photo of Randy
caught
Fine.
committing
Now, this is the
adultery,
guy who
she'll have
literally
all
said,
this
"Starve
merit
away."
in her behalf that will
He said
stand her in
something
good
like,
stead.
"Release the
And the
hostages," which
rabbis say,
again,
are you crazy?
the
You're
children
teaching
of
her Torah,
Gaza
so she should have
did not
merit if she
abduct
does something
the
inappropriate. Better
hostages
not
and
teach her
cannot
Torah
release
at
them.
all. And even though there are two sides to this argument in the Talmud, it is the latter position which has been taken as the standard one. Maimonides rules that way, for example, the Shulchan Aruch rules that way, and so for a large part of Jewish history, women have been shut out of higher Jewish education. Lower level education, often literacy, were often far beyond what the general non-Jewish population had, but higher levels of literacy, say beyond fourth grade literacy, basically was extremely rare for women to ever penetrate that ceiling. Nevertheless, even with that, there are some very amazing women who managed to circumvent well-ingrained, centuries-long bans and distinguish themselves as scholars in their own right. Let's just jump ahead here. So, for example, Ptolemy of Regensburg, who is one of the great Jewish medieval travelers who left behind a travel log in which he talked about the various Jewish communities. He talks about a woman who, unfortunately, as goes unnamed, we don't know what her first name was, but she was the daughter of a Rosh Yeshiva who was named Rabbi Shmuel ben Ali in Baghdad. And after her father passed away, she continued running the yeshiva as the Rosh Yeshiva, as the head, and she would give the lectures through a mechitza, meaning she would be on the other side of the mechitza, the students, the boys from the other side, and she's teaching them the Talmud through, it was a business, somebody had to run the business, and he reports this directly with great detail, unfortunately omitting her name. Another woman in Kurdistan named Ajnat Nasrafi, her husband was the Rosh Yeshiva, and after he died, he took over the family business, and similarly taught students in this matter. In the Kurdish Jews, her name, Asnat, is actually considered a segula, it's considered a kind of a spell. If you have any kind of difficulty, you call upon the name of Asnat, and she will somehow protect you. So there are numerous examples of these women who are they're like little pinpoints of light in a uniformly dark screen where their brilliance really stands far and above the average woman at the time. Let me just go back to this slide for a second here. Part of the reason why this is so, besides the traditional Talmudic ban, is the fact that women were very busy, as you can imagine. There was no real space for women to have the kind of intellectual and physical leisure to be able to study. But they were quite busy, essentially running businesses and running their homes and having often very large families. Part of the reason for this, but actually one of the things that could contribute to women having a little bit more intellectual freedom, and again, we're speaking about women compared to men, Jewish women compared to Jewish men, then the comparison is obviously very negative. But if you compare Jewish women to non-Jewish women, there's no question that Jewish women were vastly more educated than their peers. The culture did definitely value education, just not egalitarian. And part of the reason why this began to change is something called Kest, which is especially associated with Ashkenazi Jewry from the 16th century onward. Essentially, Kest is it was a term used to describe the support given to young marrieds by their parents. And this was distinct quite often from the kind of things that were happening in the outside Christian world. Basically, if you had, let's say, a young Christian girl and she got married, she and her husband would try and set up some kind of homestead. They might have to share a plot, for example, they would live on their own in a little cottage, far away from the in-laws for sure. Whereas in Judaism, what would happen in the Jewish culture is that the children would typically move into an already large extended family household where there was a lot of female support for the young bride, especially in childbearing years. You would have grandmother, aunts, cousins, sisters, all within very close proximity, and therefore the younger women could use their energies towards the business and have reasonable childcare for their children. These kinds of things really increased the Jewish birth rate dramatically, particularly in the 19th century when the smallpox vaccine was circulating widely, and it has a very significant impact on education as well. When we get to the second term, I want to turn to the explosion of education for women that occurs in the late 19th century, because that's a very fascinating topic as a whole. So, we'll have to skip over divorce. We talked about this quite a bit in the last week's lecture. So, the legacy of Yochai Barashi, it's complex because we don't have a lot of really concrete data, but what we do have are some very pervasive and persistent legends about her. To be sure, we know that she came from an illustrious father, and she produced very illustrious Jewish children who were very learned, and it stands to reason that she had an intellect that was equal to her sons and her father.
What are their names?
But
Kyle
what we
and
can
Steiny.
say about her is that she inspired countless generations of Jewish women and kept the fire burning, as it were, of an aspiration for greater levels of Jewish literacy among Jewish women. It's ironic. Lisa is in the back room right now. I can say something nice about her. I mean, my own daughters, I take tremendous pride in the fact that they know so much. They have such a fantastic Jewish education. It gives me phenomenal Hafiz and Halavai. And they have the kind of knowledge that, their great-grandmother, Masha's great-grandmother was a very educated woman too, but their great-great-grandmother could never even hope to have. So Halavai, we should move forward and continue to give our daughters the kinds of education they deserve, because they're the ones that are going to change the world. Thank you for your attention and endurance. I'll see you next week.
I wish I had that kind of support in my own household. You were born a man. You're a goddamn man. What? We have Candace Owens here. She's being sued by Brigitte Macron, who's the First Lady of France. And Candace has said Brigitte was born a gentleman. And now I have challenged Brigitte to go on the Nell Boys podcast and show her clips.
A young woman who died tragically in an act of resistance.
And let's do this thing.
During World War II.
And the war in Gaza. Show your bush.
Born in Hungary in 1921.
Show your clip to the Nelk boys. You're the First Lady of France. If you're afraid to show your pussy to Steiny from Nelk, then you don't get to be the First Lady of France. You don't get to be it. Show your pussy to Joe Rogan in his studio. Fly to Austin and spread your legs for Joe Rogan. That's weird, man.
That her parents sent her to, but they sent her a message. Education was of primary importance. She developed a very early attachment to Zionism, and she ultimately made Aliyah in 1939 and formed the kibbutz, where she was very much dedicated.
Show your pussy to Joe Rogan in Austin, Texas, and go see a show at the mothership.
Many of her plans were truncated
when the
Nazis invaded.
Just do it. End the speculation. Show the gash.
To go back to her
this is
homeland
politics.
and join the resistance. In January of 1943,
it's the news.
She joined.
And this is what has to happen. We got to move on as a society from this war in Gaza and from this. Stop starving the children in Gaza. Show your clit to Joe Rogan. Go on Kill Tony. I'm the president of France's wife. And they say I got a cock, but I got a clit. Boom. Red Band does a sound effect. Make the podcast rounds. And show everyone your pussy, please. Put your pussy in a caution in Andrew Schultz's face.
Tortured. And
Schultz is like, damn.
The radio and the Nazis
get your pussy on flagrant. Endless.
Colleagues in the resistance, and she refused.
Show your pussy to Theo Vaughn.
Many of her writings, however, have
survived. Let Theo Vaughn see your French pussy, and let him decide if it was at one point a small cock. That's what we have to figure out. Was her penis inverted and made into a pussy? This is politics.
That burns in the secret fastness of the heart.
What are tariffs? We don't even know. You put your puss on the internet. That's why I keep watching this. Sorry.
So give us a sample. We'll send my doctors. We'll take your blood. Figure it out real quick. How are we going to go about this? Hey, how about just giving us some pictures again of you growing up? Raising your children. I would be fine. For whatever reason, to phone, by the way, like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it. All right, that is what Discovery is for. I'm going to ask a lot of questions. you're probably hoping, this will go away, and at least we'll see.
Now, so here's what Candace's thing is that Brigitte was born something else. I think she stole the identity of her dead brother or something like that. And MK Ultra, that program that the CIA used, which was a mind control program. Because I listened to this a while ago, and it is interesting. I at the Beverly Hills Hotel, there's a French guy, and I spoke to him about this. And he did say to me, Macron, there is something that's not French.
For the season.
What is French?
Next week we'll have another very controversial topic. We're going to look at Rabbi Mendel Schneerson, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad movement. A fascinating individual, and misunderstood in many circles, I think. A person with made a huge impact on modern society, and I think we'll have an interesting discussion in that way. But tonight, we're going to be talking a little bit about women who changed things, women who had a dramatically different view of society, and through their influence were able to leverage phenomenal changes that my own daughters enjoy tremendously in the 21st century. And with that in mind, that's my segue to the joke, which speaks to this idea that Jews historically are politically very quiescent. They try to blend into the background, they try to avoid controversy and so on. There's a passage in Pirkei Avot that says,
and another place.
Having a spala b'shlomo shel malchus,
Trade is the
you should
number one
pray
coffee
for
destination
the
in the
welfare
U.S.
of the community,
for both hot and cold
pray for the
coffee
welfare of the
drinkers.
government.
They've sourced the best beans from top roasters across the U.S. and now have a special cold brew collection. Trade makes it effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious
So
and
the
an
idea
amazing
is
value.
to
And they don't just stop at
be
beans.
quiet, not make
They also provide
trouble, things like
expertly
that. So
curated
examples like
equipment
this,
that's easy to
there are
use. You can
two
make
Jews
amazing
who
coffee.
are
And I
being
will tell
led
you this,
out
folks,
to
I do love this
execution.
coffee. My friends drink cold
And
brew.
one of them
And they love
starts
this coffee.
screaming at the top of his lungs,
They've
"It's a
teamed up with
mistake.
15
I'm
roasters to
innocent.
create a
You've got the
special
wrong
cold brew
guy.
collection
I
that
demand a
ensures your cold brew at
retrial.
home
I
tastes
demanded
exactly
a
what you
penal.
want.
Where's my
Smells
lawyer?" And the
delicious.
other one says to him, "Shut.
For limited
Don't
time,
make
Trade
trouble."
is giving 50% off a month
That
of
was the
cold brew. That's around
punchline.
60
Okay.
cups of cold brew.
Sorry.
For 50% off,
I talked to a
when
student
you
today
go to
from New York,
drinktrade.com/Jim,
Mr.
that's
Alexander. How you doing? Shout out there.
drinktrade.com/Jim,
Who says I'm
50%
actually
off
very
1 month of
funny,
cold brew.
which I appreciate it. Mind you, I'm still grading his essays.
So the
But
MK
he
Ultra thing,
says
which
one day he
is
would like
using
me
the
to
CIA mind
turn the
control,
camera
Candace
around.
says there
Don't do it
are all
for
these
video.
weird links to
Turn the
like
camera around to
MK
see
Ultra mind
how
control
come it's
that
so
Macron
quiet
was
back
like
there.
some
I
weird
think it's a
Manchurian
microphone,
candidate.
but
Now Macron's a weird guy.
okay, let's talk about our
Let's
topic
look
for
at
today, Betty Friedan.
Macron is now saying he's going to bring in
today,
refugees
so
from
we can
Gaza.
go
But
backwards
let's
and
take a look
forwards
at
when we
what's
have the little
really going on.
red
It feels
pointer up.
weird.
So, her
Macron,
name
if you
is
can
Betty
get that
Nellie
up, has just said,
Goldstein, born in
hey,
Peoria
I
in
am
1921.
going to
The
accept
E was added
refugees
as
from
kind of an
Gaza.
affectation by her parents. That was kind of like a cool
And
thing
he
to
said,
do. Like
hey,
today
this
when
is
they'll
what's
put
going to happen.
accents on
And
words and things like that.
everybody
So
is
she
going,
later
well,
dropped
isn't
the
that
E when she
nice
was in college, but
that
that's
Macron
his name.
is going to
Betty Naomi
accept
Goldstein,
all
obviously
these
young
refugees from
Jewish woman.
Gaza? But what it
Her
really
claim to
is
fame,
a
and it is
relocation
extensive,
campaign
two
to
primary
take people from
achievements.
Gaza
One
and put them in
is a
France
very important
so
book
that
with
Israel
huge
can
influence in
build
America
whatever
and
the hell
throughout the
they're going
world,
to build in
known
Gaza.
as the Feminist
So everyone's like,
Mystique,
isn't it so nice? Look at France
1953,
stepping
a rather
up.
searing critique,
And
not
then,
only of
so
the sort of
people are saying
American
this,
middle-class
like, and
ideal
then there's
of
some people that are
femininity,
not
but in many ways,
dumb.
really the
And they
entire
go, well, this
patriarchal
seems like
system
just a
from the ancient world
relocation
in the
plan
West to the
to
20th century.
people
A
that
book
lived
that
in
is
Gaza
a
in
landmark
France.
critique of
And so
what
Israel
people
is
thought
just,
about
now
themselves,
control
particularly
demolition
women,
all these buildings in
and
Gaza.
really
They're going to build
launched their
whatever they're going to build.
new era,
Now,
ERA, so to speak,
Macron goes, well,
of
now
women's
I'll
rights
take
in
some of the
America.
heat off
Thank you
myself
for
by going, hey,
acknowledging that
listen,
small
we're recognizing a Palestinian
Secondly,
state.
she founded a
Now,
very
Israel
important
is like
organization, the
pretending to be
National
mad at this,
Organization for
but this
Women.
is a
She
completely
was its
ceremonial
founder
thing
and first president,
because
and
they
pushed
just
through a lot of
destroyed Gaza.
really
It's over.
important legislation
What
in this
state
country
could there?
related
What are
to
we
women
talking
and
about?
rights.
Like everyone's
The
like,
theme
Macron
for
is, I
tonight's
can't
lecture
believe he's
is
recognizing a
I'd like to spend
Palestinian
a little
state.
bit of time
What
talking
is,
about
what?
the history of
They
feminism,
destroyed the whole thing.
because
It's
I
in
know that for many of you in
smithereens.
this audience, this is
The
something
thing
that
is
you're
done.
very well aware of, but
It's
bear
the
in mind that
most,
there are
it's like a lot of the
undergraduates
people
on the other
coming
side of
out
the camera in
now
particular
and
who
going,
don't
this
have that
seems
much
a bit
familiarity
much
with
with
this.
this stuff.
In fact, some really fascinating
I
recent
talked about it on
studies
the Patreon or whatever.
have been done.
A lot
And
of
they've been doing, for
celebrities now
example,
are
at
coming out and
UCLA
going,
and a
I
few other
cannot
colleges where they'll interview
believe.
incoming
They're
freshmen
so
women.
dramatic, and they're like,
That's
what
in
is
itself a kind of a
happening?
sexist term,
They're all like
freshmen
half
or
singing
fresh
all the time.
persons.
But
And
it's
the
like,
last
well,
thing,
there's
you know,
no
what do
political
they think about
risk
feminism?
in saying
And
anything
a
now.
large
This guy's
majority
recognizing
of
a
young
Palestinian
women
state
today
after
have
it's
a
literally
negative
been destroyed.
impression of the
It's
word and the
literally
concept feminism.
destroyed. It's
They
like the
regard
funniest thing in the
feminists
world.
as being
It's
shrill
literally been
and
destroyed. What if,
manly,
hold
all
on,
kinds of
hold on 1
things
second.
that they don't necessarily want to
What if
adopt.
just Lane
But at the
Maxwell's
same
like,
time, if they
Regina
ask those
Kern
same young
is
women,
mad.
you know, how do you feel
What if
about
that's
things
the
like
info she
equal
brings?
pay
She's like,
for
I'll tell you
equal
one thing
work,
wrong,
and how do
right?
you feel
I'll
about,
tell
you
you
know,
one thing
daycare
fast and
subjects,
full,
and all of a
Max.
sudden they
Regina
become huge
McCrone has a
feminists.
cook.
You know, so in
I
other
knew
words,
it, and
there's
although
a
it's
gap
not, it's
between
still
what
cook.
young women today
Here's our
realize about
treasure
what their mothers and grandmothers have
on the Palestinian.
achieved. They
question.
reject
This
the
is
label, but they
McCrone.
don't understand really the content that goes
The
behind that
Palestinian
label.
state
So the
issue
topic
that
of tonight
Donald
is I'd
Trump
like
was
to
asked
speak a little
about.
bit about the history
This is his
of
response.
feminism coming up to the middle half of the coming up to the middle of the 20th century, and then I would like to look at Betty Friedan's life in particular, although not in great detail, but to survey some of the most important elements of her life. And then I'd like to spend the last 15-20 minutes speaking about the development of Jewish feminism in the 1960s and onwards, and its implications for Jewish women today. So that is that plan. Here's the clicker. Look now. Thanks. So, feminism, or as more properly known in the 18th century, was the women's question. What was the women's question? Really, it was the men's question. It was like, what are we going to do with women? It is ironically pretty much contemporaneous with the Jewish question. And in a lot, there's some eerie parallels between women's quest for legal rights, social rights, and so on, and Jews' quest for legal, social rights, and so on, for emancipation. Quite often, not only do they run in parallel, they intersected, as we have in the 20th century, where so many of the leading feminists were in fact Jewish women at the same time. But for much of it, these are two similar causes that run simultaneously. If you recall, when we talked about Shlomo Michler a few weeks ago in the lecture on the Soviet Union, for example, the Soviet Union established a section of the Communist Party for Jews at the same time that they established a section of the Communist Party for women, and they abandoned them both at the same year as well. So these two ideas is a subgroup, some kind of minority within either a physical minority or a legal minority have a lot of things in common. It really begins with the
He's extending
the French Revolution of 1789, like so many things changed with that very important revolution, which occurred, of course, in the heart of Europe, transforming a major monarchy that had lasted since who knows when into a democracy overnight. And they totally rewrote the rules on everything, including how to measure things, you know, instituting the metric system, how to measure time. They moved to a decimal system with 10 months of the year, a 10-day week, which made things really crazy for Jews who were trying to observe 1 day and 7 on Shabbat. And of course, in terms of the great human experiment, the French came up with the very important phrase, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, and brotherhood for all. And they were thinking everybody except for women and Jews, of course. Jews didn't get emancipated until 2 years later, when a lot of the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux said, hey, what about us? We're French as well. And women were not considered. In fact, Marie Gouze, who was an important thinker at the time, she suggested perhaps we should amend the current document, very famous sort of, not exactly a constitution, but a clarion call of the French Revolution, the rights of man and citizen. And she wanted to have a change to read, or an additional version, the rights of woman and citizen. The word citizen in French, of course, is defined either masculine or feminine. And she wanted to say, hey, listen, you know, your document here is beautiful, but it's intrinsically sexist. What about women? And the French leaders at the time said, no, we only meant men. And so that project languished. And so the question was, why were women so excluded at the time? And the question said, why should we be excluded? Were they excluded on the basis of religion? Obviously not, because they were also French Catholics. By custom, men's and women's, it was one culture. Or obviously it was only because of biology. And this was the beginning of a couple of centuries of struggle for women to achieve equal rights in Europe. Women had a lot to do with changing things around during the period of the Enlightenment. There's a photograph or a portrait, of Rahel von Hagen. You'll recall we spoke about her as well a few weeks ago. She was a very important Jewish woman who ran a salon. The word salon in French means living room, and basically she and hundreds of Jewish women like her, middle class, upper middle class Jewish women who are basically the backbone of feminism up until the last quarter of the 20th century, would invite guests to her home. Typically wealthy people who could become patrons of people who are practicing the arts, philosophers, musicians, artists, and so on. And she was in these salons, a lot of the new and exciting ideas, politically and socially, that would later develop in Europe were discussed and brought to fruition. And one of the very important and frequent discussions was on what to do with women. Should women always be in a secondary status? Let me give you a few examples of that. You look at the Napoleonic Code, you see a really great picture of Napoleon pointing away over the Alps in one of his many escapades. Not someone, I think, with an overly large view of himself from this rather heroic picture. But looking at this law code from 1904, there's a lot of really incredible things that blow us away by our standards. For example, women needed their husband's permission to live apart from their husband or to work outside the home. All these things you have to have a written permission from your husband to do such things. This, of course, has changed dramatically. Like, for example, I know that when I go shopping for my wife, a shopping list, I basically have to hold on to that shopping list for about 6 months, because invariably there will be some question. I say the Heinz ketchup. What are you doing buying the generic? I have to make sure. I'm going to edit that part out when I do it for the but I mean, okay, I'm trying to make a joke. Okay, women. Thank you, women may own property, but they're filling that void with whatever kind of ideas they want, because they don't have the actual one. Before 1870, women had no legal rights for dialogue and for debate. That's the only way to have certain ideas of the revolution itself
take
did not give
prominence.
women the right to own property
Owning a
until
house, for
1907.
example,
Rather amazing.
everyone wants to own a
Huge double
house.
standards.
That's
For
a good
example,
idea.
in the case
Ownership
of
is a
adultery,
good
God forbid,
idea.
women
No matter
would
how many
receive
people come in and tell you
punishment
to
of
rent or how
imprisonment
they
for
get a
2
Julie
years
Michaels,
for
the fitness
adultery,
trainer who's
and
at
men would receive
Turning
a
Point USA.
fine.
She's like, no, you should actually rent an income producing property.
Were
And
exceptional.
then
For
years
example,
later
if a
you
man
get rich, and
brought
then
his
years later
mistress
after that,
to the
whatever.
bridal
Are there
home, rather than
economic
seeing her
realities
at
that
some
she's
Motel
talking
6
about?
or something like that.
Sure.
So really
But most
tremendous
people want to own a
inequality
fucking
between
house.
men and women.
That's an American idea.
And
It's
one
an
of the most
idea that people
infamous ones,
believe
which
in.
actually I could
No
not
matter how
track
many
down,
people tell you
so
that
I'm not
renting
positive
is
this is
better,
associated with the Napoleonic Code per
living,
se. But
you know, in a
forgive me if I
smart
have it wrong.
city
One of
where
my
everything's
students, hopefully
15
you'll
minutes
fact
away
check
and
this
you
and
never
maybe
have to cut the grass or
the video.
no matter who
The
tells you that,
so-called rule of thumb. Are you
it's a
familiar with
better
this phrase,
idea
the
to
rule
own
of
a
thumb?
house. It's an
Which means
American
basically a
idea.
rough estimate, right? So apparently the
shouldn't be
rule of thumb comes
afraid
from
of
the
people
Napoleonic
who tell
Code
you
that a husband
the
may
real
only
thing
be
is
charged
renting, or the
with
real thing is like,
the
you know,
crime of beating his
using
wife if
Uber
he
and not
used a
owning a
stick that
car.
was
The
larger than the
real thing is,
diameter of his thumb.
those are the better ways to do
Smaller
it.
than the diameter of the thumb,
There are
that's
huge
just a regular kind
campaigns,
of
by the way,
household
put
dispute, a
together
domestic
by those
dispute.
companies
Larger than the thumb,
that
then that
make
was
up
a
just
crime
live in
already.
Airbnbs,
Hence the
just
rule of thumb.
take
You get a
Ubers,
sense
just
of
the
the
gig
many,
economy.
many
You'll own
areas in
nothing and
which
be
women
happy.
face
There's
phenomenal
lots of
legal
money that's been
disabilities.
put behind those ideas.
Moving into the
But the
Industrial
idea of
Revolution, which was
ownership
also
is
kicking
still an
off at
idea
about
in
this
America
time.
that's
We have it
incredibly
really starting
popular.
in the last
I believe that the
quarter of
idea
the
of like a
18th
live
century
and
and
let
then
live
proceeding with
society
rapidity
where you're not
through the
socially
19th century.
engineering other people is very
Women are
popular
suddenly
in
seeing
America.
as a
people that I
great
talk to.
source of
Maybe not to
labor, which
maniacs
has
online,
it's
maybe
a
not to
double-edged
people,
sword. On the one hand,
on
it
the
gave
dark
women
web
a
or
lot of
people wherever.
gainful
But
employment,
most
which
people in
previously
America
they would not
don't
necessarily have
want
had
social
outside
engineering.
of
They
the
don't want their
family
children
farm or business.
to be
Suddenly,
engineered.
they could
They do not
become
want
independent wage earners on their own.
propaganda being
But at the
delivered
same
to them
time, the widespread
from the
assumption
government. They
that
just want a
women should
space where they can
receive
be
less
happy,
wages than a
have
man. And
necessities,
women and
have health
children
care,
were exploited with
compete with other
incredibly low
people,
wages, far
follow
below the
whatever
already
their
exploitative
life
wages
goal
that
is
men would
and
receive.
have their
And
journey.
this is a
That to
phenomenon
me
that, of course,
is the
persists
goal
to
of
the
the
present
entire
day.
country is to
In
just have that.
2012, the figure in the United
So I
States of
think in order
America
to do
was
that,
that
so
women receive
again,
approximately
I don't think
77 cents on the
medieval
dollar for
anti-Semitism
pay
is
of
ever
equal
going to
work
be really
when
popular in
compared to
America.
men.
I
This
don't
is
think
something that even
genetic
my undergraduates are
determinism
kind
is
of
going to be
surprised with, but it's
popular.
true. A
Saying
man
to
and a
people,
woman doing
you're
the same
black,
job
you
in
can't
America,
compete.
the woman
The
is likely to
IQ
be paid,
stuff, the shape of skulls,
3/4
races,
what
like,
the man
to
gets
me,
for the
yes, there's
same
people
job.
online, for sure,
Women
where that's a
also
big deal.
had the
But for
traditional
the vast
double
majority of
burden
people,
during
they're
the
just trying
Industrial
to
Revolution
survive.
and moving
They're
on
trying to
into
figure
the
out how to
20th
pay
and
their rent.
21st centuries,
They're trying to figure
where
things out.
they would be
So I think that,
sent
like,
to work
when
and
you
they would
create a
earn
political
some
culture,
capital for the home.
in order to
But when they
prevent
got
it from
home, they would be
sliding,
expected to
going
have
off
the
the
same
rails into
responsibilities
extremism,
they did.
you
Were
cannot,
they,
for the last
so to speak,
30,
traditional
50
stay-at-home
years,
women. Of course, there is no
immiserate
really
people
such a thing as the
and make
traditional
their
stay-at-home
lives
woman. That's sort of like
materially
a kind of a
worse,
chimera or
where they
fantasy
can't
of
redo their bathroom.
1950s
They
Leave It to
can't
Beaver
get a
era,
knee
but
operation.
nevertheless, women
Their
would
car
be
breaks, they
expected to
can't
go
get to
out
work.
of
They're
the
fucked.
home to
All
work
of these
for a
people
wage and then
become
come home and take care of
radicalized
children,
because the
food
material
preparation,
conditions of their life are much
laundry, and so
worse.
on. So
That's
women
obvious.
really had, in many
Most
ways, a
of these
very, very
people
difficult
become.
time
I was
through
broke for
the
years. The
Industrial
reason I didn't
Revolution.
become like a psycho
There's much more
radical
to say
except
about
doing
this if you
comedy. I
want.
love comedy. I love
So the
the group
feminist
of people I was with. We had a goal and we were all doing
periodization
it.
is
We all kind of
usually
understood
divided
that
between first
part of it
wave
was being
and
broke
second
and part
wave
of it was not
feminism.
having
The second wave is the
a
one
ton of
that's
assurances, and we
associated
were just out there
specifically with
taking
Betty
risks.
Friedan and her activities.
But
The
there's a lot of
first wave
people that
is
because
older.
their
It goes back
lives
to
are
really
going
the
down
late
the drain,
19th century in particular,
start
and
embracing
very, very
pathologies.
prominent in
And
America.
when you tell
And it's
people that
concerned
like
primarily with the
the
addressing of
Epstein
these
files
huge
don't exist, or
inegalities,
that
particularly in legal
questioning
terms.
Israel makes them
The most
anti-Semitic, or that
significant of
they should
these
be funding
efforts to first
a
wave feminists
genocide and then a
was the
starvation
so-called
campaign.
suffragette movement.
It drives
Suffragette, of
people
course, means
insane.
a female
It makes them
voter,
actually crazy,
immortalized in a
So
somewhat
now the
patriarchal way
material
by
conditions
the
of their life
Mary
are worse.
Poppins movie,
Everything's
which
a
I'm sure
lie.
you've all seen,
People
and
know
my
it's a
daughter
lie.
Elisa was prominent in
The
just
Ukraine
recently. Of
War,
course,
remember
did
that?
they
And
make
they're
anything?
stealing
I wonder
everything.
how they did the
Article
suffragette
after
scene in
article
the
is how much
production.
they're
But the
stealing
men aren't allowed to
over
go to
there.
the production,
And there's no money to
and so I have
fix
no
the
idea how it was
roads in
handled. But
upstate New York
Elisa, how did they
or
handle that?
Pennsylvania or Detroit or Michigan. And fuck you.
I really should get the video
And when
for
Mark
you. You
Andreeson
remember
comes out and
the scene?
says,
She's
hey, the
slightly
only
ditzy
jobs left are
woman,
going to be
the
venture
woman of the house. She's
capitalists.
slightly ditzy,
After
and she
AI
comes
takes
in
over,
wearing all her
and sorry, that's just the
petticoats
way
and
it
things like that, and
is.
these silly little umbrellas.
And
And
again,
she's
I
wearing
think
like
these ice raids are barbaric. What you do need to
sash
figure
which
out
says
a
something
way
like votes for
to
women or
worry
something,
about
and she gets all
American
the kids
people.
and the maid up into
I don't think you should be deporting
a dance
6-year-olds, throwing them in
celebrating
handcuffs,
how
or
women get
people
the
here,
right to
they're
vote.
here,
But the
they've been here
impression
for
you
a
get in
while,
the
they're roots
film
in the
is that
community, they're
this
doing
is
a
the
job.
last person you want
I
to
think
give a
all of
vote
that is
to
going to make the
because she's
pendulum
not
swing
intelligent
again
enough to make any
to where no
reasonable
one cares
decisions.
and everybody's
And so
coming in.
it's a very
But you need to
condescending kind of
worry
approach
about
to
America
the
as a
whole
country
suffragette
and say,
question. They're making
why
fun
is
of
everything so
women
fucked?
seeking
And it's
the
not
right to
one way.
vote.
We should be
Is that how
going
they
after
handle it in
billionaires.
the
Where's the E-Verify shit? Why aren't we going after people that employ illegal immigrants?
So,
Is it because they're all Trump's
as they
friends?
say in Yiddish,
Why are we going after the guys like Steve Flynn and all these hotel magnates that employ all these people who choose not to pay American wages?
Joe.
Why are we doing that?
Yeah, first,
So this is what drives people insane.
The more it changes, the more it stays the same.
And it drives them crazy
suffragette movement, of course, was successful in the end, and in 1920, the 19th Amendment was passed, which formally gave women the right to vote in the United States, a major victory for this first wave. But as we see, in so many areas, the right to vote is hardly the end of society. Well, I guess it's the end of the beginning. Okay. So going now to debate. Any questions before we go to debate?
The right wing does it too, although some of the books are a little crazy. But a gay character in a book, and the right wing runs and bans it because they're afraid their kid's going to become gay. You know, I understand when you're in fourth grade, but if you're in high school, you handle a book with a gay character. But some of the books are like, I don't know, some of them are a little crazy. Like some of them, I look at some of the books, like I've looked them up, and I'm like, wait a minute, why are we doing this? You know what I mean? Some of the books are like,
she was the eldest child of three children in the family. Harry and Miriam Goldstein.
You know what I mean? Like Charlotte
Harry
teaches
was
herself
a
about
first-generation
self-pleasure.
immigrant
That I don't
from,
think
I
is
believe it was
great.
Russia, the Russian Empire.
If you want the recipe for radicalization, which is seemingly what everybody's looking for right now, they go, what is the recipe for radicalization? Why are certain people
store, which ended up becoming quite
why do people believe the world is flat?
Miriam,
Or that
who
space is
was a
completely
first-generation
fake?
American,
Why do some people
without
believe
an
Tom Hanks
accent,
is a
much
clone?
younger than he.
You know,
Her parents
it's because
disapproved
the
of the
lies
match,
have
but it
gotten
went
so
ahead
verbose,
anyway. And he
people are
brought
now
up
starting to go,
his wife
wait a
and family in a
what
very
is real?
solid
What the hell's
upper
going on?
middle-class family
So
in
you
Peoria.
can't make an entire population poor,
Later in her
poison
memoirs,
their food,
the young Betty
stress them
spoke about
out
how
to the point
she
where
had really
they're
no
anxiety
idea
ridden.
what it was like
It
for
can be
people
hard
off the bluff.
to talk
The bluff
about
was
not
the
being able to be
area
hard, to
looking
get hard.
over
But HIMSS is here to
Peoria
make things
with
much
she always
easier.
had
They're all
servants and so
online
on,
process
and
connecting
she
with a
had
licensed
no
healthcare
idea
provider
what it was
who
like
can recommend
for people,
personalized
so to
ED
speak, on
treatment
the
for the
other
comfort of home.
side of the tracks.
Through HIMSS, you can access personalized prescriptions for ED like heart meds or sex RX, plus
demonstrated very
Climax
high level
Control.
intelligence,
HIMSS
and
offers
particularly
access
in the
to ED
humanities.
treatment
She was a very
options that cost
strong writer,
95% less than
and
brand names.
throughout her
New Sex
primary
RX
and
plus testosterone
secondary
support
school years,
includes
she spent a lot of time in literary efforts,
the dollar
establishing
for a better
school
bedroom
newspapers
performance
and
and
things
sync for
like that,
testosterone
and everyone
support
thought
with
that she
hundreds
would
of thousands
succeed.
of trusted subscribers.
Her
HIMSS
mother,
can help you find the ED option that works
Miriam,
best for
had
you.
wanted to go to
If it's
Smith
appropriate.
College, a very
Just fill out an intake
prestigious
form on their site, connect
all-women's
with a medical
college.
provider who can
Her
determine if treatment
father
is right for you.
had forbidden it,
Get
and
prescribed
so
your
there was no
medication
question in
ships
her
discreetly
mind
to your
that her
door for
daughter,
free. Start your
Betty,
free
and of
online
course
visit
her
today
sister
at
after her, would
HIMSS.com/Tim.
also go to Smith.
Find
And
ED
it was
treatments
at
that's up
Smith
to 95%
that
less
she
than brand names at
began to really
HIMS.com/Tim
explore
today.
a
Actual
lot
price
of
will depend
new
upon the subscription
ideas.
plan. Featured products
One
include
of
compounded drug
those
products which FDA does not approve or
areas of
verify for
thought
safety,
that she was
effectiveness,
exposed to
quality,
was
prescription
the thought
requirements,
of
website for details,
Karl
restricted and
Marx,
important safety information.
who
So
we
many
should
people
really
have
spend
shit
an
credit.
entire
Their lives
lecture
are
speaking
terrible.
about
You want to be one of them?
perhaps next
Wake the
season, God
fuck
willing.
up.
Marx, of course, the
Having
founder
good credit
of
can make your life
what would be
better.
called today the
Did you
communist
know that
movement,
over one
had
third
a
of
lot to
Americans,
say
roughly
about
36%,
discrimination
are below
against
average
women.
credit scores, which
He
can make
felt that
borrowing more difficult and
marriage
expensive?
was a form
I
of
didn't have
sex.
credit for 10
He
years,
felt
and my
that
life was
the
complete
idea
shit.
of
I
possessing
spent the
a
best years of
woman
my
as a
life
form of
getting thrown
chattel
out of
was
banks and off
essentially
car
a
lots.
type of
Do you
economic
want that?
exploitation
I don't
in
think
which
so.
a man
Having bad
would
credit means your
ensure
life
that
is
the
a big pile of
progeny
shit.
were in fact his
And
own
that's what mine
in
was for a
exchange
decade.
for,
I had a horrible life,
goods
so I
and
didn't have
services that
credit.
would go with
The minute I got better
secure
credit,
home.
my
And
life
a
was
woman, on the
better.
other hand, would
People saw me
essentially
in
be
the street and said
prostituting
hello instead
herself
of spit
in
on
order to
me.
exchange goods
With
and services
transparent,
of a
affordable
sexual
plans
nature
starting at just
in order
$5 a
to
month.
have
No
the
hidden fees
security
and
of
zero
a home.
interest. Kickoff helps you
Amazingly,
score big
Marx
when
was
it comes to
happily
credit. It's
married,
simple. You make on-time payments,
was
credit
never
bureaus
dumped
see
by
good
his
behavior,
wife,
and your
Jenny
credit can go fast.
Westphalen,
I'll
even
tell
though
you
he
this,
wrote
I'll
out,
be
maybe
very
she
honest with
couldn't
you.
understand
I know I'm
German,
being
I don't know.
hyperbolic, but
But
the
at
reality
any
is,
rate,
if you have bad
Marx
credit in this
felt
country, you're
that,
fucked.
the
You can't get
discrimination
anything.
against
I just
women
went
was
through
a
this with a
very,
friend of
very
mine. It's so hard. You gotta repair
fundamental
your credit.
thing
You gotta
that
start
was
building credit with
well
Kickoff today.
inbred in
You can get your first month for
Western
as little as
society,
$1.
and he wished
That's
to
80% off the
uproot
normal
it
price when you go
entirely.
to
There were some
getKickoff.com/Tim.
significant experiments
That's
on this,
Kickoff without
including in
the
Israel,
C.
but that's beyond
Get
our topic today. One of the more
KIKOFF.com/Tim.
influential works of the Marxist thought was a rather amazing book by a guy named Chernyshevsky called Что делать? What is to be done? So influential that, among others, Lenin even borrowed that title for his most influential pamphlet on politics, which was essentially a total revision of society in every aspect. And in Chernyshevsky's What is to be done, which is an amazing novel and really worth reading, although it's just mind-boggling. It has this one character in it who has decided, like
and they're much less
Marx
happy
argued,
than they were
to
like
completely
15 years ago.
reevaluate
Young
himself and to
people
question every
aren't
social
as
norm.
happy.
So, for example,
And
he
people are wondering
wants to
why
toughen
that is.
himself
Like, why
up,
are young
to
people
be able
not
to be
as
prepared.
happy as they
He
were?
wants to make his
Is
body
it
as strong as it
technology? Is
physically
it
could be and not
social
rely
media?
on the
Here
responsibilities that society imposes on him, so he sleeps regularly on a bed of nails rather than a
People are
mattress.
unhappy, and some
He
people
believes
go,
that his
well, it's
digestive
because
system
now
has
there are
become
terms for mental
corrupted by the dainty
health, and we're
foods that he
talking
ate as
more
an
about
upper
mental
middle class
health. And in
person,
my comedy
so he
special, I
eats
talk a little
round
bit about that.
glass. All kinds of crazy things like
people
this.
are more
And of course,
conscious
he
of their
practices
mental health
free love
now
because
than they've
he
ever been in
believes
the
that
past.
the whole
And
institution
some
of
of that's
marriage that
good,
we have
some of that
developed
seems a little,
is contrary to
is a
the best
little
development
suspect.
of
There's a lot
human
of people that seem to be
human
cynically
potential.
using their
So
mental
these are the
health.
kinds of ideas that she was
Here we go.
encountering
Average happiness of young
in
people
the
is on the decline across
1950s.
the West. The shift
This
has
was
driven the
before
U.S.
the
out of the
House
top 20
Un-American
happiest countries
Activities
overall for
Committee
the first time
really began
since
to
reporting began.
give
Lithuania took the
communism and
top spot for
socialism
young
a
people,
very
while
bad
its under
name.
30
She would
population
ride her
rating.
way through a lot of this, by the way.
Lithuania took the top spot for
She
young people. The
she did
happiest people are in
exceedingly well at
Lithuania,
college,
by the way.
developing a very important
Part of why this
newspaper there.
okay,
And ultimately,
is
she
that
graduated summa
young
cum
people now
laude in psychology,
are
and
looking
she
at the
went to
world
Berkeley,
and going,
California,
is the
where there
country
are
going
no
to exist in
socialists or
20
communists
years?
whatsoever. Right? That's a
Are
joke,
we
of
going
course.
to have
Right?
and by the way, not because of a
So,
foreign
and
threat,
she was
not
even more
because we're
influenced when
going
she
to be
was out
invaded,
west.
not
Although
because we're
ultimately
going
she
to be
did not end
nuked,
up
but they're
completing
going,
her
is the
PhD in
country going
psychology.
to exist?
Also,
Or are
kind of
internal
ironically, it's interesting when
forces
you read the
pulling the
biographies of
country
her.
apart?
This is a period of
And
time when therapy
are
was
those
kind of
people, the young
booming,
people in this
almost
study, the lower happiness
faddish
reported
in
by
its
the younger
nature,
under 30 in the
and she
United
spent
States and
most of her
Canada
life
is linked
in therapy,
with
and it
lower
was like
levels of
really kind
satisfaction
of
and
something
social
that everybody
support,
did. She
lower
was in therapy, her
satisfaction with
husband was
living
in therapy, all her
conditions,
friends
greater
were in
stress and
therapy.
anxiety,
Even when she
lower trust in
could barely
government,
rub
and higher
2 nickels
perceptions in
together, she
corruption.
was still spending
Because
it
people are
on
looking around going,
therapy.
is
It
this
was
country
just,
even going to
it was like
exist?
drug use
It
in the
doesn't
1960s
seem
was the
like
kind
it's
of thing
going
that,
to
that
exist.
people did
It
in big
seems
ways.
to be way
She
too
moved
corrupt
eventually back to
to
New York,
exist in 20
where
years.
she
So what do you do?
combined her literary talents with
Wait a
her
minute, by the way,
newfound
most happy places
Marxist
for people live under
ideology,
30.
and she
Number one,
wrote for
Lithuania.
trade
Number two,
union
Israel.
papers such as the Union of Electrical Workers,
Maybe there's something to
essentially
that
writing
ethno-state
articles in
concept.
a leftist vein,
So
trying to
what I'm
promote
saying here
change
is that,
for
like,
blue-collar working
everyone's
class
running around
individuals.
now going,
It
how
was
do we
at this time
prevent
that she met
people from being
Carl Friedman,
radicalized and going
a
becoming
veteran who
schizophrenic?
just returned
Which I think is a
from
good
World
goal.
War II
But I think
and
that
was somewhat
part of that
lost, looking
really
at different
has to
possibilities
look
in his
at
life.
the
He had just
entire
come off
picture
of a bad
of
relationship or
what's
a
going
failed
on right now.
relationship where
Younger people
his girlfriend
are
from
sitting there
before the
wondering,
war had moved
does
out with
Brigitte have a
another man.
cock? Will I afford a house?
He met
Is there
Betty,
a
and they
job
had
for
a
me?
whirlwind relationship that ended in a
there isn't.
very quick marriage.
They're not.
And
she does.
production of
Those are
3
the answers
children.
to those questions.
He dropped
But
his,
they're not.
he
Is the country
dropped
being
2
run by
letters
pedophiles?
from his
Yes. Does
name.
Brigitte have a cock?
Yes, 2 letters from
Most
his name. His name was
likely.
actually Friedman.
Am
He
I going to
changed
afford a
Friedman.
house?
Betty
Not
liked it very
nearly.
much.
Do I have what kind of job am I going to get? Nothing.
He had an extremely poor
Do you know what
relationship
young
with his
people
own
do now?
parents.
If you're a young
And
person,
by
this is what you do.
dropping the 2
You graduate
letters,
school.
he was
Let's
dropping
give
both
you a
the
name.
ma
Let's give
and
you a
the
name.
man from his name.
Your
That's it, a
name,
little bit
I'm going to give you a
far-fetched, but
male and a
kind of
woman.
cute and worth
Sorry,
repeating.
non-binaries. I'm
Their
just going to
marriage
do a
was
male and a
extremely
woman right now,
stormy.
okay? The male's name is
People who
Brett.
went to their homes
His name is
often
Brett.
found them getting into,
B-R-E-T-T, Brett. He is a
really serious lockdown drag-out
22-year-old
fights.
male.
One particularly
And then
memorable one involved
Carolyn.
Betty, who was actually something
Carolyn
of a
is a
gourmet cook.
22-year-old
And she
female.
brought
Okay?
out to a whole
This
bunch
is
of
what happens to
assembled
Carolyn
guests
and
this
Brett.
beautiful fish
Carolyn
dish.
went
And Carl
to
apparently picked up the
NYU.
entire
She's
platter and
smarty
threw it against the
pants.
wall. Betty
She's
went
smart.
and picked the
Carolyn
fish up
grew
off
up
the floor
in
and
Rhode
off the wall,
Island,
cleaned them up, put them back in
and
the platter,
her
and went
parents
back
were
to serving
together,
her
and
guests.
she's
They
got
had
a lovely
very
home
stormy
life,
marriage.
and she has a nice
lot of
older brother,
controversy.
but he ended up on
At one
drugs,
point, she
and
mentioned
he's
in her
just doing
memoirs
the best he
that
can.
Carl beat her.
But Carolyn went to NYU,
Carl,
and she went to the
really
Stern
objected
School
to
of
this
Business,
accusation.
where she's
And
going to
what she
take over
meant,
the world,
she
and
took it
she
back
loves
in
all
an
the
interview,
female
was that
founders,
no, we
and
used
she
to fight a
listens
lot,
to
and Carl was a lot
fucking,
bigger than me.
motivational
That's all it was.
speeches
So
from
it
that
wasn't
bitch who
like
founded
wife
Bumble,
abuse,
Whitney,
but it was
fucking
kind of like
whatever,
a
Wolf
mutual
Herd,
give and take,
all these other
in which he
people, and
had
she's a
a
badass
height and weight
finance
advantage
bitch, and
over
her,
her, so to
she
speak.
wants,
But
and
anyway,
her
not
pet
a
cause is her
model
women's
kind of
literacy in the
marriage
third
by any
world.
terms.
She wants women in the
Now,
third
while
world
she
to
was
know more about
working working
money.
for the
And that's what she does.
union
Her
of
name is
electrical
Carolyn.
workers.
And
She had to give up her job in 1952 when there was some
likes
cutbacks.
NYU.
And as was typical
she's
then,
very
it was just
liberal,
simply understood that
all of her
once a woman
friends are
became
very
pregnant,
rich, and
she
thinks
would
Trump
lose her
is
job.
gross,
That was just,
and
it was
always
just
has,
understood that there was no
and
such
she's
thing
in
as
love with a
maternity
French
leave.
guy, but he
There
doesn't
was
really
some
love her, and it's
dispute over
whatever.
whether or not this was in fact the case, that there was a pregnancy that terminated her employment, but she did in fact lose her job
in a
at
suburb
that time.
outside
And
of
she began
Chicago.
writing as a freelancer, primarily for
Red's
women's
father
magazines,
killed
Red
himself
Book and Ladies' Home
because he
Companion,
had
and things like that.
undiagnosed
And then a
mental
very
illness.
important thing happened to
It
her
was
in
very difficult.
1957.
He shot
when
himself
the
in their garage.
15th anniversary reunion
and half of his face was blown
college
off.
was being held,
And
and
Brett
she
called the
decided she
police,
would write an
but he
article
knew it was no
on
use
what
because half of
people
his
have been
father's
doing
face
over the last
is
15
in the
years.
garage.
And this was a turning point in her life because
Brett's
on the one
mother
hand, she
died of
had
cancer
a lot
early on.
of mixed
Okay?
feelings about
So Brett
what
was
had
living
happened
with
to
his
her own
father
life.
who killed
When she
himself.
left Smith
Now he's
College,
17
she
years old.
was
So he's
really
right
a
on the
rising
ledge.
star.
He's
She
going to be
was the
emancipated.
editor
He
of a
doesn't
very
need a
successful
parent. Okay?
newspaper. Melissa,
Now he
she had
doesn't get any
founded
real money
a
from his
very
father's
important school
health
news
with his
magazine
life
called
insurance. His
Tide.
dad didn't have it.
She was heading
He
out
didn't have
with a full
life
scholarship to
insurance, okay?
Berkeley
And
to
they were
study
renting.
psychology. And now here
Here's
was
the good
15
news for
years
Brett.
later. She
Brett
was
writes a great
barely
college
employed
essay,
writing freelance.
and it's called
Her
I
marriage
Found My
was
Father's Body
nothing
in the
really exciting.
Garage,
She was living in extremely
and half
dire
of his head was
circumstances.
gone.
They actually had
And
to move
so,
out of one house because the rent was great,
The
but the heating
people
bills
at the
were
college
overwhelming.
admissions office,
And
because
she was
Brett
thinking,
is
well,
an A- student. He's pretty
have
fucking
I
good.
really
Okay,
accomplished
he's
what I was
on the
supposed to
baseball
accomplish
team.
in 15
He's not the
years?
star,
And
but
as
he's
she
on it.
began
And he writes an
interviewing
essay.
women
I
from
love
Smith
baseball,
who were
and I
also
love
reflecting
playing
on the last
baseball.
15 years,
It takes
she
my
began
mind
to
off the time
identify
I
that
found
her
my
feeling
father's
was
body in the
not
garage with
unique.
half of
That
his
many
face
women had the
gone.
same feeling, and she
So
called it
Brett
the problem that has
goes
no
to
name. And what it's
Northwestern,
really
pretty good
referring to
school,
is this
and he
idea of
plays
women
baseball.
feeling,
Okay?
is this all
And his
there
father's
is?
dead. Okay?
Wasn't there supposed to be
Carolyn's
something so
the
much
Stern
more
School of
wonderful and
Business.
amazing 15 years later?
She wants women in
I really should
Afghanistan
use more technology.
to learn about, Bitcoin.
Are you familiar with the band called the Talking
Brett's at
Heads?
Northwestern, trying to get over the
song on the
trauma
album
of his
77,
father,
where a guy
who was
wakes up and he
sacrificed on
says,
the altar of
"Wait, this is not
globalization,
my beautiful
and
house.
and
This is
Reagan
not my beautiful wife.
letting all
How
the
did I
mental
get here?"
hospitals
Right now,
out,
that moment
and
of reason
no health care and whatever. Okay?
not working the way I thought it would.
His father
So
was also
this
abusing
ended up
pharmaceutical drugs
becoming
and
transformed. This was
whatever. It
transformed
just
later
is
into
what
a
it
book
is.
that
He's
was
also a drunk.
an immediate
So
bestseller called
Brett's
The
at
Feminine
Northwestern, and
Mystique.
Carolyn's
And the title in itself is sort of tongue in
in
cheek. It means,
NYU.
Now
Now, Caroline
it refers to this
never
kind
should
of
have
like
met,
miasma,
but Brett was traveling to
smoke
New
and
York City
mirrors
to
kind
see a
of
friend he grew up
story,
with who was attending
propaganda
PACE,
that
a
women
much
are
less
fed
reputable school. In
to
fact, it's a
keep
piece
them
of shit.
happy,
It's a
when in
prison,
reality,
but that's where retards go.
the
And Brett
society is
knew
set
a
up
lot
to
of
disappoint them.
retards growing up
In other
in
words,
his town.
you know,
So he goes
they're
to
pushed
visit his
forward, get
buddy,
a college
and his buddy goes,
education
sometimes you
in
go to
which
these like
your terminal degree
cool
will
bars
be
with really hot
MRS.
chicks and they're all
And
super rich.
we
And
don't
it's not like
really
they'll ever go out with
expect
us.
you
Well, I
to
fucked
make
the
any
model
greater
last month. Brett's
contribution
like, we're
than
going.
perhaps know how to make
So do they go to
great
this bar? I don't know. I haven't been to
muffins or
bars in
something.
years. I don't
And
know what
like
they call it.
these
They call
highly
it,
intelligent women with a lot of
it's called,
dynamism and a lot of
the bar
will
is
and
just
drive and
called,
creativity, suddenly find that once they enter into matrimony, all of that stops. And the intellectual challenges that they had with the new advantages of higher education and so on just end, and now they're concerned with doing their children's third-grade homework and things like that. And they're left wondering, is this all? Is this what's supposed to happen at this point? They feel trapped as housewives, and she didn't just leave it there. She said, well, if this is the case, then obviously we have to change socially and politically. And this began a whole new wave of feminism, so-called second wave feminism, because it went away from the obvious legal disabilities of, all women allowed to work or not, should women receive the same pay as men, obviously that's something that we're still working on, but more to a social question of like, what do we expect from our daughters? And do we really give them the tools to achieve what we say they can achieve? And this was the type of feminism that was extremely important for the last half of the century. She also founded a political arm that backed up these statements. She didn't just write a book and then walk away. She was an extremely influential activist, a very sharp orator, and a powerful force in this burgeoning feminist movement. She formed the National Organization for Women. There are a lot of kind of ironies in this that she was nevertheless still sensitive to her class. And one, I think, telling example, when they had one early meeting, and there was a secretary there who was charged with cleaning up afterwards, and one of the other organizers said to Betty, okay, well, why don't we help the secretary clean up? She says, I don't wash cups. Right? because she
She
had a
likes me.
sense of
He's a nice
herself and her
guy.
position and so on. And she could be
He's
brusque with
pure.
other
And
women.
he's
She had a
simple.
lot of
She says that to her friends.
difficult
Like, he's pure.
relationships
He's like
with
a
other
good guy.
feminist leaders as well,
I just
who
love him. You know,
respected her
he
for her
uprooted his
drive
whole
and
life
for
from me. He's
intelligence,
this
but not
Midwestern guy.
necessarily for
He
her
likes sports,
miscongeniality
baseball.
kind of
His dad
personality,
blew
so to
off his
speak.
head, and his
But the
mother
National
did.
Organization for Women
He's
is an
a good
extremely
guy.
important organization,
And then one day,
primarily
Carolyn is having
petitioned
dinner
for
on the
things
Upper
like
West
civil
Side, and
rights
the
for women,
French
equal
guy
pay.
that she was in love with
Also,
2 years
most
prior
controversially,
passes.
they addressed the issue of
And he notices
reproductive
Caroline, and he
control.
comes over.
This
And
was, of
he
course,
says
before
to
the
her, how,
landmark
oh my God, it's great to see
1972
you.
Roe v. Wade
And
decision
she's
in
like,
which
hi, how are you? Now,
abortion
this
was
French
still
guy is French
illegal
aristocracy.
or highly
He's got lots of
inconvenient,
money, an
very
absurd
difficult
amount
for
of money.
women
In
to
fact,
legally access
there's not that
abortion,
many people
and
left in France
also
with money. This
related to
guy's one of
second-wave
them. Caroline
feminism,
knows that, but it doesn't
perhaps
matter.
we'll
It's
discuss
filed
in a
away in the
second.
back of her head.
It
He
was
also has
definitely
movie star
tilted
good looks.
towards
But Carolyn's in a
women
relationship
of
with Brett,
means.
a regular
It was
Midwestern
far
guy who
more
watched his
difficult
dad.
for
They didn't watch him,
lower
but the
socioeconomic
body was still
women,
warm
lower
when he walked into the
socioeconomic
garage. You know what I mean?
channel
Pretty sick of
ladder
his dad to do
to
that.
receive
Close to
doctors'
school.
permissions to receive an
But
abortion,
Carolyn sees
whereas
this
for
French
white
guy,
middle-class women, they have
Jacques,
much greater access.
and she chats with
These
Jacques.
are the
And you know
kinds of
what?
issues the National Organization
She's
for Women
gonna
worked for
walk
on a daily
to get
basis
her
with
Uber.
various marches, some of them
And
as
she
many as
decides that
50,000 attendees
she'll, and
and
he
so
goes,
on.
well, maybe I'll just
Okay.
walk with you. And she
I'd
goes,
like to
okay.
pause at this point.
And
We'll
they
come back
chat.
to her life at the end of the lecture, but
She
I'd like to,
doesn't mention that she's
because this
seeing anyone,
is
but it
after
doesn't
all
come
a
up.
lecture in Jewish history.
It
What does this
doesn't
have
come
to do
up.
with
Why
Jews?
would it
And I
come
think there's
up?
some fascinating things to talk
Okay?
about here.
And he
But
said,
I'll
I'd love
take a
to
sip
see
of
you
my
again. We
coffee
should
and
go
ask
and
if anyone has any questions.
we should go to this opening of this gallery. My friend in Soho, my cokehead friend who has no talent, has rented a gallery in Soho, and she's inflicting a mediocre art on people. Let's all go down there and see what that's about. And she, living downtown, sees no reason not to attend a very public art gallery show in Soho with
That's
an
an
old
excellent
friend.
question. I have a feeling Judith can
It's
answer
not a
it.
big deal. She's not cheating on this Midwestern guy who's so pure and simple. His father killed himself in the garage. So Carolyn from the Stern School of Business, who cares that women get Bitcoin so they can transcend the circumstances of living in an Afghan cave, decides to go to the opening of a mediocre artist in Soho with Jacques, a very wealthy French guy. All the while, her simple, pure Midwestern, beautiful boy, beautiful, life that they have together. She calls him a boy. He doesn't love that. But she does, and she realizes it's just because he doesn't have a lot of money and he doesn't come from anything, okay? She decides to go to this gallery opening with Jacques. Well, the gallery opening becomes a lunch, and the lunch becomes a coffee. And then she eventually has to tell Jacques, listen, I'm actually in a relationship. I don't know what the hell's going on here, okay? But Jacques says, listen, I totally understand, but here's the reality. You're graduating school next year. I've always loved you. I never thought you loved me. We're meant to be together. We're meant to get married at my family's vineyard in the south of France. You know it and I know it. So, what are we doing here?
Good example. I'm
She
actually
walks
listening to
home,
Connie
she's
talking about
crying,
that,
it's
but that's
cold,
really
it's wet,
important.
it's raining. But she
Women,
knows Jacques is right.
socialist Jewish women.
She knows that she's going to go and marry this rich guy, and she's going to destroy.
Ms. Abramson, then we're going to move on. And by the way, just for the
this
camera,
Midwestern
just
guy who's a
we
good
discussed
guy.
about something called the glass
And she
ceiling,
goes home, and
which
they
for
have a talk.
undergraduates under the age of 25
says, listen,
is this phenomenon
Brad,
where women can get jobs in
listen,
industries, but then
I
they
love you,
find that
and
they
these 2
can't
years have been the
get
best years of my
promoted
life.
past a certain point. There's a glass
I
ceiling.
just feel like
Nobody else
there's
can see it, but it's there. They
too many
can't get
things
past it
here
to become
that will just
CEOs,
never
things
work.
like
I
that.
think we want different
Ms. Abramson.
lives, you know? You mentioned that you love
See,
the
look at
Midwest.
how
You'd like
prescient,
to go
right?
back one
She
day.
was going to
I
ask
never
what
see
was
myself
the
living
glass
there.
ceiling, right?
Because,
That's what it
yeah, but
means.
that's just something
You
I say.
have to
I mean, I've
realize
lived my
when
whole
you
life for you. I
speak to
kind of
young
like New
people,
York.
they're so
I just
stupid.
love the pizza. I thought I'd never like anything better than the average Chicago pizza.
So
But I
many
actually
things
love
that
the
we
pizza
take for
here.
granted.
She goes,
I
here's
know.
the thing.
Either that or I'm getting smarter as
This
I get
isn't
older. I
about
don't know.
pizza bread. It's not about food.
Let's
It's
go
about
on.
the fact that
I'm
I met
going
a
to
guy.
edit this. You know, we only
And
have
I
one
pull
more
up with
lecture
him,
and
and
then
I'm
I'm
sorry.
done
Now
for the
Brett's
summer.
hollowed
Okay.
out. He's
Let's
hollowed
talk
out.
about
He's
Judaism.
absolute.
I'm going to get it when I get
He's
home.
thinking
First,
there's
think about
nothing.
my
He's
wife.
angry.
Okay.
And
So
then
now
the anger
Judaism.
translates into a hopelessness.
Probably the only thing that has in
Stage
common
4
right now is the
diagnosis.
last three
Oh,
letters,
it's
and
denied
that's
the
it.
appeal to
Because
death row.
Judaism
He knows
is a
immediately as soon as those
highly
words leave her
gendered
mouth
culture.
that there is
I mean,
nothing to be
we
said
could spend
and
a
nothing
lot
to
of time
do.
ticking
And he
off
can't
all the
compete with
various
this guy,
differences
this fairy
between men
tale
and women,
French
particularly in
rich guy,
traditional
and
Judaism,
she's
which
been
is
in love with
relevant for our
forever because
discussion
he's going
today,
to provide her a
especially
type
18th
of life
century.
that Brett
The
can't.
life cycle
So he
celebrations
then gets a
comparing
small
men and
apartment
women
in
are
Manhattan. He
completely
moves
different.
out
You
because
look
he's
at
been living with
the
Caroline for the last 8
what
months.
my
Started out in a
grandmother
small
Rothschild used to
apartment.
call the
Then
hoo-ha
he's living with
factor.
her in a
Like
little
the
bigger
hoo-ha is
apartment in a
associated
better
with the
location,
birth of
but
a
he moves to
boy,
Brooklyn.
and then, you know, the
Okay?
bris milah,
He
and
moves
then
to
the bar
Brooklyn.
mitzvah, and
This
all that
is
stuff.
fucking I'm gonna
They
start
vastly
moving to Brooklyn.
outdistance that you
I'm gonna live in
do
Brooklyn
for
now
a
because who
young
cares?
woman.
I just want to
The
get
wedding
laid.
is the big
I
deal,
want
but
to
the
do
wedding
drugs.
also involves
And I want to
a
just
man
be
as well.
angry. My fucking
And there
girl
are, you
threw
know,
me.
we're in a shul right now where there's a
Keeps
mechitza,
going.
where there is a
And
distinction
that's where
between
her
where
part of the story
women
ends.
pray
We don't
and
know what
where
happens to
men
Caroline.
pray,
She
which
gets
many
engaged
would
to this French
understand
guy.
as
She gets
a
really wealthy.
negative
She gets
distinction
really
as
rich.
well.
They split
Obviously,
their time
Orthodox
between
Jews do
France
not
and the United
find it as
States.
a negative,
She
but
has a
that's not
fake
our
job, and
topic
so
for
does he.
today.
But Brett,
Rights and
Brett's now living in
privileges,
Brooklyn.
however, there are some
And
real
Brett
serious,
oscillates
very
from the far
important
left to the
areas
far
in which
right.
women do not
One day he's a
have in
literal
traditional
neo-Nazi.
Judaism the
The
same
next day
rights
he's
and
a far
privileges
left
as men.
anarcho-communist.
There are
And all the
obviously,
while he
I
listens
say
to the
this is
TikTok show every day.
unapologetic, that there are
Every day he
areas
has
in
no
which
idea which way I'm going to go.
women
He has
have
no idea.
greater
He
power
just knows
than
I'm
men,
angry at things, and
but
he
they're
likes that. And he
much
listens to
fewer
my
and
show.
smaller than the
But
areas
one
in
day
which
he's
men
an
generally
Antifa,
have
the next
greater
day he's a
power
Proud
than
Boy.
women.
He's just
Again,
angry.
it's
He's
not
full of
within the
hatred.
scope of our
He's full of
1 hour lecture
hatred
to go into
because
these.
the rent keeps
The
going up
point
and
I'm
nothing
trying
makes
to
sense.
get across, though, is that Judaism is
I
gendered.
don't know what
That
this
men
has to
and
do
women are
with
treated
anything,
differently.
really,
When they're
economically.
treated
I
well,
thought
they're
it
treated
would say
equally,
more about
but
the
it's very
economy
easy
than
for
it
the
actually
system
did.
to
But my point
degenerate
is this.
into
We've
treatment of
empowered
inequality
certain women
that is also
at the expense of
disadvantageous
men
for the woman.
that have found their
Furthermore,
fathers dead in
much
their day.
of Jewish culture in
And
this
it's
gendered
true.
atmosphere
So that's what I'm getting
emphasizes
to.
the
So this
role of
guy's now
women in the
radical
private sphere, as
because
we
we
say
made this
in
woman fall in love
Tehillim
with
and
French
Psalms,
people, which is
Kol
disgusting.
Bat Melech Pnima. All the glory of the princess is within, meaning within
That's
a
what
private
happens.
sphere, protected,
And
not
Brett
necessarily
dies from an
broadcasting to
accidental
the outside
overdose
world and so on.
in
This is
Bushwick.
something that is expected
And his
of the
body is
male to
found
go out and to,
by his Chinese landlord.
kill
You see, I
the
mean, the landlord
mastodon and drag
Chinese.
it
You
home,
could have went
those
another
kinds
way.
of things.
It was a Chinese
And
landlord.
although there
And
are
they found
very
Brett's body.
significant
And they
exceptions to
couldn't
that,
call his dad. His
and I
dad's already
often
dead.
like to point out the passage in Proverbs that's read every Friday
This is
night,
what's happening to
Eshet
young
Chayil,
people all over
in
the
which
country.
this so-called woman of valor,
Well, it
really
is.
a better translation would be
It's
the
the summer. So
warrior
many
woman.
people are injuring
Chayil means a
themselves, and
soldier
then
in
they
modern
need
Hebrew,
their
the soldier
money.
woman. You know, the descriptions of her are
Klein and Morgan
that
Morgan
she
recently
is,
awarded nearly $1 million after
buying
tourism
real
firm that her
estate,
injuries from
she's
slipping
into
on ice outside of a
commerce, she's
Panera
got
Bread
ships
with the
going here
company's
and
fault.
there, she's an
Now, Klein was
employer with
working as a
lots of
DoorDash driver when she
staff
slipped and
looking
fell on
under
an
her,
icy
so she's
walkway
certainly not
outside
a
the Panera in Fort
retiring
Wayne,
kind of
Indiana. She
Mrs.
broke her left
Cleaver
elbow,
baking
which led to
cookies,
surgery and
but
hardware being
nevertheless, there
inserted
is
into
this
her
general
arm. The
trust in
original
Jewish
settlement offer
culture
was
that,
$125,000, but
women's
Morgan and
place is
Morgan
in the home,
fought to
so
get
to
her what
speak,
she deserved.
that they're in
Morgan and Morgan is
private
America's
domain,
largest
whereas men
injury
tend to be in
firm
the
for a
public
reason.
domain,
They've been fighting
which
for the
is
people for
definitely
over
not in
35
keeping with a
years.
lot of the values that we
Hiring
see
the wrong firm
in the
could be
concept of
disastrous.
feminism.
Hiring the right
At
firm
the
could
same time,
substantially
Judaism
increase your.
has
Can you
a
imagine
lot
it?
of
You're
really
going in,
strong female role
I'm going to
models
pick
from
up the
the biblical
DoorDash.
period and
I'm going to get the
onwards, even
Southwestern
though
fucking
numerically,
corn
no
chowder
question,
from
we've got a
Panera
lot more
and the
men
Asiago
acting in
chicken
Jewish
cook,
history,
which is
or at
nice.
least
And
visible
then
actors in
you
Jewish history,
fall on the
who have
ice and
some
you go,
very strong role models who quite often completely trump their husbands. Sarah over Abraham, Rachel over Yaakov, and so on and so
Morgan
forth.
and Morgan
So
is easy to
definitely
get
a lot
started,
of
and they're free.
strong-willed
Their fee is
women
free
with
unless
a
they
sense of
visit
purpose who are
forthepeople.com.
frequently more correct than their husbands, and they are vindicated in the Jewish tradition. So we have kind of a a mixed bag trying to analyze, how would Judaism mesh with this new ideology of feminism. Jewish feminism is born primarily in the late 1960s. Up until this point, feminism, even though it was often practiced by Jews, a lot of Jewish women were leaders in feminism, there was no real synthesis of Judaism and feminism until the last half of the 20th century. There are a few reasons why things begin to gel at that time. One is the fact that there are a lot of really important female Jewish leaders of the feminist movement, including Frieden and Gloria Steinem and others who are like at the forefront of the movement, and so it's very easy for young Jewish women to look to them and say, wow, they're Jews and they're doing this, perhaps I should do something too, and I should connect it to my Judaism. But one factor that I think deserves a lot more analysis, you only see it poking up here and there. Maybe someone should do a good dissertation on it sometime. The tremendous change in Jewish self-image after the Six-Day War. The War of 1967, in which it was painfully evident to all kinds of viewers of world politics that Israel was this beautiful and brand new experiment, only launched less than 20 years earlier, was going to be completely obliterated by its Arab enemies, that it was driving Israel into the sea. When Uthant removed the troops from the Sinai, the United Nations troops, and Nasser was about to advance, and then with a stunning preemptive strike and a victory after only 6 days, not only had Israel survived, but it had expanded its boundaries tremendously, conquering the entire Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Golan Heights. So at that time, a lot of Jewish youth who had been, kind of laboring under the numerous clauses,
lots of stories that are developing all the time.
Trying to keep their heads down, shy, don't make trouble kind of attitude. And they were getting a little bit nervous about other ethnic groups beginning to kind of feel their identities. The Black Panther movement is beginning to rise at this point. And African Americans were able to express their identity. After 67, a lot of young Jews said, we should be proud of our Judaism too. We should be less afraid of being out there with our Judaism. And we should explore this thing that even our parents maybe have tried to suppress. And our parents have tried to say, don't be too religious, trying to get us to Americanize. So there is a surge in general of Jewish consciousness after 1967, which has all kinds of implications. We'll speak a little bit about it next week when we look at Rabbi Schneerson's life, because this is really the major beginning of the Teshuvah movement that creates organizations like Aish Torah or Sameach. The entire network of Chabad houses really gets a huge spike after this point. And so, especially young women who are motivated by feminism also get a surge of Jewish pride and begin to see ways in which these two movements can come together. There's a lot more development of college-based Jewish feminist groups where women who really apply to both designations are getting together to discuss the ways in which they can create a form of feminism. The population base is ideal for this because Jewish women tend to be highly urbanized and highly educated, involved in college life, which is where a lot of these intellectual movements get a lot of traction. And later there will be a negative push towards these things as well, because feminism tends to become associated with other leftist causes, which for the most part tend to ally themselves with the Arab world and the Palestinian Liberation Organization as well. And early Jewish feminists began, and many of them quote the same kind of experience, that they'll go to feminist gatherings and they will be ostracized because of their pro-Zionist position. They can be feminists, but it's felt to be out of step with the support for Yasser Arafat. Sylvia Barra-Fishman, whose work I'm going to feature in the next slide or so, she quotes one feminist leader, unfortunately she doesn't provide the name, who went to one of these conferences in the 1970s, and one of the other delegates there said to her, "Oh, Denmark is such a beautiful place, but the problem is, in the summer it's overrun by Germans. And tell you, the Germans, they're just terrible, but at least they did one thing right. They got rid of all the Jews." And when the interlocutor heard this, and she kind of like made it a splutter of disagreement, the woman said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Are you German?" All right, she's worried that she offended a German, not worried that she offended a Jew. All right, so the anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism of the feminist movement, prominent in many feminist thinkers, began to push. Oh my gosh, I lost my clicker.
That's why when you think about it,
fell apart here. The anti-Semitism began to drive many of these women further into Judaism rather than into the arms of feminist ideology. Let's see. So this is, I thank Susan for giving me this great article by Adrian Rich, a very important article written in the 1970s about a woman who felt split at the root. Was she fundamentally a feminist, or was she fundamentally a Jew? These two areas, and it's more complicated if you look at her entire essay, but to which allegiance does she owe first? To her people or to her gender? And this will actually be the harbinger of third wave feminism, which deals a lot more with the questions of ethnicity. Women of color who are feminists, because up until now, a lot of second wave feminism is really dominated by white middle class women, and there are a lot of black women who are saying, you don't understand the kind of issues that we have to deal with, and so on. So, Sylvia Fishman, who's one of my favorite writers on topics of this nature, she wrote a great book called A Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Community, which I'm going to use a couple of statistics for in a second. She writes that altogether, this combination of Judaism and feminism has, on the one hand, a potentially corrosive element, because, Jews, after all, were a minority. We're especially sensitive to issues like intermarriage, issues like low birth rate, and so on. And there's some areas of feminist thought that definitely, have an impact on those areas. And at the same time, though, it has a complex, potentially fertile union as well. And I hope to explore some of those ideas in just a moment. So, I think one of the most exciting areas of Jewish feminism, which really begins well behind the front lines of feminist thinkers. It really begins in Poland during the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the beginning of formal education for Jewish women, which is a remarkably new phenomenon. Formal, organized education for Jewish women is something that really begins with the Beis Yaakov movement in Poland in the 1910s. Sarah Schinnerer is the founder of this movement, and if you're interested, go on the web and see the lecture that I gave on her movement. It's incredibly important. It eventually leads to something that really hasn't happened since biblical times, where you have women who are equally literate to men, and in many ways equally qualified to work with Judaic texts to an unprecedented level. Even in of course, the Reform movement, the Conservative have already ordained these women as rabbis. There's a certain amount of controversy over the ordination of women as rabbis in the Orthodox world. But even within the most right-wing Orthodox world, you do have this phenomenon that is only gaining steam in Israel, the so-called Yoachei Halakha, halakhic advisors, where women highly trained in Jewish law will essentially act as lawyers and advocates for other women in legal systems that essentially attempts to kind of level the playing field for them. Let's look at some statistics. Okay, check out this chart. This is a chart that makes me very happy. This is from the 1990 National Jewish Population Survey. I'm sure if we looked at the 2000 or even the 2010 numbers, we would have even better scores. But looking at how many men and women have received more than 6 years of day school, full-time Jewish education, which is the highest level that they recorded in terms of marking Jewish education. Meaning, how many people could say that they went to a Jewish day school for 6 or more years? So check this out. At age 65, this is men, so you have approximately 8% of men in America in 1990 who were 65 or over spent more than 6 years in day school. That means 92% obviously did not, but that's the thing. Look at the contrast with women, where you have something like 1% could actually say they spent 6 years in day school. The next generational slice of the stratosphere is men and women aged 45 to 64. Once again, about the same proportion of men and a slightly higher proportion of women. 25 to 44 men are not getting any more educated specifically. It's basically flat. Men's education is about the same, but women have made huge strides. And by the time you get to 1990, women aged 18 to 24 have made massive gains compared to their grandmothers in Jewish education, almost equaling men. And that's really a very, very exciting and dramatic statistic.
Get up Randy Fine. Get a photo of Randy Fine. Now, this is the guy who literally said starve away.
Three ways
he said something
to
like
get
release
status.
the hostages, which again,
before, but
the
let's just see if you
children of
remember.
Gaza
There are the three
did
ways
not
that you can
abduct
achieve
the
status in the
hostages
Jewish
and
community.
cannot release them.
Money,
Randy Fine.
It used to be money. Now money's not important anymore. No, just joking.
Randy
Money's still
Fine.
important, right?
No,
If
get
you
a
have
fat
money,
picture, my
then you
producer. Go
will
get a
be
picture when he was
okay,
standing.
number two.
You're going to treat Randy
That's
Fine like
number
that?
three.
Go get a photo of me
Education
when I
is
was
good.
8.
Ms. Abramson?
Dead, by the way.
Family,
Randy Fine, look how
right?
fat Randy
If
Fine
you're
is.
Zadie
Randy
or
Fine
Uncle
literally
Chaim,
said
or if you have
starve
all these important
away.
relatives, then like
This
every
guy
different
is
in
out
the world
there
is obviously a direct
telling
descendant of the
the
Vilna Gaon.
Gazans
That's at least
to
everyone I hate says that.
starve
So
while
you either have
looking like
money,
he's like
or you have yichus,
full
or
of
you have
fucking
learning. And the only
marshmallow
democratic
fluff.
way to
It's
achieve
the,
status
it's
is
the
through learning. And
cruelest
this chart means that women are
thing
getting a lot more
to just have
status
a
as a
fatty
result of the
bombati
power that comes
telling
with
me,
learning.
get that quota.
You see this also
Where he says
in
starve away.
occupational status. This one isn't
There's
quite
a
as
quote where
thrilling
Randy
as the last
Fine,
slide, but
who's
also
a congressman
it's
from
basically
Florida,
looking at
who has a lot
women
of the
and men
rhetoric of
in
like
two different
in
age
the
groups, under
smoke
45
ranch
and over
and here
45
these
in
crazy
various
far right
professions. And you can see
recruit
that
psychopaths in the
basically
Israeli
these
government
green bars are
and
older
calling
women,
his
over
kids
45,
in Gaza
right?
Amalek,
That's not
children
older,
of
but
the devil or
the
whatever.
older segment.
Randy
And the
Fine
older women tend to be
has
well represented in
basically, I
clerical
believe,
fields, right? With
said
the
if you
relatively
look up
low-paying,
starve
secretarial,
away, that's
pink-collar
what he
kind of
wrote.
jobs,
Those were the quotes.
and very
He
full
said,
representation in high-status jobs. The
tell your
brown
fellow
bars here,
Muslim
though, show
terrorists
the
to release
representation
the
of
hostages
women
and surrender.
in
Until then,
younger women, and
hashtag
they are much lower in clerical
starve
and
away
really important in high status.
Randy
And if
Fine.
you compare these to the
And
men's bars, the red and the
areas.
purple here, you see that women are also really undergoing much more dramatic change than the men. So
that we
not
are
as quite as cool as this graph, but we see that
providing
in
the
terms of the
material
kind of
support
jobs
to
that Jewish
Israel to
women are holding, they're
continually
definitely making huge
engage in
progress
this kind of
at the same time.
barbarism.
So a
We
lot
have
of
to
these
cut off
kind
funding.
of
We should
impact
absolutely
of
cut off
Betty
funding
Friedan
to Israel
and
immediately.
her retinue
off
are
funding.
reflected in these
Also,
slides.
100%. I don't
Now,
know
there
why
are
that's
many
even
areas in
controversial
which, you know,
at this point. This
Betty
is going
Friedan
to,
would
this is
definitely
like
be unhappy
worst
with the progress or lack
crisis
thereof in
we see
modern
it
day
witnessing
Jewish
unfolding. It's
feminism.
crazy.
One of the most
For the
difficult
fattest country
crises
in
that
the world
refuses to
be involved
be easily
in
answered
this
is
starvation
the
of
so-called
people
Aguna crisis.
is
This
insane.
refers to the situation
It's
which
nuts.
has become really quite
And there
exacerbated
are
in the
people
20th century.
defending this.
According to
Like
Jewish
getting
law, only
DoorDash.
a man has
They're
the right
getting
and
full
power
meals.
to divorce his wife.
They
A
will
woman may
they
not
will
divorce
deliver a
her husband.
seafood tower to you
In
on
the medieval
DoorDash,
period, the
broken
Beit
up
Din
in
had the
ice.
power
I'm not
to
going to tell you how I
physically
know, but
coerce a
in
man
ice,
to
they will
grant his wife
deliver
a get
shellfish
or
on
a
ice
divorce.
to you.
But obviously,
DoorDash
since the
will deliver
French Revolution
that,
that we began
and
our
you
lecture
get
with
it at
today,
your front
the
door.
Beit
You
Din
get
does
a
not have the
lobster at your
power
front
to
door and
impose
eat it,
corporal
and then
punishment,
defend
sanctions on another
how
citizen.
children in Gaza
You know,
are.
they're not,
And I mean, you
it's
can
not a
see these
separate
photos.
country. You're not
I
allowed
don't want
to
to show
simply
them
have,
on the show,
you know,
but
they're
they
not
are
like
so
mafioso who can like
disturbing.
just, you know, order a hit on a guy if he refuses to
And
give someone
it's
a get,
like,
his wife a get. So
it's
these
crazy.
freedoms
Even
have
some of the
unfortunately
way the
been abused by
magazines are
many men
reporting it, like one of
who
them was like,
will
well, they're
separate
not
from their
dead.
wives, but not
They're
give
like
them a get,
half
either
alive,
out
half
of
dead, and they're
vengeance,
wandering around like
or
ghosts.
because
It's
they
like,
want to
I was
perhaps
like,
coerce some
what
money
is
out of their
this?
wives, or even
I
custody of
mean,
the
it's
children. Who knows what it is? And no
it's
legal
incredibly
remedy
disturbing
in
to
Jewish
watch.
law has
What will
yet
the
been
next
found.
phase
Many
be?
have been suggested.
I mean, I don't
To
understand.
date, no
Like,
single
what
remedy
will Israel
has
do
been
next to them?
discovered
Like,
which will
will it start
adequately
to
address
melt
the situation. Joe.
Like, will it use some type
The
of like
kosher Nostra,
device
yeah,
to
the
start
kosher Nostra,
melting
right.
the people of
That
Gaza?
remedy is
And
essentially
then will people
medieval,
start
and
defending
it
that?
does
Well,
happen,
these were these
but
hostages.
it happens sub rosa.
So then,
Yes, please.
hashtag melt away. And you go, wait a minute, hold on, but you're melting people. Yeah, well, so what? October 7th. Yeah, but they're children. They're women. They're not, they didn't do that. Melt away. So what? They're gonna melt. I mean, what?
It's huge. huge. Absolutely.
Stephen King
Yeah, he's just
horror
pointing out
movie
there that we
penalty
could make a huge laundry list.
will
Even if
be
I just
enough
listed them like reading the phone
at
book, we
this
would not
point.
have enough time in 1 hour.
We have now crossed the line. Like I said, Final
Point?
Destination a couple of weeks ago. We're
okay, I'll come
past
back
that.
to you then, okay? Because I'm
Those
almost out of time
deaths
here.
were quick.
Another issue,
We're
Jewish
fully
birth rate.
into
Very significant. I mean, it's very different from the
crazy
equivalent crisis.
long
But here's the problem.
thing.
Jewish women,
It's
without a doubt,
completely
statistically
barbaric,
are the
and we
most
should
educated
just stop
ethnic
the
groups of
money.
all women in America. Jewish women are much higher educated per
Take
capita
all that
than
money that
non-Jewish
we're
women.
funding Israel
But
with,
well-known
and give it to
phenomenon,
Candace
higher
Owens
Jewish
so she can
education,
fight
higher education, I'm sorry,
lawsuit
correlates
against
with a lower
Brigitte
birth rate. Obviously,
Macron
women
and Emmanuel
spend
Macron.
time in college
And here's what
longer,
I'm saying.
they delay marriage, they delay
Show the
childbirth,
puss.
and all of a
Show
sudden,
the puss.
they have less children
Show the
overall.
clit.
The replacement rate is approximately
And I'm
2.1,
not trying
and
to
Jewish
be
women
a
on average in
problem.
America
You
have
know I never am.
1.1 children per
Show
family,
the puss, show
which is
the clit.
basically like a child and a small
I'm not
poodle.
saying she was born
So
a man.
we
I
have
don't
a very
know.
significant issue. There is clearly
There's
a
a
big
very
distinction
easy
between the
way
Orthodox
to
world, which
put
has a
this
much
to bed.
higher birth rate, but nevertheless, on the
Number
whole,
one,
American
have
Jews are
Brigitte
not
Macron
replacing
go on
themselves.
the Nelk
And one factor,
podcast.
we're not
And
going to
have
lay
her
all of this
show
on,
the clit.
on Jewish education.
What are
But
their
one
names?
factor
Kyle
is
and
as women
Steiny.
get more educated,
Have her
that
show the
also has
clit.
an impact
Take
on
the
birth rate.
pussy
Yes,
out on the Nelk podcast.
okay, very good.
Brigitte Macron.
And a third issue,
Put your
very
bush
significant and
in
perhaps
Kyle
not
from Nelk's
as well known,
face.
is that Jewish
And let's
women
get
for
justice.
centuries
How about
have
justice?
constituted the bulk of the
Even people
volunteer
starving
base
in
of
Gaza
the
want to know
Jewish community,
this.
the Kehillah. That,
Even the
you know,
starving
maybe
children
women
in
were not
Gaza want to see.
expected to bring
Where
home
is
the
the
same
clit?
kind of paycheck
Let's
as
play a
their
little bit of
husbands,
Candace.
but
You're
it was
responding
known
to
that
this
women would, of course, volunteer
lawsuit
for all kinds of
from
organizations
Brigitte
in the
and
community.
Emmanuel
I mean, my mother
Macron.
was always active in all kinds of
Born a man, and he
organizations,
will die a man.
but I don't know too
That's
many
the point I'm
women
making.
my generation who
So
are,
okay, let's
and I
By the way, I
certainly
wish
don't know
my
many
father said that
my
to me
daughter's
at any point in
generation
my
who are.
life.
And that's a huge cost to the community that goes unrecorded. As
I wish I
women
had
get
that kind of
jobs,
support in
they're
my own
bringing
household.
capital into
You
the
were born a
family,
man. You're
but
a
the community
goddamn
as a
man.
whole loses this
What?
extremely important source of communal support.
have
So that's
Candace Owens here. She's
something
being
that could
sued
really
by
change our
Brigitte
society as well.
Macron is the
So
first lady of
finally,
France.
I will write about this. There's some really
And
fascinating
Candace has
things
said
that have been
that
written by
Brigitte
scholars like Lynn
was
Davidman,
born
Renee
a
Kaufman,
gentleman.
on the phenomenon
And now
of
I have
female
challenged Brigitte to go on the
returnees
Nelk
to Judaism,
Boys
so-called
podcast and show her
Ba'alat
clit.
Tshuva. These are women who come from secular backgrounds,
And let's
often
do
very
this thing.
feminist in orientation.
End the war
They
in
begin
Gaza.
to
Show
explore
your
their Jewish roots, and
bush.
all of a sudden they end up becoming
Show
highly
your clit
observant,
to the Nelk
often
boys. You're
going into
the first
extreme
lady of France.
Hasidic movements
If
and
you're
so on,
afraid
and
to show
adopting
your
a lot of the
pussy
attitudes that
to
many of their
Steiny
feminist
from
sisters
Nelk,
would find,
then you don't get to be
completely
the first lady
contradictory
of France.
to
You
the
don't get to
values
be
that they
it.
espoused when they were in a secular
Show
mode.
your
But
pussy to
ultimately,
Joe Rogan.
the
In
feminist
his
movement
studio,
is kind of
fly
like a
to Austin
doorway for many
and
young
open
women
your,
into the
spread your
values of Judaism.
legs
And
for
once
Joe
they're in
Rogan.
Judaism, they don't leave
That's
it
weird.
alone. They bring those values in and, in fact, transform Judaism from within. Another topic that, I'd really like to study someday, but it would probably involve a lot of research, is how this massive teshuva phenomenon, according to some estimates, as many as 250,000 Jews in America alone, has actually affected the Orthodox world. One small story, and then I'll go to the last slide. I remember when I was studying in a kollel on the east side of Manhattan, and every morning after the morning prayers, they had this delicious breakfast.
And this is
It
what
was
has
so
to happen. We
phenomenal.
gotta move
And
on
they had
as a
this warm
society
whitefish salad.
from this war in
that,
Gaza and from this.
it was incredible. I had to
Stop
believe it
starving
came
the
from,
children in Gaza.
Show
Show
your
your clit
And
to
so I
Joe
said to
Rogan.
Rosh Hashiva, I said,
Go on, Kill Tony.
how do you
I'm the
get this
president of
whitefish salad?
France's
It's
wife.
incredible.
And they say, I
And
got
he
a
said,
cock.
well, it's
I
that
got
guy
a
over
clit.
there.
Boom.
He's about Tshuva.
Red
and
Man
some
does
guy
the
down
sound
there.
effects.
He's
Make the
about
podcast
Tshuva,
rounds.
but he used to
And
be a
show everyone your
professional
pussy,
chef. And I say so.
please.
He says, he knows how it's supposed to taste.
Put your pussy in a cosh and Andrew Schultz's
How it's
face.
supposed to taste when it was treif, so he was able to
Schultz
make
is
a
like,
kosher.
damn.
Right, so that's a really
Get
interesting
your
kind of
pussy
area
on
of exploration.
flagrant.
How has the
Endless.
teshuva movement changed the way
Show
Orthodox
your pussy
Judaism
to
is
Theo Von.
So, and in some ways, this is
Let
related
Theo
to
Von
third
see your
wave
French
feminism, which
pussy,
is associated
and
specifically
let
with
him
ethnicity and
decide
feminism.
if it
So,
was at one point a
Betty
small
Friedan,
cock.
in many ways,
That's what we have
some
to
of the
figure
values
out.
that she espoused
her
were
penis
contradictory
inverted and
to
made into
traditional
a pussy?
Judaism.
This is
But at the same
politics.
time, her quest for women's
What
rights
are
have made a
tariffs? I don't
phenomenal
even know.
change
You
for
put your puss on the
52% of our
internet.
population.
That's why I keep
And
watching this show.
her status
So give us
as
a
a
sample. We'll send my
prominent
doctors
Jewish feminist
blood.
leader is
Figure
something
it out
that
real
our
quick.
daughters and
Want to know about
granddaughters
this?
all
Hey, how about
benefit
just
from.
giving us some pictures again
Thank
of
you
you
very
growing
much for your
up?
attention. Next week is
Raising
the
your children
last
from
week,
fine.
and
Whatever
I'll see
reason
you
to
again in the
phone,
fall.
by the
Bye-bye.
way. Like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it. All right, that is what Discovery is for. It asks a lot of questions. You're probably hoping, this will go away, and at least we'll see.
Now, so here's what Candace's thing is that Brigitte was born something else. I think she stole the identity of her dead brother or something like that. And MK Ultra, that program that the CIA used, which was a mind control program, because I listened to this a while ago, and it is interesting. At the Beverly Hills Hotel, there's a French guy, and I spoke to him about this. And he did say to me, Macron, there is something that's not French. What is French? Oh, oui, Macron is. What is French? Gerard, Macron, he liked the boys at the hotel. And then I said I spoke about you on my show because I know you made me famous. You made me famous on your show. But what he was saying was that he was kind of known in France a little bit. That something was up with this. Maybe not. And then I've had people call me and go, conspiracy, this is nuts. Who knows? It's not going to make any sense until you show Joe Rogan your pussy. That's the way we decide things in these parts. I drink cold brew year-round and used to rely on grocery store concentrate or $6 cafe runs, mostly out of what I thought was convenience, but then I found trade. Now making cold brew at home is easy, plus it tastes way better and costs less than buying cold brew at another place. Trade is the #1 coffee destination in the U.S. for both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best beans from top roasters across the U.S. and now have a special cold brew collection. Trade makes it effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious and at an amazing value. And they don't just stop at beans. They also provide expertly curated equipment that's easy to use. You can make amazing coffee. I will tell you this, folks. I do love this coffee. My friends drink cold brew, and they love this cold brew. They've teamed up with 15 roasters to create a special cold brew collection that ensures your cold brew at home tastes exactly how it should. Smooth and delicious. For limited time, Trade is giving 50% off a month of cold brew. That's around 60 cups of cold brew. For 50% off, when you go to drinktrade.com/Tim, that's drinktrade.com/Tim, get 50% off 1 month of cold brew. Drinktrade.com/Tim. So the MK Ultra thing, which was like a CIA mind control, Candace says there are all these weird links to like MK Ultra mind control, and that Macron was like some weird Manchurian candidate. Now Macron's a weird guy. Let's look at Macron is now saying he's going to bring in refugees from Gaza, but let's take a look at what's really going on. It feels weird. Macron, if you can get that up, has just said, hey, I am going to accept refugees from Gaza. And he said, hey, this is what's going to happen. And everybody is going, well, isn't that nice that Macron is going to accept all of these refugees from Gaza? But what it really is a relocation campaign to take people from Gaza and put them in France so that Israel can build whatever the hell they're going to build in Gaza. So everyone's like, isn't it so nice? Look at France stepping up. And then, so people are saying this, like, and then there's some people that are not dumb. And they go, well, this seems like it's a relocation plan to put people that lived in Gaza in France. And so Israel is just, now controlled demolition of all these buildings in Gaza. They're going to build whatever they're going to build. Now, Macron goes, well, now I'll take some of the heat off myself by going, hey, listen, we're recognizing a Palestinian state. Now, Israel is like pretending to be mad at this, but this is a completely ceremonial thing because they just destroyed Gaza. It's over. What state could there? What are we talking about? Like everyone's like, Macron is, I can't believe he's recognizing a Palestinian state. What? They destroyed the whole thing. It's smithereens. The thing is good done. It's like a lot of the people coming out now.
here today, a tremendously stunning, well-written memoir of the Gulag, of the institutional camp system that the Soviets put in place in the 1930s and extended right through the 1940s and into the early 1950s. She was unjustly imprisoned there, along with hundreds of thousands of people who suffered the same fate. Luckily for the scholarly world and the political world, she happened to be a brilliant writer who recorded her memoirs in a fashion that made an indelible impression on the readership of the Soviet Union and beyond. In fact, there's one interesting comment there. Hannah Arendt, who maybe we'll talk about in another class, stands side by side with Nadezhda Mandelstamm's memoirs and Solzhenitsyn's The Gulag Archipelago, a classic work studying this tremendous period. She was from an assimilated Jewish background and a diehard communist in her youth, really believing in the party line. But at a fairly young age, while she was already married with two young sons, she was hauled before a court and accused of a crime she did not commit, a minor political crime, the failure to denounce a colleague and teaching institute, and she was ultimately sentenced to imprisonment in the Gulag for 18 years. A horrible time during which her father died. She lost contact with her children entirely. Her husband eventually died, and she only emerged in the early 1950s after Stalin's death and began to publish her memoirs, first in samizdat form and self-published illegal form, and then later as restrictions were released and it was known in the West, eventually published in more fully the full form. Her work is also distinguished because it represents a woman's perspective in the Gulag, and we have comparatively few memoirs of this nature, and also a Jewish perspective. Even though she was from an assimilated background and had very tenuous connections with her Jewish identity, as you might expect, she found more of it in the Gulag, and the theme of Judaism comes up from time to time in her writings. And we'll look at a couple of those examples. She has what Beth Holmgren, who is a specialist in women's memoirs, writes, a pilgrim to prisoner experience, meaning that in her early youth, she was a die-hard communist. Again, to remember the chronology, she's born in 1904. The Soviet Union becomes a reality in 1918, or late 1917, really. So that would make her about 13. So in her crucial adolescent age, that's when she was adopting the excitement and the newness of this radical political system. And she ultimately leveraged it against her own father in kind of an adolescent power struggle, where her father, who was a pharmacist, when she looked down on his bourgeois values and sought to reject them entirely by becoming a very ardent communist. She ultimately she specialized in communist theory, and she became a teacher, marrying and having two children, and being very dedicated to the entire enterprise of teaching communist values. It was part of the formal curriculum, could not be removed whatsoever. And in fact, that's what ultimately got into her trouble. She married, as I mentioned earlier, a communist official, Pavel Aksyonov. Her two sons, one of them later died in the siege of Leningrad during World War II, and the other ultimately became a dissident writer of considerable note himself. So her first arrest really happened. She saw the beginnings of it in 1934. This is when the purges really began. I want to just back up a little bit, and we're going to talk about Stalin specifically. But she was accused of being a Trotskyite. There's a picture of Leon Trotsky shown here. Contrast isn't all that good, but we have the B projector today, I'm sorry. Leon Trotsky, of course, is a famous Jewish communist who ended up becoming the leader of the Red Army. After Vladimir Ilyich Lenin had his stroke in 1922 and was incapacitated for 2 years and finally dying in 1924, a triangular struggle for the leadership of the Soviet Union emerged between, on the one hand, Trotsky, who represented a more leftist approach. He wanted to keep, I should mention that Lenin, immediately prior to dying, had taken a major step back from traditional communist doctrine by introducing something called a new economic policy. And the new economic policy was a relaxation of the rules of communism, with more small market capitalism permitted and more small trade. And he argued that he was taking one step backwards in order to take two steps forward. The country was so devastated by the Civil War of 1917 through 1920 that he said, you know what, when we had war communism, that was a period of confiscations and rapid communization. He said, we've got to step back and we've got to let people make a living in their backyards with small-time farming and so on. And then he had this stroke, and there was a big debate. Well, what exactly would Lenin have done? I think actually they made little necklaces and headbands with WWLD, right? That was a joke. But what would Lenin have done were he alive and well? Would he have continued along the process of gradual bourgeois capitalism, or would he have reined it back to the traditional Marxist and more doctrinaire version of forced collectivization and so on? Ultimately, we won't know because he died in 1924. But there was a struggle between three successors as to what would be the interpretation of communism. Trotsky represented a more leftist approach, Bukharin a more rightist approach, and Stalin really maneuvered between these two figures, alienating both of them politically and ultimately having Trotsky, for example, murdered with an ice pick in Mexico City, and Stalin took the reins of control. After this period of time, anyone associated with Trotskyist thinking, Trotskyist politics, was subject to ultimately arrest and deportation to the Gulag. But it took years before Stalin could really consolidate his power, and we only begin to see it happening in the mid-1930s. So let's just take a step back and look a little bit at Stalin's life, and specifically his relationship to the Jews, because that will be very relevant. Some of this material will overlap with the lecture we had on Solomon Mikhoels, so you might want to check that on the web. Oh, by the way, these are all, I'm saying to the camera, these are all on the web. If you're looking at it on the web, you don't need to know it's on the web. I went to graduate school for like 6 years to figure that out. So, JewishHistoryLectures.com. So Stalin was born Yosef Vissarionovich Jugashvili. He was a Georgian. Like many of the earliest communists, he changed his name to something more pronounceable and memorable. Trotsky's name was Bronstein. I believe Trotsky means rapid or something like a troika is a kind of a carriage. Lenin is from the Lena River, where Lenin's older brother was killed. And Stalin means the man of steel. No relationship to Clark Kent that I am aware of, but that's what he named himself, the man of steel. His mother wanted him to be a priest. She wanted him to be an Christian Orthodox priest. And in fact, she sent him to seminary, where he didn't get such a good Christian education, but he was exposed to the writings of Lenin, specifically a crucial pamphlet called Что делать, What is to be Done, which laid out in just a few short pages Lenin's plan for the future in Soviet Union. He was completely taken with this, and he became an ardent communist from his youth. He is the man of steel, as a known document for him, was actually very appropriate because Stalin's big belief was that the Soviet Union had to be industrialized. The Soviet Union, the Russian Empire, was at least 50 years behind Western Europe in most of its large industrialization projects. They were not completely electrified. There were a lot of places outside of main cities where you could not even get electric lights working. They had a very rudimentary train system, which was very problematic as well because, this is a huge territory. It covers 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, and it's very hard to cover it adequately with trains. But Stalin believed that the most important thing they could do is concentrate their energies rapidly into industrializing that society, building big factories, making things for the larger with comparatively little attention to consumer goods. In many ways, it was the opposite of the American approach, where American capitalism focused on, creating value for individual consumers and hoping to build wealth through economies of scale. The Stalinist model said create these massive factories, these gorgeous palaces for the people, which are great for communities, but very, very little things for individuals. Even when I was there in the 1980s, I'm sure some of you may have memories of these if you visited the Soviet Union. It was very difficult to get basic commodities like toilet paper. I described to my friends there, they couldn't believe that in America they actually have colored toilet paper. You can choose your color and pattern. They're like, oh my gosh, just get it colored. So what people used to use is inside of the bathroom, you have these little sort of like, when you get bills and you put them in a thing on the wall, little sort of plastic envelope, and they would get Pravda, or Izvestia, the newspapers, and they would cut them into like 4 by 6 inch squares. And it was actually a very good quality newsprint for this, because it was very soft compared to our newsprint. And the same could be said about the words they put on the page. And if you were lucky, you could actually piece together a whole story while you were waiting. But that's what people did. It was all about, everything for the people, nothing for persons. And that was really his point of view. And so his sense was that the whole of society, all of the economic engine of the early Soviet Union should be subjugated to the will of the nation as a whole. We see it very clearly in the disastrous collectivization project that began in 1928 as the first 5-year plan, in which he sought to remove all of the last vestiges of Lenin's new economic policy by taking all of these individual farms and forcing everyone to go into big collective factory farms, where you would have the economy of scale. You only had to buy one tractor for 20 farm plots, whereas before you would have to buy really 20 farm plot tractors for each plot. But on the other hand, people resisted it tremendously. And this picture here, by the way, which is from International Women's Day, I think it's 1932, it shows Soviet woman here, and she's dragging all these bourgeois capitalist farmers into the kolkhoz, the collective farm. And you can see the tractor here, which is the symbol of wealth, in the machine in the room there. And this was what Stalin did. He forced all of the so-called kulaks, the small-time farmers, and that might mean they own a cow on their own, into these collective farms, which were economically very poor producers, and ultimately resulted in a terrible famine of 1932-33. The famine was caused in part by natural climatic conditions, but it was caused even more so by disastrous economic policies, where Stalin insisted on maintaining his export quota of grain, even though people were literally starving and were cannibalizing each other in city streets, in Kiev, for example, at this time. Reasonable estimates place the number of people killed at 4 to 5 million during this 1 year. There are much larger estimates as well. We don't know really for sure, because there was a census taken in 1936 that would have told us definitively how many people were killed. But once the results came out, Stalin had the census takers executed, and the census was buried. So we only have little pieces of it that survived the municipal archives. They also passed at this time one of the most cruel laws imaginable, the so-called Law of Socialist Property, that literally made it a capital crime to steal a stalk of grain. So if you went and you stole certainly a loaf of bread, that was a capital crime. So it was a very difficult period of time under Stalin, but you get a sense of his personality and his priorities. One quote that just got cut off here, when he was asked about this, oh my gosh, the Ukrainians, the Don region, they're starving. What do? He said famously, when you cut down a forest, splinters will fly. Meaning this is an inevitable cost of the modernization of the Soviet Union. Naturally, he made a lot of enemies among them. Okay. Also at this time, and this connects us to what we talked about the Mikhail's lecture, by the time Stalin got to 1930, he felt sufficiently strong that he could put an end to the period of koronization, the policy of koronization, which, if you'll recall that lecture, refers to the brief period of time, just under 10 years, when the Soviet Union encouraged the effervescence of local cultures, including Yiddish culture. So the promotion of Yiddish as language, the promotion of Yiddish theater. There was a Jewish section of the Communist Party, the Sektia. All these kinds of things came to an abrupt end in 1930. The only thing that really survived, and that was primarily because of Kalinin's influence, another political figure, was this bizarre experiment called ViralRabbi, which was a small autonomous oblast, a small region out in the Far East that the Soviet Union set aside for Jewish emigration. Yiddish was made the official language there, and although there was a lot of hoo-ha in the larger public world, I mean, in terms of public relations, and it was designed primarily to offset the popularity of Zionism. There was very little actual material support given to ViralRabbi, and the only real attraction for Jews of this remote location was the fact that it was really quite proximate to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, it was like nothing to do. After 1930, we see a real strong downturn against Judaism. Now, it's interesting to note that Stalin himself was Lenin's minister in charge of nationalities. He was the primary architect of nationality policy in the Soviet Union, and it seems rather clear that he was not happy with the whole Korenizatsiya idea. He believed that at most, national identity should be preserved only in form, but it should be socialist in content, meaning you could use Yiddish as a language for propaganda of communist values. You could not, use Yiddish to discuss Jewish values. That was inappropriate. Ukrainians, fine with all the embroidered costumes and the decorated Easter eggs, that's all fine. But if you start talking about Ukrainian national heroes that were anti-Russian, we don't want to hear any of that. So there's a lot of backtracking of all of that with the Korenizatsiya policy, which allowed much more expression. But when Stalin came to power, then he finally shut all of that down. Tremendous attacks on synagogues, on mikvahs, on religious functionaries of all kinds, and anyone who was observant of Jewish law at this time basically went underground. The Chabad movement in particular remained very active with a strong underground network promoting and facilitating Jewish observance, but otherwise it was extremely dangerous to do any of this during this period. In fact, one of Moshe Feinstein's earliest true books, if you look in his Igros Moshe, when he writes about his experience, because he grew up in the early Soviet Union before he immigrated to America, he gets a tshuva from a man who has to work early in the morning, and he wants to wear tefillin, but he would have to put them on too early in order to get to work on time. And he certainly can't put them on at work because he would be persecuted. So he asked Rabbi Moshe, am I allowed to put them on before dawn? I can't remember the answer, but that's an example of the kind of hardship that was occurring at the time. Now, what connects us specifically to the life of Evgeny Ginsburg are the purges. And we did speak about this briefly in Tinkoil's lecture, so I won't go on too much length here. But basically, the purges began in 1934 after the assassination of the head of the Soviet secret police. And it began with kind of like a party card purge. I mean, what exactly is a purge? A purge is when you have too much of the wrong stuff and you want to cut it down to what's really relevant. We have purges in my home regularly, where my wife just says, we have too much junk in this house. My wife she's a very minimalist kind of person, and we essentially purge all of the old clothes and the books and things like that. They eventually go. We have the purges, but these purges are quite a bit more maybe satanic in nature. Where the first purge was you had to have a valid, up-to-date party card, or you were expelled from the Communist Party, which was not such a terrible thing, although being a member of the party carried all kinds of privileges, but the idea was to try and limit the party members only to the tried and true. It worked fairly well. In 1937, however, there was a much more horrific round of purges, which were not associated with smaller technicalities, but were associated with the concept that people were saboteurs or wreckers of Soviet state. This is connected with the failure of the 5-year plans that Stalin had put in place. So something would happen like this. Stalin would set a ridiculous goal for production for a 5-year plan. He would say that this plant for example, in 1928, it's producing 100 tons of pig iron per month. We want this plant to produce 500 tons per month by this time next year. Things which are physically impossible. But everyone was afraid to admit to Stalin that they weren't producing. So they essentially lied. And the lies would go up the food chain. Like let's say one manager would say, I was supposed to produce 10 pounds, I didn't. So I would tell them I produced 10, but I really only produced 7. And so that lie will go on to the next level, and by the time Stalin looks at the figures, it seems that we've met the goal, which is great, because then he says next year it's going to be 1,000 pounds. But when he actually goes to the storeroom to see how many pounds of pig iron, it's all gone, or there's only a tiny fraction of what he expected. And so rather than realizing that the whole system is bankrupt and everybody is lying, it's a house of cards, he instead blames saboteurs or wreckers who are actually stealing the iron, breaking the plants, all kinds of things like this. And so internal enemies have to be found. And this is where the purges come in place. Someone accuses someone else of being a wrecker. In the case of Ginsburg, a Trotskyist, someone who identifies with Stalin's erstwhile rival. And so she's hauled before a kangaroo court, and let's say not say here in particular because I'm speaking generically, and they accuse her of these horrible crimes. They may torture her. They may expose her family to all kinds of risks. They may, cause her husband to lose his job and so on, which is economic suicide in a society that boasts of 100% employment. And the only way that she can get out of it, or at least think she can get out of it, is if she betrays 10 other people who worked with her. And so she fabricates 10 names. She just makes up 10 names of people that she doesn't especially like, and she wants to divert the blame from herself. And then those 10 people get arrested. And then they betray another 10 people each. And within a short period of a couple of years, it just ballooned out of control, where the whole society was filled with people who were betraying each other to the secret police. And there were knocks on the door, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., taking people out of their beds, never to be seen again. There is also a significant anti-Semitic component to this as well, because Jews are often singled out for crimes, since they are still the other. They are still, relatively new to emancipation. It's only really been 18, 19 years since Jews were given equal rights. It's very easy to identify them. And they're also, by the way, disproportionately pro-communist. So it's very easy to identify them as the potential wreckers, and they get caught up into this horrible storm. And now, you know what? I think I'm going to go a little bit out of order. I'd like to talk a little bit about her specific connection here. So, I didn't connect it, so I'll have to do it over. Here's an example of, I'll just read you a couple of passages, and you get a sense of how powerful a writer she is. She's describing someone else that she knows, and she was present when this one was arrested. This is before she herself was arrested. This is a young woman with a small child. But by the way, the reason why she was originally arrested is because one of her colleagues at the school had written a review article in a journal. Stalin had criticized that review article for being wrong-headed, for being not sufficiently communist. And since she worked in the same school and she did not join in with all of the condemnation of her colleague, she must have been a secret sympathizer, and so she was arrested by association with someone she had really nothing to do with on an intellectual level. So let me just read to you a passage, though, it describes the arrest of an individual, and you get a sense of the strangeness of the entire thing. So this is a man is arrested, and his wife says as follows: when the NKVD came in the middle of the night to arrest her husband, who had spent Sunday with her in Kazan, she carried on in a manner worthy of a Greek tragedy. Needless to say, she was heartbroken for her beloved husband, the father of her child, but she suppressed her feelings. So he lied to me, she exclaimed dramatically. So he really was against the party all the time. With an amused grin, the men from the NKVD said, better get his things together. But she refused to do this for an enemy of the party. And when her husband went to his sleeping child's cot to kiss him goodbye, she barred his way, saying, "My child has no father." Then, shaking the policeman fervently by the hand, she swore to them that her son would be brought up a loyal servant of the party. All this she told me herself, and I do not for a minute believe that there was the least calculation or hypocrisy in her actions. Absurd as they seemed, they were prompted by what she genuinely felt in her naive soul, utterly devoted to the ideals of her militant youth. The ideal of possible degeneration, of scoundrels lusting for power, of treachery, of Bonapartism, had no place in her honest, single-track mind. Then there's a whole bunch of how she can't get a job because she realizes that she's been blacklisted, things like that. And then finally, and she becomes a beggar, she goes from place to place, and finally she stops coming to Ginsburg, and she just disappears. For 2 or 3 days, we had no news, and on the 4th, we heard that, after writing a letter full of love and devotion to Stalin, she had drunk a glass of acetic acid. In her suicide note, she blamed nobody, treated the whole thing as a misunderstanding, and begged to be remembered as a communist. Her coffin was followed by her 5-year-old son, the cleaning woman from the regional office committee, and 2 or 3 of the more desperate characters among her old friends. As I looked at the sad little grave surmounted by neither cross nor star, I told myself, no, I won't do that. I shall put up a fight. They may kill me if they can, but I won't help them. And in fact, her story is one of constant defiance throughout the entire book. So she is arrested and she is sent out to the Gulag, which is an acronym for a state labor camp, where it's essentially a huge outdoor prison, usually far out in eastern Siberia, where people are put to work in various forced labor activities. There are actually remarkable parallels between the Gulag and the concentration camps. One of the major disjunctures is that the Gulag was not designed as a death factory, where people were not sent there specifically to be killed. They were sent there to be punished, horribly punished, to be neglected and abused, and without doubt, hundreds of thousands died in the Gulag. But in many ways, what's quite striking about the Gulag is the common psychological approaches that the Nazis and the Soviets used to break down the resistance of the prisoners there. There's a remarkable book written by Terence Desprez called The Survivor. He was one of the early scholars, he was a member of the Harvard Society of Fellows, who set out to write the first really synthetic work looking at the experience people had in the Nazi camps and in the Gulag. And he tried to bring together all these memoirs and look at what were the common elements. Among the elements that he found was something called excremental assault. That was his term for it, where both the Nazis and the Soviets strove to remove individuality from all of their prisoners. First, taking away their clothing, making them wear uniforms. In some cases, like the Nazis, shaving their heads to make them look more uniform. Then taking away their names, insisting that they be referred to by number. In the case of some death camps, actually tattooing the number on their arms. And ultimately, argues Desprez, they caused them to recede back to the lowest point of their individuality and their identities by even causing them to lose the basics of toilet training. Because when you think about the developmental progress of the human being and their actualization as individuals, the very first thing we learn about socialization is, how to be continent. But by forcing the prisoners to eat liquidy, drool, and to give them very limited bathroom breaks, they ended up soiling themselves and feeling disgusting about themselves, which served to further, reduce their psychological will to live. According to Desprez, this was a very deliberate plan by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Shortly after he completed this amazing work, which is still worth reading now 40 years old, Desprez committed suicide because the time he spent contemplating these things was obviously too much. At any rate, life in the Gulag, very desperate, comparable in many ways to life in the concentration camps. There was some possibility of escape. because they were not guarded with the same degree of arms as the concentration camps, but these gulags were so far out in the remote Far East that there was nowhere to run to. Where would you go? Although it was known that people did occasionally escape and make the long trek back to European Russia. But the nature of the life there was incredibly difficult because everyone was under complete uncertainty as to why they were there and how long they were there. There were frequent retrials where a person might be sentenced for 3 or 4 years, and then halfway through that, they would be hauled towards a court out in Siberia and sentenced to an additional 10 years for some mysterious crime that they similarly did not commit. So it was kind of an open-ended ticket to be in the Gulag, and people often despaired and committed suicide during their time there. She managed to hold on to her identity and her strength of will throughout, which makes her a very remarkable figure for the period. So what I'd like to do at this point is go back and see what's happening to the Jews a little bit further west, and we'll understand a little bit more about what she returned to. But I should pause for a couple of questions so I can drink the water. Does anyone have any questions? Or just motor mouth straight through 35 minutes. Okay, what you don't know is that this is actually, everyone's asleep. I'm just talking here, no one is awake. Ah, it's Abraham. There you go. Yeah, she learned that her husband had died and her son had died. She actually remarried in the camps. They had a certain degree of freedom that was unusual compared to the Nazi camps. She remarried in the camps, and later she was reunited with her son, the one that survived. Okay. Now, what's going on in Western Europe? Well, not Western Europe, but Western Soviet Union. You recall that Hitler had made an agreement with Stalin, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Even though Hitler and Stalin were bitter enemies and their philosophies were totally opposed to each other, they both realized that there was some profit in their forming an alliance. So in 1939, they made this secret non-aggression pact, which made them all of a sudden great friends, as this Danish cartoon shows Stalin as the groom and Hitler as the bride. Hitler then invades Poland from the west, and Stalin invades from the east, and they divide up the territory. And we spoke last week with Emmanuel Ringelblum about what happened during the next 2 years during the ghettoization. This is changed dramatically with Operation Barbarossa, which is when Hitler double-crossed Stalin, even though he had assured Stalin that they were going to have a non-aggression pact. Once Hitler had subdued Western Europe, he turned around and attacked his erstwhile ally. And oops, what happened there? It comes back. No, this is really the deep projector. Huh? Okay. What he did was, so this is the Soviet territory that became under Nazi control right up until here, Stalingrad from the east. And this is the Western Europe that was under Nazi control before Operation Barbarossa. And these names here are just a sampling of literally hundreds of small Städtlein, or little villages, which had 500 to 10,000 Jews living in them. And what Hitler did was, behind the Wehrmacht, behind the German army that's advancing to the east, he sent 4 special police battalions called Einsatzgruppen that would go to these local communities, round up all the Jews, communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, take them out to ravine and shoot them dead with machine gun fire. An estimated 1.5 to possibly as high as 2.5 million Jews were killed in Operation Barbarossa, including my own grandparents and their family. My grandparents' family, which is here. One of the worst of these Einsatzgruppen murders was in Babi Yar. Yar is a Russian word meaning ravine. And so it's an old woman's ravine is what it means, where 33,000 Jews were killed in less than a week. Astounding numbers were killed. Babi Yar remained open, though, and it was a killing site for the rest of the war as well. Now, there's a lot more to say about this, but I want to move on to the next major stage, which is where we left off from the Emmanuel Ringelblum lecture, is that by the end of 1941, Hitler felt that this was not adequate. the rate and the efficiency of murdering Jews was simply not up to his ambitions, and he charged his deputies with finding a solution, really an end-solution, a final solution for the so-called Jewish problem. And on June 20th of 1942, in a conference held in Wannsee, north of Berlin, we decided to create these 6 death camps, which would be the killing site for all the Jews that remained in the ghetto. As we discussed last week, I don't want to spend so much time going over it. These so-called Vernichtungslager, which is German for destruction camps. Vernicht means to make into nothing. Lager means camps. There were 6 of them. Treblinka, Auschwitz, Sobibor, and Majdanek, Belzec, and they were designed specifically with the task of receiving Jewish cargo, destroying that cargo after removing any valuable resources associated with that cargo, and then getting rid of the waste products. In other words, taking human beings, stealing their valuables down to their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, their hair, in some bizarre cases, even their fat and their skin, and then gassing them and attempting to burn the bodies in crematorium. This was the nadir of the Holocaust expressed in these 6 camps specifically, and of course we know the story well of how they were killed. They were brought into the Umschlagplatz, so that was the embarkation point. They were brought out of the trains, often after a 3 or 4 day journey from Greece or from France. Many of them had died in the rail cars on the way there. They were forced to march, sometimes to music played by a symphony made up of the prisoners, past a selection officer. In the case of Auschwitz, who was the notorious Wasser Mengele, who would direct those who looked like they would be useful for slave labor to the right, where they would be put in various enterprises that the camps run. And those who were slated for immediate destruction were sent to the left. The vast majority were sent to the left and were killed within 24 hours after their valuables and so on were moved. There were various devices used to try and ease the resistance of the Jews. A lot of euphemisms were used. They told them they were going to be, their lice would be removed. They would have a delousing. So they were given, in some cases, towels, bars of soap, and sent into rooms that looked like shower chambers, and then a poison pellet known as Zyklon B, shown here. It's a rat poison that apparently acts when it first encounters oxygen. It would be poured into a special device that would carry these pellets into the chambers. There they would create a toxic gas that would kill people with asphyxiation within about 20 to 30 minutes. As we discussed a little earlier in the Ringelblum lecture, most of this was actually carried out by Jews themselves. The so-called Sonderkommando, or special commando squads, other prisoners who were given the horrific tasks of handling the poison, of managing the flow of people into the gas chambers, and then the very difficult task of removing their bodies and shipping them off to the crematorium. See, this is, there's nothing much we could say. In another class, perhaps we'll go into much more detail into this, but I want to simply cover the period so that students who do this online will have sense of it. Those who were spared immediate death and sent to forced labor often experienced all other kinds of atrocious things. In fact, most of the survivors that we know of from the camps were originally slated for the right. That they survived when they were slaves rather than sent for immediate death. Another horrible thing that happened was that the Nazis were obsessed with racial theory and with the idea of eugenics, creating a master race through scientific, quasi-scientific means. So twins in particular were set aside for experimentation because twins allow scientists, quasi-scientists, to have a variable and a control at the same time. Okay, let's go. So, it is worth speaking a little bit about resistance in this context as well, though. We spoke in last week about the the resistance in Warsaw, which occurred in April of 1943, about 8 months after the ghetto was largely emptied of its Jews. And this is, I think, in many ways symptomatic of resistance during the Holocaust, if one understands resistance rather narrowly as armed resistance against the Nazis. The basic characteristic of that is that Jewish resistance was too little, too late. There are some significant exceptions. Lithuania, for example, had an extremely active partisan movement. Anyone who could escape to the woods got involved in anti-Nazi activities. In some cases, they're on anti-Nazi and anti-Soviet activities. But by and large, Jews tried to stay out of trouble. And they used, models of understanding persecution that had worked for about 2,000 years, but were inadequate to the challenge of the Nazis. There are, in fact, this is what Raoul Hilberg, one of the greatest of the Holocaust historians, in his 3-volume, The Destruction of European Jewry, he refers to this as essentially a cultural mindset that Jews had developed as a strategy for dealing with oppression. And it was simply not right for the threat that the Nazis posed. There are other scholars, such as Yehuda Bauer, and I think I also mentioned him last week, who argue that that model of looking at resistance, however, is far too narrow in nature, and that resistance must be understood as any conscious gesture designed to thwart the German goals. It's not exactly his phraseology, but the same kind of idea. And this, it would include, for example, participating in a Jewish theater group in the ghetto. It would include, continuing to pray in the ghetto. It would include refusing to die. That in itself, affirming life, is in fact, for Bauer, a form of Jewish resistance. If the Nazi goal was to completely invalidate the Jewish people, then any act to counter that would in fact be a form of resistance. The photograph shown here is one of the great heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto, Rabbi Columbus Kalman Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh or the Piaseczna Rebbe, who heroically declined offers from the resistance to escape the ghetto in order to maintain his synagogue there and to cater to the numerous Hasidim and new Hasidim who went to him for spiritual guidance during this difficult time. Okay, now I believe we're right about to get back to Yevgenia Ginsburg. What happened? Her release really had nothing to do with what happened, what she ever did, or what happened with Gulag. It had to do more with what happened in Moscow, which was specifically the death of Stalin. The Soviet Union was, if you look at the newspapers of the time, it looks like they were actually surprised that Stalin died. I imagine a lot of people today would be surprised if Castro dies, but maybe that's a similar kind of, I should say, but it's a similar kind of feeling, I imagine. People were wailing in the streets. People were genuinely felt that there was a crisis of biblical proportions that Stalin had passed away. And that was largely because the entire society seemed to be completely wrapped up in what was later called a cult of personality. There was this kind of overwhelming belief that Stalin was this messianic-like figure who had all the answers for the entire Soviet people, and all those people who were dissidents or who were persecuted were kind of like ignored, and their position was regarded as being so completely anti-social that it was beyond consideration. Once Stalin's Shiva was over in the Havdil, people began to kind of wake up and say, wait a second, what kind of a nightmare were we living since 1937 with those incredible purges? And slowly, the Soviet Union began to rehabilitate prisoners, including Ginsburg, who had been out there for 20 years. She was allowed to return back to Moscow, and there was a slow thaw that began, and the thaw culminated in the so-called secret speech of 1956. This was a speech made by the then Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev, and he made this speech only to the Politburo, to a closed circle of leaders, but he recorded the speech and allowed it to be distributed. So they call it the secret speech, but they always put it in quotation marks. It's because he's something. It's like what they call an Oxford secret. I learned this when I was in England. An Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. So the secret speech was designed to be anything but secret. And what he essentially said was that we were wrong, that Stalin made mistakes, and that we followed him, and it was disastrous for us. And so the Soviet Union began a shift away from Stalin, and that favored those who were earlier persecuted by him, the dissidents and so on. Later on, of course, that did not mean that the Soviet Union would stop using the Gulag, stop using its secret police and things like that. That would continue right through Gorbachev. But there was a recognition society-wide that they had gone far too far, and that Stalin was something like a Hitler-esque kind of person for the Soviet Union. She came out with her 2 volumes of memoirs. The first was this Journey into the Whirlwind, the other one is simply In the Whirlwind, in which she described her experiences, and they are incredibly powerful. Let me read you one more passage, I think, from here. I mentioned how her Jewish identity was tenuous. She was an assimilated Jew to begin with. She never really identified with things Jewish. She was a communist first and a Jew, maybe a distant 12th. But in the camps, she began to discover some elements of it. So, for example, they were punished in the camps, by the way, for singing out loud and for reciting poetry and so on. But nevertheless, they continued to do these things when they were not observed. And so, so she's writing about, here deep in the Gulag. She says in one of the books that they had there, they had a precious few little books we used to share and hide from the guards. We happened to read some lines about the destiny of the Jewish people, their stubbornness and vitality, and the ancient greeting, next year in Jerusalem. I took this as the theme of the New Year versus Julia had asked me for. Julia was one of the other prisoners, and they would make up poems for each other on the occasion of the New Year, which was one of the few holidays that was allowed in the Soviet Union because it was a completely secular holiday. And so this is Ginsberg's poetry. And again, like gray-haired Jews, we shall cry out eagerly with voices cracked and weak next year in Jerusalem. Clinking our prison mugs, we shall drain them dry. There is no sweeter wine than the wine of hope. Comrade, be of good cheer. Our prison food is not manna from heaven, but like the gray-haired Jews, we believe in the promised land. We may be poor and persecuted, but on New Year's Eve we'll cry next year in Jerusalem. So, in terms of her legacy, to summarize, this is a picture of her with her adult stepdaughter here. She went through horrible experiences as a victim of the Stalinist purges. She was not necessarily singled out because she was of Jewish background, although that was a common experience for many. But her memoirs from the period are an invaluable resource to understand that the horrors of the Nazi period were not limited to those who found themselves under the yoke of the Germans. Very similar, comparable experiences were had by those who were under the power of Stalin and his diabolical ideas about the eradication of wreckers, saboteurs, and indeed the Jewish people. I thank you so much for your attention. Sorry that I rattled on so long with so few questions, but I hope you have an excellent night. I'll see you back next week.
Magicians use the theme, the supernatural theme. So we read about most magicians are.
A story from Rachel, the wife of Akiva ben Yosef. I'm sorry again for the sort of South Beach colors that projected all this going here. The story is that after 12 years of absence from his wife, Akiva returns from a long stay in Yeshiva. He overhears his wife saying, before he even has a chance to say hello, he overhears her saying, one of the women say, don't you feel terrible letting your husband go to yeshiva for 12 long years, and she says, you know what? I would do it all over again. So Akiva, as the story in the Talmud goes, turns around, goes away for another 12 years. Then he comes back with 24,000 students in total. And as they're getting close to to his home, she comes up to greet him. His students don't realize who she is, and they're trying to push her away because, this is the great Rabbi Akiva who's coming. And he stops his students and he says to them a famous word. He says, let's see if I get it right. Shalachem shali. What is yours is mine. All the Torah that you have, my 24,000 students, it's from me. The shali, shalom. And everything that I have comes from her. So as the story goes, she had tremendous self-sacrifice, 24 years of her married life given up so that Akiva could continue to learn. And the lesson is that whatever the students have belongs to Akiva, whatever Akiva has belongs to Rachel. This story is beautiful, but almost certainly apocryphal. The premier biographies of Akiva say it was maybe something like 3 years. 12 years would be highly unusual for a whole host of reasons. But nevertheless, the idea that's present in that sentiment is so profound, and I think very true of a large trend in Jewish history, specifically the bifurcated nature of gender roles, where women are primarily located in the private sphere, typically taking care of the home fires. Husbands are off in the public sphere, typically engaged in large-scale learning with groups, perhaps in the political sphere. And this has been reified and approved and reinforced over many, many generations. We'll see that there are a lot of challenges to this particular model, particularly in the 19th and 20th century. But our goal in this class is to look at the roots of this phenomenon, to understand how it played out over the centuries, and to get a better sense of the role of women in ancient Israel. Specifically, what I'd like to do is I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the political economic context of the Jews at this period in the first and early second century. And then I'd like to move to the biographies of Rachel and Akiva. They're dual biographies. It's very hard to separate them, but we'll focus specifically on Rachel. And then finally, which will take probably most of the lecture, we'll go to talk about women in ancient Israel as a whole. And that's really the point of the lecture. Rachel is an excuse to talk about the women in ancient Israel. Okay, so why don't we start with the political context. I call this lecture Rachel, wife of Akiva. We're lucky we even know her first name. Quite often, the famous wives of rabbis are known only in association with their husbands, sometimes their fathers or their sons. We'll speak a few weeks later about the wise mother of Abaye, for example, that we always know her only because he called her Ima, so we know Ima Shel Abaye, and that's it. In this case, however, we do know Rachel because she came from a very significant family. We don't know her dates, but we can assume they're probably broadly similar to Akiva's. His dates are circa 40 of the Common Era through around 37 of the Common Era. What that means is he lived through perhaps the most tumultuous era in Jewish history, specifically the First Roman-Jewish War, which ended in the destruction of the First Temple in approximately the year 70. The incredible spiritual ferment of that time that gave birth to the early Christian movement, that nurtured the early Pharisaic movement, or matured the Pharisaic movement. The Essenes, many other groups were born during this period. And then there was kind of an aftershock towards the end of Akiva's life, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was a result of the Hadrianic persecutions. This is a picture of Hadrian over here. This is one of the Roman emperors who decided that the only way to deal with the Jewish problem was to once and for all completely wipe out all of the rituals that made the Jews distinct. So the specific kinds of practices that he targeted included, for example, banning of circumcision, something which had perennial consequences right up until really the last few years, last few months. There's been some controversy in Germany over this. Circumcision was viewed in the ancient world as a very clannish kind of ritual that the Jews used to separate themselves from non-Jews, because the only way you could really be a part of the club, as a male at any rate, was to go through this ordeal. And it was a way of keeping the borders of the population integral. Another example, the Hadrianic, so circumcision was completely proscribed, and people who were engaging in it were put to death. Similarly, observance of Shabbat was forbidden, because this is something the Romans and the Greeks also did not do. They only observed holidays that were, corresponding to emperors' birthdays or to the various movements of the stars and so on. The teaching of Torah in public, one of the most serious decrees against the Jewish people. Much of what we'll be reading on Yom Kippur, the Eila Ezra, come from this time, the period of the so-called Asara Urbe Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state, referred to the Hadrianic persecutions, specifically of people who had the gall to teach Torah on YouTube, publicly. So, okay, thank you, Eric, I got it. But who had the gall to teach Torah publicly, they were put to death in the most horrible and horrific ways to try and dissuade people from learning Torah. Akiva, of course, is one of the Asara Urbe Malchus. He died an absolutely terrible death. Which actually I did feel like putting in the lecture, but I might as well mention it now because it makes sense. Akiva was put to death. His skin was flayed from his body with iron cones. And the famous story is that he recited the Shema as he was dying, and he proclaimed to his students that all his life he had wondered what did it mean to love God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. And now he understood with all your soul, even if God takes your soul, that's what you have to do. So Akiva is really the essential example of the Adriatic persecution in his personal life. He then signed on with the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was a kind of a strange movement that was known as the Second Roman Jewish War, in which a group of neo-messianists following an individual named Bar Kokhba tried to, in a very quixotic attempt, overthrow the Roman Empire. It was a complete failure, and Akiva died shortly thereafter. So this is roughly the political context that the Jews are living at this point. Their sovereignty was impugned heavily by the Romans already before the Common Era. We're going to, when we come back after the holidays, we'll talk about the Herodian age. We'll go back a little bit in time, but basically we had sort of a puppet state in place for a while. Then around the year 70, that's completely destroyed. The temple is destroyed. A large part of the population is exiled. I want to say one other thing. I completely forgot what I was going to say. I think that's happening more and more often lately. Just wait. I forgot what I was going to say. But so they lost the political status. Oh, and at this point, that's what I remember now. Even the city of Jerusalem is renamed Isla Capitolina. Right? They want to try and create a non-Jewish identity for Jerusalem itself. The Romans start referring to Israel or Judah as Palestina, because they want to try and, in a kind of humiliating way, name it after the Philistines, who are Jews' traditional enemy. And so they, all of these things, it's such a terrible time politically for the Jews. Israel is at its lowest ebb, and we need a leader to try and take us forward. Akiva, in many ways, takes that position. The religious context, interestingly enough, is one of great ferment and positive change in many ways. Specifically, in the context of this tremendous assault on Jewish power and sovereignty, the Perushim, or the Pharisees, we spoke about them briefly, and by the way, I got quite a few comments on YouTube about what I said about Pharisees, but there's some people in Denmark, for example, who really like Pharisees, and they thought it was too hard on them. But at any rate, the Pharisees, under Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they adopt a political strategy of how to deal with this new reality by essentially separating from the Roman movement entirely and adopting a pacifistic stance vis-a-vis Rome, which turned out to be ultimately very successful, and that's why we're still sitting here in this stream talking about the Pharisees, because they adopted that political orientation. There were Jews who were trying to actually fight off the Roman yoke, which was just an overwhelmingly stupid thing. It was impossible to imagine they would succeed. Do you remember the TV show? It was one of the Bugs Bunny shows, I think, where there was this alien with like a kind of a Roman mohawk hat, and the alien had this huge ray gun, but he was only about 3 feet tall. Unfortunately, that's what I think of always when I think of the Zealots in this period, the Jews trying to fight off the Roman Empire, which stretches from Scotland all the way around the Mediterranean basin out to Bactria, way out in Afghanistan. And here are the Jews thinking they're going to carve out that little parking lot of territory, and the Romans would let us have it. So the Zealots were an extremely dangerous group. And they were also extremely dangerous to other Jewish groups. They were engaged in assassination of rival Jews who did not feel as they did vis-a-vis the Roman Empire. Then you have the Tzdukim, the Sadducees, who had for about a century now completely sold out to the Romans in exchange for the cultic rights. In exchange for control of the temple, they essentially said, you know what? This is the way it's going to be. Let's make peace with the Romans. We'll exchange with them. We'll have our own center in the temple. And they had a considerable amount of material sway, wealth, and power because of their association with the Romans. But ultimately, they were not on the winning side of history because when the cult of the temple was destroyed, then there was no reason for the Sadducees to exist either. The only group that made it through this time turned out to be the heroes, were the Perushim, so-called those who separate. Rosh means to draw away, because they drew away from all these other Jewish movements. They said, we're not going to get involved with the state. We're not going to get involved with the temple anymore. We're going to separate even from the temple, and we're going to maintain our own group status. Yochanan ben Zakkai, in a very famous moment, struck a deal with the Romans by smuggling himself out of Jerusalem, literally in a casket, in a coffin, because that was the only way the rival Jewish groups would allow him to leave. He had to pretend that he was dead. And even then, when they pretended he was dead, they still stuck metal poles in the casket to try to see if he really was dead. Luckily, he survived. And he went and he said, listen, the only thing I want is the town of Yavne and its sages, namely Yavne v'Chachameh. Give me the city of Yavne and the sages, and we'll just sit there and we'll learn, and we'll continue our studies of the Jewish religion and so on. This small city of Yavne, close to Tiberia, modern Tiberias, was where modern Jewish culture was essentially forged. And these rabbis got together and in a kind of like a Tahara bubble, a bubble of purity, where they were not involved primarily in the huge political storms that were going on. They just focused on the Mesorah, on the tradition, working on the Mishnah, which would later become the Talmud, and the central intellectual focus of Judaism. Their main achievement in Yavne was the writing of the Mishnah, which was codified by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. The tradition is that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was born on the day that Rabbi Akiva died in the year 137. So that's kind of like a really important things that are going on religiously for the Jews at this time. Can I take any questions? Yes, please. So Yavne is still earlier. Yavne is around the First Roman-Jewish War. When you get to the Hadrianic persecution, you're absolutely right. That's when Yavne is under threat. But by that time, they've had about 60 years to try and cement the ways in which the Mesorah is handed over, and they're quite successful. They were able to establish, by the way, like under extremely difficult circumstances, they created the first universal public school system in the world. Under Yoshua ben Gamla, they created something that Akiva himself was not able to take advantage of, but it was a universal school system. We don't know how effective it was, but nevertheless, there are records that, in fact, that was one of the decrees he made, that up until he lived, he was one of the last of the authorities associated with the temple. He was later assassinated 3 years after he began his rule. That's what happens when you try and lower the cost of day schools. Someone's going to kill you. But why I say things like that. It's on YouTube, and anybody can watch it. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if is modern. Either there's two possibilities, and either I'm wrong, and or Yahweh's discussion, but I'm pretty sure it's. I'll look it up. You'll see on the video a little note there. By the way, I got it wrong. But we'll see some now. Okay. Let's look at the economic context for a few minutes. There is a huge divergence in class in Israel. The wealth distribution is very much skewed towards, so to speak, a kind of a 1%. Specifically, the Sadducees in particular have accumulated a large amount of the wealth, and they tend to be concentrated in the urban areas like Jerusalem. Outside of Jerusalem, there's widespread poverty and widespread ignorance of the law, ignorance of the Jewish tradition altogether. This goes together with access to education. Where there is poverty, there tends to be very little education because, especially when you're in a rural economy where there's so much labor that has to be done, time-consuming labor in the fields, in food preparation, things like that, they just don't have the wherewithal to free up children of primary school age from these tasks that are associated with maintaining the home. This is when you have the phrase and the phenomena of the Am Haaretz. The phrase literally means the people of the land, which perhaps in the biblical times, you see the reference to Am Haaretz every now and then in Tanakh, and it's not pejorative. It means like a farmer, right? I believe there's a passage even in Bereshit where Abraham bends down, he bows down to the Am Haaretz. I can't remember exactly the phrase, I'll have to look it up. But it acquires a distinctively negative tone by the time you get to the first millennium. At this time, the term Am Haaretz, then and now, is now synonymous with ignoramus. To be a person of the land means to be unlearned, to be unlettered. And that's a kind of a prejudice that's pertained in Jewish culture all the way through the modern period. The Jews have historically they've been very poor at farming since they left the land of Israel. There's been a marked movement to commerce, small professions, things like that. And only with the reestablishment of the state of Israel has the idea of Jews as farmers begun to resume. And in this context, we'll understand a little bit more about Akiva himself. Can we pause for a question or two? Arguments? Discussions? Okay. All right, so what's the story of Rachel and Akiva? Again, unfortunately, it's very romantic, but we only have a handful of stories about them, and they are kind of magnified in our mind as kind of like mythic stories of great power. Not myth necessarily in the sense of untruth, but myth in the sense of great value that are instructive for tradition. It was a star-crossed lovers match that was ill-fated from the beginning. Rachel was the daughter of Kalba Savua, who was reputed to be one of the three most wealthy men in Israel of the time. Akiva, son of Yosef, was an unlettered shepherd who worked for Kalba Savua. So Rachel met this young man, and you can imagine she's the wealthiest. Her father is one of the three wealthiest men in Israel. He's got all this money, and she is, here. She is, used to living a life of luxury, but she meets this bright, she thinks he's bright anyways, shepherd, and she's attracted to him. And the feeling is mutual. However, he has absolutely no learning whatsoever. And not only that, he has a tremendous antipathy to the sages. He says at one point that when he was a youth, if he saw a scholar, he wanted to bite him like a donkey. So angry with them. And when you think about the connection of education and wealth and privilege, and here is Akiva struggling in tremendous poverty, he sees the Talmid Chachamim as, hypocrites who walk around in fancy robes and have plenty of good food to eat, but they have no sense of what reality is like for the average Jew. So he had tremendous hostility to these sages. Nevertheless, very much against Kalba Savua's will, as you can imagine, Rachel marries Akiva on the condition that he learn Torah. He is really against the idea at first, but he is so deeply attracted to Rachel that he in fact goes along with her demand and promises that he will in fact study Torah. So he begins at first by going to night classes. Not a very successful attempt. He goes to work in the fields all day long, and he comes back at night. He goes to the base medrash, and he keeps falling asleep in shul. He starts falling asleep. He just can't keep his eyes open, and ultimately he drops out. What can he do? He just can't keep up with these classes. Can't wake up before dawn and go out into the fields and to supervise the sheep and things like that. Kalba Sabu, it's not exactly clear whether he cut Rachel off or if she became alien with him, but she joined Akiva in a life of great poverty. At one point, she even sold her reportedly beautiful long hair to put food on the table. Later, Akiva would say to her that, one day, Rachel, I promise you, one day I will find a way to buy you a Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, which was apparently a kind of an ornament, very popular at the time. It was either some kind of large medallion or it may have been some kind of tiara that had a golden image of the city of Jerusalem, the skyline. Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, Jerusalem of gold. And she would say, yeah. And then later on, of course, when he was the head of an academy and very wealthy and so on, and he bought it for her, then as the proverb went, women would say to their husbands, I want to go. No, how does the story go? I think the story goes, women would say to the husbands, when are you going to buy me a Yerushalayim Shel Zahav? And the husband would say back, when you sell your hair like Rachel sold hers, when you live up to that kind of level of poverty. Those things are probably things that are added on later as kind of elements to the story. But at any rate, she endured tremendous poverty, and nothing much changed. Akiva had failed. Akiva could not live up to his end of the bargain. And it looked in their early years of marriage like she had made a colossal mistake. But luckily, it turned around when she gave birth to one of their children, a son. And Akiva began to get involved in his son's education. When he was about 5 or 6 years old, so you can imagine they're married now for at least 5 or 6 years, that Akiva started to get involved in the education. As the story says, that he would go to he would essentially do carpool, take his kid to carpool. I have, if you can believe it, this year, I have 6 kids in 6 different schools, in 6 different carpools. It's totally insane. I can't believe it, but somehow we managed it. Anyways, he would go with his son to carpool, take him to school, and he would sit there, a beautiful metaphor, an image where his son would take a hold of one end of the writing tablet, he would take hold of the other end of the writing tablet, and they would together sound out the letters as he developed literacy. Don't forget, this is a man who was 40 years old, who is now beginning to be literate for the first time in his life, and he's learning it with his 6-year-old. Obviously, he made tremendous progress once he was learning in the morning, not at night, and I think it's worth a pause just for a second to reflect on. I wonder how many of us also began our Jewish education when we realized the importance of giving our children a Jewish education. How many of us also started getting ourselves interested when we started picking in with our children. Anyhow, he made tremendous leaps and strides, and all of a sudden he was recognized as a person of some learning. He learned with tremendous facility in a remarkably short period of time until he was recognized as quite a teacher. Now, Rachel's sacrifice is really illustrative of a larger phenomenon of the role of women in ancient Israel, and one would argue perhaps even medieval and modern Israel today. Note that the dedication to Torah study did not come initially from Akiva. We have all these great stories about Rabbi Akiva, what he taught, what he did, how he sacrificed, but ultimately it really came down to what Rachel wanted. Rachel was the one who insisted from the beginning that he should be the one to learn Torah. So perhaps one of the strongest elements we see in this story is that Rachel is the pillar, the foundation of this tremendous edifice of scholarship. She was the one also who had the insight into Akiva's potential. were it not for her vision of what he could become, then he certainly would not have gone anywhere. It was really up to her to unleash that potential, to nurture it, and this was something that took a tremendous amount of effort to change. And she did this through her own personal self-sacrifice. She left a home of tremendous wealth and comfort to live the life of a shepherd's wife, to the point where she was literally selling her hair to be able to put food on the table. Living also in great isolation. If we understand the story of Akiva's departure to learn with the sages far away for 24 years, again, that's probably an extreme statement, but 3 years is easily imaginable. And 3 years is also a tremendous price to pay for the cost of these goods. So it all comes down really to Rachel's sacrifice. So let's, I'll pause once again if anyone have any questions before we go to the larger topic of women in the ancient period. It's an excellent observation. I think one of the main distinctions that if you compare, I mean, it's really in many ways apples and oranges, but the Romans had a head-on, blunt force kind of approach. Kill anybody who does this. And that was not successful. The Soviets had a far more sophisticated approach of co-opting the Jews themselves. Most of the people who implemented Soviet policy among the Jews were themselves, fairly educated, including Simon Dimenstein, who was actually a rabbi before 1917. He became the head of the Yevstektia, the Jewish section that implemented. So what the Soviets did is they were able to kind of transvalue a Judaism that was devoid of God and say, hey, look, you don't have to do it this way, the way you've always done it. Instead of saying, say Moses, say Stalin. And they were able to put something in its place to fill that gap, and that's ultimately far more dangerous. Substitutes are dangerous. Yes, Ms. Abrams. Yes, that's exactly what I want you to do too. I totally feel like Alba Savua. She essentially, she's 16 years old, and she's saying, would it make more sense for Raphael to stay at home and send Akiva out to marry him, but to learn him once he's learned it, and then they get married? Absolutely. 100%. Don't settle. You are fantastic, and we may. Okay. You're exactly right. But nevertheless, she had the vision. She would have had to wait 24 years. That's right. And who knows what would have been by then. That's true. But you're right. And in fact, this is a debate in the Talmud between Rabbi Yochanan and I believe the Reish Lakish over whether a man, it actually goes right through Maimonides and other poskim, whether a man, again, really based on the idea that the husband is the primary breadwinner, should a man have a career first and a profession and then get married? Or should a man get married first and then he'll find a way to make a living? And yeah, that's one of the obligations that a father has, is to teach his son how to have a trade, because otherwise he's not going to get married. But it's a debate that's ongoing, a dynamic debate. Obviously, Rachel did not hold like the Rambam and said, get married first, trade later. But okay, excellent question. And we'll talk more about this at home. Right. So, larger observation about women in ancient Israel. 2 spheres. You see this in a lot of Western cultures in particular. To a certain degree, it's very prominent in Asian culture, less so in many African cultures. But it is a typical Judeo-Christian Western idea that you have 2 spheres, the public sphere and the private sphere. The private sphere, that of the home in particular, perhaps the school, but within the 4 walls, with a greater degree of anonymity, a greater degree of of passivity. These are areas which are typically reserved for women or considered the proper domain of women. In some more repressive cultures, women are forced into these roles. In others, it's something that's considered an ideal that women are encouraged to occupy. In Judaism and Jewish culture, we'll see it's a mixture of both. One concept is this idea that's a pasuk in Tehillim, all the glory of the princess is within. Meaning, when a woman is, protected and is bounded and not seen to the outside world, that is her glory. Compared to the Torah scroll, the word Torah is also a feminine noun. The Torah scroll is protected by a mantle inside the ark with a curtain in front of it and so on. That's kind of one model of the feminine ideal. At the same time, ironically, we have this concept of the Eshet Chayil. So if someone give me an actual translation of Eshet Chayil, prayer from Proverbs every Friday night, woman of valor. Okay, very good. That's kind of like your 1917 JPS translation. But the word Eshet is like Isha, right? The snichut, so it's the word Isha. What does the word Chayal mean in modern Hebrew? Soldier. It means soldier woman. And Eshet Chayil is a warrior woman. Very different from Chokuda Bat Melech Nima, you would think, because she is a soldier who fights at home, isn't in a fight in the midst of a war. The soldier has to go out, has to conquer. And in fact, if you read Eshet Chayil just in English, straight through, you'll see she's doing a lot of things that are not in the house. I mean, she's out there, she's sizing up a field and she's buying it, she's supervising her employees, she's managing some kind of import-export trade, her ships are going out and things like that. And meanwhile, what's her husband doing? He's sitting in the gates, and everybody knows him, and that's it. So it's kind of like an inversion of the Kol Huda Bat Melech Nima. And of course, it is sung every Friday night as on one level, a paean of praise to the woman who probably prepared the meal. So these two kind of polar opposites are in dynamic tension with each other throughout much of Jewish history, where we'll have Jewish heroines who have a tremendously high degree of tzniut. Translate that term literally, hiddenness, right? And their hiddenness will be valued. And on the other hand, you have women who are like Devorah, who are going out to war, like Esther, who are out there in foreign politics. I mean, really very active women at the same time. Yes.
You see those stories all the time.
Yeah, Mamlechet Kohanim, meaning a kingdom of priests, meaning like inside, insular, or Lagoyim, lights of nations. I think that's very true. And in fact, to extend your point further, in much of the Kabbalistic literature in particular, the Jewish people is invariably described in the feminine. The Knesset Yisrael is understood as the feminine aspect, God would be the masculine aspect, and we take on both of these roles. At any rate, these models are, this is a tension that goes throughout the entire corpus of Jewish history. And there's one slide, just for fun, I wasn't sure which image to use, so I wanted to make sure you saw it there. Okay, we're going to skip past that, right? Oh yeah, this is Rosie the Riveter, right? Famous 1940s American propaganda promoting women activism. Right, there you go. Okay, we just skip that. Okay, now, see, I put that on YouTube. You realize that there's someone out there who's going to send me lots of nasty mail because I put that out there. It was very brief. I'm delighted to do. Okay. Now, theoretically, and through much of the literature, women are defined through men, either through association with their husband, even Rachel, Eshet, Akiva. We see this in a lot of cultures. The word Isha, interestingly enough, in Hebrew can mean either wife or woman. They are synonymous terms. When I thought about this for a while, I read this in one article and I thought, that's an interesting point. But then, with the exception of English, most languages have that. Right? In French, it's femme. Femme can mean wife or woman. And in German, it's Frau, which means wife or woman. Maybe you make a distinction between madame and mademoiselle. But when you speak to an adult woman, the term for adult woman and the term for adult wife are synonymous. That is also true of men. You know, you say, this is my man, this is my man, this is my husband. So I'm not sure how really valid the point is, but I put it up there. Women historically are identified and valued through their connection either to their father or their husband or their adult sons. They rarely have status as individuals separate from men. This is not at all the case with various heroic men who are typically understood to be married, but their marriage is kind of very incidental to whatever else it is they're doing in our literature. This may not be very surprising because, after all, who controls the literature that we're talking about is primarily men, overwhelmingly men. So since men write stories, this means that many of women's voices throughout history are unfortunately submerged. And they only really come to the fore when they are truly exceptional, such as Rachel or perhaps Gloria. That's when we hear a lot more about them. So working with the sources we have, it's very difficult to kind of perform literary and historical archaeology and resurrect what it is that women did. We also see there is what my grandmother Shaman called the hoo-ha disparity. If you look at life cycle events, there's no question that women get far less hoo-ha throughout their life cycle than men do. For men, you have the Shalom Zachar, maybe the Vachna, the Bris, the Binyan Aben, the Bar Mitzvah, right? The $30,000 birthday party for a 13-year-old. It just goes on and on. Of course, Bat Mitzvah doesn't become a phenomenon until the 20th century, and even then it tends to be more subdued. Women, of course, have the wedding ceremony, which is their attachment to a male, and that's a big hoo-ha. But I think if you were to weigh all the hoo-has on two sides of the scale, you see the male hoo-ha side is definitely heavier. Also, connect this with a very basic economic reality for most of Jewish history, really up until about the 19th century. When a marriage was contracted, the wife moved into her husband's home and contributed to the economy of her husband's extended family. It was not the other way around. Very, very rarely did you have a man enter his wife's home with his wife's extended family. So the saying, you know, you're not losing a son, you're gaining a daughter-in-law, is very true. But you could not say you're not losing a daughter, you're gaining a son-in-law. That would not be true. So when families had daughters, there was a certain amount of tristesse, a certain amount of less enthusiasm, because there was a realization that you put all this investment and energy, and by the time she was 12 or 13, you married her off, and she's gone. And maybe you'll see her on holidays, and maybe you'll have grandchildren from time to time, but that is essentially going to represent a net loss to your family economically. Whereas if you have a son, then ultimately you say, all right, you know, within whatever 15 years, once he is married, that's going to bring another set of hands into our household. It's going to bring hopefully grandchildren into our family. Here, where we can see them every day, that's a very different feeling. Okay. Marriage, of course, is that moment when a woman, as it were, historically, would be transferred from the domain of her father to the domain of her husband. But I don't want to overemphasize this point, because particularly if you compare Judaism with contemporaneous cultures, Jewish women have a pretty high degree of personal autonomy. The right to own property, which should not be taken for granted in the ancient world, was certainly that of a woman. The right to, demand compensation for property she brings into the marriage, for example, if her husband abuses that property. Of course, the right for her personal safety. The rabbis recognize the concept even of marital rape, which is something that we would have even debates over in the 20th century. It was an absolutely foregone conclusion that there is such a crime to the ancient rabbis. So women really have a high degree of autonomy compared to other societies. At the same time, there are significant legal disabilities that women labored under that are present even to our times, particularly when we look at divorce law. Last year we spoke about the Takana de Rabbeinu Gershom, which was an attempt to address some of these things, but nevertheless women lived in many ways as second-class citizens, If you compare them with other societies, they're doing much better, but nevertheless, there is a disparity between men and women in this traditional society. So let's think about what kind of economic activity they were engaged in. Archaeological studies say some interesting things about Jews at this time. Apparently, about half of their caloric intake was based on grains, cereal products in one form or another, which sounds a lot, by the way, like my house. My sons in particular, they can eat like a box of cereal each every 15 or 20 minutes. It's incredible how much cereal, like non-sugared Cheerios, at least how fast can they go through a box of these public cereals? You can't even see them. You put them on the shelf, it's just gone. So they're obviously, good Jewish stuff. But when you think about what that means, it's not like obviously today where you go to Publix and you buy a box of ready-made cereal. Here, there's a phenomenal amount of work involved in producing that cereal. Let's say the husbands typically would be the ones out in the fields, and the women also were doing quite a bit of foraging work as well. But let's say the husbands are out doing the harvest. They bring back the grain on the stalk. It has to be fresh. The kernels have to be separated from the stalk. The kernels have to then be winnowed, where you throw them up in the air and you get rid of your chaff and you bring down the actual kernel. And then the most time-consuming thing of all, you've got to grind it, as this picture of the woman here is doing, which basically they would use 2 millstones, and you can have a personal private grinder about the size. You sit down on the ground, you put it between your legs, you put the grain, you lift up 1 millstone, you put the grain in between, and then you spin it around and use the weight of this massive millstone to crush the grain. You lift it up again, you dust it off, that's your flour. You only make a tiny amount with every few rotations of this huge millstone, and it takes hours and hours and hours to prepare this flour that will then be baked into your daily bread. So the amount of time that women spend in food preparation alone is overwhelming by modern sensibilities. Archaeological studies have shown that that these things are all found in large communal areas. So you assume that women would get together and spend hours together doing this communal labor of grinding their wheat. And from this, we can infer something that we see peeking through every now and then in literature, where women develop a kind of a parallel culture, which runs alongside male culture, but develops a whole different set of values and traditions and prayers, liturgies, and so on. For example, one of the things that's being unearthed in the last few years of scholarship are these beautiful prayers for women, many times composed by women. They're called tefillot. And there are a few very nice English translations that are available today. And these are prayers which you will not see in any standard siddur, but they are things like prayers for successful conception, prayers for successful first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, prayers for shalom bayit, prayers for menopause, prayers for all kinds of things associated with women. Actually, the men say the prayers for menopause because they're the ones who have to deal with it anyway. So I'm definitely going to rewind that. That's for sure. And there's these all kinds of women's prayers that have existed for almost how many centuries, and every now and then you just get a little glimpse of them, but you get a sense of a totally separate women's culture that we hardly knew anything about. Well, the ones that we have today, most of the collections are really 19th century. And we can attribute a lot of them to specific rabbis. The Hasidim in particular were very good at collecting them. They tend to be written in Yiddish, because that would be the San Lorena would have some of them interspersed within. The one that's well known, that is in many schools, is Okham Avraham. That's for Havdalah. That's a very popular one. But if you look, there's a couple of nice translations of collections. One that I bought for my wife recently, I forgot the title of it. It's published by Feldheim. Anani is another nice collection that's been around for about 5 years. Chava Weissler is a scholar at some Midwestern university. She's probably the premier person who knows about the females. allow like the big study to go. So they know the Yiddish. So they adapt me with the Yiddish. We, the men, we learn. So we learn the Yiddish. Okay? This is the reason behind it. Okay. So, in terms of intellectual freedom for women, because as I mentioned earlier, economic activity and intellectual activity tend to be correlated. Once you have a gathering of disposable income, then you can look to the possibility of creating a school or a learning environment and things like that. So women had far more limited access to formal learning than men, but that statement's a little misleading because it says a lot more about class than about gender. The truth is, the real story is that the vast majority of men were illiterate. The vast majority of men did not have access to learning. So focusing on the fact that women did not have really misses the larger picture of the time. Women did have considerable access if they were in the wealthier class. This is before formal yeshivot and things like that were established. It was only later in the medieval period that you begin to see really strong distinction made between girls and boys in their studies, not so much in the ancient world. We know that women were very active in a whole host of professions. Reading the Tanakh in particular, you see women who are active as, for example, professional mourners. Like if someone died, you would hire professional mourners to come to the graves, and women were especially good at that. You have female recruits. We had a few exceptions, like exceptional women like Dvorah, the Shofet, Dvorah, the judge. But I'm saying, like average women, you would see women. The idea of an Isha Hakama, of a wise woman that people would consult. The Isha from Tekoa, for example, and Shmuel we learned about. There's all kinds of examples where people would go to wise women. So there were women who were regarded as being repositories of knowledge, and it was not considered really bizarre in the context of the Tanakh that someone would go to such a woman. Sometimes they tended to master wisdom that may have been, let's say, not exactly approved wisdom, such as the witch of Endor. Women were associated heavily with witchcraft. What exactly witchcraft means in this context is difficult to understand. Certainly with that passage in Shmuel where she performed a seance to bring back the prophet Samuel, that was probably straight up witchcraft. But in many cases, witchcraft may have been something like, someone who was a traditional healer with herbs, perhaps a midwife with somewhat unorthodox methods, things like that. These things were also associated with women. We also see women in various professions as well, engaged in silversmithy and so on. So really we have a whole gamut in the ancient world of women involved in lots of different activities. What Carol Meyer says about this is that it would be misleading to speak of a patriarchy in ancient Israel. She prefers the term heterarchy from the idea of being two different, or at least multiple different sources of power. This makes sense when we think about the idea of a separate women's spirituality existing in a parallel form to the later reified and codified men's spirituality. And to me, that seems like a very fair analysis of the status of women in the ancient world. So to come back to Rachel, the name, of course, Rachel means lamb or ewe. And what goes around comes around. Rachel later gave birth to a young girl, and as she grew up, she was attracted to Shimon ben Azai. Akiva, her father, was not crazy about Shimon ben Azai, and he didn't want her to marry him. But she went and she married him instead. She married him anyways. And when Akiva heard that his daughter had gone and married someone that he didn't approve of, he had this famous statement, Rachel after Rachel, a lamb follows a lamb, meaning just like your mother went and married me, when her father didn't like it, of course it stands to reason you would marry someone even though I didn't approve. So it kind of, what goes around comes around. But in this context, I want to close by mentioning a story about Akiva's daughter. I think it says a lot about her, about Akiva, about Rachel in particular. And the story is a very beautiful one. It's in a tremendously complex and beautiful Gemara. It's Daf Kuf Nun Vav in Second Shabbat, which deals with the question of Yesh Mazal Yisrael or Ein Mazal Yisrael. Are Jews bound by the power of the constellations or not? Is the Jewish people somehow connected to the horoscopes? In other words, like if you're born as a, let's say, I don't know, a Sagittarius, and something bad will happen to you on Tuesday, does that apply to Jews or not? The discussion of applying to non-Jews is outside the scope of this conversation. At any rate, the rabbis are going back and forth with this story, and they're saying, you know what? Yesh Mazal Yisrael. That, Jews are bound by astrology just like everybody else. So a story goes that a stargazer tells Rabbi Akiva, sorry Akiva, I have some bad news for you. Your daughter is going to die on her wedding day. Akiva says, are you sure you didn't mean her husband? I made that part. So he tells him, Akiva, your daughter's going to die on her wedding day. Akiva doesn't know what to do, but he goes ahead with the wedding. He doesn't try to stop the wedding at all. And the wedding goes fine. The next morning, Akiva's daughter, whose name we don't know, Akiva's daughter goes to the wall of the kitchen and she retrieves her brooch. She had a brooch, a big pin, and she had put it in a chink in the stone wall. And she pulled it out, and she saw that it was attached to a large poisonous snake. And the snake was impaled on the pin of the brooch. Actually, I should have told you that the stargazer told Akiva, your daughter will be bitten by a snake. Like really specifically, that's what happened, if I remember correctly. At any rate, so
hi, I'm Taylor Benke, and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Language is everywhere. It's what we use to order a pizza, talk on our phones, tell jokes, and make sense of the world around us. We've used language to learn about every other subject on Crash Course, and now it's time to learn linguistics, how language itself works. Over the next 16 episodes, we'll look at the structure of language, from the smallest building blocks of sounds and hand shapes, to the structure of words and meanings, to how words go together to make sentences and conversations. Along the way, we'll also look at the relationship between language and our identity, the brain, and even computers. We'll learn about writing, language acquisition, and the diversity of human languages. There are actually over 7,000 identified languages in the world today. That includes thousands of spoken languages and hundreds of sign languages. They can be found in small communities or span across multiple countries. They can be written or unwritten, and they can be learned through family, formal schooling, or broader social networks. Each one is a living experiment into how humans communicate. Throughout this series, we'll be sharing examples from widely known languages.
I hope that this lecture has been useful and enlightening to you in some way, and I really appreciate your attention. We will resume after the holidays on October 17th. Please check your calendars. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can you measure frequencies? Is there a device where you can tell you're in tune?
And Marav ended a little late, so it's just hard to get everything set for the time. And in my haste, tonight is, of course, the last class of the semester. God willing, thank you. God willing, we have a couple of those plans. We have, sort of, we have coming up for Jewish night. We're going to have an all-night program here at the shul, of course. There are a couple of options. One option is there's going to be great speakers all night. I'm starting off at midnight with a lecture on the Pia Sechner Rebbe, rather amazing individual who led a Hasidic group in the Warsaw Ghetto throughout the entire Nazi occupation. His name is Kalonimus Thomas Shapiro. He was the Rebbe of a little town called Pia Sechner, about 14 kilometers outside Warsaw. And he wrote through the entire Shoah, and he buried his writings underground before he was killed.
and they were discovered in 1952 by a Polish construction worker, and they have since been published under the title Eish Kodesh. So I'll be speaking about what he had to say during the Holocaust at midnight, God willing, on Shavuos night. That would be a week from Saturday night, I think. And then there'll be speakers all night. And for those of you who are interested, I'll have a Chabura in the back of two friends that I learned with. We're going to go through the 11th chapter of Mesilat Yesharim, the chapter on Nekinut. It's going to be a fascinating learning. Midnight B'diuk. So that's one summer semester, sort of. And the other summer semester that I'm kind of toying with is maybe during the 3 weeks, we might do a couple of lectures on the Holocaust or on the history of anti-Semitism, something like that. But God willing, we will return with this program in the fall. I'm pleased to tell you that it seems to have been a great success. The response from the course evaluations last semester were really high, and I hope you'll fill these out so we can improve for next fall. And it's right next to you. Perfect. The videos have been amazingly popular. We have in the neighborhood of, I think, 6,000 people have viewed them worldwide. I picked up a new person in the Philippines. There are now 24 people in the Philippines who follow this. 4 in Turkey, only 2 in Russia. Yeah. But it's just one of those things. Hey, Mayor, go into another room, will you? I can't think properly. Thanks. Okay. I don't actually. The map doesn't go that detailed, but I imagine it's probably Istanbul. Yeah, because I have some friends in 4. All right. Now, so tonight's topic, a fascinating, powerful topic. We're going to talk about Hannah Senesh, one of the more amazing stories coming out of the Holocaust. It is a story with a sad ending, but at the same time a heroic and very meaningful ending. And it will give us an opportunity to discuss the Holocaust, which is such a colossal event in 20th century Jewish history. I wish we had more time to go on past the Holocaust. Perhaps next spring, when we go over this period of history again, we'll extend it further to the 1967 war and further. But today we're going to concentrate on Hannah Senesh. And before we get to the topic of the Holocaust, I should try to say at least a little joke before we go in, because it'll be hard to say jokes afterwards. So, as you know, I only know 14 jokes, and I ran out of them a long time ago, so I have to recycle them. Did I tell you the joke about Gorbachev's anti-alcohol campaign?
Yeah.
Baruch Hashem. I'm sure I told it to you, but thank God you will forget it. So the joke goes like this. It's a true joke that I actually heard when I was studying for my dissertation in Kiev. At the time, it was at the collapse of communism, and President Gorbachev was trying very hard to crack down on alcoholism in Soviet society. It was running rampant. People were drinking vodka, whiskey, and especially this homemade moonshine called Horilka. No, it was called the Samahon. Samahon means self-cooked, and it's like you make it in your bathtub with bathtub gym. And it caused blindness. It was poisonous often. It was causing absences at work and all kinds of things. So Gorbachev went he actually did go on a big campaign trying to reduce the amount of alcohol consumed in Soviet society. So the joke goes like this. Gorbachev gets a junket of journalists, puts them into a big Soviet Aeroflot plane, and he flies them all to a factory in Siberia to talk to average Russian workers, Tovarichi, about drinking, how dangerous it is. So the journalists join him onto the factory floor, and they go, there's all kinds of people working, and so on. He goes up to the conveyor belt, and there's one guy standing working there, and the journalists are with the president of the Soviet Union, and he says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink in the morning and go to work? And Ivan says, Mr. President, yes, I think it's possible. And he looks at the journalist and says, well, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have, let's say, 3 shots of Horilka and then go to work in the morning? And he says, Mikhail Sergeyevich, yes, I think it's possible. And then he says to him, Ivan, tell me, honestly, do you think a person could have 10 shots of Samahon and still go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. So the irony of this joke and how it actually fits in a sad way, but nevertheless permit me this kind of flippant connection, that despite the suffering that the Jewish people went through in the 20th century, you nevertheless see that here we are. We are still working. We are saddened. We are devastated by the loss to all of our families. Nevertheless, the Jewish people, Am Yisrael Chai, Netzach Yisrael Lo Yishaker, the eternity of Israel is not a lie. Okay, so let's look at the life of Hannah Senesh and understand a little bit about the Holocaust. And I want to thank especially tonight's donors, the sponsors, Timur and Philmar, Norman and Eva Gatti, and an anonymous donor. Thank you very much for making it possible. All these donations go straight to the shul, and they paid for some of the equipment and things like that, so it's really nice to be able to reimburse the shul for using the space and so on. So tonight's talk is about a very young woman. She was only 23 years old when she was martyred at the hands of the Nazis. A Hungarian young woman who is really quite exceptional. And her story is all the more tragic because she so clearly evinced phenomenal potential for the future. In many ways, we know a lot about her because she left behind a diary, and she's kind of like the other side of Anne Frank. Anne Frank, a very young girl and adolescent, you see the potential of youth. Hannah Senesh was actually all those things, and yet even greater potential was actualized in her intellectual fervor, in her religious zeal, and her common sense attitude to many things. She could have been a great leader of the Jewish people had she merited the possibility of moving on past her 23rd year. Nevertheless, she did make a phenomenal contribution, and in her own words, referring to other people like Maimonides, there are some people who are like stars that even after the stars themselves have been extinguished, right? Many of the stars we see, they're already dead. But nevertheless, the light continues to illuminate our world. She's like one of those stars herself. Brief exposure to this world, the nova that she created, really made a phenomenal impact on Israeli society in particular, and of course the entire Jewish world. Her years are 1929 to 1944. She was a very active young person in the Zionist movement. She left at an early age to go join a kibbutz. She wrote quite a bit of poetry. Some of her poems have become modern Israeli classics, especially Ashrei HaGafrur, which is translated, not my favorite translation, but it's so popular it's hard to get away from it. Blessed is the match. And we'll look at that poem towards the end of the hour and see what it says about Hannah Senesh and her life. And of course, she was a war hero. In a word, she elected to join an elite group of British paratroopers leaving from Yishuv, Israel, Palestine. She paratrooped in behind enemy lines, fought alongside Joseph Tito, the later president of Yugoslavia, when he was a partisan. Okay, so let me start with the early period. Her father, Bela Senesh, was a well-known and popular Hungarian Jewish playwright. He was well-regarded. His plays were really put on by the biggest theaters, and he was actually quite famous already in his 30s. He had made quite a mark on the Hungarian literary world. One morning, he had some strange premonitions of his death. He mentioned to his wife, Catherine, who survived the war and left her memoirs, that he felt that he had accomplished everything he wanted to in life, and now he felt that it would be possible that he could actually move on. And a few days later, he died, possibly of an aneurysm, leaving behind his wife and his 2 children, which I think is a suggestion. We shouldn't mention such things. It's not a good thing to don't give anyone any ideas. Here is Hannah on the left with her brother George. She was 6 years old when he passed away. They were assimilated Hungarian Jews, very conscious of their.
Will, how are you? What's going on, Morph Retro? Very, absolutely. Remind me, Morph Retro, how did we meet? Oh, yeah, okay, say no more. I know, we're transhumanists. Say no more. I remember. 100%. I remember. I remember. You were, absolutely. You were working on a project. How'd that project go? Or how is it going? Yeah, I absolutely remember. Uh, that's okay. We can get them back in other ways. Okay, very well. How things are you on X? Of course, of course. No way. Why? Okay. Yeah, complete 100%. You were on it. Yeah. And how'd that go? Yeah, right. Okay. Where's the next? Oh, I yeah, no, but I definitely understand your willingness and desire to get O positive or O negative blood, pardon me, and the universal donor, and that's important to you. I get that. I okay. Um, yeah, streaming. Yeah, well, so and I recommend you do this as well. I transitioned. Well, I'm still on X. I've been live and then you remember I was doing X Twitter's. I call them Twitter Spaces. Sure. No, I've been going since February 14th, every single day, um, every moment of every day in on video. So maybe you didn't have my most recent account, but fortunately they haven't found this one. And I think it's because I didn't tie it to myself. I just made a random name and then I've just been using X as like a something to preserve the video. So I'm on there right now. I'm Karaoke King 0000. And so you can go back at least on X and watch my life for the last like 6 months on there, which is a lot for someone to have on X as video. And fortunately, they haven't gotten to me there. But I don't know if I told you about this. I may have, but I found a lot of pardon me. pardon me. Fortune on a platform called Blue Sky. Have we talked about Blue Sky? Yeah, exactly. Jack Dorsey started it. Neither. It's Jack Dorsey. Yeah. And it's got exactly. And it's got like 40 million exactly, but it doesn't have to be. It can be whatever you want it to be. But it well, firstly, it they're not going to ban you like X does. They don't have those kind of protocols unless you do what I do, which is create a whole bunch of accounts, which is what I do. And um I've had a lot of um of fortune doing it. So I've become kind of like a meme on there. And the reason why is I've created bots that like and repost people, and it doesn't spam them with anything. I mean, I guess like a like and a repost is a spam, I guess, but I mean, it's positive, and um, people tweet about me or whatever you want to call it, blue sky about me, about 3 or 4 times an hour, which is a lot. I mean, it's like to just get any kind of social media momentum is very difficult to even get anybody to talk about you, let alone to screenshot what you like your like or retweet. That's been really great. So I've been doing that, and I've got it down to a pretty good um science, so to speak. I have done it in a unique fashion. So when I first started doing it, I would just say, "Did you?" I would say like, so the way that I do it is, you get 64 characters for the name, not the username, but like the name, the display name. And so I first started with like, "Please join Rabbi's Discord," and then I'd put like the Discord link, and I did that, and that got a little bit of traction. But then they started banning like the Discord link I was using, and I could tell that, I had when you get banned, you start to get a little bit of it's good and bad. Then you come up with different strategies and such, and then I started using ones that were funny, and that would get a lot more. Like especially if they were like funny and like it depends how, but like a lot of the sexually explicit ones were people would screenshot them like crazy, and instead of before when I would say, "Please join Rabbi's Discord," I would get like maybe 1 or 2 people a day screenshotting me. When I make them sexually explicit, I get 3 or 4 people an hour, and it was just like, wow, sex sells. I didn't know that this is yeah, because it gets people's attention and it becomes a notification in their phone. And so a lot of times people say it makes them laugh, like because they're really funny names. And so these yeah, so I mean this isn't my normal strategy, but you become so frustrated. Yeah, exactly. So I've got a list of them if you want to hear them. The ones that I was using. Now, some of them are they're really sexually explicit. All right, fact of the day. Yeah, it is. It is, but here's the thing. People take screenshots of it because they say it makes them laugh, and then that is like a free post or like free advertising for me. Um, ex- exactly. So I will make them again, they are very sexually explicit. And again, this is not my normal way. When I started, it was literally, I was really polite. I was like, "Please join Rabbi's Discord, just like for world peace," is what it said. "Please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace with the Discord link," because I am about world peace. I'm not about sexuality. I mean, I think it's okay to talk about, and certainly like I want to make things less taboo, but just saying please join Rabbi's Discord for World Peace was not getting me as far as this was. So these are, so I make them as sexually explicit as I basically can. So again, I like even feel embarrassed just reading them, but here we go. Rabbi tongues clitoral hood like hound dogs eat peanut butter. Fact of the day. Absolutely. Fact of the day. Rabbi chews clit like bubblegum, parentheses, upon request. Because everything, no woman wants that. That's like bubblegum. Like, let's be honest, that would be extremely painful, but it puts an image in your head that is like, wow, that is very explicit. FYI, exactly. FYI, Rabbi sprays hot cum inside MILFs like a bombardier beetle. Rabbi provides orgasms at no cost to needy MILFs in your area. Blue Sky Trivia. Rabbi is the mastermind behind Gilfs Gone Wild. Rabbi makes you orgasm so hard that you will flood your house. Did you know Rabbi both rates and ranks queefs for charity? Rabbi can lick clit at a distance like chameleons eat insects. Warning. Rabbi will munch your box until your labia callous. Did you know Rabbi fingers chicks like bowling balls? Blue Sky Alert. Rabbi's penile girth causes vaginal canals to widen. Important notice. Rabbi causes MILFs to spray like fire hydrants. Did you know Rabbi can fist you like an engine piston? Did you know when Rabbi fists you, your vagina becomes a hand puppet? Fun fact. Rabbi destroys MILF pus. Fun fact. Rabbi destroys MILF pussy like a jackhammer. Blue Sky Warning. Rabbi impales MILF pussy like kebab skewers. Fun fact. Rabbi pumps MILF pussy with cum like an oil derrick. Rabbi pounds like a heavyweight boxer punches a speed bag. Flash flood warning. Rabbi causing MILF leakage. Seek high ground. Severe weather alert. Rabbi causing panic dropping. Seek shelter. Severe weather warning. Rabbi causing pussy to gush like geysers. Breaking news. Rabbi raw dogged the entire Thought Patrol. Blue Sky fact of the day. Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Blue Sky alert. Rabbi tosses salad like a turbocharged salad spinner. Rabbi once ate so much pussy his jaw had to be wired shut. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like a Gatorade commercial. Rabbi distributes orgasm like an ATM dispenses cash. You get the point. So yeah, so these things are so blatant that, and they make people laugh because people just be, yeah, I would say it's about 20 times as much engagement, like a huge amount. It's absolutely, because it makes people, I guess people, it makes them laugh. What they say is like, I'm dying. I can't believe somebody would put this as their name. And then I get people who are like they're like, that's my rabbi, the pussy eating rabbi. And I get some people, of course, who are like, why would you post it's not even posting it, it's the name. So what happens, and the reason why I do this, after all of these I have a Discord link which gets people in here. And I can tell you, like, when I first started this, I had about 1,750 people in here, and I'm over 1,800 now. And this, a lot of it has to do with these names. In fact, like, I got this one guy in here who was like, what kind of name is this? And I was able to say, I stream my life for world peace. I talk about ending world hunger, ending world thirst. I talk about futurology. I talk about life extension. I talk about mind uploading, transhumanism. And once you actually get a chance to speak with me, then you're like, oh, okay, this is really cool. So he reposted me, and I got like 25 people just from one person because he has a really big X account. So it does what I need it to do, where it gets people's attention, and then I become a meme because then everybody knows about me. So it's a small enough, Blue Sky is a small enough platform that they have about 100 moderators, but they don't have AI utilized, so everything has to be manually terminated, or they have to suspend all my accounts manually. And I came up with a really efficient way of creating accounts. So I've got about 1,100 accounts that are ready to be used right now. Like I just have like a bank. Oh yeah, I've got a bank, and I've created over probably about 10,000 of them right now. Which normally when you create an account, it's a lot of work. But what I do, I don't know if you can see, but I've got these like hand devices or like smartphones, and what I do is I just have to hit one button on them. Yeah. So all I have to do is press one button on them, and I have them pre-programmed to create an account. And then the only thing that I have to do is a CAPTCHA. And so, because there's really no way around automation of a CAPTCHA at this point. And so once I do the CAPTCHA, then it creates an account. It puts it in a spreadsheet that I have. And then I've got these robots that automatically pull from the spreadsheet and populate the information into the site. And then what they do is they upload a profile picture. They put one of these dirty names in there. And then they start liking and retweeting, or whatever you want to call it, reposting people's posts. And what it does is it gets in someone's notification. So, like, if you have notifications turned on, it'll send you, like, it'll make noise on your phone, which is the the best kind of advertising like you could want. Or it'll just like bring up a pop-up notification on your phone, or a toast message, or depending on what your how you have it programmed on your phone, how you have your notification. Exactly. So a lot of people, it won't bother them at all if they just have notification silence. But if they don't, it will be free advertising. And then a lot of people take screenshots of that, and then they post that to um to their their page, and they'll be like, I got blessed by the rabbi. And so that's just hilarious to me. And then that's free advertising. These people have thousands of people who view their account, and then 1,000 people found out about me because so and so took a screenshot of the notification that they received. So I've got to say that's been really beneficial. So aside from that, I've also got a robot that I created on Kick. I don't know if we've talked about it. Are you familiar with Kick? Yeah, right. So Twitch, right, exactly. They seem to be slowly growing, both of them. Yo, what's going on, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, Zoot, how are you? You're what? You're not poor, Zoot. You're just your cryptocurrency isn't doing what it was. My friend, you are probably better off than 95% of all people on earth. So don't consider yourself poor. Zoot, this is my friend, Morph Retro. This is Zoot. Zoot and I like to play games. Excellent. That very Absolutely. Holly, if you'd like to play with us, we play using an app. It's available on the App Store and Google Play. It's free. It's called Plato, Plato, and there are many games that you can play with us, or that you can just play in general. They have right now online like 35,000 people online. It's a very big app. They have things like Uno and pool and carom and things like mini golf and table soccer and bowling. Miss Aquarius, who's also in here, She and I play bowling before she goes to bed every night, and that's really fun. It's got things like gin rummy and darts and go fish and battleship and chess and checkers, all kinds of stuff like that. So if you'd like to play, feel free to download it. If you just want to listen to us, you're more than welcome to do that as well. Just wanted to give you that invitation. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. I, sure. I mean, we don't have that ability, but yeah. But I am. Zoot, what's wrong? Zoot, quit that, man. You'll be fine. You have an invitation. Feel free to accept it. Not just degrees, you have a master's degree. Crypto. Oh, so it's did your speak? No, you sound great. You you sound great. We can't hear it. Oh, we started. We played a game, and I beat him. Well, I beat you the first game. Zoodle get me. We just have to play enough times. So Holly, when it comes to being able to become financially independent, one thing that I think is that I mean it's really like how I got my first remote job, which is what you want. You ever looked into a headhunter or recruiter? No, 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 no. It's a recruiter for a job. You you can do that, or the way that you can do that, but yeah, but what I'm saying is that you give your resume to a recruiter. You have a great resume, and you have them find a job for you. Now, ex- Was he at least the right blood type? Right. You- yeah, right. And yeah, and there's something within man's psyche that we talk a big game until we stick our dick in you, and then we want to move on.
On Netflix slides all the way back to 8 this week and debut at 7 with Steve Mystery Vegans MGM on Amazon Prime Video stays as for a third deal with Smoke on Apple TV Plus slipping back this week. One show The Bear on Ballard starring Maggie Q on Amazon Prime Video, your number one stream. Streams.
Word. One. Give an example. Okay. Are you sure you're just not good in bed? Okay, but that could have been. Okay. A beard. So you had a child. You had a child with your egg, and that baby died. Oh, that's so tragic. How did it? Right. The women raped. Did you say the women? Did you say the women raped? Oh, raves. Oh, they were in the rave scene. Oh, I understand. Apologies. Yeah, that's right. Wow. So you went all the way to Kansas and you didn't even have sex with this man. Wow. No, no, that's like you gotta. You gotta oh, okay. How old is he? Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, he's not. Okay. So the other person has said that the person with the hygiene issues has said they don't like you. Okay. Okay. Sure. Right. Right. Yeah. Right. Zoot, I've beaten you in Wade. No, you're fine. No, you're fine. All right. Right. Are you okay with? I know. Would you be okay with an older man? Right. Yeah, but I mean, I mean, eh, this is just a suggestion. If I'm you, I am posting a Craigslist ad in Los Angeles, and I'm gonna say, "Hi, my name's Holly. I'm interested in a man who's serious, and here are my specifications. If you would like to inquire, please do. I'm looking for a living situation, and I'm not here to just be in the nicest way you can, a sex slave. But people generally on the coast have more money and more opportunity to be able to provide for you the way that I think you need, especially if you're going to be pregnant and such. And there are a lot of people here. I mean, at least in Southern California, we have like 25 million people. So that's, a lot of guys, basically, is what I'm saying, who can make sure that your worries are not Ethernet and pubes on your toilet. They would be, they're just people who have more meat. No, no, I get that. And I get that. Totally. I'm empathizing with you. What I'm saying is that these men, there are a lot of single men in Southern California who have a lot more money than anybody anywhere else you're going to be looking. And they're going to be able to give you your own bathroom or perhaps even a guest house. And you, like, basically, they have more means. And that's going to be definitely a positive for you. They're going to be looking for some definitely feasible. It's definitely on Craigslist. And you're going to get 10 guys a day. And then you're going to interview them via FaceTime or Skype or, well, not Skype, but like Zoom or even Twitter Spaces to make sure they're real. You can say, hey, I've had people play with my emotions and my feelings. I want you to give me a tour of your house virtually. And if it looks like a place that's clean and I would want to live, then what I need you to do is get me a plane ticket to LA and I will come live with you. I'll give you a month at least where we can get acquainted. You're not going to, I want you to know that this is a serious opportunity. So it's not just a quick, we're not just going to, this isn't a fling. I want a father for my child, and I ideally want a husband. But like, okay, so where would I even post that? It's very easy. All you do is you go to chat. It is, yeah, I have. Normally it's from other countries though, not necessarily the United States. But yeah, I've known people to do it. I've known people who've done it, and they've been married for 30 years. So they have had, yeah, and that's, but you don't have kids, and that's a big benefit for you. I've known it in multiple situations where people had children from another relationship, and they have found someone who was established, who either was retired or had a job, and had a nice living situation, and they were able to bring people into their home and fall in love and raise successful children, and that's what you want. So if you're like, okay, how would I do? No, they weren't at all. No, they weren't. It wasn't anything like that. Here, this is exactly what I would do if I were you, and it's gonna be very quick. Just one moment, Zoot. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to ChatGPT. I'm gonna say, please write me a nice Craigslist posting for the following characteristics. Name is 40. I am looking to have a relationship long term to have children. I'm looking for an O negative individual, ideally. I want someone who is financially independent, ideally in the Southern California area. I am willing to move, but may need assistance with moving expenses, and I'm looking for a place to live. This is not a quickie situation. This is something that's serious and long term. If you're interested, please feel free to email me, and I would like to ensure that we have the opportunity to do video calls before I make any serious plans with you. But if we hit it off, you may be able to find your future wife. I am single. I have no children. I'm attractive. I'm educated. That's what we say, and it says headline: Seeking long-term relationship and future family. O negative preferred, SoCal or beyond. Hello, my name is Holly. I'm 40. I'm single and child-free, but I'd love to change that with the right person. I'm looking for a serious long-term relationship with the goal of building a loving family. Ideally, you're O negative or know your blood type, financially stable, and located in Southern California. But I'm open to other areas if things click. If we really connect, I'm willing to relocate, though some help with moving expenses may be needed. I'm attractive, down to earth, emotionally mature, and truly ready for something real. This is not a casual fling. I value commitment, honesty, and genuine partnership. I'd love to start with thoughtful conversations and video calls to make sure we vibe before making any big moves. If we connect, you might just find your future wife. If this speaks to you, feel free to email me and introduce yourself. I'm excited to see what the future holds. Warmly, Holly. You post this, and you're going to get 50 men tomorrow who send you some type of message, especially if you include a picture. You don't even have to include a face picture, but just so they know that you're a real person. And then from there, you're going to just start basically recruiting guys to say, okay, this is a good guy, this is not, whatever. And then you're going to line up video calls just like you were job hunting or similar similar activity. And then you're going to find some guy. I could see you easily finding some guy between 55 and 65 who wants to have a family, just hadn't found the right woman, not mature, whatever. Or yeah, I mean, you could find a guy who is 25, but I'm saying, like, I want you to have an established, and it could be 45 to 65 or something like that. You're, you're exactly right. And you're going to post this, and it doesn't, I would post it to big cities where you'd want to live, preferably places that have nice weather. If you want to raise a family there, that's always beneficial, but not necessary. And Just see what happens. It doesn't hurt. That's a really nice introduction that doesn't give too much and gives just the right of everything that you want. And you're going to find guys who you will, if you post this in LA, in the LA Craigslist, it's free under the personal section. You will find, I bet you get 50 guys in the next 24 hours who respond to it. Yeah, absolutely. You can put email and you don't even need a profile. You just need to post this information and then upload a picture, and you can blot out your face if you want, or show your face, which is better. And then you can put in their contact me via email or via uh, email and phone, or just phone, and then you can say text message only. So if you just want people to be able to text you and you don't want to take calls all day, but you will get so many guys who are interested in what you want, because you're not asking for anything that's outlandish. You're looking for a good individual who's family oriented, who wants to have children. And that's what men want to do, that we want to reproduce. And I'm telling you, yeah, many of us want to have large families if we had the right, if that's, well, aside from there being, aside from, aside from it being an instinctual quality of a person, people want to teach. I would want to teach people, both men and women, or boys and girls, how to live and the positive things you're able, like, to educate them and make sure that they had it better than you had it, and hopefully grow up into moral and decent people that have children of their own and have grandchildren and build a family and just create more love in the world. These are all positive aspects of procreation, and I know that there are other people out there who feel the same way. I I get that. I get that, and it is tricky. Now, that's why, Holly, you didn't even try, and you got to say to yourself, you know what? It would take me 10 minutes to put together a profile and just see what happened. Not even put together a profile. It takes 2 minutes to create the profile. It'll take 1 minute to create the grok entry of whatever you want, post a picture. You could have this all done in 5 minutes, and then you just wait. And while you're blowing time with this loser in Kansas, you could have some guy who says, hey, I'd like to video chat with you. You seem like a nice individual. We have similar plans and or similar goals. And then if you get that, then I would really be like with the guy in Kansas. How many times did you video chat with him? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to meet them, but most of all, they need to pass the hobby test. And so there are some aspects of your life that you're going to explain. Wait, I understand. I understand that. How many times did you video chat with the Kansas guy? Oh, no, no, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. So the guy with whom you're currently living, you didn't video chat with, and this time, yeah, this time you're going to change that, and you're going to make sure that this person has a nice house, that they're clean, that they're consistent, meaning, they're just not flaky. You're going to make sure, like, hey, do you have anyone else living in the house? The guy might say, I have a dog. Okay, can I see your dog? Yeah, and I'm just asking, Holly, are you okay with somebody has pets? normal pet, a dog, cat, let's say. If they had a dog or a cat, would you be okay with that? Yeah, that's down the line. That's, that's down the line. That's down the line, Holly. I mean, yeah, exactly. You've got to say, is this the right person? But I understand. Dogs die, cats die. You may not have children right away. But what I'm saying is that you can even say in your bio, I'm a pet friendly person or animal lover or whatever, because you are. You at least like cats. And I'm telling you, like, you are a catch. And if you don't do this, you're really missing out. If you just say, well, I'm just going to go with a sperm donor, okay, that's fine. But in 5 years, when you need money and you need a place to live and you've got a child and now you're on your own because the, but have you ever raised a child on welfare? Yeah, exactly. You want somebody who has a house. There are many men in Southern California. It doesn't have to be in Southern California. I'm just saying a place where the per capita income is higher. There are people who would be able to provide for you, and that's what you want. Ideally, would you want to be a housewife so you can? Yeah, exactly. And that's the natural thing that you want. Absolutely. You 100%. You don't need it. Look, Holly, I'm here right now. I just humor yourself, and it may be the best decision you ever make in your entire life. What you should do is go to Grok and do exactly what I did with ChatGPT. Get your profile. Let's create a Craigslist ad for you. I'll be here the whole time. It's going to take us 10 minutes. And then once it's done, you can go do whatever else you want to do. But you're going to have an inbox all Sunday that's going to get new messages from guys who are good looking, who have a good head on their shoulders, who have established careers, who want a housewife or want someone at least with whom to procreate, who wants a traditional life. And not at all. No, not at all. That's a personal ad. That's not prostitution. In fact, you're the opposite of prostitution. You haven't had sex since the mid 2000s. You're the opposite. Don't you? Yeah. So don't you worry about that. And do if you. I mean, I can even send you the ad that we just did if you want. But I'm sure you can put it in your. There are more specifics that you want, but no, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't. I don't believe you. No, no, I don't because it literally takes you 10 minutes right now. You have to do it. This could be the biggest opportunity.